I was listening to the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi as he smiled warmly and spoke of those beautiful visions for the future. He said to me, "Naruto, from today onwards, you'll move here. This will be your one and only new home. Look, isn't it lovely?" Inside the body of a 3-year-old, I stared up at the third Hokage with wide, bewildered eyes. But I was not the innocent Naruto from the original story. I was a modern soul from another world, currently inhabiting this small body. Back at the Konoha orphanage, I've been able to barely get by. But Danzo, like some meddlesome force, kept spreading rumors that I was the nine-tailed demon fox. With such gossip swirling, there was no way to live in peace. Day in and day out, people hurled insults at me. The caregivers treated me with open hostility, feeding me the worst food, constantly trying to pick fights or falsely accuse me of theft. They found every way they could to make my life miserable. So young, I simply couldn't bear the weight. Under such crushing pressure, I eventually passed out, and that's when I took over this body. I seethed with anger, grumbling in my heart at the third Hokage. "You really have some nerve, throwing a 3-year-old out to live alone? Why not just fly up in the sky and be done with it?" I even had the urge to reach out and yank his beard, just to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. If it were the original, naive Naruto, he might have eagerly accepted everything the third said, blundering into a solitary life. But I wasn't so easily fooled. If the old man was really that cold and ruthless, then he'd have no right to complain if I ended up walking the path of revenge. But for now, I needed a way to make him assign someone to look after me. If I wanted hot meals in the future, I had to start by pretending to be pitiful and see if he'd agree. If he refused, then I would have no choice but to go down a darker path and let him see what I was truly capable of. Putting on my best helpless expression, I said, "Grandpa Third, could you please find someone to look after me? I'm only 3 years old, just a child." He thought for a moment and actually agreed. I wondered if he might send Kakashi to look after me. After all, Kakashi was capable and somewhat connected to me. But instead, he said, "Then I'll have Irika take care of you." I paused to reflect. Irika Sensei, my very first teacher in the original story, was always so kind to me. Without his care, perhaps Naruto would have stumbled into darkness long ago. At my wedding, Irika even stood in for my father. Our relationship had always been strong. Of course, I couldn't directly ask for Kakashi. If I did, the third Hokage would definitely be suspicious. Why would a child who had lived only in the orphanage know anything about Kakashi? He might even begin to suspect there was someone pulling the strings behind me. Not long after, the third Hokage appeared before me, with Irika by his side. I imagined Irika must have already learned that the Nine Tails was sealed within me, yet there remained a hint of barely restrained resentment in his eyes. His anger was understandable. After all, his parents had perished in the Nine Tails rampage, and his hatred for the beast was justified. But the real culprit was not me. It was Obito, that scoundrel who manipulated the Nine Tails through his illusions. One day, when the chance presents itself, I'll deal with him personally. Neither he nor Danzo deserves forgiveness. The third Hokage introduced us. "Naruto, this is Irika. I've arranged for him to take care of you." I beamed and replied at once. "Big brother is here to look after me? Then that means I, Naruto, finally have family." At the sight of my innocent smile, Irika's gaze softened, tinged with sympathy. I could almost hear his thoughts. This child is truly pitiful. How could I blame him for the pain caused by the Nine Tails? Gently, he reached out and patted my head, saying, "Naruto, is it? My name is Irika. Leave the rest of your life to me from now on." The third Hokage reminded Irika to look after my daily needs and to teach me how to read and write. Soon after, he took his leave, likely not wishing to linger and draw unwanted attention. After all, keeping my true identity secret was meant to protect me. If enemy nations were to learn I was Minato's son, both Konoha and I would be in grave danger. In his day, Minato had defeated countless foes. There were still many who nursed a grudge against him. That evening, I walked Irika home myself. I didn't want him staying here to keep watch over me all the time. I needed my own space, too. Whether there were Umbu agents surveilling from the shadows did not particularly concern me. Later, as I lay in bed, memories from my previous life came flooding back in waves. In my former existence, I had lived on Earth and was an ardent fan of Naruto, devouring every manga and fan-made work I could find. Who could have guessed that, after staying up late for one more episode, I'd suddenly collapse, only to awaken as the Naruto of this world? I understood then that from this moment on, I was truly Naruto, and this place was my new home. I racked my brain, recalling every detail of Naruto, and began laying out my plans for the future. In a world fraught with peril, only by growing stronger could I protect the people I care about. My goal was clear: unite every reliable strength I could find. No one can survive alone. Working with others is the key to true success. I set my course to build good relationships with the Nine Tails, Kakashi, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and my peers of the same generation. Only good things could come of this. From this moment on, I'm embarking on a brand new journey in life. I'll let everyone see that I'm no longer that pitiful kid who got bullied. I'm going to become a legend in the world of shinobi. I'm determined to win Hinata's heart, to make my life soar to its pinnacle. With these hopeful thoughts swirling in my mind, I drifted off into sleep without even realizing it. It had truly been an exhausting day. As Naruto slowly awoke, blinking his eyes open, he was startled to find himself lying atop a dim, shimmering surface of water. All around, it was utterly silent, save for a single, faint beam of light ahead. Beneath its glow, a massive iron gate towered before him, and behind its bars, the shadow of an enormous figure loomed indistinctly. Naruto knew very well he had entered the sealed space within his mind. He hadn't expected to meet the Nine Tails so soon. The thought filled Naruto with both excitement and a tinge of nervousness. The Nine Tails had always been feared as a dangerously powerful beast, and it had suffered deeply at human hands for years. Naruto understood just how difficult it would be to gain its approval. Yet whatever it took, he wanted to try. He wanted to build a good relationship with the Nine Tails. He hoped the beast would stop interfering with his body and maybe even allow him to harness some of its chakra. After all, in the early days, the Nine Tails chakra had greatly disrupted his own chakra control. To suppress the Nine Tails' power, Naruto often had to drain his own reserves. Its chakra made it nearly impossible to use ninjutsu smoothly, which was why everyone had called him a dead last. Thinking of all this, Naruto took a deep breath and strode forward purposefully. "Hey kid, you. Come here, get closer." At that moment, the Nine Tails finally revealed itself, oozing hostility from within its cage. Its eyes gleamed with resentment, sharp fangs bared as it spoke in a low, menacing growl. "Whoa, this is amazing. You're so cool, so powerful, so big, so magnificent." Before the Nine Tails had even finished, Naruto had already dashed right up to the bars. Pressing close and gazing at the beast with shining eyes, his voice bursting with enthusiasm. The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's reaction, unsure whether to be amused or offended. It almost felt as if the boy was mocking it. "Hey kid, aren't you scared of me? I'm the nine-tailed fox, the demon all humans fear. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you alive?" The beast snarled, all nine tails lashing through the air, radiating raw destructive force. But Naruto just stared at the Nine Tails, his gaze sparkling, not a trace of fear in his expression. Instead, he looked even more exhilarated, a sly grin spreading across his face. "So, you the nine-tailed fox? I can't believe you're really inside me. This is wild. Would you like to be friends?" Naruto beamed through the bars, completely unfazed by the beast's threats. The Nine Tails was struck dumb upon hearing this, staring blankly at Naruto and thinking how utterly strange he was. Ordinary people, when faced with the Nine Tails, would either be terrified and try to run away or desperately attempt to keep it locked up. But Naruto, standing right here, showed not a trace of fear. On the contrary, he actually wanted to become friends. The Nine Tails fell silent, pondering to itself. What is wrong with this kid? Does he not realize how powerful I am? Just then, a new thought seemed to occur to the Nine Tails. Its gaze suddenly grew even fiercer, and it opened its jaws wide. "Listen up. I am a nine-tailed fox, a symbol of evil. I once brought disaster upon the Hidden Leaf Village and killed your parents with my own claws. You still think I'm cool? You still want to be friends with me?" The Nine Tails' voice echoed inside Naruto, crashing out like a sudden thunderclap. Naruto was knocked backward by the heavy, oppressive force of the Nine Tails' presence. The roar made his heart stutter and his ears buzz with the aftershock. He had thought he was ready for this, but facing such an overwhelming intensity, Naruto couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. "Why'd you have to shout so loud? You really scared me," he protested, pressing a hand to his chest in frustration. With his wide, tearful eyes shimmering, Naruto's face was full of grievance and confusion. He sniffled, then continued. "Actually, I'm just an orphan. I've never even seen my parents, not even once. So, all those things you said, I really can't hold a grudge against you. As for the villagers, I don't know them well enough to feel connected. None of that has anything to do with me, right? And besides, I wasn't there when any of it happened. How could I judge you for it?" Even Naruto was taken aback by his own words. He thought to himself, what did I just say? Why am I getting so sentimental all of a sudden? Yet he knew that if he wanted to win the Nine Tails' trust, saying the right things was important. Silence from the Nine Tails. "So, will you be my friend?" More silence. The Nine Tails didn't answer. It simply closed its eyes and lay there, turning away from Naruto and withdrawing into its own world. Seeing this, Naruto wondered if he'd said something weird just now. But determined to reach his goal, he resolved to keep trying and to close the distance between them. Without warning, Naruto dashed into the cage and threw his arms around one of the Nine-Tails' tails. Nine-Tails, your tail is so thick, and the fur is so soft, I could touch it all day. Nine-Tails, you're incredibly powerful. In this pitch black cell, doesn't it get lonely or boring when no one's here to keep you company? Hey, brat, don't get carried away. What exactly are you after? The Nine-Tails snapped, unable to hide its annoyance. Hey, brat, don't get carried away. What exactly are you after? The Nine-Tails snapped, unable to hide its annoyance. No matter how hard the beast tried to shake its tail, he couldn't free himself from Naruto's relentless stream of compliments. Naruto looked up, meeting the Nine-Tails' eyes with unwavering sincerity, and said, I really do want to be your friend. I know you've made mistakes in the past, but that's all behind you now. I believe anyone can change, including you. The Nine-Tails was stunned. In all his life, he had never met a human like this. In the memories of the Nine-Tails, humans had always been selfish, greedy, and cruel creatures. They would use their strength solely to satisfy their own desires. Yet Naruto was different. He was willing to forgive the mistakes the Nine-Tails had made in the past. More than that, he even wished to become friends with the beast. The Nine-Tails swished his tail, watching Naruto's innocent smile in silence. In that moment, words spoken by the Sage of Six Paths to the nine-tailed beasts at his deathbed surfaced in his mind. Back then, though the sage's voice was faint, it remained resolute and commanding. Someday in the future, there will be a boy with blue-green eyes who can call your names and play alongside you. Now the Nine-Tails opened his eyes wide, gazing at the blue-eyed boy who was tugging on his tail and laughing as they played together. A thought crept unbidden into his heart. Could this child be the one foretold in the prophecy? Even so, the Nine-Tails did not act on impulse. He simply stayed where he was, quietly observing Naruto's every move. At that moment, Naruto was completely immersed in the joy of interacting with the Nine-Tails. He played with the great tails, seeming to forget the world around him. Time slipped by quietly, and Naruto began to feel sleepy. Nestling against the massive tail, he soon drifted off into a sweet and peaceful dream. And so, the Nine-Tails kept watch over Naruto throughout the whole night, silent and unmoving. In that tranquil time, the Nine-Tails found himself reconsidering this unusual human companion. Though suspicions still lingered deep in his heart, he could sense the tremendous power within Naruto and his boundless kindness and warmth. Perhaps, just as the sage had once said, this seemingly ordinary boy truly did have the power to change the fate of the world. Morning dawned and sunlight spread across the land. As always, Iruka prepared a hearty and nutritious breakfast for Naruto. Naruto accepted his breakfast with a smile, quickly finishing every bite. Iruka, sensei, your cooking is amazing, Naruto exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Iruka smiled gently. All right, Naruto, now that you've finished eating, let's begin class. Do you know what the will of fire is? Where the leaves dance, there the fire burns. That flame will light up the village and help the new leaves to keep on growing. And do you know what a ninja is? A ninja is someone who can bear pains that ordinary people cannot endure. And what about the Hokage? Hokage is the title given to the leader of each of the 5 great ninja villages. And Hokage is the name for the supreme leader of the Hidden Leaf, the leader of the Land of Fire's village. Very good, Naruto. You're truly clever. Nearly everything I've taught you, you've already mastered, Iruka praised sincerely. Thank you for your kind words, Iruka, sensei, Naruto replied with a bright smile. Over the past few days, Iruka had not only cared for Naruto, but had also devoted himself to teaching him how to read and write. At the same time, he frequently explained the ideals of the will of fire. Perhaps, instilling these beliefs in Naruto was Iruka's true mission. This was exactly what the 3rd Hokage had hoped for. If Naruto were to become a leader one day, he would probably guide his own followers in the same way. However, Naruto was not a child who simply accepted everything he was told. With the mind of an adult, he would not be so easily swayed. At this moment, what occupied Naruto's thoughts most was how he might learn the technique of chakra extraction from Iruka. Clearly, as long as the 3rd Hokage was not completely reassured about Naruto, he would not allow him to grow freely. With this in mind, Naruto found himself studying the will of fire all the more earnestly. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage observed Naruto's diligent studying through his crystal ball. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. Then he adjusted the angle of the crystal ball, and the scene shifted to a hidden bathhouse somewhere in the Leaf Village. After their lessons, Naruto and Iruka went for a jog through the streets of the Leaf Village. It was common to see many ninja darting across rooftops throughout the village, moving rapidly from place to place. At this moment, a middle-aged man in an unusual green jumpsuit was passing by on his hands, walking upside down as a form of training. Hardly anyone glanced at him. It seemed that the villagers were already quite used to such sights. "Naruto, don't run too fast. Be careful not to get lost," Iruka called out as he chased after Naruto, reminding him with concern. "Okay," Naruto responded. Iruka was always by Naruto's side, shouldering the responsibility of both teaching and caring for him, and secretly keeping an eye on him as well. For his part, Naruto was in no hurry to leave Iruka's side, as long as Iruka was with him. Although the villagers continued to glare at Naruto with looks of disgust and whispered about him behind his back, at least no one dared to harm him directly. If the two of them were ever separated, Naruto would have to face more blatant insults and even attacks. Sometimes people would throw worthless vegetables, fruits, and other refuse at him. Just then, Naruto saw Might Guy pass by, still upside down on his hands. Might Guy, one of the village's greatest taijutsu masters. In that instant, Naruto resolved to do whatever it took to become his student. "Sir, your muscles are so well developed. You look incredibly strong. You must be a truly outstanding ninja," Naruto said with genuine admiration. "Oh, thank you, little one. My name is Might Guy, and finally someone recognizes me. This is the power of youth. I've decided I'll walk around the Leaf Village on my hands for 20 more laps today." As soon as he heard Naruto's words, a brilliant fire burst to life in Guy's eyes. His relentless efforts had finally been acknowledged, and his whole being surged with new vigor. "Big brother Guy, you're amazing. Can I train with you?" Naruto asked, beaming. "Of course. Come on. Let's let our youth burn bright together." Might Guy agreed enthusiastically, without a hint of hesitation. Ever since Might Guy's father sacrificed himself to protect him, Guy had always trained alone. Now, for the first time, someone not only recognized his hard work, but also wanted to accompany him in training. Guy treasured this moment deeply. There was no way he could refuse. Naruto jogged along behind Might Guy. Fortunately, Guy was moving on his hands, weighted down, and purposefully slowing his pace. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have been able to keep up at all. Round and round they ran, Naruto and Guy circling the Leaf Village, lap after lap. And then by the 8th lap, "I can't do it, big brother Guy. I really can't run anymore. My little legs are about to give out. I'm totally exhausted," Naruto panted, breathless. Naruto truly wanted to keep going, to deepen the bond between him and Guy, but his stamina had reached its limit. After all, he was only 3 years old. Even though he inherited the powerful Uzumaki bloodline, holding out this long was already an extraordinary feat. At the same time, Iruka was so worn out he was about ready to collapse. Though he was a chunin, he specialized in ninjutsu, not taijutsu, so his recovery wasn't even on par with Naruto's. "All right then, Naruto. Thank you. And thank you for your recognition and for keeping me company. Let me give you a set of green spandex," Might Guy said, smiling warmly. Naruto froze, vividly imagining himself squeezed into a skin-tight green outfit. He felt increasingly awkward. It was simply too much for him to accept. He quickly declined. "No need, but thank you for thinking of me, big brother Guy. I'm still growing, so I don't think wearing something that tight would suit me yet." "You're right, what a pity. Naruto, you're a real prodigy. To train so hard at such a young age, you're already much better than I was as a kid. If you're willing, you could even inherit my training style," Might Guy said encouragingly. "Really? I can? Big brother Guy, no, teacher Might Guy. I want to become a strong person like you. Please teach me," Naruto replied, full of delight, bowing as he earnestly became Guy's disciple. He hadn't expected things to fall into place so easily. "Of course. Wonderful, I'm truly moved. I'll take you as my student. This is the happiest day of my life." Might Guy was so excited, he nearly burst into tears, and his nose started running. "To celebrate that I finally have a student, today I'll do handstand laps around the entire village, 20 times more." Hardly able to contain his excitement, Might Guy swept Naruto into a bear hug, even going so far as to look like he wanted to plant a kiss on his cheek. Might Guy. His face was radiant and rapidly drew close with infectious enthusiasm. Naruto, staggered, eyes wide, instantly recoiling. Iruka, momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Quickly, Naruto wriggled free from Might Guy's arms, using his small frame to escape. He knew all too well that if Guy stole his first kiss here, it might haunt him for the rest of his life. "Guy-sensei, you keep up the good work. We're really exhausted right now, so we'll head home and rest. See you tomorrow," Naruto said in a rush, eager to get away from Guy's overwhelming warmth. "All right, Naruto, make sure to get some rest. I'll come find you again tomorrow." Guy grinned, giving Naruto an encouraging pat on the shoulder, his bright white teeth beaming. And so, with their farewells exchanged, Naruto and Might Guy agreed to train together every day from then on, and as time went by, a deep bond of mentor and student grew steadily between them. "I'm starving, Irika-sensei. Can we go grab some Ichiraka ramen?" After all the training, Naruto's stomach was already rumbling loudly. "Sure, it's my treat," Irika replied with a smile. Inside Ichiraka ramen. "Uncle Tucci, one more bowl, please," Naruto called out with a big grin. "Naruto, this is your 5th bowl already. Are you sure you can eat any more?" Irika asked out of breath. He was only halfway through his first bowl, the fatigue from training still lingering, leaving him with little appetite. "No problem, I can really eat more. I'm just super hungry today, but don't worry, I'll stop when I'm 80% full," Naruto replied, flashing a bright smile. By now, Naruto's energy had almost completely returned. It wasn't just the Uzumaki clan's vitality at work. Being the host of the Nine Tails gave him extraordinary powers of recovery. "This is unreal. He's a little monster," Irika couldn't help but mutter under his breath. There was no malice in his words, just a mix of wonder and a little helplessness at the glaring difference between them. "Naruto, here's your next bowl of ramen," Uncle Tucci said cheerfully, setting down a steaming bowl. "Thank you, Uncle Tucci," Naruto replied with heartfelt gratitude. Uncle Tucci was a kind, warm-hearted man. Together with his daughter Ayam, he was one of the few villagers who always treated Naruto kindly. Because of people like them, some customers had stopped coming to Ichiraka ramen. There were even those who, upon seeing Naruto at the door, would turn around and leave without stepping inside. Naruto was deeply moved by this. He made up his mind to always protect Uncle Ichiraku and Ayam, and to one day repay them for their kindness. That night, Irika walked Naruto home. After seeing him off, Irika didn't return to his own house right away. Instead, he headed for the Hokage's office to report Naruto's actions to the 3rd Hokage. "Hokage-sama, today Naruto asked Might Guy to become his teacher. He wants to train in taijutsu with Guy," Irika said. "Might Guy, you say?" Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, thoughtfully. Sarutobi's mind wandered back to Might Guy's father, Might Due. Years ago, when Guy was still a boy, he and his father once encountered the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen during a mission. In order to protect his son, Might Due had faced the 7 alone, resolutely releasing the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Death. With that desperate power, he defeated 4 of them. Only 3 survived to tell the tale. Though Due had paid with his life for that fearsome display, it was this very event that revealed the true might of the 8 gates technique. Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, then said in a low, grave voice, "Since things have come to this, let Naruto continue down this path. But keep a close eye on him, Irika. Guide him. Help him find his place in the village. We must not let him stray from the right road." "I understand, Hokage-sama," Irika replied with a respectful nod. After Irika left, Hiruzen turned inside the room and called out, "Kakashi, go and bring my guy here. There are things I need to discuss with him." "Understood, Hokage-sama," Kakashi answered promptly. Elsewhere, after parting ways with Irika, Naruto lay in bed, calling out in his heart for the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, hey Nine Tails." After a while, Naruto finally found himself back in that familiar place, the seal's inner chamber. Ever since his first encounter with the Nine Tails, Naruto had been trying night after night to reach out and talk with him. This time, his calls were finally answered. "Oi, brat, you call out to me night and day. Will you ever quit? What do you want from me?" The Nine Tails grumbled impatiently. Its 9 giant tails swept and lashed, each movement filling the chamber with an overwhelming force. Still wearing his boyish, earnest smile, Naruto blinked and said, "I just thought you must get so lonely trapped here all by yourself. So I figured I'd come keep you company and have a chat. Get lost. I am a great 9-tailed fox. I don't need a human hanging around. Brat, you'd better get out of here now." The Nine Tails' booming voice shook the very air, making the entire space tremble. But Naruto was undaunted by the fox's roar. He kept smiling and went on, "Ah, don't be like that, Nine Tails. You're stuck here in this dark and gloomy place, all alone. Doesn't that get boring? If I didn't drop and talk with you every now and then, wouldn't you be lonely forever? Roar. You've really got some nerve, brat. If it weren't for you humans, would I ever be trapped here? Get out of my sight." The Nine Tails' eyes blazed with fury, and its growl grew more savage by the second, as if it might tear Naruto apart at any moment. Without realizing it, Naruto's words had struck the deepest, most painful part of the Nine Tails' heart. The beast's gaze sharpened instantly, its whole body radiating not just rage, but also an overwhelming sorrow and grief. "I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Nine Tails, I'm sorry for everything you've suffered. Please forgive me. If you want, I can let you out now." Naruto's face was clouded with guilt, his voice trembling, each word heavy with regret and self-reproach. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened, as if it couldn't believe what it just heard. He stared hard at Naruto, searching desperately in the boy's eyes for any trace of trickery or lies, but all he found there was sincerity and remorse. "Brat, do you really mean to set me free?" The Nine-Tails' voice trembled with an incredulous hope, as if barely daring to believe. In those once dull eyes, a hopeful light suddenly flickered, like the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. Naruto nodded firmly, his expression turning serious and resolute. He met the Nine-Tails' gaze without wavering, letting his unwavering determination shine through. "All right then, get on with it. Tear down those seal markings and give me back my freedom." The Nine-Tails roared eagerly, its voice bursting with longing and anticipation. Hearing this, Naruto didn't hesitate in the slightest. He took a step forward, purpose in every stride. But the moment he saw the seal markings, he froze in place, caught off guard, staring blankly for a moment. "What's this? Lost your nerve already?" Just as I thought. You humans are all so sly. Words mean nothing to you." Catching Naruto's hesitation, the Nine-Tails let out a sharp snort, hope fading from its eyes, replaced by bitterness and rage. "No, it's not that. The seal markings are just a bit high up. Hold on, I'll climb up and tear them down," Naruto explained quickly. His face was anxious. More than anything, he didn't want the Nine-Tails to misunderstand him, or to lose his chance at forging a friendship with it. With those words, he immediately began to climb upward. For a 3-year-old child like Naruto, it was a tremendous challenge. His small body trembled, clearly straining under the effort. But he refused to give up, inching higher and higher, step by painstaking step. Watching him, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. Never had he imagined that Naruto would go to such lengths for him. In that moment, the boy's persistence and resolve offered the Nine-Tails a new perspective on humanity. When Naruto finally climbed up to the ruins, ready to tear off the seal, the Nine-Tails suddenly hesitated. "Wait a moment, Naruto." The Nine-Tails realized that if it escaped, someone like Naruto, someone who truly cared about him, would die as a result. This truth filled the Nine-Tails with pain and anxiety. More importantly, it was still trapped within the Hidden Leaf Village. Even if it managed to break free from Naruto, it had no confidence that it could successfully escape the village. And even if it did manage to leave the leaf, the masked man who once controlled it was still alive. Sooner or later, it could fall under his illusion again and end up a pawn at his mercy. As these thoughts took hold, the flicker of joy that had just sparked inside the Nine-Tails instantly faded, replaced by the bitter helplessness of fate. Despite being the strongest of all tailed beasts, it had never managed to escape the fate of being used as a weapon by humans, endlessly dragged into their conflicts. "Why?" Naruto asked. "Brat, I don't need your help. Just come down already," the Nine-Tails said gruffly. "What's the matter, Nine-Tails? Don't you want to be set free?" Naruto pressed on. "If I go free, you'll die," the Nine-Tails replied in a cold, flat tone. "Nine-Tails, are you actually worried about me? You tell me something like this, does that mean you're refusing to leave because you care about my safety?" Naruto felt deeply moved. "Don't flatter yourself, annoying brat. Don't give me that sappy face, it makes me sick. Why on earth would I care if you lived or died?" The Nine-Tails snapped in anger. "Then why?" Naruto persisted. "Enough. Stop asking." The Nine-Tails growled. It didn't answer Naruto directly. After all, it had been hunted by humans for years, and had even been twice subdued by the Uchiha's illusions. To admit that it was still at the mercy of humans, at risk of being captured again at any moment, would have been a bitter humiliation. "I knew it. Deep down, the Nine-Tails really does care about me. You don't want to leave because you're worried something will happen to me. Nine-Tails, I really like you," Naruto exclaimed with genuine happiness. "Think whatever you want. And listen, brat, stop calling me Nine-Tails. I have a name. It's Kurama," the Nine-Tails grumbled. "Kurama? That's a really nice name," Naruto replied with a smile. "All right, Naruto, just come down already," said the Nine-Tails, his voice tinged with reluctant resignation. "No, I promised I'd set you free, and I already agreed to your request. I won't give up," Naruto declared firmly. "Naruto, have you really made up your mind?" The Nine-Tails' voice trembled with shock, disbelief, and a deep-seated worry mixed with reluctant affection. Naruto looked firmly at the Nine-Tails, his eyes bright and resolute. He stood tall, gripping the sealing talisman tightly in both hands, as if determined to prove his resolve through his actions. "My way of the ninja is to always keep my word." Naruto's voice rang out with strength and clarity, echoing through the space and leaving no room for doubt in his determination. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand without hesitation, ready to tear off the sealing talisman. With a faint shiver, the seal began to come apart slowly, symbolizing that the bonds holding back the beast were on the verge of being undone. The Ninetales' eyes widened in shock, watching Naruto's every move intently. It could feel, more clearly than ever, the unwavering resolve and fearless courage deep within Naruto's heart. That powerful emotion surged through the Ninetales, flooding its chest like a tidal wave until its eyes grew moist. A profound sense of gratitude welled up inside the Ninetales, and in that instant, its feelings toward Naruto shifted dramatically. The beast understood that Naruto's unyielding stance was rooted in his promise and the value he placed on their bond. Naruto was truly willing to grant it freedom, even at the risk of his own life. Naruto's persistence and kindness touched the Ninetales deeply. At last, the beast made a crucial decision. Even if the seal were removed, it would not choose to leave. Instead, it would stay by Naruto's side, silently protecting him. Whatever hardships and challenges might come, the Ninetales resolved to fight alongside Naruto, facing everything together. In that moment, a unique understanding and trust blossomed between Naruto and the Ninetales. Their spirits became closely linked, each becoming the other's strongest support. But just as Naruto was about to tear the seal away completely, a sudden hand appeared, stopping his movement. The hand pressed the talisman back into place. It was Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Ninetales, how dare you encourage Naruto to break the seal? Minato's gaze blazed with anger as he rebuked the beast, his voice booming. Hey, don't blame me, Hokage. I didn't talk him into anything. This was all Naruto's own choice. The Ninetales shot back instantly, its voice quivering with both indignation and intensity. The feelings that had just moved it so deeply turned to frustration in a flash, and its tone grew sharper. Dad, it's true. I made the decision myself. Naruto managed a small smile as he looked at Minato, speaking softly. The words had barely left his mouth when Naruto punched Minato square in the stomach, not hesitating for a second. In that instant, Naruto felt a long-held resentment finally released. Ugh, Naruto, Minato groaned, clutching his abdomen in pain as his face contorted with discomfort. You idiot, Dad. Do you have any idea? Because of you, I was born an orphan. Naruto's tears flowed uncontrollably as he spoke. At this moment, Naruto's heart was flooded with conflicting and complicated feelings, a swirl of resentment toward his father mixed with a deep longing for his love. Minato gazed quietly at Naruto, his own heart weighed down with remorse and helplessness. Naruto, so you've already found out? Minato asked in a low voice. Of course. I figured out long ago that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is my father, Naruto replied. I'm sorry, Naruto. All these years, you've suffered so much because of me. Minato managed a faint, bitter smile. You can say that again. I've never experienced anything like a prince's life, Naruto responded with a wry grin. From the way you look now, Naruto, I'd say you're doing well. That puts my mind at ease. Minato's lips curled into a small smile at Naruto's joke, though it couldn't quite hide the touch of sadness and regret in his eyes. Oh, you call this doing well? Kurama couldn't hold back any longer and cut in, grumbling in clear protest. As the child of the fourth Hokage, Naruto not only was denied any special treatment, he even had his parents' legacy stripped away by the elders of the Leaf Village. Worse still, the authorities had sent young Naruto to grow up in an orphanage. To make matters more absurd, rumors began to spread in the village, painting Naruto as nothing less than the Ninetales' very incarnation. These prejudices meant Naruto had endured countless cold stares and ridicule since he was little. How could this happen? Naruto, it seems that sealing the Ninetales inside you only brought you endless trouble. I truly am sorry. Looking at Naruto, Minato's eyes were brimming with guilt and pain. It's all right, Dad. Really, I don't blame you. Naruto shook his head gently, a warm smile on his face, as if all those hardships had left no mark on him. Seeing Naruto's strength and optimism, Minato felt a surge of emotion, both moved and comforted all at once. But soon enough, he frowned with concern. Naruto, why did you tear off the sealing talisman? Was it because the Ninetales tempted you? His words were full of worry, afraid that Naruto might have fallen under the Ninetales' sway and lost his way. That's not at all. Kurama didn't tempt me. I just thought it was unfair how it's been trapped in here for so long. I wanted to help it gain its freedom. Naruto answered with a bright smile. Kurama? Minato asked, a little surprised. Kurama is the Ninetales' name, Naruto explained with utmost seriousness. Minato turned to look at the Ninetales, who gave a slight nod of agreement. Naruto's right, Minato. You and Kushina really have a fine son. He's nothing like you two. He's never once treated me as a monster. There was a playful undertone in Kurama's voice. Minato let out a couple of awkward chuckles, not quite sure how to respond. Yes, that's right. Actually, Kurama and I are close friends. I really like him, Naruto said joyfully. This time, the Nine Tails did not contradict him, but quietly accepted Naruto's description of them as good friends. Minato gazed at the Nine Tails, the very beast that had instilled terror in so many, and as he witnessed the easy closeness between it and Naruto, the weight of his worries finally began to lift from his heart. Father, please don't stop me. Let me tear off the sealing talisman. This is my promise to my friend, Kurama, Naruto called out in a clear, unwavering voice. His eyes were resolute as he gripped the mysterious sealing talisman, as if it were the last link between him and Kurama. Yet Minato, acting on instinct, reached out to stop him, his expression marked by deep concern and urgency. But Naruto, if you let Kurama out, you could be placing your life in danger. Minato's voice trembled, betraying his fear. He knew all too well what releasing the Nine Tails could mean. After all, Kushina had lost her life for that very reason. Kurama silently observed the unfolding scene, its eyes shadowed by complex emotions. It's all right. Even if Naruto takes off the talisman, I won't leave, Kurama responded in a composed voice. Upon hearing this, Minato's nerves eased ever so slightly. He withdrew his hand, but remained on high alert. Should Naruto actually tear away the sealing talisman, and Kurama so much as show signs of breaking free, Minato was prepared to unleash the Flying Thunder God technique and do everything in his power to protect Naruto. But, as it turned out, Minato's fears were unfounded. When Naruto, full of resolve, tore off the sealing talisman, Kurama made no move to escape. Kurama simply watched Naruto in silence, its gaze filled with an emotion that words could not capture. Naruto felt the weight of Kurama's gaze and smiled. Kurama, I kept my promise. I'm sorry it took so long, but please believe me. I'll keep working until you're truly free. Every word of Naruto's was charged with heartfelt sincerity and unwavering determination. Naruto, I hope you can always keep that simple heart of yours. Kurama's voice was as cool as ever, but there was the barest hint of a smile upon its lips. I will, Naruto replied, his enthusiasm bubbling over. In this moment, the bond and trust between Kurama and Naruto shone unmistakably. Minato stood by, quietly taking the entire scene, his heart brimming with emotion. He had witnessed firsthand the remarkable bond between his son and the Nine Tails, a bond that had grown beyond the boundary between human and tailed beast. Just then, Kurama spoke up. By the way, Minato Namikaze, weren't you supposed to be dead? Why are you here? Minato replied, when I sealed the yang portion of the Nine Tails chakra inside you, Naruto, I also set up a safeguard within the sealing technique. This way, my chakra could appear whenever you were in danger to help you. Dad, how much longer can your chakra last? Naruto asked worriedly. Naruto, I can't hold on for much longer. I can't always stay by your side. I'm sorry, Naruto, Minato said with a bitter smile. Dad, Naruto cried, tears streaming down his face. Naruto, from now on, you have to live well and remember your mother Kushina's advice. Eat your meals on time, get enough rest, work hard at your training, and don't forget to obey the 3 taboos of a ninja, Minato gently instructed him. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato's body began to fade, his figure gradually growing transparent and dissolving away. All right, it's just chakra. There's plenty where that came from. Don't make it sound like it's some tragic farewell. The Nine Tails finally spoke up, unable to keep silent any longer. Kurama, please, save my father. I can't bear to lose him again. Naruto pleaded desperately, turning to the Nine Tails. Minato looked toward the Nine Tails with hopeful eyes. Under the gazes of both Naruto and Minato, the Nine Tails released a surge of chakra, sending it into Minato's body. Immediately, Minato's form grew solid once more, enveloped in a cloak of crimson Nine Tails chakra. Thank you, Kurama. Kurama, thank you. With this chakra, I'll be able to stay by Naruto's side from now on. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only helping you for Naruto's sake. Don't think the bad blood between us is just water under the bridge. Or have you forgotten you split me in two with the dead demon consuming seal, and sealed me and eaten half inside that Grim Reaper's belly? The Nine Tails said, a hint of resentment in his voice. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. So both you and the Nine Tails are sealed within the Reaper? I swear I'll find a way to rescue you both someday, Naruto promised with determination. Yes, Naruto, I believe in you. As he stroked Naruto's hair, Minato's eyes were full of fatherly tenderness. At that moment, the Nine Tails suddenly proposed, Minato, now that you'll be with Naruto, why not teach him how to train? He's about ready to begin chakra practice. It's time to help him grow stronger. Minato considered it for a moment and agreed, realizing it was a good idea. So in the days that followed, Naruto trained in taijutsu with Might Guy during the day, and, at night, practiced ninjutsu with his father, Minato Namikaze, within the sealed space. All the while, Naruto remained unaware of the dramatic upheaval that had taken place in the outside world. The moment he tore open the seal's inscription, the Nine-Tails chakra burst forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Naruto's entire body. Yet this chakra was completely different from anything anyone had ever sensed before. There was no malice in it at all. Instead, Naruto felt enveloped by a gentle warmth and a sense of safety. As time went on, Naruto's physical abilities improved tremendously. Power surged within him like crashing waves. The faint leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra inevitably drew the attention of the higher-ups in the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Naruto's home was already surrounded layer upon layer, with a tight security detail. Everyone was on high alert, ready for anything. Hokage-sama, should we recall Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade? Kakashi asked calmly, though his voice carried a note of concern for the growing crisis. Let's observe the situation for now, before taking the next step, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied thoughtfully. We have enough personnel at our disposal. As long as the Nine-Tails remains contained, we should be able to handle things. He finished speaking and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. At that moment, Danzo broke the silence with a cold, cutting tone. Hiruzen, I warned you long ago. Letting Naruto be the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails is far too dangerous. He should have been under the supervision of Root. Now that something's gone wrong, how do you explain yourself? Danzo, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I will never allow you to act on your own, Hiruzen replied, his gaze sharp and his tone unwavering. With a dismissive snort, Danzo retorted, everything I do is for the safety of the leaf. If Naruto loses control and the village pays the price, the blame will rest solely on you. Hiruzen Sarutobi. That's enough. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane quickly stepped forward to intervene. What matters most now is whether Naruto will lose control and trigger a rampage by the Nine-Tails. Everything else can wait. For the moment, both Hiruzen and Danzo forced themselves to set aside their quarrel, refocusing all their attention on Naruto. Everyone present was filled with deep concern, fearful that Naruto's consciousness might be swallowed by the Nine-Tails chakra, leading to a disaster beyond repair. But unlike the others, Danzo held onto a twisted anticipation in his heart, almost wishing the Nine-Tails would completely lose control so that he could seize the opportunity to achieve his own ambitions. All eyes remained fixed on Naruto, each person acutely aware of the overwhelming, unstable power roiling inside him. The threat of the Nine-Tails filled everyone with dread, for if Naruto were to lose control, the consequences could be catastrophic. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow tightened with worry. He knew all too well the peril the Nine-Tails represented. One misstep and the very survival of the village would hang in the balance. At the sidelines, Danzo allowed an almost imperceptible smile to flicker across his face. Silently, he weighed his options. If Naruto truly lost control, it would present a perfect opportunity to expand his own influence and undermine the authority of Hiruzen Sarutobi. In that moment, he might even seize Naruto, reshaping the boy into a weapon obedient to his will, fulfilling his dream of claiming the title of Hokage for himself. At this tense moment, everyone was experiencing different emotions. But regardless of their worries or personal thoughts, everyone, except for Danzo, understood one thing. Action must be taken now to protect both the village and Naruto. As the seconds ticked by, the air grew heavier with anticipation. What happened next would determine the future of the Hidden Leaf Village, and shape Naruto's destiny as well. Inside the sealed space, Naruto had just finished listening to Minato's explanation and had learned how to draw out chakra, when he suddenly heard Kurama's voice. Naruto, it's time for you to go. There are a lot of people outside looking for you. All right. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by a crowd. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Kurenai, Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugako Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, Hana Inazuka, Shibi Aburame, Danzo, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohar Udatane. Nearly all of the village's top brass and elite shinobi had gathered. With excitement, Naruto called out, "Wow, everyone's here. Are we going to play together?" For a moment, no one responded. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward with concern. "Naruto, what do you feel? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Though his tone was gentle, he was actually probing Naruto's condition. Might Guy chimed in, "Yeah, Naruto, are you sure you're all right?" "I'm great. Really, nothing's wrong at all." Naruto replied with a big, bright smile. "Are you absolutely sure?" "Naruto, has anything unusual happened lately?" Hiruzen pressed on. "Actually, I had a wonderful dream. I dreamed I became Hokage. Naruto beamed with happiness. Hiruzen was speechless. The others exchanged awkward glances. Haha, I'm just messing with you. No sooner had he finished the words than Naruto released Kurama's chakra without hesitation. The intense energy instantly enveloped his whole body, and the sheer force of it took everyone present by complete surprise. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama spoke up. Naruto, why'd you let my chakra out? You're not just trying to show off, are you? Naruto replied, of course not. If Konoha is just going to keep watching me like I'm some threat, why shouldn't I show them what I can really do? You've got the right idea, Naruto. If you got power, don't hide it. That's how you earn respect and get a real say. Minato supported him from his side. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Naruto, you're not being controlled by Kurama, are you? Nope, Kurama's my good friend. Naruto blinked and answered with a smile. Everyone was utterly shocked. Naruto had actually become friends with Kurama, and at just 3 years old, he had already become a perfect Jinchuriki? Naruto, can you now freely use the Nine-Tails chakra? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked again, disbelief evident in his voice. Of course I can, Grandpa Third. Naruto responded, his face lighting up with the confident grin of a child. Hearing Naruto still call him Grandpa Third with such familiarity, Hiruzen finally felt his anxious heart settle a little. Naruto, I'm just so relieved you're all right, truly relieved. Hiruzen said with genuine concern. He was comforted to see that the Naruto before him was still the same kind and innocent boy as ever. But Naruto's expression suddenly turned a bit disgruntled. He pouted, clearly unhappy, and said, Humph, but there's something you need to fix. You have to give me double the inheritance my parents left me, or I won't let this go. Hiruzen was taken aback. Naruto, you already know about that? He had not expected Naruto to be aware of these things at all. Naruto lifted his chin arrogantly, planting his fists on his hips. Humph, I know everything. I'm pretty clever, you know. Don't think you can fool me with anything, or you'll be sorry. Hiruzen could only sigh helplessly. Naruto, we'll discuss compensation later. Right now, your safety is what matters most. With that, Hiruzen turned and addressed the surrounding shinobi. Everyone disperse for now. What happened tonight must be kept strictly confidential. Though frustration simmered in many hearts, they could do nothing but leave quietly one after another. Yet, what had happened this night was destined not to end so easily. The fact that 3-year-old Naruto had become a perfect Jinchuriki, fully mastering the power of the Nine Tails, this was news of tremendous consequence for the Hidden Leaf Village. It meant not only that the village would soon have a ninja of incredible strength, but that Naruto's very presence would inevitably reshape Konoha's future. Back in Hokage's office, the air remained heavy with tension. Naruto, how did you find out who your parents were? The third Hokage's voice was laced with deep curiosity. Naruto looked straight at the elderly leader and answered resolutely, I figured it out myself. Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Really? No one told you? Naruto nodded seriously. It's true, Grandpa Third. I've never seen my parents. They've been gone for as long as I can remember, and I grew up all alone. But I always knew my name was Naruto Uzumaki, and my family name is Uzumaki. Wasn't the Uzumaki clan wiped out? I always thought there must be a secret there. Then I once read a book with pictures of all the previous Hokage. When I saw the photo of the fourth, Minato Namikaze, I felt something deep inside that I couldn't put into words. Moreover, I'd heard that Lord Minato's wife, Kushina, also belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and she was the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So, I guess they must be my parents. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened quietly to Naruto's account, a trace of appreciation and emotion flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Naruto, who appeared to be such a simple and innocent child, could possess such a keen and sensitive mind. I see, Naruto. You're truly very perceptive. Hiruzen gently patted Naruto on the shoulder. But there are still many truths about your parents that you don't yet know. Now that you've grown up, I suppose it's time you learn some of them. There's actually no need to remind me, sir. I'm well aware of the truth, because I've met my father, Minato Namikaze, with my own eyes. Naruto replied calmly. At these words, Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment, and he stood up abruptly, asking in a rush, Naruto, did you say you've met Minato? Naruto nodded firmly and answered, yes. It was inside my seal. Back when he sealed the Nine Tails inside me, father left behind a safeguard. In fact, just before Hiruzen led Naruto into the Hokage's office, Naruto had already had a heartfelt conversation with Minato within the seal. After careful consideration, Naruto decided to tell Hiruzen about Minato's appearance in the seal. This not only put Hiruzen's mind at ease, but also showed him the strength Naruto could rely on. With the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, personally guarding and guiding him in the sealed space, doubts about Naruto's ability to control the nine tails chakra would all be resolved. And if, in the future, Naruto suddenly mastered advanced jutsu, such as the Rasengan or Flying Thunder God technique, he would no longer need to explain where they came from. At this moment, Hiruzen chose to believe Naruto. He took a long drag from his pipe. The deep furrows on his brow slowly eased. After all, Naruto was constantly monitored, with the Umbu closely watching every move he made. Anyone who approached him would be detected and reported right away. In such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to teach Naruto ninjutsu in secret. If what Naruto said was true, and if his father Minato was truly guiding him, everything made sense. It explained how Naruto could become a perfect Jinchuriki and access the power of the nine tails at the age of 3. As the fourth Hokage, shaped by the will of fire, Minato himself mentoring Naruto would ensure he received the best guidance and opportunities to grow. At this thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the doubts in his heart gradually lift away. A sense of unprecedented calm and relief washed over him. Naruto, did Minato ever say anything to you? Hiruzen asked softly, his eyes filled with care and expectation. Naruto looked up at the elderly man with white hair, and a surge of mixed emotions rose within him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto spoke slowly. Before my father passed away, he entrusted me to you. He hoped you'd take care of me, but you didn't. Because of that, he was deeply disappointed and angry. Hiruzen's face showed a trace of guilt upon hearing Naruto's words. He let out a sigh, and his reply was heavy with regret. Is that so? I can only blame myself. I failed Minato's trust, and I truly owe you an apology, Naruto. What good is an apology? Naruto suddenly raised his voice, frustration clear in his tone. His expression turned serious as well. If that's the case, then you'd better make it up to me for real. With that, Naruto reached out his right hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes and a playful smile on his face. Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, but soon gave a helpless smile. He understood what Naruto was thinking. This boy, for all his occasional mischief, still had a kind and straightforward heart. All right, Naruto, how do you want me to make it up to you? Hiruzen asked. Naruto's eyes lit up at this. After thinking for a moment, he answered, First, I want you to give me double what my parents left behind. And also, you have to promise me one more thing. What is it? As long as it's within my power, I'll do it. I want you to always believe in me, no matter what happens. Support me unconditionally, just like my father did. Hiruzen was moved as he gazed into Naruto's resolute eyes. He nodded solemnly and answered, Very well, Naruto. I promise you, no matter what the future brings, I will stand by your side, support you, and believe in you. Satisfied with this answer, Naruto grinned and then bid Hiruzen farewell. At last, he received the long-awaited compensation he dreamed of, 80 million Ryo and 10 scrolls of C, rank, and above ninjutsu. Content. He left the room. Slowly, Hiruzen rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the hazy moonlight beneath the night sky. A tangle of emotions welled up within him. He recalled the day he passed the title of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. It was as vivid as if it had happened only yesterday. Naruto, I hope you'll grow into an outstanding shinobi like your father and become a steadfast pillar protecting the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen murmured to himself. At that moment, he turned and gave a gentle wave to Kakashi, who lingered in the darkness. Kakashi appeared immediately, bowing respectfully as he asked, Lord Third Hokage, what are your orders? Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Kakashi, his voice gentle. Kakashi, from this moment on, lift all ANBU surveillance on Naruto. From now on, I want you to stay by his side and look after him. Naruto is the child of Minato and Kushina. You should have already known this. From now on, I won't stand in the way of Naruto making friends. I want you to care for him and guide him alongside my guy in the arts of ninjutsu and taijutsu. At those words, Kakashi's body trembled ever so slightly. He asked in a hushed voice, Lord Third, is this true? The truth was, only a few years had passed since his teacher, Minato Namikaze, had died. Though Kakashi had never made his presence known to Naruto, he had always watched over the boy from the shadows, locking his concern for Naruto deep in his heart. Now, hearing these words so suddenly, Kakashi felt a surge of emotion he could barely contain. Yes, you are right, and I'm truly sorry, Kakashi. Hiruzen's gaze grew, faintly somber. It's all right, Lord Third. I understand your reasons. I'm sure you had your own logic for your past decisions. Kakashi replied, his voice full of respect and understanding. Hiruzen gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, All right, Kakashi, go on. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Back at home, Naruto was excitedly counting the money he had just received. Eager and unable to wait another moment, he unrolled the scroll of ninja techniques and began poring over its contents with great interest. Transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, substitution jutsu, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, great breakthrough, water release, water wall formation, medical ninjutsu, mystic palm technique. Naruto read quietly, reciting the names of each jutsu as he flipped through the scroll. He thought to himself, even though these look like basic techniques, with my current skills, they'll be very useful. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto, these jutsu are perfect for your training right now. Once you've mastered these foundation techniques, I'll teach you something even better. Like the Rasengan I invented, which doesn't need hand signs, or my best space, time jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. It was Minato's voice, reaching Naruto's mind through a special connection. Hearing his father's words, Naruto was filled with excitement and anticipation. He knew how powerful and practical these techniques were. If he could master them, he would surely become much stronger. The jutsu Sarutobi had given him might not be the most advanced of all, but they fit his current level and needs perfectly. Naruto understood that he couldn't afford to aim too high without first mastering the basics. Only by solidly building his foundation could he hope to grow faster in the future. With that in mind, he made up his mind to diligently study these fundamental ninja techniques, determined to lay a strong groundwork for the progress ahead. Just then, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's mind, shattering his inner calm. Naruto, there's someone outside who seems hesitant, as if he can't decide whether or not to see you. Someone still wants to see me at this hour? Naruto asked in surprise. It was already deep into the night. It's Kakashi. Naruto, could you try inviting him in? There are some things I want to say to him. Minato's voice quivered with a touch of excitement. Naruto glanced out the window. There on the rooftop stood a solitary figure, motionless like a statue hewn from stone. Kakashi, are you looking for me? Naruto called out loudly. Kakashi looked genuinely startled. In a swift motion, as graceful as a bird in flight, he landed in front of Naruto. Naruto, you know who I am? Oh, my father Minato told me. Naruto replied, his voice calm. What? Minato, Sensei told you. Kakashi's eyes widened in utter astonishment, as if faced with something unbelievable. Yes, Minato said he wants to see you. Where is Minato, Sensei? Didn't he already pass away? Confusion and disbelief filled Kakashi's voice. He sounded as if he couldn't trust his own ears. Naruto was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain the reality to Kakashi. Just then, Minato's gentle and composed voice resonated, cutting through Naruto's hesitation and lighting a path forward. Naruto, have Kakashi place his hand on the sealing mark on your belly and ask him to relax. Minato's words were steady, soothing, imbued with a calming power. Without hesitation, Naruto repeated Minato's guidance to Kakashi. Though uncertainty still lingered in his heart, Kakashi followed Naruto's request. The moment his hand touched the sealing mark on Naruto's stomach, an odd sensation swept over him. Just then, Kakashi found himself unable to move. His consciousness was being pulled into Naruto's inner world. The next instant, Kakashi felt the world spin wildly beneath him. When he shakily opened his eyes, he saw, just ahead, a figure more familiar to him than any other. The very teacher he had never stopped yearning for. It was his most respected mentor, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi, you've come. Minato walked over with a warm smile, his gaze filled with care and happiness. Minato-sensei. It's really you, Minato-sensei. Kakashi choked, his voice trembling with emotion, tears threatening to spill over. All these years, Kakashi had always missed the man who had changed his life. Kakashi, don't cry. You are one of the finest shinobi in the village, Minato said softly to comfort him. There was a note of unwavering trust and strength in Minato's words, filling Kakashi's heart with gentle warmth. Kakashi wiped away his tears and said, Minato-sensei, what really happened all those years ago? Please, will you tell me? Minato took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. At that time, your master Kushina was in labor, and I was anxiously waiting outside the door. Just as Naruto was born, and I was preparing to strengthen the seal on the Nine Tails, a mysterious man wearing a mask broke in. He kidnapped our child, Naruto. This man possessed tremendous power. His eyes were Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had a special ability. He could make his body intangible. Using this power, he could easily slip through space itself, passing freely in and out of the hidden leaf barriers. Hearing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow, pressing further. Who exactly was that man? Minato shook his head and replied, I don't know his true identity. He called himself Uchiha Madara, but I don't believe he was really Madara. After listening, Kakashi's voice grew low and determined. That masked man, I swear I'll take him down with my own hands and avenge you. At that moment, the Nine Tails joined the conversation. That's right, he must be destroyed. He didn't just control me with Jinjutsu. He even forced me to sign a summoning contract. I'll assist Naruto in getting revenge. Fury thundered in the Nine Tails' voice. Its hatred for the masked man burned as fiercely as Minato's own. After a brief silence, Minato looked up and fixed his gaze on Kakashi, instructing him earnestly. You're right, but that masked man is extremely dangerous. Never underestimate him. Kakashi, I hope you'll take care of Naruto for me. Teach him ninjutsu and help him become an outstanding ninja. Kakashi's eyes shone with determination as he nodded firmly. Understood, Lord Fourth. You can count on me. I'll do everything in my power to protect and guide Naruto. Kakashi decided to start by teaching Naruto how to walk up trees and demonstrated the technique himself. Gathering chakra into his feet, Naruto took a deep breath and placed one foot on the tree trunk. Defying gravity, he stood upright, parallel to the ground, and steadily took one step after another, climbing until he stood atop the tree. Naruto, now it's your turn, Kakashi called, watching him with an expectant gaze. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto answered readily, but rather than rushing in, he concentrated on the chakra circulating inside him, working to focus it intently into his feet. As time passed, a gentle breeze brushed against their faces. Wind-natured chakra began to spread outward from Naruto, rippling through the air like waves on a still pond. The grass and leaves danced in the gusts, as if they were cheering him on. Kakashi quickly raised his hand to shield himself, trying to ward off the sudden rush of air. In his mind, he couldn't help recalling the moment when Might Guy opened the fifth gate of 8 inner gates. This can't be real, Naruto. You have far too much chakra inside you. Kakashi's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had always known Naruto possessed an extraordinary amount of chakra, but witnessing it firsthand at such intensity still left him utterly shocked. And this was only Naruto's own chakra. The power of the Nine Tails hadn't even come into play. From beneath Naruto's feet, chakra surged like a tide, gradually lifting him off the ground. He floated serenely, hovering half a meter in the air, and after a few seconds, he landed softly back onto the earth. Kakashi stood there, stunned to the point of speechlessness, his mouth slightly agape. I told you to learn how to climb trees, but you decided to just fly instead? Sorry about that, Kakashi-sensei. I guess I got a little carried away and lost control. Naruto gave a sheepish grin, a hint of apology in his voice. Right now, Naruto's heart brimmed with the thrill of flight. He'd always dreamed of soaring through the sky as freely as the birds. Even though he'd only managed to float for a few seconds, it had already given him a taste of what it meant to fly. That fleeting moment had ignited something deep within him, a belief that someday he could take to the air as freely as those heroes in the world of Dragon Ball. Naruto pondered himself, tree climbing, water walking. If I can master walking in the air, there shouldn't be anything stopping me. He understood that controlling chakra was a process of gradual mastery, each step requiring him to push beyond his previous limits, from solid to liquid, and if he could extend it to the very air itself, there should be no problem. These 3 stages, solid, liquid, and gas, each represented a newfound breakthrough in chakra control. Kakashi spoke up, all right, Naruto, let's see if he can really walk up there now. Naruto rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he prepared to take the next step. In a blink, he arrived beneath the tree. Taking quick, fluid steps, he moved as if each stride counted for 2. Without any hesitation, Naruto reached the top of the tree with ease. Kakashi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. However, Kakashi was not yet satisfied. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Naruto, your chakra reserves are indeed enormous. But next, I want you to try lowering the amount of chakra you use. Climb the tree again, but control your chakra output to match my level. Upon hearing Kakashi's instructions, Naruto immediately adjusted his state of mind, concentrating on controlling the torrent of chakra within him. This time, Naruto's pace was noticeably slower, and the process was less smooth than before. Still, he managed to reach the top again. Kakashi watched in silence, quietly gauging Naruto's progress. After a brief pause, Kakashi finally spoke. Naruto, your chakra control still leaves something to be desired. But thanks to your enormous reserves, even with less than perfect technique, the sheer volume of chakra you can unleash is impressive. For instance, Naruto's total chakra could be as high as 10,000, but his control efficiency is only 5%. By comparison, Kakashi's chakra might only amount to 100, yet his efficiency is a perfect 100%. Still, in terms of raw output, even Kakashi can't compete with the force Naruto produces. Relying on years of experience, Kakashi went on, patiently guiding Naruto forward. Naruto, Having such a vast reserve of chakra is a tremendous advantage for you. However, you should also concentrate on honing your control. Only with precise chakra control will you be able to wield your power efficiently and truly unlock your potential. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Understand, Naruto replied, his voice full of determination, then went right back to practicing his tree climbing technique. He drew a deep breath, focused all his attention, and unleashed his signature move, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a flash, the ground beneath the tree was filled with hundreds of Narutos, creating a rolling tide of energy and movement. Naruto hadn't forgotten about this formidable, nearly unrivaled technique. Just the day before, he had gone to his father, Minato Namikaze, and asked him for instruction in it. The hand seals for the jutsu were uncomplicated, just a single gesture, so Naruto had picked it up swiftly and with ease. Watching Naruto create so many shadow clones to practice climbing, Kakashi couldn't help but be taken aback once again. In his heart, Kakashi marveled quietly, this boy Naruto, he's actually using multiple shadow clones to train. His rate of progress is nothing short of astonishing. With the help of hundreds of shadow clones training at once, Naruto's improvement became dramatically apparent. His mastery over chakra grew ever more refined. Before long, he entered the second phase of controlling chakra while climbing trees. There he was, walking upside down along the trunk, his head pointed toward the ground, moving with the grace of a nimble dancer. Weightlessly traversing the bark, this time, Naruto faced a real challenge. Again and again, clones tumbled from the tree, and he couldn't keep from wincing and exclaiming at the pain. But thanks to the staggering speed at which he accumulated experience, his abilities soon made a great leap forward. In just a few short minutes, Naruto could walk upside down along the trunk with ease, as if strolling along level ground. The next phase, water walking, proved even easier for Naruto. On his very first attempt, he was able to stand steadily atop the surface. The fast-rushing water did nothing to disturb him, as if it were solid earth beneath his feet. He could even dash nimbly across the current. But Naruto wasn't content to stop there. Deep down, he believed he could do even better. His determination left Kakashi, watching from the side, both surprised and impressed. Naruto, I never imagined you'd master tree climbing and water walking so quickly, Kakashi praised sincerely. I thought it would take you at least a few days. You really are gifted, just like your teacher, Minato. Naruto replied confidently, Kakashi-sensei, I think I should keep working to further refine my chakra control. But Kakashi shook his head, offering a word of advice. Naruto, once you've completed tree climbing and water walking, your chakra control is already enough for most jutsu. Continuing to train at this point doesn't mean much. It could even be a waste of time. Naruto still held firmly to his view, his smile unwavering as he replied, Kakashi-sensei, do you really think this would be a waste of time for me? Kakashi fell silent, watching hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones appear again. He found himself reflecting. Naruto had accomplished all this in even less time than Kakashi himself had as a boy. The sheer natural talent left him momentarily speechless. Naruto, you're right. For you, continuing to train your chakra control won't be wasted effort. It'll only help you lay an even stronger foundation. After speaking, Kakashi led Naruto to the bank of a river near a waterfall. The current here was especially swift, making the water walking training all the more challenging. As time passed, Naruto devoted his full attention to the training. His shadow clones kept trying out different methods to improve his chakra control, and slowly, he began to adapt to the skill of staying steady on the rushing surface of the water. Before long, Naruto was able to walk with ease on the turbulent river, step by step drawing closer to the waterfall. At last, he managed to use the water walking technique right below the waterfall in the midst of the rapids. Focused intently on the swift currents beneath his feet, Naruto's gaze was soon captured by the breathtaking sight of the waterfall before him. In that moment, he found a new goal. He wanted to conquer this magnificent, roaring cascade. Standing before the waterfall, Naruto felt a deep sense of nature's power and beauty. At the same time, he sensed his own smallness and the limits of his abilities. Yet, it was precisely this self-awareness that awakened his desire to challenge himself, making him even more determined to break through his own limits and push himself further. Naruto, you're not thinking of actually running up the waterfall, are you? Kakashi called out from atop the river. For him, a naturally gifted ninja, staying balanced on the rushing water was no difficult feat. Why not? Naruto replied, his eyes alight with resolve. Kakashi had been about to say it was impossible, but that entire afternoon, Naruto had surprised him again and again. Time after time, things that seemed impossible became possible when it came to Naruto. Naruto didn't attempt to dash headlong into the waterfall. Instead, together with Kakashi, he climbed up to the mountaintop, and reached the top of the waterfall itself. Here, where the water had only just begun to fall, the flow was much gentler than at the base, making it a better place for practice. This time, things weren't as smooth as walking on the river or up a tree. Naruto's shadow clones lost their balance one after another, tumbling down the waterfall. Fortunately, with enough height, he could immediately recall his clones as they fell, so his real body never felt the shock of hitting the ground. Naruto's chakra control kept improving. Every failure became a stepping stone for his growth. Each bit of progress was like a tiny spark, igniting the fighting spirit deep within him and driving him forward. Amid this challenging yet hopeful journey, Naruto experienced the satisfaction and fulfillment that only persistence and hard work can bring. He firmly believed that as long as he kept striving and never gave up, one day he would succeed in conquering that seemingly insurmountable waterfall. And this breakthrough would become a crucial step toward reaching even greater heights. Time slipped by, the sun slowly sinking toward the horizon. Just as the last rays of sunset were about to vanish beyond the mountain peaks, Naruto finally succeeded. He stood steadily in the very heart of the waterfall, his body perfectly perpendicular to the rushing cascade, parallel to the earth below. Then, Naruto unleashed his multi-shadow clone jutsu. The clone stepped confidently onto the streaming water, moving with control and precision as they descended along the face of the waterfall. Ultimately reaching the base with ease, throughout the entire afternoon, Kakashi had personally witnessed Naruto's transformation. From struggling up the trees at first, to now stepping effortlessly onto the rushing waterfall. Inwardly, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel. This kid Naruto is truly unbelievable. He's extraordinary. His eyes never left Naruto, a blend of wonder and admiration flashing across his face as he found himself compelled to voice his thoughts. Naruto, you are the real genius here. At this moment, Neji harbored dissatisfaction toward his clan. But his father was still alive, and that discontent had not yet reached its peak. Sasuke spoke up. I don't get it. Don't think I don't know. Because of the unfair treatment from your clan, you don't dare take it out on the clan head or your own father. So you vent all your frustration on your sister, just because she's treated differently. Neji turned to look at Sasuke. What Sasuke said was the truth, though it was precisely what Neji didn't want to hear. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Those eyes bring not only a 360-degree field of vision, but also the power to see right through an opponent's chakra network. Once, Neji had been the Hyuga clan's prodigy. Yet, just because there was a division between the branch family and the main family, Neji, that genius, was branded with the caged bird curse seal, the same seal that damaged his neural pathways, leaving him unable to achieve true 360-degree vision and unable to fully perceive the opponent's chakra and pressure points. Even so, Neji used his own hard work to master the techniques that only the main family could, like the heavenly spin and the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Yet every time Neji saw the frail Hinata, he felt a twist of pain in his heart. If the main family's heiress had been a genius as well, Neji wouldn't have minded. He'd have no complaints. But Hinata was so weak. That sense of unfairness gnawed at Neji. Neji's thoughts returned to the present. He looked at Sasuke before him and spoke directly. Are you looking for a fight? But Sasuke was utterly unfazed. He shot back. Or maybe it's you who want a beating? Neji grinned, replying, You're an Uchiha, just like me, a bearer of a unique Kekkei Genkai. But that's no reason for arrogance. He brushed Hinata aside, got into his stance, and declared, Let me show you what reality truly is, brutal and unyielding. This isn't the Uchiha clan, and you're nowhere near your cradle now. In Sasuke's eyes, 3 Tomo whirled into view. Neji cried out, Byakugan. In the next instant, tiny veins bulged around Neji's eyes, and Sasuke's physical condition became perfectly clear in Neji's gaze. Neji was taken aback. Through his Byakugan, the world appeared as a network of chakra points, interwoven and forming a living figure. At the heart of that figure burned the fire of the soul. The strength of that soul's flame determined the amount of chakra one could command. Normally, Neji saw that his peers only carried a weak little spark as their soul flame. But Sasuke's soul fire, a brilliant blaze, burning fiercely. Just by the sheer quantity of chakra, it was already greater than what the Hyuga clan's leader possessed. Hinata, watching the two of them, grew anxious. She didn't want her brother to get hurt, and she certainly didn't want to see Sasuke injured, either. Itachi turned to Hinata and said, Don't worry, Sasuke will win. Sasuke brought his hands together to form a sign, then breathed out a massive, orange fireball. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Neji swiftly gathered chakra with both hands, and a spiraling wind erupted around him, drawing in the swirling flames until the fireball was completely swallowed by the gale. In the blink of an eye, Niji darted before Sasuke, ready to strike his chakra points. But Sasuke quickly formed another sign, and suddenly, 5 more versions of him appeared around the battlefield. Body flicker shadow clone. Shadow clones, huh? My eyes won't be fooled by such tricks. Niji regarded the surrounding clones with unshakable confidence. Yet, much to his shock, each clone displayed the full network of chakra pathways, each one burning with the telltale flame of life. He couldn't distinguish the real Sasuke from the fakes. Just then, one of the clones appeared behind Niji and pressed a kunai against his neck. Sasuke's voice was calm and certain. You lose. The remaining clones vanished in puffs of white smoke, dissolving into the air. Oh, I lost, Niji admitted, his voice heavy with defeat. He had never imagined that, as the Hyuga clan's genius, he would lose to a boy 2 years his junior, even if that boy was an Uchiha. The stinging sense of failure left Niji utterly dispirited. Sasuke paid no mind to Niji's discouragement. What he needed right now was exactly this, an unmistakable proof of his progress. He turned to Hinata and said, Hinata, let's go register for enrollment together. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed a watchful gaze fixed on him from the shadows. He looked over to a corner of the crowd. There stood a young boy with shockingly blonde hair, dressed in shabby, worn-out clothes, his face streaked with dirt. It was Naruto. When Naruto noticed Sasuke looking his way, he immediately dropped his head low, shrinking back with an air of deep-seated shame. He was the fox demon, scorned and rejected by everyone in the village. From as far back as he could remember, the villagers had drilled it into him. Monsters like you don't deserve to live. It was only the 3rd Hokage's kindness, only the old man's compassion, that allowed Naruto to have a place to stay at all. Naruto had no parents. There was no Uzumaki family left in the village. He had no home, residing in a crumbling, forgotten corner of town. Money was always lacking. The finest meal he'd ever tasted was a fresh, unspoiled loaf of bread. Once, men like Gunmasha Inui and Reito Namishi, the same men who had once protected the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had looked after Naruto, offering him rare moments of warmth because he was Minato's son. But Danzo quickly put an end to that kindness. There's a demon fox inside Naruto, Danzo would say. The people of the village hate that demon. We need to give them someone to blame, someone to vent their anger on, and that someone is Naruto. But Lord Danzo, Naruto is the 4th Hokage's child. The 4th gave his life to save this village. It's all Kushina's fault. She failed to protect the 9 tails inside her. If the 9 tails died, it was because of their mistake. So they're not heroes. They were only doing their duty, nothing more. And one more thing. Naruto must never be told who he really is, otherwise he'll grow resentful of his current life. After Danzo's warning, the guardians of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, no longer dared to openly help Naruto. When it came time to handle admissions procedures, Itachi helped Sasuke and Hinata with their paperwork. Children arrived one after another, all accompanied by adults, but Naruto was alone. The admissions examiner asked, Your name? Uzumaki Naruto. The examiner adjusted his glasses, eyeing him with surprise. So you're the fox demon? Hearing that, Naruto lowered his head, guilt flickering across his face. Sasuke tugged gently at Itachi's sleeve. Itachi nodded, stepping forward with understanding. I'll vouch for Naruto. If he causes any trouble at school, I'll take responsibility, the examiner replied. According to the rules, you're not family. You're not eligible to be his guarantor. Itachi's voice turned cold. Have you forgotten who Naruto's father was? At that, beads of sweat broke out on the examiner's forehead. With a cough, he said, Well, since you're an Uchiha, I suppose an exception can be made. Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata ended up assigned together, placed in the same first-year class at the Ninja Academy. Sasuke scanned the classroom, spotting many familiar faces. Tenten, Sakura, Lee Kiba, they were all children of his generation. Inside the classroom, Sasuke took a seat in the very last row. Hinata hesitated for a moment before sitting next to him. Naruto soon joined, taking the seat beside Sasuke as well. In a low voice, Naruto asked, Why are you helping me? In the original story, Naruto and Sasuke were always at the center. Naruto was the more righteous of the two. Knowing that Naruto had almost as much potential as himself, Sasuke naturally wanted to build a good relationship. After all, Naruto could be a powerful ally in the future. Sasuke introduced himself. Hello, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. From today forward, we're friends. Naruto blinked in surprise, a sting rising in his nose. After all, for as long as he could remember, strangers who learned he was the fox demon would throw wilted vegetables or rotten eggs at him. No one had ever wanted to be his friend before. His face was streaked with dirt, 3 fox-like marks barely visible beneath the dust. Still, he managed to smile and replied, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. From today on, we're friends." Naruto was overjoyed and cherished this new friend deeply. A ninja wearing the green vest of the hidden leaf stepped into the classroom. "Hello, everyone. I'm your teacher, Irika, a chunin from the leaf. Barring any surprises, I'll be your instructor for the next 3 years, until you become true ninjas." Before we begin, let me tell you a little about the origins of the Ninja Academy. Our Leaf Ninja Academy was established by the second Hokage, Lord Tobarama Senju, with the goal of ensuring stable education and efficiently cultivating talent. The system of our academy has since been emulated by other ninja villages, but ours was the very first. In the next 3 years, your courses will cover theory, physical training, personal reflection, the history of the leaf, and hands-on ninjutsu practice, all the way up to graduation as Genin. From there, you might progress to Chunin and Jonin, maybe even higher ranks as Special Jonin. Anything's possible. Irika continued his lesson with tireless enthusiasm, but the material was making Sasuke drowsy. As a child from a large clan, Sasuke had already learned the ninjutsu passed down by his family and was familiar with the world of ninja before entering the academy. To him, joining the Ninja Academy was little more than a formality, a chance to enjoy his youth. If Sasuke wanted, he could surpass his older brother by finishing 3 years' worth of courses in just half a year and graduating early. But that was not his intention. He wanted to graduate with everyone else, so he could be on the same team as Hinata. Evening fell after class. Itaki was already waiting outside to pick Sasuke up. Naruto had no family. Hinata glanced around, a little disappointed that no one had come for her. Sasuke turned to Itachi and said, "Big brother, you can head home first. I want to hang out with Hinata and Naruto for a while. Be careful." With a final reminder, Itachi walked away. As long as Sasuke wasn't in danger, he wouldn't interfere with his choices. Sasuke bought a box of dango, a sweet treat. There were 3 skewers in a box. He handed one each to Naruto and Hinata. Naruto's eyes lit up. "For me? Then I won't hold back." Hinata wanted to eat too, but her father didn't allow her to have much in the way of sweets. Yet, seeing the anticipation in Sasuke's eyes, Hinata couldn't resist taking a bite. "It's delicious." At that moment, Sasuke noticed a middle-aged man with white eyes walking straight towards them. The man approached Sasuke and Hinata. Hinata hurriedly hid her dango behind her back and whispered, "Father." Hayashi Hyuga ignored Hinata and instead turned to Sasuke, saying, "Young Uchiha, I heard you defeated Neji today." Sasuke replied, "I was just lucky." Hayashi shook his head. "It wasn't luck. With his Byakugan, Neji wouldn't give you any openings for luck. If you beat him, it was because of your own strength. I've heard you've mastered Shursue's body flicker technique." Sasuke gave a slight nod. Hayashi sighed with regret. "What a shame. Once, Shursue of the body flicker was the pride of the village, but now he's a rogue, all because of Danzo." Then, turning to Hinata, Hayashi said, "Hinata, you're coming home with me. And no more sweets." A member of the Hyuga clan briskly knocked the half-eaten dango from Hinata's hand. Hayashi took Hinata by the hand and led her away toward the clan estate. Hinata stared at the dango she hadn't finished, her eyes filling with tears. It wasn't the uneaten dango that brought her to tears. It was her father's lack of understanding. After Hinata left, Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, have you ever had Ichiraka ramen?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I've never had enough money. But after my birthday, I'll have saved enough for a bowl." Sasuke said, "You don't need to worry about that. From now on, if you want ramen, just go and have some put on my tab." Naruto's eyes lit up with joy. "Really? You mean it?" Sasuke nodded. "Of course. The Uchiha clan has plenty of money. Winning over Naruto with ramen. This was a deal too good to pass up." At Ichiraku Ramen, Sasuke ordered 2 bowls of teriyaki tonkatsu ramen. Tasting the famous Ichiraka noodles, he thought they were decent, honestly not much different from the instant ramen of his previous life. The main difference was the freshness of the ingredients. After his first bite, Naruto's eyes sparkled. He turned gratefully to Sasuke. "Thank you, Sasuke. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten." That night, after parting ways with Sasuke, Naruto felt an overwhelming emptiness. Back home, he opened the chilly door, stepped into the lonely, cluttered room. There was a faint sour smell in the air, the smell of something that had spoiled. On the table sat the morning's unfinished milk. It was already past expiration, but these supplies from the Konoha Medical Center were all Naruto had. Though it was past its best, it was still edible. He lay on his bed, covered his eyes with his arm, and the tears began to silently stream down his face. First came the muffled sobs, then the waves of louder crying. Because, in the end, Naruto was just a 5-year-old child, one who had lived here alone since birth. Konoha had gaslighted him, calling him a fox demon, insisting he had destroyed half the village just by being born, and telling him his entire existence was a form of atonement. The fox-like markings on his own face were the most direct evidence. And yet, Naruto couldn't remember a single thing. Whenever he saw others with fathers, mothers, and even siblings, a pang of deep sorrow would surge through Naruto's heart. A faint red chakra slowly rose to the surface of his body, but Naruto remained unaware of it. Village of Rain. The Akatsuki organization. Endless rain poured down without a moment's pause. Shursui walked along the streets, clad in the signature red cloud cloak of Akatsuki. Though he had lost his eyes, he could see things more clearly in his heart than ever before. The Akatsuki's aim was to bring about world peace through force. Having lived through war, he knew all too well how cruel it could be. Divide between villages was inevitable. This was a bitter truth. So Akatsuki resolved to collect the tail beasts. Just like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha did during the Warring States period, they'd use power to forge peace in the ninja world. At first, Shursui had nothing but disdain for this traitorous band of renegades. But with time and contact, Shursui realized that his understanding of this rogue group had been far too shallow. Besides, Orochimaru, missing for so long, had been among the Akatsuki all along. Shursui brushed his fingers against the vermilion bird ring, feeling a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. Just then, he sensed a figure materialize before him. He hesitated for a moment, but, judging by the signature chakra, recognized his companion, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, has the leader summoned you as well? Orochimaru licked his lips, a sly smile spreading across his face. Haha, Shursui, I want to know, where are your eyes now? Shursui replied, my eyes were taken by Danzo. Haven't I told you that already? Orochimaru's smile twisted. Then why did Danzo ask me to kill you? A surge of alarm rose within Shursui. Are you in league with Danzo? Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. In league? Come now. Akatsuki itself is a mercenary organization built upon mutual interests. Danzo offered me terms I couldn't refuse. He wants me to kill you, bring him one of your eyes, and leave the rest of your body for myself. So my apologies. One after another, tawny yellow serpents slithered out, writhing and closing in on all sides. Shursui furrowed his brow, forming hand signs at lightning speed. 7 shadow clones appeared beside him in an instant. Seeing this, Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. S-rank forbidden technique. Shunshin shadow clones, is it? I've studied that move of yours quite thoroughly. The very next moment, countless snakes twisted around each of the clones, binding them tight. As the 7 clones dissolved into white mist, only a single figure remained standing. Orochimaru walked toward Shursui, but suddenly, a fierce wind howled behind him. Out of nowhere, a kunai flew down and pierced Orochimaru's shoulder. Staring up at Shursui, who stood atop a tree, Orochimaru said, so the real you was here all along? Orochimaru locked his gaze on Shursui above, but in the next instant he sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra behind him. A shimmering green chakra enveloped Shursui's body. The chakra condensed, forming a massive skeletal structure. Muscles grew over the bones, and soon the skeleton was clad in an emerald Tengu-armored shell. Shursui stood proudly within the towering half-body Susanoo, declaring, this is my real self. Orochimaru was stunned into silence. He gawked at the half-formed green Susanoo, his mind reeling. He can activate the Susanoo without a Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Manda. The surrounding air swirled as thick white mist cleared, and a colossal purple serpent coiled into existence in an instant. Manda glared down, unimpressed. Orochimaru, what's the big idea? This time I want 100 humans to eat. Suddenly, a chill raced down Manda's spine, and all the scales on his back bristled in warning. Manda turned to look and saw the half-bodied Susanoo looming just an arm's length away. Manda spat out, Orochimaru, to hell with you. Without hesitation, Orochimaru leapt into Manda's waiting jaws. What are you waiting for? Run. Within the green Susanoo, chakra coalesced into a mighty sword. Shursui brought the green blade down upon Manda, and with a thunderous crash, Manda disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Orochimaru activated his reverse summoning jutsu and escaped. The emerald Susanoo faded away. Shursui dropped to one knee, racked with pain. As I thought, forcing Susanoo without the Sharingan is just too much. But this proves, even though I've lost my Mangekyo, my body still remembers Susanoo. The Mangekyo is only the key. Once you've awakened Susanoo, the Uchiha blood within remembers, and you can summon it again. However, calling forth Susanoo now would come at the cost of one's own life force. Still, to relay the intel to the Uchiha and to drive off Orochimaru. Awakening Susanoo was the fastest solution. Meanwhile, at the Ryuchi cave, with a loud pop, Manda materialized out of thin air. Orochimaru crawled out from Manda's jaws, dripping with cold sweat. Manda, still rattled, snapped, "Why the hell did you summon me just now?" As a young snake, Manda had once watched from afar as a blue Susanoo battled a wooden giant, a clash that left a profound mark on his youthful mind. Ever since, the sight of these giant warriors filled him with dread. Orochimaru gave a sly chuckle. Manda, I promise I'll remember your 100 sacrifices." After saying this, Orochimaru began to venture deeper into the Ryuchi cave. Manda called out, "Orochimaru, you can't go in there." Orochimaru just laughed softly. This isn't my first time." 3 hours later, Orochimaru stumbled out from the depths of the cave, looking rather disheveled. He had once again failed to master Sage Mode. Meanwhile, elsewhere, beneath the blood-red moon, under the cover of night, Fugaku stood with a grim expression, speaking to Itachi and Sasuke. "Itachi, Sasuke, Shursui has sent word. Danzo is conspiring with Orochimaru. Danzo plans to kill Shursui. His eyes are what Danzo covets." Fugaku continued, "I'm going to report this to the third Hokage. Orochimaru is already a rogue ninja. If Danzo is in league with him, perhaps the third will use this chance to suppress him." Sasuke interrupted, "Father, you're being too naive. The third won't act against Danzo just based on your words. He'll dismiss it all as mere rumors. And besides, how much does the third actually trust anything the Uchiha say? Then what should we do?" Sasuke's eyes flashed coldly. "We have to go all the way, kill Danzo. The forces backing the third are just Anbu, Root, the Hyuga clan, the Inoshikacho trio, the Inuzuka, the Aburame, and maybe a few others. The Anbu and Root, our Uchiha police can probably handle. But if the other clans unite with the third, we won't stand a chance, especially against the Hyuga. They've been quietly growing for years. Their true power is hard to gauge." Itachi nodded in agreement. If only there was a way to turn the third and the Hyuga against each other. Then he wouldn't dare to keep pushing the Uchiha any further. A subtle change was stirring in Itachi's heart. He was gradually leaning toward his Uchiha kin. He might not have been fond of the Uchiha clan as a whole, but his parents and his younger brother were all part of it. All he wished for was a fragile, delicate balance between the Uchiha and the village. So long as the Konoha leaders couldn't press down on the Uchiha, and the Uchiha gained some measure of power, peace could be maintained. That was what Itachi truly hoped for. But one major problem remained. Who had the skill to assassinate Danzo without leaving a trace? Both Fugaku and Itachi could kill Danzo, but doing so in complete secrecy was another matter entirely. Itachi voiced this concern. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with realization. "Actually, I know just the person for the job, but he's not here right now. We'll have to wait a while. And as for turning the Hyuga and the third against each other, that's easy. All we have to do is arrange a marriage alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga." Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. Marriage is the most direct way to forge a connection between two clans. But who will take on this role?" Sasuke eagerly volunteered. Meh. Father, please go and arrange my engagement. I want to be betrothed to Hinata from the Hyuga clan." Itachi glanced at Sasuke with an odd expression. What a well-laid plan, he thought, as if Sasuke's calculations were practically spelled out on his face. Yet Itachi didn't expose Sasuke's scheme. Instead, he said, "Father, Sasuke's idea isn't bad. He and Hinata are close in age. An arranged childhood engagement could work out quite nicely." Fugaku responded, "Very well. In a few days, once I've prepared the betrothal gifts, I'll take Mikoto and go to the Hyuga clan to formally propose to Hayashi." 2 days later, it was the weekend at the Hyuga clan residence. Hayashi and Hizashi sat together, sipping tea. Hizashi turned to Hayashi, asking, "Brother, what do you think Uchiha Fugaku is coming to our clan for?" Hayashi replied, "I have no idea." Hizashi pressed on, "But brother, it's such a sensitive time. Uchiha is under intense pressure from the village leadership. Should we even meet with Fugaku?" Though Hayashi and Hizashi were brothers, Hayashi belonged to the main family, while Hizashi was of the branch family. This meant Hayashi held absolute authority within the Hyuga clan. Hayashi decided, "We'll see him. Why wouldn't we? Never forget who helped conquer Konoha in the first place. It was the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Once upon a time, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha ruled over the entire world of shinobi. No one dared stand up to them. Now, the Senju have faded. Only Tsunade remains, but the Uchiha are different. Their numbers are strong. There's always the possibility that a second Madara might arise. That's why we must avoid making enemies of the Uchiha. Back when Hashirama was alive, the other four great nations were as meek as lambs. But once Hashirama passed, with no one to keep them in check, it didn't take long for the Second Great Shinobi War to erupt. This alone shows just how formidable Hashirama and Madara truly were. The age of warring states ended with them, and together they began the era of the 5 great ninja villages. It wasn't just talk. The Uchiha clan is bursting with potential. The Hyuga don't want to cross them. In fact, they prefer to maintain good relations. Yet within the village, things are delicate. As ever, the Uchiha's position is precarious. A short while later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Hyuga compound, bringing Mikoto and Sasuke with him. He hadn't brought Itachi along. Given the current climate, the Uchiha needed to keep at least one Mangekyo Sharingan user back home as a safeguard. Sasuke, standing obediently beside Fugaku, glanced up at him. Fugaku gave a slight nod, signaling Sasuke to speak. Sasuke didn't beat around the bush. Clan leader Hyuga, you must know that our Uchiha clan has long been suppressed by the Konoha leadership. We hope to earn the support of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi Hyuga was somewhat surprised that it was a 5-year-old child who spoke first, but what truly caught him off guard was how openly Sasuke brought up the tensions between his clan and the village. Still, Hayashi asked, "Why should I help the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke replied, "It's simple. The third Hokage seeks absolute power. Our Uchiha clan threatens his position, so he has started to suppress us. Right now, the third still needs your Hyuga clan support. But what if, after he wipes out the Uchiha, he turns his sights on you? Clan leader Hayashi, have you considered that the Hyuga may become the next Uchiha?" With a cool voice, Sasuke continued, "Maybe your Hyuga clan carries no thoughts of treason, but you certainly have the strength for one, and that alone is a crime in their eyes. Yet if our two clans join hands and weather the storm together, the Konoha elders wouldn't dare touch anyone from either family." A heavy weight pressed on Hayashi's heart. He couldn't deny it. If the Uchiha were eradicated, the Hyuga would become the most powerful clan left in Konoha. Had it been the third in his younger days, Hayashi might have trusted him without hesitation. But now, the third had grown old, and the sharpness and will of fire that once defined him had gradually been worn down by the corrupting influence of power. Hayashi could no longer trust the third Hokage of today. He truly feared that the Hyuga would become the village's next target. Hayashi let out a long sigh and said, "Young Uchiha, you speak the truth. I am indeed worried that we could be the next. But tell me, how am I supposed to trust your clan?" Hearing this, Sasuke understood. He had succeeded. It was settled. The rest would follow. Sasuke answered, "It's simple. Nothing binds two clans together more firmly than marriage." Fugaku pulled 3 scrolls from his robes and turned to Hayashi. "Clan leader Hayashi, here are 3 S-rank forbidden techniques our Uchiha clan has collected. We offer them as a betrothal gift to your Hyuga clan. I would like to propose a marriage for Sasuke." Hayashi was taken aback. Sasuke? This 5-year-old boy? Fugaku, too, was clearly embarrassed. After all, proposing an arranged engagement between his young son and the Hyuga princess was rather awkward to say out loud. But then Fugaku told Hayashi about Sasuke's extraordinary gifts. A child born with 2 Tomo in his Sharingan, who had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan by age 5, a true prodigy. Even someone as seasoned as Hayashi couldn't help but be stunned by such talent. Further, with his own Byakugan, Hayashi saw for himself. The chakra burning within Sasuke's body, the fire of his soul, was even greater than his own. Hayashi Hyuga was absolutely certain that the 5-year-old boy standing before him would one day become someone far greater than any of them. Without delay, Hayashi arranged a childhood betrothal between Hinata and Sasuke Uchiha with Fugaku Uchiha. Tragically, Hayashi never once asked Hinata for her opinion on the matter. Perhaps, in Hayashi's mind, having his timid, gentle Hinata engaged to an exceptionally talented child like Sasuke was the perfect plan, a deal with nothing to lose and much to gain. Back in the Uchiha compound, Sasuke's face was aglow with excitement. Very soon, he would finally accomplish what he'd set out to do. The Uchiha clan would truly break free from the threat of annihilation at last. What's more, he'd gained Hinata as his future bride, and with the Hyuga clan's support on his side, it was, without a doubt, a win-win situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the root headquarters, a masked figure emerged suddenly, reporting to Danzo, "Lord Danzo, Orochimaru has failed. He didn't manage to kill Shursui." Danzo turned his gaze to the wall and replied coolly, "I see. Where is Orochimaru now?" Orochimaru has disappeared. As the village's secret shadow, Danzo took care of the kind of dirty work that could never reach the third Hokage seers. Danzo preferred to use mercenary organizations for certain, less than honorable tasks. But this time, Orochimaru had failed. Now, Danzo wanted Orochimaru dead to erase any trace of their clandestine dealings once and for all. But Orochimaru had vanished. Even when he was still in the village, Orochimaru knew Danzo well, enough to know to stay out of sight. Danzo could only sigh helplessly. To him, the Uchiha clan remained a persistent thorn in his side. If Orochimaru could not take care of Shisui, then it was up to Danzo himself to deal with the Uchiha once and for all. Danzo still kept one last secret weapon. After driving the Uchiha from their ancestral lands, he'd once visited their old compound. Deep inside the territory stood a stone monument, etched with words Danzo could not decipher, not even with his 3-tomo Sharingan. But on that day, Danzo encountered a man wearing a yellow, tiger-striped mask. This man's power inspired true fear in Danzo. He called himself Uchiha Madara, though as one of the second Hokage's disciples, Danzo knew very well that Madara had died long ago. So he assumed this man was merely a fanatic, mad in his reverence for Madara. The mysterious masked man confided in Danzo that he, too, wished for the downfall of the Uchiha clan. There were many reasons for this. One reason, of course, was that as a fellow Uchiha, Tobi deeply feared the threat posed by the clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. On the other hand, Obito feared that the Uchiha clan might interfere with his plans. In short, as far as Obito was concerned, the Uchiha were nothing but a blighted clan. In this world plunged into despair, there was no meaning left in survival. Within the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, creating another Uchiha would suffice. Danzo's thoughts drifted to the mysterious masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Perhaps, with his help, eliminating the troublesome Uchiha would finally be within reach. From the moment Danzo targeted Shisui, there could be no reconciliation between himself and the Uchiha. They were locked in a deadly struggle. For now, Danzo found himself unable to contact that enigmatic masked man. But he was determined to exert pressure on the spy that the third Hokage had planted within the Uchiha, Itachi. To the third Hokage, Itachi's loyalty to the village was beyond question, and Itachi served as his clandestine eyes and ears within the Uchiha clan. To the Uchiha, Itachi was once embedded in the village's covert forces as an informant. Years of living a double life had left Itachi conflicted about his true self. It wasn't until recently, after an encounter with his father Fugaku, that Itachi finally experienced the bonds of family and realized the ties that held the Uchiha together. And now, his hatred for Danzo ran deep. That night, Danzo dispatched a root ninja to summon Itachi to the Hokage's office. Uchiha residence. Itachi stood atop the roof, eyeing the root ninja who'd come to fetch him. You say Danzo wants me at the Hokage's office? Then why isn't the ANBU here to relay the message? The root ninja replied, I don't know. I was only told to deliver this message. Red glimmered in Itachi's eyes as he rushed toward the Hokage's office with swift determination. At this moment, there was a gap in intelligence between the Uchiha and Konoha's upper echelons. Specifically, the Leaf's leadership was unaware of the whereabouts of Shisui's Kotoa Mitsukami. Moreover, the elders only knew that Itachi awakened the Mangekyo, but not the abilities his eyes possessed. And most importantly, the Hyuga clan, the main force supporting the third Hokage, had already been driven apart by the Uchiha's machinations. Now that the Uchiha held an advantage in their confrontation with the higher-ups, there was no longer a reason for Itachi to continue living as a double agent. After all, the longer a spy lives a lie, the easier it is to forget who he truly is. Konoha's Hokage office. Danzo sat in the Hokage's chair, gazing intently at Itachi, who stood across the room. Itachi asked, Why did you summon me? Danzo let out a low, dry chuckle. Itachi, judging by your tone, you seem to have quite a problem with me. Itachi remained silent. Danzo continued, I can understand that. If I were in your shoes, with your brother killed, his eyes stolen, I'd resent me too. But you must realize, everything I have done has been for the sake of the village. You Uchiha are a restless clan. I simply cannot bring myself to trust the Uchiha. Itachi replied, If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Besides, you're not the Hokage. You have no right to sit in that chair. Danzo's expression froze for a moment. Then he said, All right, enough. Let's get to business. Itachi, if the village were to go to war with the Uchiha, what do you think are the Uchiha's chances of victory? Itachi answered with humility, If Shisui hadn't left, 20%. Danzo's tone was low and deliberate. And now, suddenly, a wave of spatial distortion swept over, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared beside Itachi. In the masked man's eye, a Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed with a blood-red light. Itachi's heart skipped a beat. It's you. Itachi had encountered the masked man before. He was acutely aware of how formidable this opponent was. Thoughts raced through Itachi's mind, and he said, now, the Uchiha stand absolutely no chance. Danzo pressed on. So then, in the conflict between the village and the Uchiha, which side will you choose? A struggle flickered across Itachi's face as he answered. The village. Danzo's eyes glinted with a sharp, calculating light. Very well. I'll lay out two choices for you right now. 1. Return to your clan and fight beside the Uchiha to the bitter end, in which case, we will wipe out the entire Uchiha. 2. You and Uchiha Madara do the deed yourselves. If you choose this, I'll spare Sasuke's life and let your younger brother survive. Itachi's voice trembled with pain. Has it really come to this? Danzo nodded coldly. Yes. There's no turning back now. This is a fight to the death between me and the Uchiha. Itachi asked, does the third Hokage know? Danzo responded with a counter-question. Why do you think I arranged to meet you here? With steely insistence, Danzo said, now, make your choice. After a long inner struggle, Itachi spoke at last, his voice heavy. I choose the second option. If the Uchiha truly go to war with the village, the other hidden villages will seize the opportunity to invade. I can't bear to watch a new great shinobi war break out. So, I choose the second path. Danzo let out a thin, satisfied smile. With that, the mysterious masked man faded into the shadows, and Itachi's form slowly dissolved, scattering into crows that melted into the darkness. One crow in particular took flight, destination unknown. Within the Uchiha compound, in Sasuke's room, a pitch-black crow swooped in through the window, tilting its head as it gazed at Sasuke. Sasuke stared in surprise. It looked just like Itachi's summoning beast. This crow's eyes glimmered with a scarlet glow. Astonishingly, it bore two Mangekyo Sharingan. They were Shirsue's eyes. The next moment, Sasuke was drawn into a Genjutsu. In that illusory world, Itachi revealed Danzo's plan to Sasuke, urging him to warn their father and prepare for what might come. After digesting the news brought by the crow, Sasuke was overcome with excitement. His plan was finally about to come to fruition. Night fell, and the Uchiha clan was shrouded in silence. Above, a crimson moon hung high in the sky. Sasuke strolled up to the entrance of the Konoha police force. Tonight's duty officer was a beautiful young woman. He recognized her. It was Uchiha Izumi. She had always had feelings for Itachi, and had awakened her 3-Tomo Sharingan at only 12 or 13. She was something of a prodigy. Catching sight of Sasuke, Izumi appeared startled. Isn't this Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother? What brings you here at this hour? Sasuke lowered his voice. Izumi, my brother sent me a message through his summoning beast. He warned that tonight, someone intends to attack the Uchiha clan. I've already informed father, and he's now standing guard in the shadows. You must be careful, Izumi. The assailant is very powerful. Izumi's expression turned grave as she listened to Sasuke's words. She nodded and said, don't worry, Sasuke. I'll stay vigilant. Time ticked by minute. Yet Sasuke felt no trace of drowsiness. On the contrary, his excitement only grew. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed a strange ripple behind him, like a sudden gust of wind, except the windows were shut tight. Where could the wind have come from? He spun around. Standing, there was a mysterious man in a deep blue robe and a tiger pattern mask. Tobi saw Sasuke, but ignored him, clutching a heavy chain as he walked steadily toward Izumi. Izumi's eyes flashed as her Sharingan spun to life, fixing Tobi with a wary stare. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. Izumi quickly formed hand seals, spewing forth a stream of fire that took the shape of dragon heads and shot straight toward Tobi. But the dragon head flames passed right through Tobi's body as if he were nothing but smoke, causing him no harm whatsoever. Tobi's voice was cold and dismissive. Foolish. He raised the chain and lunged at Izumi. She snatched up a kunai and slashed at Tobi, but it too passed harmlessly through him. The chain, however, wound itself tightly around Izumi. Damn it! Izumi gasped. In that instant, black flames erupted, surging around the connection point between Tobi's wrist and the chain. The black fire melted the chain, and Izumi broke free. But as the flames crept toward Tobi himself, they simply faded away, as if unable to scorch him at all. Suddenly, Itachi dropped from above, clad in a green flak jacket. Placing himself protectively in front of Sasuke and Izumi, he faced off against Tobi. I'm sorry, Itachi said, but I can't let you harm my friends. Tobi let out a mocking laugh. That wasn't part of our agreement. My only promise was not to hurt Sasuke. Itachi's voice was calm, but resolute. I've changed my mind. At that instant, a massive, jet-black hand crashed through the wall from above, descending with unstoppable force. The jet-black arm of Susanoo lunged at Obito, but once again, it simply passed through his body. The house was on the verge of collapsing. Izumi cradled Sasuke and hurriedly left the building. Standing within the half-formed Susanoo, Fugaku regarded Obito with a calm gaze. You're an Uchiha as well. So why are you turning against your own clan? Obito scoffed. This world is a hollow illusion, worthless in itself. Even without Itachi, I could wipe out the Uchiha myself. Obito's tone was both flat and brazen. In truth, his wisest move now would be to phase out and escape immediately. But Obito seemed determined to vent all the bitterness and resentment he harbored against the Uchiha, refusing to leave so easily. The chain around Obito's wrist was burned apart by Amaterasu. From the depths of Kamui's space, he produced a scythe and an enormous fan. They were Uchiha Madara's famed Uchiha fan and the seven-star scythe. Fugaku's pupils tightened at the sight. The Uchiha fan? Isn't that the one Madara took with him back then? Obito did not bother to answer. Gripping the fan, he strode directly toward Fugaku. As Fugaku watched in shocked disbelief, Obito phased effortlessly through the ebony Susanoo. Realizing Susanoo was useless against him, Fugaku dismissed it altogether and prepared to face Obito with a kunai in hand. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Forming seals, Fugaku unleashed a massive ball of flame, which roared forth, only to pass cleanly through Obito's body. Wielding his scythe, Obito swung it down at Fugaku. Fugaku raised the kunai in defense, but the blade passed through it just as easily and bore down on his head. At the critical moment, a crimson light flared in Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito's movements suddenly slowed, almost as if time itself was lagging behind, allowing Fugaku to escape in an instant. Obito stared in brief amazement at Fugaku. A dojutsu that affects time? Fugaku remained silent, his wariness of Obito only deepening. Susanoo was ineffective against Obito. His own attacks couldn't touch him. Yet he couldn't be certain if Obito's attacks could harm him either. Studying the strange design in Obito's eyes, Fugaku couldn't recall any Mangekyo Sharingan like this in the annals of the Uchiha. Turning to Itachi, he called, Itachi, let's go together. Itachi's body dissolved into a cloud of crows. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Obito. Blood wept from his eyes, channeling pitch-black flames directly onto Obito's form. Amaterasu. Obito whirled around instantly, raising the fan to absorb every trace of the flames. Then, with a flick, he swung the fan at Fugaku. Uchiha rebound. The black fire rushed toward Fugaku, who reacted in alarm, hastily invoking Kodayamatsu to slow the flow of time around him. Just enough time to summon Susanoo once more. At the very moment the pitch-black Susanoo emerged, Obito's Amaterasu, which had been reflected back by another Uchiha, burst into flames atop the dark Susanoo. Taking advantage of this opening, Obito dashed instantly toward Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun in Itachi's eyes. If only he could land Amaterasu on the mysterious masked man. That would be enough. But Obito seemed to have anticipated Itachi's abilities long ago. He didn't even glance at Itachi's gaze. Instead, giant shurikens shot from Obito's eyes, slashing toward Itachi. In a flash, Itachi's body dissolved into a flock of crows, which scattered and then reformed at a safe distance. Sasuke watched the fierce battle between Obito, Itachi, and his father, Fugaku. Even though Obito had only one Sharingan left, his Kamui allowed him to evade all attacks except for illusions. The requirement for Itachi's tsukimi was direct eye contact. But Obito never met Itachi's eyes. Sasuke's heart pounded faster. A single crow landed silently behind him. Nervously, Sasuke reached out and caught the crow. He knew he had only one chance. He darted behind Obito and quickly formed a sequence of hand signs. Body flicker, shadow, clone, technique. In an instant, 5 more Sasukes appeared. Including the original, 6 Sasukes rushed at Obito from every direction. With a sweep of his war fan, Obito struck one of the clones, dispersing it into a puff of white mist. Even Obito couldn't tell which was the real Sasuke. Obito sneered, I'll just eliminate them all. Fire style, Tempest Dance. Combining Kimui's power and fire style jutsu, a blazing tornado erupted, sweeping towards Sasuke's clones. Obito focused intently, searching for the real Sasuke. As one of Sasuke's clones dissolved into white mist, from within that mist, a pitch-black crow shot out. The sudden appearance of the crow gave Obito a surge of dread. When he saw the crow's eyes shimmering with the scarlet light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito tried to escape, but it was already too late. One of the crow's eyes slowly dulled, transforming into an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. This was Shirsue's Kodoamatsukami. Sasuke had timed it perfectly. Using the instant his clone vanished, the crow appeared and met Obito's gaze. In that single moment, Kodoamatsukami activated. Sasuke planted a command in Obito's mind. Obey all orders from Uchiha Sasuke, without question. The power of Kodoa Mitsukami bordered on the miraculous. Once under its influence, changing the command became nearly impossible. However, the jutsu came with a heavy cooldown period of 15 years. But now, Sasuke had used Kodoa Mitsukami to seize control of Obito. Itachi's crow dissolved into white mist as well, while Sasuke spoke to Obito. Now, immediately cease any actions that threaten the Uchiha clan. Wordlessly, Obito stowed his war fan and sighed back into the Kamui dimension. He felt something undeniably strange in his thoughts. He was fully aware that he'd fallen under Kodoa Mitsukami's control, aware of everything that had happened. Yet, for some reason, Sasuke's words felt absolutely correct. He knew, without a doubt, that he must obey Sasuke's orders, no matter what. And so, Sasuke's plan had succeeded. Fugaku and Itachi both breathed a sigh of relief. Because if the mysterious masked man standing before them truly was Uchiha Madara. Itachi spoke up. Who are you, really? Take off your mask. Obito glanced at Itachi, his eyes full of mockery. Sasuke added, do as Itachi says. Obito hesitated for a moment, then slowly started to remove his mask. What was revealed was the left side of his face, twisted with savage scars, with a single Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye. His right eye remained tightly shut. He had already lost it. Obito spoke in a low voice. I am Uchiha. Obito. Fugaku was taken aback. Obito. I remember you. You were the fourth Hokage's pupil. But as far as I recall, didn't you die at Canopy Bridge? Obito gazed coldly up at the sky, his eyes fixed on the blood-red moon that hung overhead. He remembered that night, too. A red moon the day he watched Rin die at Kakashi's hands. With deliberate slowness, Obito explained, because of my space-time technique, I survived. At that moment, my body existed somewhere between reality and intangibility. That's what saved me. It was Madara who rescued me. Uchiha Madara? He's not dead. Not just Fugaku. Even Itachi's face was etched with astonishment. After all, the name Uchiha Madara was renowned far and wide. A legend in its own right. Madara, the legendary figure of the Uchiha clan, who had joined forces with Hashirama Senju to bring an end to the age of warring states. Obito continued in a measured tone. No, he never died. He remained hidden in a subterranean chamber beneath Canopy Bridge. After his final battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not perish. Instead, he obtained Hashirama's cells, and with them, awakened the Rinnegan. Obito then revealed to the others Madara's true plan, using the Rinne rebirth technique to bring Madara back to life, initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, and in that dream world, Obito would revive Rin and become Hokage. Itachi couldn't help but interject. Then why don't you just use the Rinne rebirth to bring Rin back directly? After all, you should have a piece of her body, don't you? Obito was caught off guard by Itachi's suggestion. Why hadn't he thought to resurrect Rin directly? As a master of illusions, Itachi went on, no matter how powerful a Jinjutsu is, it will always have its flaws. Maybe you could live out a fulfilling, happy life in the illusion, but in the end a world of illusions is just a dream. While you might experience it deeply, it never truly feels real. Itachi continued, you say Uchiha's jutsu is called infinite Tsukuyomi, and my ocular technique is Tsukuyomi. There must be a connection between the two. In the world of Tsukuyomi, it's true, I can control everything from time to sensation. But no matter how authentic the illusion I construct, it always has a flaw. The moment you seize upon that weakness, the Jinjutsu falls apart and vanishes. What Itachi did not say was this. All illusions have flaws, except for Shursue's Kodoa Mitsukami. This Jinjutsu, which can alter a person's very thoughts, has no such flaw. If there is any shortcoming, it's the cool-down period once every 15 years. Obito's heart was heavy with sorrow. Yes, he had thought about reviving Rin, too, but Obito had never dared to face his own feelings of inferiority. The truth was, even if Rin were brought back to life, she still wouldn't like him. Rin's heart belonged to Kakashi. Kakashi was a genius. He was not. Perhaps sensing what Obito was thinking, Sasuke spoke. Obito, you're not worried that even if Rin comes back, she won't like you, are you? Obito quickly denied it, fighting to maintain his pride. That's not it at all. Sasuke said, don't be so stubborn. When the time comes, I'll take you to the greatest scientist in the ninja world. He'll restore your face. Once Rin is back, I'll have my own ways to make sure she falls for you. Obito hesitated. Sasuke went on. Brother Obito, tell me, which would you rather have? Rin, a fleeting fantasy in an illusion, or Rin, warm and soft, held in your arms in real life? That one line from Sasuke left Obito completely speechless. After a moment, Obito said, All right, I'll do as you say, as long as you can make Rin love me. Sasuke smiled and gave a small nod, his gaze turning shadowed. He said, Obito, your identity is extremely sensitive. It was you who unleashed the chaos of the Nine Tails, and back then, you took on the name of Uchiha Madara. From within the Uchiha clan compound, Sasuke had found Sharingan with 3 tomo, preserved in nutrient fluid. He fitted it into Obito's empty eye socket. Sasuke told him, Brother Obito, when you don't wear a mask, you'll move through the ninja world as Uchiha Obito. But when you put the mask on, showing only a single eye, you'll become the shadowy mastermind of the Akatsuki as Uchiha Madara. Obito fixed Sasuke with a long, searching gaze. If you remember correctly, he had never actually admitted to being the real master behind Akatsuki. All he'd said was that a boy had inherited Madara's Rinnegan. Other than a showdown with Hanzo, Nagato had never actually displayed the Rinnegan's powers, and pain had scarcely appeared in the public eye at all. But Obito paid these details little mind. He placed the Sharingan into his own eye sockets, and both of his eyes began to glow with a crimson light. Sasuke spoke, Obito, go and kill Danzo. Only when Danzo is dead can the Uchiha reclaim their power. Obito's existence was a secret unknown to anyone. He put on a mask, transforming into the enigmatic man in the mask. Then, with a flicker of red light in his eyes, he vanished into the shadows. Sasuke turned to Itachi, Fugaku, and Izumi, saying, Father, brother, sister Izumi, let's first get rid of Danzo's spies. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha compound, a number of root operatives were watching the Uchiha from afar, observing their every move. That's strange. Why are there no screams? Itachi is skilled at Genjutsu. Maybe he's using illusions to kill people. Itachi wouldn't dare betray Lord Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Lord Danzo once tested Itachi, and when faced with choosing between the village and the Uchiha, Itachi chose the village. In the darkness, a blade flashed. The next moment, one root operative was beheaded, and Itachi stepped forth from the shadows, having just dispatched him. Sasuke was also there. Though he was still young, his chakra reserves were abundant, and with the deceptive speed of his body flicker techniques, he too struck down 3 root members. Fugaku killed 4, Itachi killed 6, Sasuke killed 3, and Izumi felled 1. In total, they eliminated 14 root operatives. All of these were Danzo's eyes and ears. Now, with them gone, what had taken place here could not immediately reach Danzo's own ears. At root headquarters, Danzo was full of confidence. After tonight, the Uchiha would cease to exist in the Leaf Village. As for Danzo's nearly fanatical actions, the 3rd Hokage merely turned a blind eye. For him, Danzo was far more stable than the Uchiha. For the Uchiha were seen as a dangerously unstable clan. Suddenly, a distortion in space flared up behind him. Danzo turned to see the masked man and asked, Mission Echo. Before he could finish, a blood-spattered head arced high into the air. With a single swing of his blade, Obito severed Danzo's head. Danzo's own strength was not remarkable. Especially since Hiruzen Sarutobi became Hokage, Danzo had poured all his efforts into his root organization and neglected his personal power. Believing his mission complete, Obito prepared to leave. But at that very moment, folds of thick, white mist began to rise up inside the room. Obito, now wary, drew the Uchiha War fan from his Kamui space. Danzo is the village's second-in-command, so he really isn't that easy to kill, is he? Wind style, vacuum wave. Suddenly, from the depths of the heavy white mist, a massive swirl of wind materialized. With a firm grip on his war fan, Obito swept it forward, sending the wind mass hurtling forth. Uchiha reflected. In a flash, the chakra of the vacuum wave was drawn into the Uchiha war fan, then transformed into a force of devastation and rebounded with overwhelming power. Danzo's body was shattered instantly under this immense energy. Obito scanned the air, quietly sensing the chakra around him. He was certain that Danzo still wasn't dead. The first time, Danzo's head had been cut off. The second, he'd taken the full blow of the Uchiha's reflection. Yet Danzo remained alive. There was only one technique capable of producing such miraculous effects. The Uchiha clan's forbidden art, Izanagi. The white mist slowly began to dissipate. Danzo's figure reappeared once more. Moving slowly, he began unwrapping the bandages on his arm, revealing, shockingly, 10 eyes that moved as if alive. The tomo in each showed clearly that these were Sharingan, eyes of the Uchiha. Of these 10, 2 had already turned milky white, rendered blind. Obito witnessed this scene, yet his emotions remained calm and undisturbed. He had watched too many people drift away into death. Danzo spoke, his voice low and deliberate. These eyes belong to the Uchiha who perished in the Third Great Ninja War. You're an Uchiha too. Why does seeing them not stir you at all? Obito paid Danzo no heed. Instead, he stowed his war fan away and began considering another approach. Danzo addressed Obito directly. I have 8 chances at resurrection left. Unless you kill me 8 more times, the third Hokage will sense the commotion from our fight. In an instant, Obito surged forward toward Danzo, while Danzo stood his ground, unmoved. He only needed to use the 8 remaining lives granted by Izanagi to stall until the third Hokage arrived for backup. Seeing that Danzo wouldn't move, Obito reached out and grabbed hold of Danzo's body. Foolish, Obito muttered. And in the next moment, the space around Obito distorted, and with a ripple of warped reality, Danzo's figure was swept away, drawn into the dimension of Kamui. Inside the Kamui dimension, Danzo was left utterly bewildered. Where in the world had he been taken? What is this place? How could you possibly suck me in here? A gap in information. That's all this was, a gap in vital knowledge. But no amount of Danzo's inner howling mattered anymore. In the dimension of Kamui, Danzo was no more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fire-style, violent dance of the storm. Obito unleashed fire-style jutsu, amplified by the distortion of Kamui. A swirling vortex of flame instantly engulfed Danzo. Danzo hurried to use the body flicker technique to dodge away. If his earlier plan had been merely to stall for time, now, Danzo's only goal was to defeat Obito and survive. Moreover, the gleam of the Sharingan in Obito's eye still lingered captivatingly in Danzo's thoughts, and he wanted nothing more than to seize it for himself. Although Danzo harbored deep hatred for the Uchiha clan, he was also profoundly envious of their bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Especially the Mangekyo, the rarest form of all. As Danzo used the body flicker technique to evade, a shadow loomed behind him. A colossal demonic statue of the outer path appeared, its immense palm descending upon Danzo like the hand of a vengeful god. Danzo fell silent, lost for words. In the next instant, the statue's massive slap reduced Danzo's body to a fine crimson mist. Yet Danzo's Izanagi still had 7 uses remaining. Of course, no matter how many were left, inside the world of Kamui, all his struggles were nothing more than a desperate flailing. After being resurrected, Danzo bit his finger and pressed his hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Baku, a mighty summoned beast, resembling a monstrous elephant, burst forth into the warped dimension. Its enormous maw gaped wide and unleashed an unimaginable force of suction. Even the surrounding cubic panels began to shift and creep toward the beast under the pull. Obito glanced at the Baku Danzo had just summoned and addressed him with a sneer. Summoning a beast is easy. Sending it back, now that's much harder. A flicker of doubt crossed Obito's mind. Why would Danzo risk summoning his creature within Kamui's space? The summoning jutsu is, after all, a space-time ninjutsu, a technique not unlike Flying Thunder God, able to reach across dimensions. But so long as Danzo died during the beast's stay, it would never find its way back. With a casual sweep of his arm, Obito commanded the demonic statue of the outer path, which raised its immense right hand high. Its fingertips bristled with wooden spikes, each bulging forth menacingly. A moment later, the spears of wood rained down in a relentless volley, streaking toward Danzo. One by one, the spikes impaled both Danzo and the Baku, piercing through flesh and spirit alike. The Baku let out an agonized howl, its cries echoing painfully through the void. Danzo was killed outright by the raining spears, his jutsu unable to save him. Now only 6 chances at Izanagi remained. Glancing at the barely alive Baku, Obito did not hesitate. The demonic statue's massive hand came down once more, pulverizing the beast into pulp, ending its life for good. Danzo stared at Obito, his gaze shifting. What began as tension was slowly morphing into terror. No matter how many times he invoked Izanagi, he realized with dawning horror that Obito would find a way to kill him every single time. Danzo did not want to die, not yet. He began to plead, desperately bargaining with Obito. Wait, please wait. Don't kill me. I can give you anything you desire. If it's power you want, I can appoint you as the head of Root. If you wish, I can legitimize your status. After the third dies, I'll help you become the 5th Hokage. And honor? Whatever accolades you seek, I can bestow them upon you. If it's wealth you hunger for, I've embezzled more money than you could imagine. All of it. It's yours if you want it. All you want is my life? Haven't I given you enough already? Just spare me one. Leave me that much. Beauty, honor, power, money, whatever you desire, I can give you all of it if only you ask. Don't forget, I'm the second in command of Konoha. Power? Obito had no need for that. The younger version of himself once dreamed of becoming Hokage, but that Obito was long dead. Money? The combined wealth of the entire Konoha likely paled in comparison to Kakuzu's secret stash. Women? Don't think you can challenge Rin's place in my heart with something so trivial. Danzo had nothing with which to bribe Obito. And so, tonight, Danzo had to die. Outside, the sound of commotion rose. 4 root operatives, each wearing an animal mask, rushed over. Lord Danzo! Lord Danzo! This is bad. There are signs of fight. Lord Danzo is missing. Hurry, report to the 3rd Hokage. A blood-red moon hung high overhead. Tonight was meant to be the night the Uchiha clan was wiped out. But because of Sasuke's arrival, because of Shirsue's Kotoeme Tsukumi, it became the night of Danzo's demise instead. As the clamor from both Root and the Umbu continued to grow, the lights of Konoha flared to life. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his advisors, Kohori Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, the Hyuga clan head, the Aburame clan head, the Nara clan head, and the Yamanaka clan head. One after another they arrived at the Hokage's office. With a grim expression, the 3rd Hokage spoke. Danzo has disappeared. There are traces of his blood in the Root quarters and evidence of a violent struggle. Yet there's no sign of Danzo's chakra anywhere in Konoha, and not even the village's barrier detected any intruder. That can only mean someone from the village itself is responsible. Which clans still haven't arrived? An Umbu member stepped forward. The Uchiha clan's representative hasn't appeared yet. At the mention of the Uchiha, the 3rd Hokage's face clouded further. Uchiha, always the restless ones. The 3rd Hokage was ill at ease. He knew of Danzo's plan and had not stopped him, because there truly was a threat in the Uchiha. Yet, had Danzo failed after all? Hadn't he said this plan had a 99.9% success rate? Could it be that the remaining 0.1% was the very thing that spelled Danzo's failure? Suddenly, a Root member announced, "The Uchiha clan is here." Uchiha Fugaku entered, flanked by Itachi and Sasuke, and behind them were 13 elite members of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, pride and satisfaction lit up all their faces. Fugaku stood opposite the 3rd Hokage and addressed him directly. "3rd Hokage, my apologies. Because the Uchiha clan is located at the edge of the village, we weren't able to get here as quickly. I heard Lord Danzo is missing. For that, I must say, what a shame." Fugaku's manner was brazen. He spoke with absolute confidence in his impending victory. With gritted teeth, the 3rd Hokage demanded, "Fugaku, is the disappearance of Danzo in any way connected to your Uchiha clan?" Fugaku replied, "Old 3rd, you won't even address me as the captain of the police force. How am I supposed to answer your question in good faith?" The 3rd Hokage forced himself to remain calm and said, "Captain Fugaku, Danzo is missing. Is the Uchiha involved or not?" Fugaku stated plainly, "We have nothing to do with it." Clenching his fists, the 3rd Hokage insisted, "I don't believe you. I want to see the entry and exit records for every member of the Uchiha clan tonight, and until Danzo is found, both you and Itachi must be placed in custody." Fugaku let out a low, cold laugh. "Really, 3rd? On what grounds do you intend to imprison Itachi and me? Simply because you suspect the Uchiha?" The 3rd Hokage shouted, "Of course. In fact, tonight." He stopped short. Words like annihilation hovered on his tongue, but he dared not utter them, knowing it would hurt the trust of other clans. Deep down, the 3rd had only hoped to pretend ignorance. By now, Itachi was utterly disillusioned. He spoke up, "3rd Hokage, just what was Danzo planning tonight? Was he, with your consent, preparing to wipe out the Uchiha? Is it because of your suspicions that you destroy a clan who has rendered such great service to Konoha? Don't forget, Konoha still owes the Uchiha a Hokage." The 3rd Hokage trembled with anger at Itachi's words, shaking from head to toe. Losing control, he shouted, "Are you Uchiha planning a coup tonight?" Itachi answered firmly, "There will be no Uchiha coup. We have no wish to fight against Konoha. No shinobi of a leaf should ever kill another. All we want is to reclaim the rights that belong to us, nothing more." In the next instant, a surge of crimson chakra swirled around Itachi, taking shape as the red avatar of Susanoo. A jet-black Susanoo rose around Fugaku. Sasuke stood between their towering forms, facing the 3rd Hokage. He declared, "3rd Hokage, tonight the Uchiha clan comes to negotiate with the leadership of Konoha. First, return our ancestral lands. We demand to move back to the heart of the village. Second, reinstate the Uchiha police force as the keepers of Konoha's security. Third, allow the Uchiha to form our own intelligence organization, just like the ANBU." Hearing Sasuke's proclamation, the 3rd Hokage trembled in rage. Why not just make the Uchiha clan Hokage? Sasuke replied coolly. That would be fine. After all, Konoha owes our clan the position of Hokage. As the standoff between the Uchiha and the third threatened to spiral, Shikaku Nara stepped forward, hoping to ease the tension. He didn't want to see discord tear Konoha apart at such a crucial moment. Nara Shikaku spoke up. How about this? We both compromise a little. Third Hokage, let's return the Uchiha lands. After all, that was their territory to begin with. Fugaku, as for the second and third conditions, let's drop them. Security within the village is currently under the ANBU's jurisdiction, and as for creating your own intelligence organization, what sort of message would that send? Before Fugaku or Sasuke could respond, Uchiha Kenji, standing behind them, shouted, Nara Shikaku, who do you think you are? Don't talk nonsense. These rights as Uchihas are ours by birth. We are simply reclaiming what belongs to us. Nara Shikaku was stunned. What had he just heard? His face flushed from red to pale, contorted with anger and embarrassment. No one had ever dared insult him like that. Hearing Kenji's outburst, the third Hokage was also taken aback, barely able to contain his composure. He barked out, Fugaku, if you're thinking of instigating a coup right now, I warn you, the Uchiha won't stand a chance. Fugaku and Itachi stood inside their partial Susanoo forms. Two titanic, spectral warriors loomed over the houses, striking terror into the villagers' hearts, reminiscent of the night the Nine Tails attacked. The only difference was, these Susanoo were under complete control. Sasuke stepped forward, his voice clear. Third, let me say it again. The Uchiha are merely reclaiming our rightful place. Heads of the clans gathered here, who supports us, and who stands opposed. Nara Shikaku was the first to step behind the third Hokage, declaring loudly, Third Hokage, the Nara clan will always stand by your side. Next came the Aburame clan, then the Yamanaka, then the Akimichi. One by one, every clan in the village fell in behind the third. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of the third Hokage's lips. With unity like this, even if war broke out, the Uchiha stood no chance. The last family left undecided was the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage locked eyes with Hayashi Hyuga, silently urging him, come on, stand with us, and with this, the Uchiha have lost any hope. But Hayashi answered, forgive me, third Hokage. Frankly, I feel the village has treated the Uchiha unfairly all these years. With that, Hayashi walked over and took his place beside Sasuke. The Hyuga clan had made their stance clear. The strongest family in the village had chosen to stand with the Uchiha. With both the Uchiha and the Hyuga united, it was enough to keep the village's leadership from acting rashly. The third Hokage stared at Hayashi in disbelief, as if he'd just witnessed a terrible betrayal. Yet the Hokage did not rant or rage. Years of experience had taught him how to minimize the village's losses, even in times of crisis. His voice heavy and somber, the third Hokage declared, I agree to every one of the Uchiha clan's demands. The Uchiha have won. The second battle between the Uchiha and the Leaf Village had ended in victory once again. In the end, the third Hokage looked at Hayashi Hyuga with disappointment and asked, I just want to know, why did you choose to take Uchiha's side? Hayashi's lips curled into a small smile as he replied, Sasuke and Hinata are betrothed. The Hyuga and the Uchiha are now bound by marriage alliance. The next day, Sasuke chose to attend class as usual. Among the students, some had already heard of Sasuke's impressive feat, how he had represented the Uchiha clan in negotiations with the third Hokage and emerged victorious. Others, less in touch with the latest news, remained unaware. Naruto was among the latter. He arrived at the classroom early that morning, determined more than ever to become Sasuke's friend. Still, he thought to himself, a true friend shouldn't hold Sasuke back. Sasuke was a genius, and he was clumsy and slow, so he had to double his efforts. Sasuke, meanwhile, took his seat right beside Hinata. Leaning in, he whispered to her, Why is your face all red? Hinata turned away, unable to meet Sasuke's gaze, her shyness obvious. Sasuke gently took her soft, delicate hand and said, Don't be embarrassed. You're my fiancé now, and one day we'll be married. Married? Hinata's mind drifted, picturing a future together with Sasuke. Her cheeks flushed as red as an apple. Her body grew weak, and she fainted right where she sat. Sasuke immediately raised his hand and called out loudly, Teacher, Hinata's fainted. I need to take her to the infirmary. Iruka frowned. Why would she faint all of a sudden? He was about to question Sasuke further, but remembered the third Hokage's instructions that morning, not to restrict Sasuke too much. So Iruka simply said, Go quickly and come right back. Sasuke scooped Hinata gently into his arms, jogging out to the shade of a tree outside. He took off his jacket and laid it down beneath Hinata, propping her up against the trunk. It was clear she'd fainted from nerves, and a little rest would bring her around. There was no real need to visit the infirmary. Truth be told, Sasuke just wanted to get out of listening to the class. I have to finish all 500 laps. Suddenly, Sasuke's ears picked up the sound of heavy breathing. Glancing over, he saw a boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle running determinedly around the Ninja Academy's grounds. It was none other than Rock Lee. Sasuke called out to him, "Hey, what are you doing?" Rock Lee stopped for a break, panting as he replied, "I'm running 500 laps around the academy. If I can do it, I'll finally be allowed to enroll." He went on, "I'm not talented in ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, or even taijutsu, so the academy didn't want me. But the examiner said if I finished all 500 laps today, they'd let me join the school." In reality, that was just an excuse from the examiner. He never expected that Rock Lee would actually go through with it and start running. Sasuke asked, "So how many laps have you done?" With absolute confidence, Rock Lee replied, "I've finished 50 laps already. Only 450 to go. Once I meet the quota, I'll be able to enter the Ninja Academy. Anyway, I gotta keep running. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up as classmates." He rubbed his calves, then set off on another lap without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, a young man in a form-fitting green outfit, haircut like a watermelon rind, watched the scene below with intense, silent focus. That determination, it was so much like the way he was back then, wasn't it? No talent for ninjutsu, none for jinjutsu, and not even a particularly strong body. All he could do was persevere, work harder than anyone else. Never allow his youthful spirit to waver, not even for a moment. For those born without talent, hard work is the only way to overcome it. Hinata woke slowly, drifting out of sleep. The moment she opened her eyes, she caught sight of Sasuke's strikingly handsome face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. In a tiny voice, Hinata whispered, "Sasuke, could you not be so close? My face feels so hot, and my heart's racing." Sasuke asked, "Your heart is racing? Let me have a look quietly." But Sasuke was only teasing. He hadn't actually touched her. It was one thing to sneak a playful touch or two while at home with his future wife, but out here in public, being seen would only make him look like a creep. Truthfully, Sasuke didn't even bother going back to class. For him, the Ninja Academy was just a routine, not a necessity. There, teachers would drill into the children, be loyal to the Hokage, to Konoha, to your clan, and so on. But Sasuke had no interest in listening to any of that. That evening, after escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga clan compound, Sasuke said farewell to Hayashi Hyuga. "Goodbye, Uncle Hyuga." "Goodbye, Sasuke." Hayashi's attitude toward Sasuke was always warm. After all, geniuses were admired by elders no matter the era. And Sasuke was a genius among geniuses. Passing by the Ninja Academy, Sasuke noticed that Rock Lee was still running laps. "How many laps have you done now?" Sasuke called out. Rock Lee was still running, tears streaming down his face. His legs had lost all strength. Sheer determination was the only thing keeping him going. He sobbed, "Looks like we won't be classmates after all. I'm up to 300 laps, but even if I run as fast as I can, I won't finish all 500 before the sun sets." Sasuke asked him, "Then why keep running? You know you can't finish the task." Rock Lee said, "I'm giving it my all. I want to join the Ninja Academy too." Sasuke turned to Rock Lee and said, "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I admire your determination. If you can't get into the Ninja Academy, then tomorrow I'll ask my father to vouch for you." Rock Lee shouted, "Thank you, Sasuke. My name is Rock Lee, but I'll get into the Ninja Academy through my own efforts." Up on the rooftop, a boy in a bright green bodysuit with a classic bowl-cut hairstyle watched as Rock Lee kept running. A small smile played at the corner of his mouth. Rock Lee, just like him, had no special talent, but worked incredibly hard. Even when he knew he might not complete the task, he still pushed himself to try his best. Such an attitude made Guy feel deeply gratified. At some point, a figure wearing a fox mask had appeared beside Guy. He spoke, "Guy, you've been standing here all day." Guy replied, "In that young man, I see a reflection of my own past." Then, Might Guy leapt into the air, performing a dazzling double backflip, and landed right in front of Rock Lee. Rock Lee didn't stop running. He simply circled around Might Guy and kept going. Might Guy joined Rock Lee, matching his pace. He gave me a big thumbs up. "Young man, I recognize your perseverance. Starting tomorrow, you'll be admitted to the second year at the Ninja Academy." Rock Lee stopped, gasping for breath, and looked at Might Guy in disbelief. "Do you really mean it?" Might Guy nodded. "That's right, but I haven't even done the first year yet." Might Guy said, "Don't worry, I'll be your guarantor. You can skip straight to the second year." Overwhelmed with emotion, Rock Lee threw his arms around Might Guy's leg and burst into tears. "Thank you. You're such a good person." But Might Guy gently admonished him, "Don't cry. Keep moving. We who lack natural gifts can only catch up to prodigies through tireless effort. Come on now, let's keep going." Hard work never betrays you. Youth shines brightest through sweat and perseverance. That evening, Sasuke returned home. He saw a masked figure standing in the center of the courtyard, a mysterious presence. The only ones who knew the man's true identity were Sasuke, Itachi, and Fugaku. So when the other Uchiha clansmen saw the masked man standing there, puzzled though they were, none dared interfere. When Sasuke came home from school, the masked man spoke to Sasuke. I have killed Danzo. With that, he reached into the void of his special space and produced Danzo's severed head. Obito spoke. Danzo is weak, but he's incredibly troublesome to deal with. Taking advantage of his position, Danzo collected a large number of Sharingan eyes from the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Then he snuck into the Uchiha's territory and secretly learned his Izanagi. Because of that, I had to kill him 11 times before he finally stayed dead. Obito tossed Danzo's head onto the ground, as if afraid to dirty his own hands. Sasuke stared at Danzo's severed head, his mouth agape and the look in his single eye utterly vacant. All Sasuke could feel was a wave of satisfaction washing over his heart. Dunce truly deserve to die. They say there are no absolute good or bad people among the Hokage's ranks, but Danzo was certainly the most despicable of them all. Now at last he was dead. A fierce sense of vengeance fulfilled rose in Sasuke's chest. His eyes grew hot, as if burning with emotion. And then, in the very next moment, 3 Tomo suddenly swirled and emerged in Sasuke's eyes, spinning and shifting forms. Sasuke's eyes awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. An intense surge of emotion can awaken the Sharingan. Yet for most of the Uchiha, it is the fires of hatred and anger that unlock their powers. But for Sasuke, it was the sheer exhilaration after killing Danzo that awakened the Mangekyou. Such a way of opening one's eyes, precedent-shattering, never before seen in the clan's history. Ding! Intense emotional fluctuation detected in Host. Host's bloodline limit has advanced. 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyou Sharingan. All around, the Uchiha clansmen looked on as Sasuke's Mangekyou awakened. Every face held shock. Every pair of eyes brimmed with excitement, as if each of them had awakened their own Mangekyou. Sasuke's eyes, he's awakened the Mangekyou. Haha, our Uchiha clan has finally birthed another true prodigy. I always knew Sasuke was special. At 6 years old, awakening the Mangekyou, even Madara Uchiha didn't achieve that. Such terrifying talent. Sasuke touched his eyes, still feeling that pleasant warmth, and deep within, he sensed a powerful force surging, eager to break free. Host, Uchiha Sasuke. Age 6. Special physique. Indra's reincarnation, chakra affinity. Bloodline limit, Sharingan Mangekyou. Chakra attributes, lightning, fire. Surprise flickered in Sasuke's heart. If he'd awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan by accident at such a young age, when he turned 10, wouldn't he automatically evolve his eyes into the eternal Mangekyou? This was truly an unexpected windfall. The next day, Sasuke arrived at the Hyuga household to pick up Hinata for school. Hayashi Hyuga waved his hand at them and said, "You two, don't run too fast on the way." Sasuke turned to Hayashi and asked, "Mr. Hyuga, my eyes feel a little itchy. What could be the reason?" Hayashi was taken aback. For the Uchiha, their eyes were their most precious treasure. Nothing must happen to them. Hayashi replied, "Come, let me have a look." The 3 Tomo of Sasuke's Sharingan shimmered in his eyes, then quickly morphed into the Mangekyou. Hayashi's gaze sharpened, but then he burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Sasuke, you little genius. To think you've awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at such a young age, sooner even than your brother." His eyes brimmed with delight. If the Uchiha and the Hyuga had no connection, Sasuke might have been seen as a threat to the Hyuga clan. But now, with the alliance by marriage, their fates were intertwined. Sasuke's strength was strength for the Hyuga as well. Hayashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder and smiled proudly. Reaching the gates of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke took Hinata's small hand in his when he happened to spot Rock Lee. Sasuke called out, "Lee, you joined the Ninja Academy?" Rock Lee responded with excitement. "Yes, Sasuke. It's all thanks to Master Guy. He took me in as his disciple, and now I'm in the 2nd grade." Sasuke nodded in understanding. Little Lee had always been a year ahead of him. Inside the classroom, Sasuke accidentally bumped into a girl. She was lovely, with pink hair as soft as cherry blossoms. Sasuke said, "Sorry about that, Sakura." Hearing his words, Sakura's cheeks flushed red. She'd admired Sasuke for a long time, but her background made her too shy to speak her feelings aloud. Her parents were ordinary people, not even ninjas, while Sasuke's father was none other than the head of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Hinata's father was the leader of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke and Hinata were a perfect match, fated for each other. Although Sakura liked Sasuke too, she simply didn't dare to say so. Secretly, her thoughts tumbled in her heart. Sasuke is so cool. So cool. So cool. Once class began, Irika dashed into the room. Looking quite pleased, he announced to everyone, "Next week, we'll be sparring with the students from the second grade. I'll pick a few of you to represent the first years. Who wants to volunteer?" Sasuke shot his hand up. Me. As a teacher, Irika wasn't exactly fond of troublesome students like Sasuke, always skipping class, causing mischief, and tangled up in young romance. He could easily set a bad example for the rest of the class, but then again, who could blame him? After all, Sasuke was an Uchiha. Irika announced, "Sasuke will be our first representative. We still need 2 more volunteers. If no one steps up, we'll draw lots." Seeing that Sasuke had already volunteered, Naruto quickly shot up his hand. "Sensei, I want to represent the first years too." Irika glanced at Naruto and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Naruto nodded emphatically. "I'm sure." Irika sighed. "All right then, the second representative will be Naruto. Who will be the third?" No one else came forward. Hinata had wanted to join Sasuke, but Sasuke, worried she might get hurt, discreetly signaled for her not to volunteer. With no other volunteers, they decided to draw lots. The final pick was Sakura Haruno. So the first-year representatives would be Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. For the second years, the chosen students were Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. In the second-year group, Lee had already swapped his middle-parted hairstyle for the iconic bowl cut. He had also put on a snug green tracksuit, because for him, that was the very embodiment of youth. And yet, Lee had only just entered the academy. He stared at his teacher in disbelief. "Guy-sensei, you mean me? I'm representing the second years." Mike Guy spread his hands helplessly. "Lee, it's by lottery. There's nothing we can do." Neji leaned against the wall, gazing off into the distance. He wondered whether this time, in their match against the first years, he might face Sasuke. If he did have to face Sasuke, would he lose again? Sasuke was a genius, but what of it? Neji clenched his fists in secret. He was determined that, through sheer effort, he would surpass Sasuke. He told himself that in this upcoming contest between the 2 grades, he would fight for victory. The days sped by. Before anyone knew it, a whole week had flown past. The training arena. Today the arena was packed. After all, this was the friendly competition between the first and second-year students at the Ninja Academy. All around, people were engaged in lively discussion. "Hey, who do you think will win this time? First years or second years?" "Probably the second years. They win every year." Honestly, these grade-level matches are really just about humbling the hot-headed new students. "But I heard the Uchiha clan's younger son is in the first-year group." "So what? Even if the Uchiha's youngest is strong, it's still just one person. All I'm saying is, my money's on the second years." The matches will be determined by drawing lots. There will be 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 3-on-3 matches. Sasuke reached into the box and pulled out a slip of paper. Written on it was the number 3. Neji watched the scene unfold. He activated his Byakugan and saw that Sasuke drew number 3. Neji was the first to draw a lot, and after using Byakugan, he also drew number 3. He wanted to have another fair 1-on-1 match with Sasuke. With the results in hand, the first match would be Tenten versus Sakura. The second match, Rock Lee versus Naruto. The third match, Neji versus Sasuke. The tournament would follow a best-of-3 system. The grade level that won 2 rounds would receive a mysterious grand prize. The first match began. Up on the arena, Sakura was visibly anxious, while Tenten appeared calm and at ease. Tenten beckoned with a relaxed wave. "Come on, don't expect me to hold back." Sakura replied, "Me neither. For victory, I'll do whatever it takes." Although Sakura hadn't systematically studied ninjutsu, she was gifted with incredible natural strength. With a single punch, she could shatter rocks. Tenten, meanwhile, unfastened a scroll from her waist. She unfurled it, and each symbol inscribed there shimmered ominously. Biting her fingertip, Tenten pressed her hand on the symbol for sword. In an instant, thick white smoke billowed out, and 3 massive shuriken whirled toward Sakura. Sakura narrowly dodged out of harm's way. But Tenten's finger then struck the symbol for blade, launching 5 flying knives at her in rapid succession. Immediately after, Tenten pressed down on the symbol for explosion. In the next moment, a violent blast erupted, the shockwave sending Sakura flying 5 or 6 meters away. Tenten fought from a distance. Sakura had no way to get close to her opponent. Without closing the gap, her monstrous strength was useless. Moments later, Sakura's entire body was battered and bruised, still unable to get near Tenten. It was clear who was superior. In the first round, Tenten took the victory. The second-year students scored the first point. Score, 1-0. The second match, Naruto versus Rock Lee. As soon as Naruto stepped onto the field, a wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. Tisich, isn't that the demon fox? Since when can the fox represent the first years? Hey, you in the green with the bowl cut. Take the fox down. In an instant, Naruto's cheerful mood vanished without a trace. He glanced around with a shadow of resentment in his eyes. Deep inside, a mysterious power began to stir restlessly. Just then, 3 Uchiha from the Konoha police force, all clad in green vests, surrounded the two who had just been making snide remarks. Uchiha Kenjin spoke. Come with us. The Uchiha suspect you two are spies from the Hidden Cloud. Villager, huh? Me, a spy from the Hidden Cloud? I'm just an ordinary villager. Uchiha Kenjin narrowed his eyes and said, would a good villager slander the 4th Hokage's son? If I say you're spies, then spies you are. The Konoha police force has the authority to enforce the law. And with that, Kenjin led the 2 loud-mouthed villagers away. Before leaving, Uchiha Kenjin nodded toward Sasuke, extending a gesture of goodwill. No one disturbed Naruto anymore, and he began to observe Rock Lee. With a lean frame, a green bodysuit, and his signature bowl haircut, Lee stood ready. Naruto addressed him. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Lee responded enthusiastically. Oh, my name is Rock Lee. Well then, let's begin. Without hesitation, Lee started darting swiftly around Naruto. Years of rigorous training had shaped a body built for speed and agility. He launched attack after attack, but Naruto focused solely on defending and dodging. Suddenly, Lee unraveled the bandages twined around his hands. He burst forward, and in a flash, the bandages wrapped tightly around Naruto. Naruto tumbled to the ground, struggling against his bonds. Trapped within the bandages, Naruto thought to himself, I really am useless. I'm so weak, so why do I always try to act bold? I've lost, but I don't want to lose. I don't want to hold Sasuke back. Just as the referee was about to raise Lee's right hand in victory, a flicker of orange-red light suddenly shimmered within the bandages. And in the next moment, the light exploded, shattering Lee's bandages in an instant. Everyone bore witness as a glowing orange chakra began to swirl around Naruto, radiating from his body. Behind him, a faint outline of a tail flickered into existence. I don't want to lose. With a primal roar, Naruto charged at Lee, the torrent of orange-red chakra launching Lee clear across the arena. Lee fell unconscious. Gradually, the orange chakra faded from Naruto's body. In a daze, Naruto muttered, was that really me just now? The display of the orange chakra stunned even the referee, leaving him speechless. All he could do was try to keep Naruto calm. The referee wanted no part of another Nine-Tails rampage. Last time, it had taken Minato to seal the beast. Who will be able to step in now? The referee announced. Uzumaki Naruto is the winner. A point goes to the first-year division. The score is now 1-1. Next up was the match point round. Neji versus Sasuke. One was the Uchiha genius adored by all, the other a former prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Neji looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you. But Sasuke replied haughtily, you don't stand the slightest chance. Gritting his teeth, Neji retorted, don't be so arrogant. In that instant, veins bulged around Neji's eyes. He had entered the Byakugan state. He was searching for Sasuke's weakness. But then, in Sasuke's eyes, 3 Tomo appeared, spinning and transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan, as a veil of purple chakra began to glow around his body. A purple skeletal frame materialized, sinews forming along its structure, soon encased by the jet-black armor of the Tengu. A colossal, violet, half-bodied Susanoo now stood before Neji. Neji gazed up at the towering figure, and his spirits instantly plummeted. With a sense of utter defeat, Neji muttered, how on earth am I supposed to beat that? Against this enormous Susanoo, Neji realized he didn't stand a chance. Not even a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the resolve in his heart shattered. The gap between them would only grow wider and wider. Neji knew he would never have the chance to surpass Sasuke. His heart sank, bringing a bitter taste to his mouth. How long had it really been since this all began? And already, Sasuke was so far beyond his reach. Truly, Sasuke was a once-in-a-century genius. No wonder both his father and uncle favored him so much. Deflated, Neji admitted, I concede. The purple chakra surrounding Sasuke contracted, and the half-bodied Susanoo dissolved into a haze of violet dust, fading away. Turning to Neji, Sasuke said, Neji, you're certainly a genius, but when it comes to facing me, you're just a bit outmatched. With those words, Sasuke left the arena. Neji stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Sasuke, call me a genius. A rush of clarity washed over him. Compared to most people, he did possess some talent. But up against Sasuke, he was no more than a fool. A glimmer of determination sparked in Niji's eyes. If, instead of seeing Sasuke as an adversary, I treat him as the goal I strive for, then I wouldn't feel so conflicted. Sasuke was never truly my opponent. Why close myself off to just that? Clearly, he could be the one I aspire to reach. For a second time, hope shone in Niji's eyes. After the match, Sasuke walked up to Naruto and said, "Great job, Naruto." Naruto scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. I'm not really sure what happened. Suddenly, this incredible power just erupted from inside me. Sasuke replied, "Rather than reject that power, you might want to try embracing it." As Sasuke and Naruto chatted away, clearly at ease with each other, Sakura couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She had been part of the battle too, and even got hurt, so why wasn't Sasuke coming over to comfort her? With that thought, Sakura drooped her head and crouched by the roadside, looking dejected. Sasuke approached, gently ruffled Sakura's hair, and said, "You were amazing today, too, Sakura, and you're injured, so hurry to the medical ward." A member of the Uchiha clan, dressed in the distinctive green flak jacket, appeared and escorted Sakura to the infirmary. Moments later, 4 masked figures suddenly appeared, silently encircling Naruto. Naruto stared at them, fear flickering in his eyes. Sasuke stepped in front of Naruto, confronting the masked shinobi. "What are you planning to do?" A man wearing a fox mask replied, "We've received information that the Nine-Tails power within Naruto is stirring. We need to take him to the Hokage's office and reinforce the seal." Sasuke narrowed his eyes and said, "The Nine-Tails is crucial to the safety of the Hidden Leaf. Even if something is happening with the beast, this is a matter for the Konoha police force, not the Umbu. What business do you have interfering?" The Umbu were a covert group carrying out the Hokage's secret orders, often dealing with threats from other villages. By contrast, the Konoha police force was responsible for safeguarding the village itself. The fox-masked man spoke again. "Young Master Sasuke, please don't force our hand." Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the space behind Sasuke seemed to twist, and a mysterious figure appeared. He wore a tiger-striped mask and carried a gleaming katana. His mere presence emanated a crushing pressure, an aura forged in endless battlefields and rivers of blood. Though Sasuke was strong for his age, he was still a child and lacked the authority to intimidate seasoned fighters. But the masked man behind him was different. The sight of this newcomer sent a jolt through the 4 Umbu. Tension thickened the air, beads of sweat trickling beneath their masks. Even so, they bore the weight of their orders. None dared to act rashly. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke the silence. "You 4 stand down." A moment later, Homura Mitokado, the Hokage's advisor, made his entrance. He addressed Sasuke directly. "I hope you understand the consequences if the Nine-Tails breaks free. During the last rampage, you were just a child then, so maybe you don't remember, but the havoc it caused was far worse than you can imagine. If you refuse to strengthen the seal, I hope you won't regret it." Sasuke answered firmly, "Advisor, with all due respect, I ask you not to meddle in police force affairs. Maintaining peace within the village is our responsibility." Homura was about to lecture Sasuke with the weight of seniority. But when he caught sight of Obito standing behind Sasuke, the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them. "Just be careful with your choices." With that, Homura turned and left. A sense of elation swept over Sasuke. To stand unafraid before Konoha's top brass. What a liberating feeling. It was all thanks to the strength of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's loyalty, and their alliance with the Hyuga. The referee for the exhibition match was Gunma Shiranui. A former bodyguard of the 4th Hokage, Gunma's gaze sharpened immediately upon seeing Obito, a flicker of cold fury passing through his eyes. Others might not know, but as Minato's loyal guardian, Gunma was all too aware of the true culprit behind the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage. It was the masked man standing right in front of him. Sure enough, he really is from the Uchiha clan. So, what happened back then was also part of the Uchiha clan scheme. But he knew he was no match. Just moments ago, Sasuke's purple Susanoo had radiated such an overwhelming pressure that Gunma Shiranui almost fainted on the spot. Gunma drew a deep breath and smiled. "First-year students have defeated the second years. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you come here, and I'll take you to meet a respected figure of the shinobi world." Sasuke, too, was curious about just who this legendary predecessor in the shinobi world might be. From the mysterious way Gunma was acting, surely it couldn't be Orochimaru, could it? Gunma led Sasuke and the other 2 into a grove of trees. Deep in the woods, he called out to a white-haired figure standing behind a trunk. "Lord Jiraiya, I've brought you this year's victors." With that, Gunma vanished in a blur, using the body flicker technique. Jiraiya, on the other hand, jumped out from behind the tree with a broad grin. "Tajda, Standing before you is none other than the Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf. He was hoping to see the awestruck faces of 3 young fans upon meeting their idol. But all 3 of them looked completely unfazed. Feeling a bit crestfallen, Jiraiya asked, "Wait, you 3 haven't even heard of me?" Sasuke shook his head. "I've heard of you, but word is Lord Jiraiya has a penchant for peeping at women's baths." Naruto and Sakura also shook their heads. They hadn't heard of him at all. Jiraiya clutched his chest in mock anguish, lamenting, "This is the gravest slander I've ever faced. But haven't any of you read my books, Make Out Paradise or Tales of Unyielding Ninja Will?" Sasuke replied, "According to my father, that's a naughty book, not suitable for me." Jiraiya's disappointment couldn't have cut deeper. Is it possible these kids really don't know who I am anymore? It looks like I'll have to write more books from now on. Sasuke looked intently at Jiraiya. The man's wild white hair was thick and exuberant. His forehead protector bore the kanji for oil. And beneath his eyes, red streaks of face paint trailed down his cheeks. His build was strong and imposing. Jiraiya cleared his throat and finally revealed his true purpose. "Ahem. Actually, I want to take one of you 3 on as my apprentice." At these words, Naruto immediately chimed in. "Lord Jiraiya, please take Sasuke as your student. He really is a genius." Sasuke shook his head, replying, "Lord Jiraiya is indeed strong, but his teachings aren't suitable for me. The Uchiha have our own inheritance." With those parting words, he vanished with the body flicker technique. Jiraiya chuckled. "Ha, such a proud young man. Well, I suppose I'll choose my disciple from the 2 of you." Sasuke leapt lightly, moving swiftly through the forest. Although Jiraiya was incredibly powerful, his legacy was not suited for Sasuke. After all, Sasuke did not possess wine chakra. Without it, he couldn't learn even the most basic Rasengan. To Sasuke, the toads of Mount Myaboku were no match for the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. Even the sage arts of Mount Myaboku fell short compared to the arts of Ryuchi Cave in his eyes. Suddenly, as he made his way through the woods, Sasuke sensed the presence of lightning chakra. He came to an abrupt stop, pausing atop a high branch to look below, just in time to catch a glimpse of 2 ninja from the hidden cloud passing swiftly by. Though they wore no forehead protectors, their dark skin and the blue arcs of electricity dancing over their muscles said all that needed to be said about their identity. When Sasuke returned home, he asked Fugaku, "Father, are there hidden cloud shinobi in Konoha?" Fugaku nodded. "How did you find out?" The 4th Raikage came in person to sign a peace treaty with the 3rd. The peace treaty was a mutual pact between Konoha and Hidden Cloud, stipulating that neither side would launch an attack on the other. The 3rd Hokage was naturally delighted. If the treaty held, Konoha would no longer have to worry about Hidden Cloud's ambitions. Sasuke asked, "Father, do you think this peace treaty actually matters?" Fugaku replied, "It's little more than a token, something to ease the 3rd's mind. After all, either Cloud or Konoha can tear it up whenever they please." Sasuke thought to himself that he truly couldn't fathom why Hidden Cloud would bother to sign such an utterly useless agreement. Suddenly, an idea came to Sasuke. Perhaps the Hidden Cloud had other motives. Their true purpose wasn't as it seemed. They were after Hinata. Everyone knew that the Hidden Cloud village had coveted the Hyuga clan's Byakugan for years, and though Hinata was somewhat timid by nature, she possessed a pair of Byakugan of the purest lineage. So this time, the Hidden Cloud's real target was Hinata. A surge of anger rose within Sasuke. He found Itachi and said to him, "Brother, the Hidden Cloud might make a move against Hinata." Itachi didn't respond, only looked at Sasuke, wanting to see how he would act. With a hardened resolve, Sasuke declared, "If the Hidden Cloud acts without honor, then don't blame me for being ruthless. If they're after Hinata's Byakugan, then I'll just take one of their tail beasts. Brother, could I trouble you and Obito to capture the 2 tails Jinchuriki for me?" Itachi stared at Sasuke in shock. "Are you sure you want to go after the Hidden Cloud's Jinchuriki?" Sasuke nodded. "Yes, we're not even targeting the 8 tails, just the 2 tails. If the 4th Raikage plays dirty, then we won't show mercy either. Killer Bee is the younger brother of the 4th Raikage. If we were to capture Killer Bee, then the Hidden Cloud village would never let Konoha off the hook. But it's different with the 2 tails Jinchuriki. She doesn't hold nearly as much value in the 4th Raikage's eyes as the 8 tails Jinchuriki does." Obito emerged slowly from behind Sasuke, seizing Itachi. The 2 of them vanished into space together. Meanwhile, Sasuke headed to the Hyuga clan. He was met not by Hayashi Hyuga, but by Hizashi. Sasuke asked, "Uncle Hizashi, where did Uncle Hayashi go?" Hizashi replied, "Oh, didn't the 4th Raikage come to sign a peace agreement? My brother went to the Hokage's office. It's only proper to show the 3rd Hokage some respect. What brings you here today?" Sasuke answered, "I wanted to see Hinata." I've been missing her. Hizashi burst out laughing. Haha, you little rascal. It's only been a day. By the way, who did you meet with today? Sasuke, without much thought, said Jiraiya. At that, Hizashi's face immediately flushed red with excitement. He exclaimed, You mean the great Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin? I love his book, Make Out Paradise. If you see him again, could you get an autograph for me? Sasuke agreed cheerfully. But deep down, he was a bit surprised. So the real fans of Make Out Paradise were middle-aged men? Elsewhere in the Hyuga compound, Neji was honing his skills on the wooden training post. Sweat poured down his face, but he used no chakra to shield his body. He struck the post with sheer physical strength, his palms turning bright red from the impact. Sasuke was amazed by Neji's determination. If not for the caged bird seal, Neji's future could have been limitless. Neji possessed a top-tier Byakugan talent, but the curse mark of the caged bird had burdened that gift, creating a fatal flaw. If the caged bird seal had never been imposed, the entire Hyuga clan would be far stronger than it is today. Half an hour later, Sasuke departed. At the door, Hizashi smiled and bid Sasuke farewell. Yet the one leaving was only Sasuke's shadow clone. It was a swift, instantaneous shadow clone, so skillfully done that even Hizashi's Byakugan couldn't tell real from fake. All this while, Sasuke himself remained hidden in a remote corner of the Hyuga compound. He concealed his presence as much as possible, determined not to be discovered. As the night deepened and silence blanketed the clan, Sasuke's nerves tightened with each passing moment. Suddenly, several presences flickered by, vanishing in an instant as they darted out of the Hyuga grounds. Shock washed over Sasuke. When did this happen? How had the Cloud Village ninja become so skilled at hiding themselves? He realized he hadn't sensed their arrival at all. If he hadn't been on high alert this whole time, he might never have noticed them slip away. A cold, mocking smile tugged at Sasuke's lips. So, Hidden Cloud had come to steal the Nine Tails Jinchuriki long ago. And now, they were here again for Hinata. Back then, Minato became a hero by saving a damsel in distress. And now, Sasuke could do the same. In an instant, Sasuke formed hand seals. 3 shadow clones appeared, then vanished from sight. The first clone rushed off to inform Hayashi Hyuga and Neji. The second clone sped toward the Hokage Tower to alert the 5th Hokage and Hayashi. The third clone hurried to notify Sasuke's father. After all, Fugaku was currently a member of the Konoha police force. For figures, clad all in black, darted through the forest at lightning speed, hauling a wriggling burlap sack in their arms. Sparks of blue electricity flickered across their muscles, a jolt that awakened every fiber in their bodies and let them move even faster. Their clothes, worn by the Hidden Cloud's covert operatives, were anything but ordinary. They'd been soaked in ink from the 8 Tails, Gyuki. That ink had the power to seal off chakra. Any clothes bathed in it could block chakra detection completely. Inside the sack, Hinata was stricken with terror. She was trembling, on the verge of tears, completely at a loss. She had no idea who these people were, or why she was being kidnapped. Hinata tried to fight back, but the thick, black bag cut off her connection to her chakra, leaving her powerless. They were nearly at the border of the Leaf Village. The protective barrier nearby had just been dismantled by 2 Cloud Ninja, but only for a fleeting moment. They had to seize that split second to escape the village. At the very least, they needed to bring the Byakugan child to the Hidden Cloud. Sasuke raced after them, but however hard he pushed himself, they were always one step ahead, just out of reach. Drawing on all he had seen from the Cloud Ninja, Sasuke channeled his lightning release chakra throughout his entire body. Immediately, energy surged through him. His body felt suddenly weightless, and he shot ahead with blinding speed. This was the lightning release body flicker technique, a secret art of the Hidden Cloud, forbidden to outsiders. The 4 Hidden Cloud agents could see the border barrier now, just 500 meters ahead. In just a few more breaths, they'd be free. But right then, a streak of lightning arced across their path. In a heartbeat, the sack had vanished from the operative's shoulder. Sasuke swept Hinata up into his arms, cradling her as he murmured, "Don't worry. I'm here." The 4A and BU exchanged glances, gave a silent nod, and all of them hurled themselves at Sasuke, attacking at once. Sasuke's eyes spun. Mangekyo Sharingan unfurled. Instantly, jet black flames erupted, devouring the 4 Hidden Cloud agents and reducing them to ash. Holding Hinata gently, Sasuke whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'll always be here for you." A blush flared across Hinata's cheeks, and she nodded meekly. Then, gathering her courage, she placed a gentle kiss at the corner of Sasuke's lips, soft and fleeting, gone in the blink of an eye. With just a single moment of Amaterasu, Sasuke had incinerated all 4 Hidden Cloud agents. leaving nothing but ashes behind. But there were still 2 Cloud Village ninjas at the barrier. They tried to escape. Sasuke's eyes locked onto them, and in an instant, jet-black flames appeared beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, the dark fire consumed their legs. Then, just as swiftly, the black flames flickered out, and the 2 Cloud ninjas collapsed to the ground in utter despair. They exchanged a final glance, then quickly took their own lives. They could not let their identities be exposed. Moments later, a bolt of lightning lit up the scene. The 4th Raikage appeared, his booming voice echoing. "Who is it? Who kidnapped the daughter of the Hyuga clan?" Sasuke turned his gaze toward the Raikage. Bare-chested, the Raikage's powerful muscles were on display, arcs of electricity crackling over them, a vivid testament to his formidable chakra. Sasuke replied, "I've killed them. They are nothing but ashes now." The Raikage tensed at this, replying, "Well done." The 3rd Hokage appeared along with Hiashi and Hisashi Hyuga, right behind the Raikage. Hiashi rushed forward to check on his daughter, worried something might have happened. Thankfully, Hinata was unharmed. Hiashi spoke. "Sasuke, who tried to kidnap Hinata?" Sasuke answered, "Just outside the barrier, you'll find 2 more bodies." Hiashi hurried to inspect them. He stripped away their clothing and discovered the forehead protectors of the Mist Village. Hiashi declared, "They're from the Mist Village." But Sasuke countered, "Uncle, forehead protectors can be forged." The Raikage shot Sasuke a glare, barking, "Brat, where are you getting at? Are you saying the kidnappers were from the Cloud Village?" Sasuke responded, "I never said that. Still, when those masked men were running away, I noticed the lightning running across their bodies looked just like yours, Lord Raikage." The Raikage advanced on Sasuke, step by step. He seemed intent on intimidating Sasuke into silence, his presence bearing down, "Listen, brat, there are things you can joke about, and things you can't. Are you sure about what you're saying?" In Sasuke's eyes, the 3-tomo Sharingan spun into the pattern of the Mangekyo, meeting the Raikage's gaze fearlessly. A purple skeletal form emerged around him, then sinew, and finally the fearsome crow armor of the Susanoo. Cradling Hinata within the half-formed Susanoo, Sasuke met the Raikage's eyes and calmly asked, "Lord Raikage, are you trying to frighten a child?" Fugaku appeared at Sasuke's side, addressing the Raikage. "Lord Raikage, we still don't know who these masked men truly are, but it seems you've already scared Sasuke." The Raikage glared again at Sasuke inside the half-formed Susanoo, thinking to himself that this was no frightened child, and for one so young to already possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, a dangerous foe for the future. With the 4th Raikage's lightning release body technique, the speed after activating his enhanced cells was something even Sasuke might not be able to react to. Hence, Sasuke had raised the Susanoo's defense in advance. However, with Fugaku by his side, Sasuke had nothing to worry about. Fugaku's heavenly pillar of eternity was the natural nemesis of the Raikage's blinding speed. No matter how fast a Raikage moved, as soon as he got near Fugaku, his speed would drop to just a third of what it was. This time, the one doing the killing was Sasuke, and Sasuke had used a shadow clone to alert everyone. Someone had kidnapped Hinata. Among those informed was the Raikage himself, placing Sasuke on the moral high ground. Killing 2 kidnappers probably wouldn't upset the Raikage, right? Or could it be that these kidnappers were sent by the Raikage himself? So, when Sasuke killed these 6 figures dressed in black, the Raikage could do nothing but swallow his anger and grind his teeth. There was no way he could lose his composure on the spot. But the Raikage's plan had failed. Over in Kumigakure, Sasuke's plan, on the other hand, was still in motion. Kumigakure, the Cloud Thunder Gorge. This was where Jinchuriki came to train, shielded from the outside by a formidable barrier. The host of the 2 tails, Yujito Ni. The host of the 8 tails, Killer Bee. Killer Bee had found a quiet corner, spinning, rapping, and dancing to his own rhythm. Yujito was honing her skills in the training arena. Suddenly, the space above the gorge twisted and tore open. 2 figures stepped out from a rift. Both wore the red cloud robes of the Akatsuki. One hid his face behind a tiger-striped mask. The other's face was marked by 2 deep, sorrowful tear stains. It was Obito and Itachi. Disguised in Akatsuki attire, they aimed to mask their true identities. Yujito eyed the intruders warily. Her instincts told her these were no guests. In the blink of an eye, midnight blue flames erupted across her body, spreading from head to toe. Poised like a great cat, Yujito crouched low, her gaze locked on Obito and Itachi. She opened her mouth. Chakra the color of black, red, and blue surged together, coalescing into a single, gleaming sphere, the tailed beast bomb. With a roar, she launched the projectile, which tore straight through Obito and Itachi's bodies. A deafening blast resounded. The force of the tailed beast bomb shattered a distant mountain in a single instant. Itachi and Obito locked eyes, both realizing this battle needed to end swiftly. Itachi wasted no time. His eyes shifted into the Mangekyo, and in an instant, midnight black flames swallowed Yujito whole. Amaterasu. The inextinguishable black fire scorched Yujito, consuming her in agony. Obito appeared behind her in a flash, paying no heed to the black flames as he seized her body directly. In the next instant, Yujito, engulfed in black fire, vanished on the spot. Obito rejoined Itachi, and together, the two slipped away without a trace. Were it not for the scars left by the battle, it would have seemed as though they had never been there at all. Inside the Kemui dimension, Itachi watched as the pitch-black flames danced upon Obito's right hand. Just as he was about to speak, Obito grabbed hold of his right arm with his left hand and, without hesitation, tore the entire arm off. A flash of surprise flickered in Itachi's eyes. Obito spoke slowly, "This hand, it's not real. In fact, half of me isn't real at all." The black flames enveloping Yujito Ni's body were on the verge of burning out, for the dark blue cloak of Two Tails' chakra had already been consumed by Amaterasu's fire. At this moment, Yujito lay within the Kemui dimension, barely clinging to life. With their mission completed, Obito and Itachi returned to Konoha with satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, after much deliberation, Sasuke turned to his father and declared, "Father, I want to become a Jinchuriki." Fugaku responded without hesitation, "No. To become a Jinchuriki is far too dangerous, especially with the Two Tails, a beast we have never faced before. We know nothing of its temperament." Sasuke insisted, "Father, I believe I can subdue the Two Tails. After all, it only has two tails." But Fugaku remained adamantly opposed to letting Sasuke take such a risk. After all, as long as Sasuke could safely grow stronger, his potential was limitless. Yet Sasuke was determined to use any means necessary to become powerful. The Two Tails might not be the mightiest among all-tailed beasts, but its appearance was undeniably impressive. Those black-blue flames were strikingly cool. Despite his father's objections, once Sasuke set his mind to something, nothing could dissuade him. In truth, Sasuke was confident he could take control of the Two Tails. Firstly, he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. While his ocular powers were not focused on Jinjutsu, his skill in illusions was still formidable. Secondly, with the threat of Obito's demonic statue of the Outer Path, and with both Obito and Itachi by his side, Sasuke simply couldn't imagine failing. Obito appeared behind Sasuke, then led him into the Kemui dimension. There, the withered demonic statue of the Outer Path opened a single eye and spat out a purple chain from its mouth. With a swift motion, the chain plunged straight into Yujito Ni's body. It seemed that this chain was meant solely for tailed beasts. Sasuke watched as, with every tug, the great cat wreathed in black and blue flames was gradually drawn out of Yujito's form. At last, the Two Tails was completely extracted from her. For the very first time, Sasuke laid eyes on a true tailed beast. The Two Tails was enormous, cloaked in roaring black-blue flames. To Sasuke's gaze, it seemed as if the very essence of chakra had taken on the form of a beast, its core brimming with an almost overflowing power. Yet now, the Two Tails looked utterly defeated. A thick chain was fastened around its neck, forcing it step by step toward the gaping maw of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Upon seeing the statue, the Two Tails instinctively recoiled, for this monstrosity possessed a natural dominance over all tailed beasts. Terror filled its eyes. Sasuke addressed the Two Tails. "Matatabi, I'm giving you two choices. First, become my tailed beast. Zekunt, D." When the Two Tails heard Sasuke call its name, it was momentarily stunned, and its fondness for Sasuke shot up instantly. The tailed beasts longed for recognition. They didn't want to be called things like the Two Tails, mere weapons of war. They wanted to hear others call them by their true names, Matatabi. Matatabi, even though it didn't know how this kid could possibly know its name. But the fear it felt toward the demonic statue of the Outer Path was bone deep. Matatabi's choice was clear. It would become Sasuke's Jinchuriki. In an instant, the Two Tails transformed into a mass of black and blue flames and surged into Sasuke's body. The next moment, immense power erupted from within Sasuke, black and blue chakra flaring all around him. As Sasuke drew the swirling chakra back inside, he became the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke savored the overwhelming power of the beast, now sealed within him. So this is what a tailed beast feels like. The chakra it wielded was astonishingly vast. If the Two Tails was already this powerful, then how terrifying must the Nine Tails be? Sasuke's consciousness entered his inner world, where he gazed at the Two Tails. He spoke to Matatabi. "Matatabi, I know your name. I'll admit, I want your strength, and that's why I made myself your Jinchuriki. But I won't use force like a machine. We are equals friends. With that, Sasuke left his spiritual realm. Matatabi was left bewildered. Perhaps, the moment Sasuke uttered its true name, some affection had awakened within Matatabi. Thinking back, it had gotten along with Yujito quite well, yet now that she was gone, it felt nothing, not the smallest pang of sorrow. Maybe it was because Matatabi had seen too many deaths. Yujito was just one among many. Or perhaps, as a proud-tailed beast, it had never truly accepted Yujito. After all, she always called it Two Tails. Over its long life, Matatabi had seen eyes like Sasuke's before. If its memory served, these were the eyes of a Uchiha. He claimed he wasn't a weapon of war, but a friend. Matatabi did not trust human words. Yet, somehow, a glimmer of hope flickered in its heart. Maybe this one really was different. With that thought, the great beast settled quietly onto the ground. As a tailed beast, someday, it would likely be captured and forced to be a weapon anyway. If that was its fate, perhaps it was worth it to believe in this boy. Becoming a Jinchuriki brought Sasuke nothing but advantages. After all, in this society and environment, being a tailed beast means that sooner or later, you'll end up as a Jinchuriki. Instead of letting someone else take on the role, I might as well do it myself. With this thought, Sasuke felt perfectly at ease. Meanwhile, on the other side in the hidden cloud village, at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, Fourth Raikage stood atop the gorge with a dark expression, silent and brooding. The surrounding Umbu, witnessing his anger, dared not utter a single word. Killer Bee looked as though he had just taken a beating. He squatted on the ground like a subdued quail, utterly speechless. Under his breath, he muttered curses at the Fourth Raikage. Finally, pushed past his limit, the Fourth Raikage grabbed Killer Bee by the collar and bellowed at him. Killer Bee, are you telling me the two intruders made it into the Valley of Clouds and Lightning? You didn't even notice, and in mere moments, they kidnapped Yujito? Killer Bee nodded. That's right, bro. Dumb brother, jerk brother. The Fourth Raikage was speechless. Without warning, he sent Killer Bee flying with a punch, and shouted to those around, find out everything. I want to know who took Yujito. The hidden cloud village cannot lose a tailed beast for nothing. At the same time, somewhere else, in the forest of Konoha, Sasuke was training with his shuriken shadow clone technique. He was experimenting, trying to coat his shuriken with fire release or lightning release chakra before launching them. He went so far as to imbue them with Amaterasu. That way, his consumption of ocular power would be much less, and without the need to focus his gaze, the strain on his eyes would ease. 3 shuriken appeared in Sasuke's hand. Black-blue flames wrapped themselves around the weapons as he flung them outward in a flash. In the next instant, a large tree was reduced to ashes. Sasuke was satisfied. The move was more powerful than he'd expected. With Amaterasu, the destructive force became even greater. From the shadows, a figure watched Sasuke intently, his intentions far from pure. While admiring Sasuke's agile physique, a line of drool trickled from the side of his mouth. His eyes were dark, yet burned with twisted desire. What a perfect, vibrant body. This was none other than Orochimaru, who had fled the Akatsuki. After failing to seize Shirsue's body, Orochimaru went into exile. Lurking ever since an Oto cure, Orochimaru's current vessel was close to collapse, and so his gaze was fixed firmly on Sasuke. The Uchiha clan possessed the nearly perfect, inherited Sharingan, something that Orochimaru coveted beyond reason. He dreamed night and day of possessing a fresh, living Uchiha body. But, in Orochimaru's eyes, only a few were truly worthy. Fugaku and Itachi. Orochimaru knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat either. Sasuke, although powerful, was young. Orochimaru believed he still had a chance. Perhaps it was during this moment of feverish fantasy that, without realizing, Orochimaru released a subtle pulse of chakra. Sasuke quickly sensed Orochimaru's presence. In an instant, Sasuke flung out 2 blue fire shuriken, their black-blue flames instantly reducing the surrounding shrubs to ash. Then, Orochimaru slowly emerged from the depths of those black-blue flames. Astonishingly, the fire around him did not harm Orochimaru in the slightest. He was strikingly alluring and handsome, his skin pale as porcelain, with a sweep of purple shadow at the corners of his eyes. Without hesitation, Orochimaru praised him. What a truly gifted little fellow you are. Seeing Orochimaru, chills ran down Sasuke's spine. Every hair felt on edge. This was the first time Sasuke had ever laid eyes on Orochimaru. Yet even at this first encounter, Sasuke could sense just how dangerous Orochimaru truly was. Observing Sasuke's reaction, Orochimaru smiled and said, his tone silky and insistent, "Haha, Sasuke, there's no need to be afraid. I mean you no harm. I simply wish to take you as my disciple." Sasuke eyed Orochimaru warily, on guard. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to approach him at such a moment. Orochimaru was undeniably dangerous, but getting close to him was also a chance for Sasuke to obtain what he desired. Facing Orochimaru, Sasuke demanded, "And why should I become your disciple?" With an eerie smile, Orochimaru replied, "There's no need to rush to refuse. I will come find you again." With that, Orochimaru's form liquefied and vanished in front of Sasuke, disappearing without a trace. Sasuke was left puzzled. His whole family was still alive, and yet Orochimaru really dared to come and pester him? Even so, the idea of going to Ryukido to see it for himself was tempting. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye Sasuke was already 9 years old. This was the year Sasuke would graduate from the Ninja Academy, becoming a full-fledged ninja at last. Sasuke glanced over his own status panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke. Age 9. Special Constitution. Chakra Affinity. Indra's Reincarnation. Perfect Two Tails Jinchuriki. Keki I Jinkai. Sharingan Mangekyo. I Techniques. Amaterasu Kagutsuchi. Chakra Attributes. Lightning, Fire. Over the years, Sasuke had become the perfect Jinchuriki for the Two Tails. Matatabi had come to truly recognize and accept him. Matatabi was now willing to offer Sasuke its chakra without reservation to assist him. This was what it meant to be a perfect Jinchuriki. Only Sasuke, Fugaku, Itachi, and Obito knew about his status as a Jinchuriki. Not a fifth soul was aware. During this time, Orochimaru had come to trouble Sasuke twice, but Sasuke had rejected his offer to become his apprentice both times. Yet seeing Sasuke grow stronger and more mature with each passing day, Orochimaru's desire for him only deepened. For Orochimaru, obtaining Sasuke's genetics was of utmost importance. With them, he could research and develop a technique to completely and flawlessly take over Sasuke's body. Through the use of the living corpse reincarnation technique, Orochimaru could achieve immortality, and Sasuke's body would undoubtedly be the most outstanding vessel on his path to eternal life. The day after tomorrow was the graduation assessment. At the Ninja Academy, students only needed to master the 3 basic jutsu to graduate and become genin. These 3 basic jutsu were the body replacement technique, clone technique, and transformation technique. The advanced versions included paralysis jutsu, body flicker technique, and invisibility jutsu. To Sasuke, the 3 basic jutsu were far too easy. He also thought that assessing ninja candidates using only these techniques was a bit perfunctory. However, since Sasuke was not the Hokage, he had no way to change the rules. That very evening, Orochimaru sought out Sasuke once again. A small white snake, glimmering in the moonlight, made its way to the Uchiha compound. The snake had been there many times before and thus slithered confidently through the familiar grounds of the Uchiha clan. When the snake reached Sasuke, its head began to distort and transform until it bore the face of Orochimaru. Orochimaru addressed Sasuke in his distinctive, eerie tone. "Ha, Sasuke-kun, we meet again. Did you know? Just today, Jiraiya's apprentice, your good friend Naruto Uzumaki, has signed a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku. If you become my disciple, I will give you command over all of my snakes." Orochimaru humbled himself, almost as if he were pleading for a disciple, or even searching for a father figure. Sasuke sensed that the time was right, and asked Orochimaru, "I've heard you know a great deal about curse marks. If you can unravel the curse mark I speak of, I'll become your student." At the Hyuga estate, Niji had already become a genin. Niji's instructor was Might Guy, and his teammates were Rock Lee and Tenten. With his formidable strength, Niji had already completed 3 D-rank missions and a C-rank mission, all within just 1 year. Today, as usual, Niji was at home practicing his strikes against the wooden practice posts. Veins bulged around his eyes, sweat streaming down his forehead, while wooden posts hurled toward him one after another. Niji faced them with measured calm, meeting each challenge unflinchingly. But as the wooden posts accelerated, he began to feel strained. His 360-degree vision, hampered by the caged bird seal, now revealed an unfortunate blind spot. A wooden post attacked him from directly behind, escaping his notice. In an instant, a shuriken sliced through the wooden post, splintering it apart. Niji paused, stopping both his movements and the flow of attacking posts. He turned to Sasuke and asked, "What brings you here?" Sasuke smiled and said, "Niji, I have a way to help you remove the caged bird curse mark." Niji's eyes lit up with joy, but soon a worried look appeared on his face. Hesitantly, he said, "But it's the clan's rule." Sasuke looked Niji straight in the eye. "You know very well this rule is utterly foolish. Your Byakugan is naturally pure, but the curse of the caged bird has put a flaw in it." Sasuke pressed further, his voice steady. "You need to decide, Are you going to live for yourself? Or only for your clan? That mark on your forehead chains you to the branch family. As long as you bear it, you and your descendants will never escape its brand. A look of deep pain crossed Niji's face. He, too, was questioning if he should live for himself or for the family. After a long moment, Niji turned to Sasuke and declared, "I want to live for myself." Sasuke nodded, then took Niji with him as they dashed into the depths of the forest. In the woods on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, there stood a dilapidated laboratory. Long ago, Orochimaru had used this place for human experiments. Danzo's arm of Sharingan eyes. Those had also been transplanted by Orochimaru. But after the third Hokage led a raid, Orochimaru was forced to flee in haste, leaving behind much of his research. Yet this didn't worry him. He believed that the fools in the Hidden Leaf wouldn't understand any of it. Orochimaru tidied the place briefly before resuming his research on the curse mark. This was a power drawn from the sages of Ryukido, but Orochimaru could not wield the force directly. All he could do was extract a portion of the sage's energy and transform it into the curse mark. He pressed a red button, and a figure instantly appeared, covered in tubes, the entire body submerged in nutrients. It was Yugo, the child Orochimaru had picked up near Ryukido. Yugo's blood was drained, then run through a special device, turning it into a thick, black liquid. Orochimaru injected this liquid, brimming with natural energy, into his own body. At once, thick veins bulged across his arm. He was racked with sharp pain. Yet as he gazed at the black lines rapidly snaking across his flesh, Orochimaru felt both agony and ecstasy. The ink-black markings crept like flames, consuming half his body, and a satisfied smile spread across Orochimaru's face. The power contained within was utterly intoxicating. Suddenly, a tiny white snake slithered by, disappearing into Orochimaru's sleeve and merging with him as one. A sinister laugh escaped his lips. "Hey, Sasuke-kun has arrived." Led by Sasuke, Niji arrived at the secret laboratory. Niji glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, his tone wary as he asked Sasuke, "Sasuke, where are we?" Sasuke replied, "The only person I could think of who might be able to break the cage bird seal for you is standing right before us." With that, Sasuke led Niji straight to Orochimaru. Through his Byakugan, Niji studied Orochimaru's back, instantly sensing an aura so dark, the chakra almost felt suffocating. As Orochimaru turned around, Niji finally saw the infamous, pale face in full, his eyes widening in shock. Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue shinobi from the Leaf Village, Orochimaru, once a student of the third Hokage, renowned alongside Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. But why had Orochimaru returned to Konoha? Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. "Aha! So, you're the little Hyuga, the kid with the Byakugan. Hyuga Hayashi and I are old acquaintances, you know." Once upon a time, Orochimaru had tried to steal Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan, but he had failed. Ever since then, Orochimaru fancied he and Hayashi shared a special, if twisted, bond. Sasuke shared with Niji that Orochimaru was perhaps the only one with a real chance at dispelling the cage bird seal. After a moment's hesitation, Niji made up his mind. He chose to put his trust in Orochimaru. Orochimaru examined Niji's body with expert precision. His hands, icy cold to the touch, sent shivers of dread through Niji's entire frame each time they brushed against his skin. Niji couldn't help but suspect that Orochimaru was deliberately trying to unsettle him. Yet with no proof, and desperate to break the caged bird's curse, he endured. Orochimaru spoke. "Ha ha ha. I've long heard of the caged bird seal your branch family is subjected to, a seal that breaks down the host's nerves and slowly damages the brain, marring what was otherwise a flawless Byakugan with fatal flaws. Normally, the caged bird seal only vanishes with the host's death. But to me, a curse mark that simply ruins one's talents by damaging the body is nothing but the crudest form of Fuinjutsu." He continued, "Removing it isn't difficult, but I will need some time." A wave of anxiety washed over Niji. "How long?" 3 hours, came Orochimaru's answer. Orochimaru, the master of curse marks. Without further ado, he removed the forehead protector from Niji's brow, revealing the seal nestled beneath. Now, he began his attempt to extract the curse, meticulously seeking a way that wouldn't harm Niji's brain. In the end, Orochimaru decided to submerge Niji in one of Yugo's experimental containers. As the nutrient fluid enveloped Niji's head, a sudden sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. His consciousness faded to black. Tubing, 5 in total, was inserted into Niji's scalp. Blood was drawn out through the tubes, purified, then cycled back in. With every pass, wisps of inky black impurities were pulled away. This delicate, painstaking process was the safest method of all. This won't trigger the caged bird's self-destruction mechanism. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke-kun, I'm about to break the caged bird technique for Niji. I wonder when you'll fulfill your part of the bargain. Sasuke replied, From now on, you're my teacher. What do you have to teach me? Oh. With a sly smile, Orochimaru said, I have a technique that grants eternal, undying life. Would you like to learn it? Sasuke immediately thought of Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation. Sticky, revolting, absolutely disgusting. He shook his head. No way. Not interested. Orochimaru felt a little taken aback. This was his own forbidden jutsu, his pride, and he was offering it to Sasuke for free. Yet Sasuke outright refused. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru said, I also have another technique that can grant you power equal to that of the sages. At last, this was what Sasuke had been waiting for. He asked Orochimaru, Is it the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave? Orochimaru paused in surprise. He hadn't gotten to that yet, but then again, Sasuke was an Uchiha after all. Of course he'd know such things. Still, Orochimaru himself had never mastered sage mode. How was he supposed to teach Sasuke? In truth, Orochimaru's real plan was to use the power of the cursed seal to transform Sasuke's body, making it easier for him to eventually take over. He was about to mention the cursed seal, but then hesitated. Just because he himself had failed to master sage mode didn't mean Sasuke would too. Who knows? Maybe this kid could really pull it off. With a grin, Orochimaru said, All right, I'll take you to Ryuchi Cave and teach you how to pass the trials there. But before that, you'll need to form a contract with a summon. The great snakes of Ryuchi Cave are different from ordinary summon creatures. Ordinary summons can only bond with one master. But the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, and even the toads of MT Mayaboku, can make contracts with several people at once. That's because the summoning arts of Ryuchi Cave work differently from the others. With other summons, you form a pact with a specific creature. But with Ryuchi Cave, you form a pact with the cave itself. As long as the snakes approve of you, you can summon any of them. Leaning closer, Orochimaru whispered to Sasuke, There's one snake in particular called Manda. It's unbelievably shameless, but also very powerful. If I talk it up a little, I'm sure you'll be able to summon it. In principle, as long as you're strong enough, you could even summon the White Snake Sage. After explaining all this, Sasuke's long-awaited introduction to Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru finished separating the cursed seal from Niji. The nutrient fluid was withdrawn, and slowly, Niji opened his eyes. He felt slightly dizzy and lightheaded, yet at the same time, an overwhelming sense of relief swept over him. It was as if the shackles on his body had suddenly vanished. In the next instant, Niji quickly activated his Byakugan. The veins bulged around his eyes, and to his delight, he discovered something extraordinary. His sight had returned to a flawless 360-degree field of vision. This could only mean one thing. The cursed mark of the cage bird had finally been removed. Niji put on his forehead protector, covering his brow, and, feeling a bit awkward, offered a shy word of thanks to Orochimaru. Thank you. For Niji, expressing gratitude to a rogue ninja was no easy task. Orochimaru, wearing a blank expression, replied coldly, Don't thank me. If you must be grateful, save it for Sasuke. If it weren't for him, I never would have removed the caged bird for you. With that, Niji turned and quietly took his leave. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, fixing his gaze on Sasuke. Haha, Sasuke-kun, would you like this caged bird seal for yourself? Sasuke looked puzzled. Why would I want it? Are you planning to put a mark on my Sharingan as well? Orochimaru shook his head. Not at all. The caged bird mark, though primitive, is surprisingly potent and effective. I've stored these curse marks within your arm. This means you'll be able to use the caged bird technique on others at any time, anywhere. While it won't cause direct harm, it will disrupt your target's brain and nervous system. Consider this my first gift to you. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Sasuke hesitated for a moment. He thought to himself, if Orochimaru truly intended to take my body, he wouldn't be giving me a curse that saps away talent. After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke nodded. All right. Without delay, Orochimaru injected the black, curse seal fluid he had drawn from Niji directly into Sasuke's arm. Instantly, Sasuke's veins swelled, and he was seized by a pain so intense it defied description. Just as Sasuke was about to collapse under the agony, the pain stopped abruptly, vanishing as suddenly as it began. Sasuke looked at his right arm. There, on his forearm, was the image of a black bird, wings outstretched in flight, though noticeably, one wing was broken. Now, all Sasuke needed to do was channel chakra into the blackbird tattoo. Once activated, he could inflict the caged bird seal on his enemies, permanently sealing away their gifts and damaging their brain functions. To put it simply, the caged bird curse mark. In this entire shinobi world, perhaps only Orochimaru knew how to undo it. Even the Hyuga clan might never be able to break this seal. Though the caged bird mark seemed simple, it was insidious in its cruelty. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and asked, "Haha, Sasuke-kun, when do you plan to go to Ryuchi Cave?" Sasuke paused briefly before replying, "Now." Orochimaru nodded, then led Sasuke into the forest. He bit his finger, drew a symbol on his palm, and intoned summoning technique. In the next instant, a colossal creature, Manda, appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke gazed at the massive purple serpent in front of him, his heart pounding with excitement he could barely contain. Though Manda might have his flaws, the sheer size and presence he displayed filled Sasuke with awe. Manda let out a grumbling sound, as if he'd just woken from slumber. "Orochimaru, what are you calling me for this time?" Orochimaru replied with a sinister chuckle. "Heh, Manda, I've taken on a new apprentice. I want you to become his summoning beast." Manda lifted his head haughtily and snorted. "Humph. You want me to be this kid's summoning beast? Impossible. I see nothing in him that suggests he's worthy of a contract with me." Just as Orochimaru was about to start coaxing him, Sasuke interjected, "Let me handle this." He fixed his gaze on Manda and spoke with authority. "Manda, for you to have the chance to become my summoning beast, that's an honor. You're fortunate to be my very first summon creature, even while I'm still growing in power." Manda flatly ignored Sasuke. Sasuke gave a wry chuckle, anger rising. As expected, I shouldn't have wasted so many words on a wretch like you." The next moment, purple chakra welled up around Sasuke, quickly forming into a towering skeletal frame. Muscles and veins of chakra materialized atop the bones. And finally, the armor of the great Tengu. Half of Susanoo appeared, and Sasuke, saying nothing more, manifested a gigantic bow from pure chakra. He drew the bow, an immense force coalescing into an arrow ready to strike. Manda was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Is this kid piloting a mech? Why didn't you say so earlier? This is all just a misunderstanding. The sight of Susanoo drawing the bow sent shivers down Manda's scales, all of them standing on end. If that arrow was unleashed, he realized, even if he survived, he'd be gravely wounded. There was absolutely no need for this. He hastily cried out, wait, let's talk about this. No need for violence. Becoming your summoning beast? Sure, not a problem." At last, under the looming threat of Sasuke's overwhelming power, Manda signed a summoning contract with Sasuke. Sasuke had originally intended to make a trip to Ryuchi Cave, but just then, Obito suddenly appeared at his side. "The Akatsuki have arrived in Konoha. The Akatsuki have arrived in Konoha." No sooner had Obito spoken those words than his figure shimmered, dissolving into the void. Orochimaru stared after Obito's departed form, every hair on his body standing on end. His instinct screamed at him. There was no way he could match this man. What's more, Orochimaru sensed a strange, familiar aura about him. Obito's mere presence was enough to keep Orochimaru wary and from making any rash moves. After a long silence, Orochimaru asked Sasuke, his voice slithering with a sinister chuckle. Sasuke-kun, who was that person just now?" Sasuke replied offhandedly, "That was my little brother." With that, Sasuke turned and walked away, leaving Orochimaru bewildered where he stood. Now, Orochimaru felt a rare sense of unease. If that masked man could truly hide himself within the very fabric of space, there was no way for Orochimaru to know whether, at this very moment, that mysterious figure was staying beside Sasuke. In that case, it seemed Orochimaru could no longer snatch Sasuke's body for himself. It was as if all his meticulous plans had been washed away in an instant. The mere existence of Tobi had struck Orochimaru like a blow to the head. A wake-up call, forcing him to plan even more carefully for his future attempt at taking Sasuke's body. Because the tiniest slip could lead to total failure. There were two Akatsuki members who had made it to the Hidden Leaf Village. Both wore massive conical hats that shrouded their faces in shadow. One of them was tall and broad-shouldered, with an enormous weapon wrapped in bandages strapped to his back. The other, in contrast, was slender, none other than Uchiha Shursui and Kisame. Shursui couldn't see the path ahead, but guided by memory, he asked Kisame, "Kisame, isn't there a dango shop up ahead?" Kisame replied, "Yes, Shursui-san." Truth be told, Kisame was deeply dissatisfied at first when the organization assigned him a disabled partner. Missing a hand or an eye would have been one thing, but this partner was blind in both eyes. He couldn't see a thing at all. Kisame had tried to assert his authority over Shursui, but when faced with that shimmering green chakra, he couldn't help but give in. He suddenly recalled what Ao had once told him. Of all the formidable foes I've ever faced, that flash of green chakra is something I'll never forget. That was when Kisame remembered. Shursui was known as Shursui of the body flicker. Since then, Kisame had grown to respect Shursui. Shursui went on to buy 2 boxes of tricolor dango, Itachi's favorite sweet. At that moment, someone else was also buying tricolor dango. It was a lovely young woman. Uchiha Izumi turned to the shopkeeper and said, 2 boxes of tricolor dango, please, with a little extra sugar. As she placed her order, Izumi's gaze fell on the 2 mysterious figures. Robes of black adorned with red clouds, faces she had never seen before. Yet there was something strangely familiar about that silhouette. Sensing her gaze, Kisame looked displeased. Shursui whispered to him, Kisame, don't do anything to draw the attention of the village elders. Kisame nodded silently. But when Izumi heard Shursui's voice, her eyes went wide with shock. Brother Shursui? Shursui furrowed his brow. The voice was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. And you are? Izumi exclaimed with excitement. Shursui, it's me, Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. As someone who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, Izumi's name was certainly familiar to Shursui. But what truly made that name memorable to him was her ambiguous relationship with Itachi. Uchiha Shursui smiled and said, Izumi, I never expected to run into you at a time like this. How is the Uchiha clan doing in the village these days? At the mention of this, Izumi felt a surge of emotion and nearly broke into tears. The clan's current standing in the village was thanks in great part to Shursui's sacrifice. For the sake of the village and his clan, he had his eyes taken by Danzo and was poisoned by Hanzo's venom. The first victory the Uchiha clan ever won in a conflict with the village was owed to Shursui's powerful eyes. Izumi said, Shursui, the clan is doing well now. The elders have settled down, and the clan has reached a peace agreement with the village's leadership. Our people received what they longed for. But, Shursui, are you coming back? Shursui gave a faint, gentle smile. There's no going back for me. I'm a rogue ninja. The scar on my forehead protector can never be wiped away. Besides, the Akatsuki is a fitting place for someone like me. This time, Shursui had come to Konoha with Kisame for 2 missions. The first was personal. Shursui wished to see for himself how the Uchiha clan was faring in his absence, and especially to see Itachi. He wanted to know if, without him around, Itachi was still carrying the weight of everything in silence. The second task was to investigate the tailed beasts. 3 years ago, the 2 tails Jinchuriki vanished without a trace and had yet to be found. Nagato needed to know what happened to the 2 tails. Obito knew Sasuke was now its Jinchuriki, but he kept that secret from Nagato. Thus, Nagato was still in the dark about the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. He dispatched Kisame and Shursui to find out whether the 2 tails was, in fact, hiding in Konoha. Youth is all about movement. The sweat we shed is the shine of youth itself. At that very moment, 2 figures, dressed in green, sprinted past at astonishing speed. It was none other than Might Guy and Rock Lee, running laps around the village as part of their daily training. The dust from their rapid run billowed into Kisame, soiling his clothes, which infuriated him. To everyone's surprise, Might Guy and Rock Lee came running back, this time backwards all the way. Might Guy jogged in place, squinting at Shursui and Kisame as he studied them. He fixed his gaze on Shursui. You seem familiar. Then he turned to Kisame. Let's see how you handle this. Leaf Hurricane. Without warning, Might Guy launched a powerful kick at Kisame. The force was so great that it sent Kisame's conical hat flying, exposing the rogue ninja symbol carved on his forehead for all to see. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, just as I guessed. I knew you weren't up to any good. Turns out you really are a rogue ninja. Kisame blocked one of Might Guy's kicks, but the sheer force sent him flying back 10 meters. Stabilizing himself, he rammed his Samahata sword into the ground, managing to halt his momentum. Looking at this eccentric man with the green, bowl-cut hair, Kisame was astonished. He hadn't expected such explosive power from what looked like a lean and wiry body. Inside, Kisame couldn't help but grumble to himself. Why is it that both Shursui and I are wearing the same outfit, but this green-haired guy only seems interested in attacking me? Once again, Might Guy aimed a powerful kick at Kisame. There wasn't a hint of chakra at play, just raw, physical power surging from his muscles. With a spinning, forceful kick, Guy sent Kisame flying once more. Seeing that neither of his powerful kicks had dealt substantial damage, Guy called out, Didn't expect you to be this tough, but this is as far as you'll go. With a wicked smile, Kisame gripped the hilt of Samahata, its scaled surface shredding the bandages in an instant as he swung it fiercely toward Might Guy. You green-haired punk, you've picked the wrong enemy today. Kisame hissed coldly. Remember my name. I am Kisame Hashigaki. Beneath that tight green jumpsuit, my guy didn't look particularly imposing. But as soon as he unleashed his strength, his muscles swelled, almost bursting through the fabric. With an ominous chuckle, Kisame swung the massive samahata at Guy, the impact sending him hurtling backward. Guy felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't imagined that Kisame, with his odd appearance, would possess such overwhelming force. Wait, appearances have nothing to do with strength, he realized. It didn't matter. The green beast of the leaf was about to be unleashed. Every cell in Might Guy's body seemed to be leaping with anticipation. They longed for battle. Assuming his fighting stance, he roared. The 8 gates release formation, the gate of view, open. A green vapor instantly enveloped his entire body. Sensing danger, Kisame immediately dove into the river beside them, darting across the water's surface as he began forming hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The river surged and twisted, forming a colossal dragon's head that lunged straight for Might Guy. Guy could feel his blood boiling in his veins. With lightning speed, he punched the air, the friction between fist and atmosphere sparking flames that shot forth to meet the watery dragon. Water and fire clashed, instantly transforming into billowing clouds of steam. Hidden within the vapor, Samahata caught the scent of Guy's chakra, homing in on his target. But just then, a streak of green rocketed through the mist, Guy's foot smashing toward Kisame. For the spirit of youth never fades. Kisame barely had time to form another sign before Guy's kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying backward. Even so, Kisame remained unscathed. Tumbling twice through the water, Samahata suddenly clamped down on Guy's leg. Kisame wove a series of hand signs. Water style, Thousand Shark Jutsu. The river surged, transforming into a pack of ferocious, snapping sharks, all lunging straight for Might Guy. But just then, a figure wearing a fox mask dropped from the sky. The masked figure drew a short blade from his back, swiftly slicing through the water sharks, turning them instantly to mist. Then, with precise aim, the short blade slid between the scales of Samahata. The living blade recoiled in pain, releasing Might Guy and darting back to Kisame's side. Might Guy called out, "Kakashi, you're here." Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, leave this to me. The ANBU will be here any moment." But just as Kakashi sprang to action, suddenly, everything before his eyes seemed to shatter like a mirage, reality dissolving away. Kakashi froze in place. A kunai was pressed to his throat. In the distance, the battle between Kisame and Might Guy raged on. It was sure sway, kunai to Kakashi's neck. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. Had all that just now been a jinjutsu? But sure sway didn't even have his eyes. How had Kakashi been caught? And when exactly had the illusion begun? Shursue's voice was calm, almost cold, as it echoed in Kakashi's ear. "We don't want to fight, Konoha. Have Guy stand down, and Kisame and I will leave peacefully." Shursui had once served with ANBU. Just like Kakashi, they had been comrades. Kakashi had deeply admired Shursue's strength, until the day Shursui turned rogue and joined the Akatsuki. Now, even though Shursui had lost his eyes, Kakashi still couldn't quite gauge his true power. Kakashi replied, "All right." He called the Might Guy, ordering him to stop. Shursui turned to Kisame. "Kisame, that's enough. We've already drawn Konoha's attention. It's time to go." Kisame shrugged. Was my battle with the green melon head really so noisy? Without hesitation, Kisame fell and stepped behind Shursui, ready to depart. As they left, Kisame glanced back at Might Guy. "Oi, green melon head. Remember my name, Kisame Hashigaki. You're a worthy opponent. I'll look forward to our rematch." After Shursui was gone, a wave of unease washed over Kakashi. If Shursui had truly wanted to kill him just now, he would already be dead. It had been 3.5 years since Shursue's betrayal, and in all that time, Kakashi still didn't know just how far this prodigy had grown. In the woods beyond Konoha, a shadow flickered through the trees, coming to a stop at the sight of 2 figures clad in black cloaks patterned with red clouds. Shursue's ears twitched, as if he'd sensed a long-lost companion. He spoke quietly, "Itachi, you're here." Itachi leapt down from the branches, his gaze complicated as he looked at his old friend. Kisame let out a sinister chuckle. "Haha, so you're Shursui-san's little brother?" He then hefted his Samahata blade and swung it at Itachi. A red gleam flashed across Itachi's eyes as he drew a kunai, engaging Kisame in combat. Itachi turned to Shursui. "Shursui, are you really not coming back?" "Si, sweetie, please." "No. The Akatsuki is a good fit for me, and now I truly believe its ideals are right. This world, the shinobi world, as long as nations exist, as long as the ninja system endures, conflict and war will never cease. Akatsuki's goal is to collect all 9-tailed beasts, seizing the greatest power in the ninja world and using it to suppress war through overwhelming force. Just like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju once did, using sheer power to keep the shinobi world in check. Itachi only nodded in response. His own thinking wasn't as far ahead as Shirsue's. Right now, he only wanted to preserve peace and balance between the village and his clan. The fate of the wider shinobi world was not yet his concern. Itachi and Shisui were the closest of friends. The mere fact that Itachi awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan for Shisui's sake spoke volumes about their bond. Looking at Shisui, Itachi said, "Shisui, you still have one eye left." Shisui smiled. "Use it for whatever you believe is right. My eyes may no longer see, but in my heart, my vision is clearer than ever." The two continued their quiet conversation. Off to the side, Kisame was throwing punches at the air, unleashing ninjutsu in every direction, fighting shadows only he could perceive. Watching Kisame's antics, Shisui remarked, "Itachi, stop toying with Kisame. Release the Jinjutsu." Itachi replied, "No way. You do it. Goodbye." And with that, Itachi vanished. Shisui could only shake his head helplessly. Itachi was always like this. No matter what was happening, he had to spar with Shisui at least a little. Shisui stepped closer, closing the distance to within 5 meters of Kisame. The Jinjutsu broke automatically. For Shisui, casting illusions wasn't always a matter of eyesight. Sometimes, chakra alone could do the trick. Kisame's gaze suddenly sharpened as he came back to his senses, looking confused. "Shisui-san, your brother's gone." Shisui sighed. "Kisame, you were caught in Itachi's Jinjutsu. Right now, Itachi's illusions surpass even mine." Shisui had lost both eyes, while Itachi possessed the Sharingan with the fearsome Tsukuyami, second only to Shisui's own Kotoame Tsukumi. At the Ninja Academy, graduation was fast approaching. Hinata, however, was anxious. According to the graduation system, students would be grouped into teams of 3, each led by a Jonin instructor. Hinata's worry was that she and Sasuke might not end up on the same team. According to the information their clan had received, it was highly likely that Hinata would be placed in a search specialization squad, alongside Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka, a team boasting Hinata's Byakugan, Kiba's Ninken, and Shino's insects. As the princess of the Hyuga family, it was only natural for her to have some special channels for information. Rumor had it that the third Hokage personally designed this team, intending to focus on cultivating the trio's search and tracking abilities. Thus, it became known as the Search Specialization Squad. However, Hinata hoped to be assigned to the same squad as Sasuke. Sasuke made an okay gesture to Hinata and reassured her, "Don't worry. We'll definitely end up on the same team." Now, the Uchiha held significant influence, enough to rival Konoha's top brass. With a bit of the privilege of power, Sasuke could easily arrange for Hinata to join his squad. So, Sasuke wasn't concerned about this in the least. The day of the Ninja Academy's graduation exam finally arrived. As expected, Sasuke graduated at the top of the class. Naruto, on the other hand, was dead last. His transformation and clone techniques were abysmal, and despite the long training sessions under Jiraiya's guidance, these weren't Naruto's strengths. He had the Rasengan if it came to a real fight. He could even summon Gamabunta to fight by his side. But in the exam, transformation skills really weren't Naruto's strong suit. Still, Naruto managed to graduate. That evening, in the Academy's training arena, a cool, aloof man with spiky silver hair sat silently in a chair, one eye covered by a forehead protector, his face hidden behind a mask. Soon, an elderly man clad in the robes of the Hokage seated himself beside Kakashi and handed him a drink. "Kakashi, you're not holding a grudge over me reassigning you from the Umbu, are you?" Kakashi replied, "Not at all, Lord Third." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said gently, "With your abilities, guiding students is where you'll truly shine. In fact, I'm planning to assign both Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki to your squad for you to mentor. Sasuke is the Uchiha clan's genius, and Naruto is the 4th child, plus he carries the 9 tails." Kakashi was a little surprised. He couldn't understand why 2 young ninjas with such immense potential would be placed on the same team. The third only laughed. "Sasuke is a prodigy. Naruto's the oddball at the tail end. Doesn't this remind you of Minato's old team? But actually Naruto's weakened because he has to keep the 9 tails in check, so naturally he's at a disadvantage. That's why I paired him with a genius like Sasuke. Originally, I had thought of adding Sakura Haruno to your team, but Fugaku came to me and asked for a favor. He wanted Hinata to be on Sasuke's team instead. Ninjas today operate as a team, so I originally organized specialized, diverse classes," the third Hokage explained. Last year, my guy's squad specialized in taijutsu. This year, I want Kurenai Yuhi to lead a team focused on tracking skills, and Asuma Sarutobi to head a tactical team. When he finished speaking, the third stood up and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, I'll be counting on you. Kakashi remained silent. That evening, Kakashi headed home. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and said nothing. As an umbu, Kakashi had always carried out missions with meticulous care. But he had never been a teacher before. A faint unease crept into Kakashi's heart. He was afraid he wouldn't be a good teacher. His thoughts drifted back to his own days in Minato's squad. It had also been Team 7 then. He remembered how he had been so withdrawn and proud, almost friendless. Obito had been loud and unrefined, yet he was always considered the underachiever. Still, that same underachiever, Obito, trained tirelessly for the girl he loved, Rin. People are complex, and so are ninjas. To truly teach and nurture future shinobi is no simple thing. Moonlight spilled through the window, glinting softly off the blade on Kakashi's desk. It was a short sword, but also a broken one. It had once been his father, Tsukumo Hataki's, treasured blade, the only memento his father had left him. Thoughts of his father's death haunted Kakashi. He remembered feeling so helpless as his comrades died before his eyes. His gaze fell upon the bells at his waist, and his fists tightened. He couldn't let the tragedies he had endured befall his students. The third Hokage entrusted these children to him because he believed in Kakashi, to trust one's students and to protect them. That was the true spirit of a teacher. The next day, at dawn, the graduating class of the Ninja Academy gathered in the classroom. A burly man with a rough look, a cigarette dangling from his lips, strode in. I'm Asuma Sarutobi, the leader of Team 10. When I call your name, come forward. Suddenly, with a sharp smack, a woman with vibrant red hair slapped the cigarette right out of Asuma's mouth. Kurenai Yuhi, her face dark with displeasure, scolded, Asuma, how many times have I told you not to smoke in front of the kids? You'll set a terrible example for them. Asuma grumbled under his breath. Come on, at least let me save some face in front of the students. Kurenai shot him a fierce glare, and sweat beaded on Asuma's forehead. He nodded quickly, all right. Then, Asuma spoke. Shikamura, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. Starting today, the three of you are my students. Together, we are Team 10, the Tactical Specialization Squad. After Asuma left, Kurenai called out three names. I am Kurenai Yuhi, your instructor for Team 8. Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazuka, and Sakura Haruno. We formed the Search Specialization Squad. Sakura was a bit perplexed. Search Specialization? Me? She knew her real strength was her monstrous physical power. How did that make her suited to search abilities? When it came to searching, shouldn't Hinata's Byakugan be more appropriate? So why was she placed in the squad focused on search abilities? Despite her misgivings, Sakura still followed Kurenai out of the classroom. She had no real choice. Sakura's parents were just ordinary townsfolk, running a clothing store in Konoha. Hinata, on the other hand, was the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. Some barriers, she knew, simply couldn't be crossed. Only 3 students remained in the classroom. It wasn't just Hinata who felt happy. Naruto, too, could barely contain his joy. After all, Sasuke was not only Naruto's best friend, he was his only friend. Sasuke had never once looked down on Naruto because of his status as the Nine Tails host. Moments later, the ever-cool Kakashi appeared in the doorway. I am Kakashi Hitaki. As of today, the 3 of you are my students, he announced. Come with me. In the training field, Kakashi pulled a tiny bell from his belt and turned to address Sasuke, Naruto, and the others. Your first test is simple. Snatch this bell from me. You may use any method at your disposal to take it from my hand. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than he sensed something was off. Sasuke formed hand seals with blazing speed. A volley of shadow clones charged straight at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes darted from one Sasuke to another, searching for the real one. But in his vision, every single clone was indistinguishable from the original. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Fire style, Dragon's Breath. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Lightning style, Thunder Spear. Lightning style, Lightning Flash. And so on. Kakashi stared in utter disbelief at Sasuke's clones. Clones capable of using ninjutsu? Clearly, these weren't ordinary shadow clone techniques. This was Shirsue's legendary signature move, Instant Shadow Clone. Kakashi slammed his palms to the ground. Earth-style Mud Wall. In an instant, 4 walls sprouted up around him, each marked with the face of a dog, boxing Kakashi in completely. 10 volleys of Sasuke's jutsu hammered the walls, until with a shuddering crash, the barricade shattered. Yet, within the ruins of the broken wall, Kakashi was nowhere to be found. He had already slipped away, using Earth style to escape, and now hid behind a tree not far off. Kakashi felt a bit of a headache coming on. It seemed that seizing the bell was far too easy for Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes shifted, his Sharingan now fully awakened with 3 Tomo spinning in the irises. He immediately locked onto Kakashi's presence. Lightning chakra surged through Sasuke's body, firing up every cell with crackling energy. He became a flash of lightning. In an instant, he vanished. The bell tied to Kakashi's waist disappeared without a trace. Kakashi froze in silent astonishment. Seeing Sasuke standing there, arcs of lightning dancing across his whole body, Kakashi stepped from behind the tree with a weary sigh. He turned to Sasuke and said, "You've won. Even though Naruto and Hinata didn't really have a role to play, you alone are strong enough, Sasuke. That's more than enough. But the next test I have for you has nothing to do with strength. This one's all about teamwork." Now, Sasuke was tied to one of the posts by Kakashi. In front of Hinata and Naruto, Kakashi tossed each of them a bento box. He addressed the two. "The task is simple. Don't give Sasuke any food. If you do, you'll lose your right to become ninjas." With that, Kakashi turned and left them. But he wasn't gone. He hid behind a distant tree, quietly watching the scene unfold. Hinata stared at her bento. She opened the lid, shrimp over rice. The aroma of fresh shrimp filled her senses. Without a second thought, she picked out a plump shrimp and offered it to Sasuke. Sasuke accepted gratefully and swallowed it in one bite. "You're amazing, Hinata baby," he declared. Hearing these words, Hinata felt a jolt, like a current of electricity shooting up from her feet, making her shiver all over. "Sasuke-kun, just call me baby." Becoming a ninja didn't matter. All that mattered was how Sasuke made her feel. For Hinata, Sasuke was everything. Naruto, on the other hand, hesitated. He'd grown up viewed as the fox demon. Everyone despised him. Until he met Sasuke, the one person who never seemed to hate him. Later, he met Jiraiya and learned the truth about his parentage. His father was the hero who once protected the Hidden Leaf. Jiraiya had asked him, "Do you hate the people of the village?" Naruto said no. "I don't hate them." He wanted, just like his father, to become Hokage and protect the village. But now his own dream stood on one side, and his dearest friend on the other. If he couldn't even protect his own friends, how could he ever call himself a ninja? Naruto's bento was pork over rice. He picked up a generous slice of pork and held out to Sasuke. Compared to becoming a ninja, what could matter more than friendship? Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi's gaze grew distant and unfocused for a moment. It almost felt as though someone had given him a gentle push from behind, nudging him out from the shade of the trees and into the warm sunlight. Kakashi turned around to look. It was Obito. It was Rin. It was Sensei. It was the 3 of them who seemed to have given him that push. Kakashi rubbed his eyes, but the 3 familiar figures were nowhere to be found. Just a vision, an illusion. But it didn't matter anymore. They had passed the test. In an instant, Kakashi appeared before the trio. With a ringing voice, he declared, You've passed the test." Without delay, Kakashi untied Sasuke's ropes and handed each of the 3 their own ninja forehead protectors, the symbol of a shinobi. From this moment on, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata had officially become Genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. After becoming Genin, Sasuke and Naruto's squad received their first C-rank mission. It was an escort, protecting Tizuna, the renowned bridge master from the Land of Waves. Kakashi held a mission scroll in his hand. For Kakashi and Sasuke, this C-rank mission was hardly a challenge, but Sasuke knew better. This wasn't just a C-rank mission. The actual danger rivaled that of an S-rank mission, for along the way, they would confront Zabuza, the infamous demon of the mist. Yet, Sasuke wasn't afraid. In fact, he felt a thrill of anticipation. If he could defeat Zabuza and then recruit him, now that would be worth it. Sasuke also harbored ambitions to build his own secret organization. If you counted up, even the Akatsuki were, in some ways, already half under Sasuke's sway, since their real leader was Obito, and Sasuke was now the boss above Obito. Beyond the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf, deep in the forest, a carriage trundled slowly down the road, carrying an older gentleman. This uncle was none other than Tizuna, the master bridge builder from the Land of Waves. Looking at Kakashi and the others, he said, "Arigato. Thank you for your hard work." Kakashi replied, "It's just a mission." After that, Kakashi and his 3 charges followed behind the carriage, making their way towards the Land of Waves. 2 days passed, and at last, they reached the border. A river stretched ahead. Once they crossed, they would arrive in the Land of Waves. With that, their mission was nearly complete. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression darkened. Leaping from the carriage, he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata. Just ahead is the land of waves. We only have a few hours left to travel. But I've just received a mind transfer message from Shikakanara. Orochimaru has appeared inside the borders of the Leaf Village. I need to return to defend the village. Sasuke, I'll leave the rest of the mission to you. In this critical moment, Kakashi departed. After he left, Sasuke kept pondering. Why did Kakashi leave at such a crucial time? Why did Orochimaru choose to reveal his whereabouts at this exact moment? He had been hiding in Konoha for many years without being discovered. So why was he exposed now, of all times? After a moment's thought, Sasuke realized this was a move targeting him. Even though Sasuke couldn't discern Orochimaru's purpose, he was sure it was aimed directly at him. As they walked through the forest, the pervasive silence felt almost suffocating. No bird sang, a quiet so deep it unsettled Naruto. He broke the silence. Why is nobody talking? Sasuke, you guys wait here. I need to go take a leak. With that, Naruto wandered off toward a distant tree. Relieved to finally answer nature's call, Naruto was just getting comfortable when a voice drifted down from the tree, soft and mocking, so small, but so cute. Naruto froze, completely bewildered. The unexpected voice startled him so much he couldn't finish peeing, even though he was only halfway through. Looking up, Naruto spotted a delicate, almost ethereal face. Instantly, his cheeks turned crimson. A Jijija girl? Haku leapt down from the tree with a gentle, disarming smile and said to Naruto, no need to be embarrassed. Everyone needs to pee now, and then... Naruto stammered, BB but, you're a girl. Haku ignored Naruto's embarrassment, glancing off into the distance. This time, she and Zabuza had a simple mission: assassinate the great bridge builder in the land of waves. Naruto was the vessel for the Nine Tails, so Haku's task was to keep him occupied. As for the young Uchiha and Hyuga clan heirs, that was Zabuza's responsibility. Meanwhile, Sasuke was growing suspicious. Why was Naruto taking so long just to relieve himself? But Sasuke knew this probably meant trouble. Still, Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the main protagonist, so Sasuke felt little worry for his friend. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, and a shadow clone appeared at Hinata's side, its sole purpose to protect her. He reassured Hinata, whatever happens next, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. With that, Sasuke turned to head for the carriage, planning to check on the bridge builder's condition. But suddenly, a dense mist rolled in. Thick fog swirled about, swallowing up Sasuke and his surroundings. He inhaled slowly, and his eyes flashed with the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Abruptly, Hinata cried out, Sasuke, behind you. A crimson gleam pierced the mist. The executioner's blade sliced towards Sasuke's back in an instant. In that flash, a spectral purple Susanoo ribcage erupted around Sasuke. The blade struck, meeting the aura with a sound like steel clashing against crystal. Seeing his assassination attempt thwarted, Zabuza vanished into the fog once more. Sasuke called out, Hinata, help me. Where's the carriage from here? Veins bulged around Hinata's eyes as she pierced through the dense mist in an instant. She spoke up. 5 meters ahead, to the left. Sasuke dashed toward the carriage, quickly slipping inside. The master builder was trembling in fear. He stammered, what's happening? Sasuke replied, don't worry. Stay behind me. With that, he led the master builder over to Hinata. Hinata's Byakugan could see through the swirling fog, locking onto Zabuza hidden within. Zabuza's figure darted swiftly amidst the haze. Sasuke frowned, letting lightning chakra surge through his cells, invigorating every fiber of his body. Blue arcs of electricity crackled across his skin. Hinata called out to Sasuke, Sasuke, 3 o'clock. No sooner had Hinata spoken than Sasuke launched himself forward in a flash. Empowered by his enhanced taijutsu, his speed was overwhelming. Zabuza had no time to react. The Mangekyo pattern shimmered in Sasuke's eyes. Midnight black flames engulfed his hands. He drew 2 shuriken from his waist. Katan, Kagutsuchi, Amaterasu, shuriken. In a flawless throw, Sasuke's shuriken struck Zabuza's arm. Zabuza howled in agony, scattering the thick mist surrounding him. As the fog dissipated, Sasuke glanced over. All that remained was an arm, severed and wreathed in black fire. Sasuke scoffed softly. Internally, he thought, Zabuza is decisive after all. At the very instant Amaterasu took hold, Zabuza had the nerve and quick wit to sever his own arm. If he'd hesitated and let those flames reach his body, there would have been no chance to survive. Given that, Sasuke reckoned, if Zabuza had been slower, he wouldn't have been worth recruiting anyway. Courage and cunning. Those were the talents Sasuke needed by his side. He left behind a body flicker clone to ensure he could return in an instant, and called over to Hinata. Hinata, "Where's Zabuza now?" Hinata's Byakugan pierced through the trees, and she replied, 7 o'clock. Sasuke nodded, transforming into a streak of blue lightning as he dashed away. He had to admit, the Cloud Village's lightning-enhanced taijutsu was truly remarkable. The power to awaken his cells. What an extraordinary technique. P.S. Yesterday, I tried posting a spicy photo of Coke Bro in the author's notes, but the system flagged it as violating the guidelines. Deep within the forest, Zabuza carried his executioner's blade on his back, clutching what was left of his left arm. His arm had been hewn off entirely at the base. That pitch-black fire, Zabuza had heard tales of it before. The Uchiha of the Leaf were known for their Sharingan, and when it evolved to the Mangekyo, it unlocked forbidden eye techniques. Among them, those inextinguishable jet-black flames were infamous. In a heartbeat, Zabuza made his choice and cut off his own arm. Zabuza let out a low grunt. I didn't expect the Uchiha brat to be this tough. Meanwhile, Sasuke, surrounded by crackling blue arcs of lightning, appeared behind Zabuza in an instant. Zabuza relied on his body's instincts, drawing his blade and swinging it at Sasuke, but a violet skeletal form materialized around Sasuke, blocking the strike with ease. Looking calmly at Zabuza, Sasuke said, "Zabuza, you're no match for me." Zabuza was silent for a moment before answering, "I know, I'm not afraid to die, but if you want to kill me, you'll find it's not so easy." Sasuke sighed inwardly. At this close range, there are countless ways for him to kill Zabuza. Just with his distance alone, his Mangekyo Sharingan could focus directly on Zabuza and ignite him with Amaterasu. But Sasuke had no desire to kill Zabuza. After all, Zabuza was an S-rank rogue ninja, a formidable and skilled fighter in his own right. Sasuke addressed him again. "I don't want to kill you. I want to hire you. I can pay you a generous sum if you'll work for me." Zabuza was taken aback. A mercenary at his core, Zabuza operated on his own, but his moniker, Demon of the Mist, was renowned in the mercenary world. More importantly, he had an unbroken reputation for completing every job assigned to him. Now, Zabuza hesitated. This mission was destined to fail, meaning his flawless record would be tarnished. He asked Sasuke, "Even the Uchiha need to hire a rogue ninja like me?" Sasuke answered, "Being a rogue ninja means nothing. The Uchiha have our own outcasts, too. Besides, I admire your skills." He continued, "How much is your current assignment worth?" Zabuza replied, "The Master Builder's head is worth 100,000 Ryo." Sasuke grinned. "It's simple, become a long-term hire for the Uchiha, and I'll pay you 500,000 Ryo per month." When Sasuke finished, Zabuza felt genuinely tempted. 500,000 Ryo a month was an almost irresistible offer. Zabuza gladly accepted Sasuke's proposition. He turned to Sasuke and asked, "How do I contact you?" Sasuke responded, "There's no need to worry about that. Someone will find you. For now, just go and finish what you ought to be doing." With those words, all the Sasukes before Zabuza dissolved into a mist, vanishing without a trace. Sasuke's true self emerged beside Hinata. Sasuke teased, "Your head is worth 100,000 Ryo, you know." At this, the Master Builder bristled with indignation. "Only 100,000? That's an insult." Sasuke replied with a sigh, "Well, our fee for escorting you is just 5,000 Ryo, and even that gets split 4 ways among us." The Master Builder fell silent, lost in thought. Deep within the forest, Naruto was chatting with Haku. Haku was gentle and soothing, comforting Naruto like an elder sister, keeping him company with soft words. Suddenly, it seemed as though Haku received a signal from Zabuza. He stood up and said to Naruto, "Little one, I've enjoyed our conversation, but it's time for me to go." As Haku turned to leave, he glanced back and flashed a bright smile at Naruto, saying, "And one more thing, I'm actually a boy." Naruto was instantly petrified with shock. A boy? How could someone so beautiful, so much like a kind older sister, be a boy? Naruto wandered back to the team in a daze. Sasuke gave him a look and asked, "What took you so long?" Naruto's face flushed crimson. There was no way he could admit that he'd nearly fallen for a sweet, gentle boy. He stammered, unable to give a clear answer, and Sasuke, seeing this, didn't bother to press further. The 3 of them escorted the bridge-building master safely back to the Land of Waves, completing this C-rank mission with success. Though in truth, this so-called C-rank mission felt more like an S-rank ordeal. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Haku found Zabuza. The sight of Zabuza's severed arm filled Haku with sorrow. "Sir, what happened to your hand?" Zabuza replied, "I was no match for that Uchiha brat. Take me to see Gato." Gato was the man who had hired Zabuza to kill the Master Builder. Having failed this time, Zabuza needed to report back to Gato. Zabuza turned to Haku and said, "If we show up without warning, he might not accept us. Just tell him we succeeded. Take the Master Builder's head and collect the reward." Yes, sir. Haku responded. That evening, in a dimly lit room, Gato met with Zabuza. Gato, brimming with excitement, greeted Zabuza. Ha ha! The demon of the mist himself. Your reputation is well-deserved. You always succeed. Zabuza replied coolly. I failed. Gato froze, then burst out angrily. What? You failed? Then why did you lie to me? Zabuza answered in a chilling voice. Because my reputation in the mercenary world is built on never failing. If I ever do, there's only one way out. I have to kill the one who hired me. That means you. Under Gato's terrified stare, the executioner's blade drew ever closer. With a sickening slice, a blood-soaked head soared into the air. Elsewhere, at the Konoha barrier, Kakashi caught sight of Orochimaru, standing alone, no one else around. A cold sense of foreboding washed over Kakashi, but there could be no doubt. The Orochimaru before him was real. Orochimaru turned to Kakashi and said, facing your former superior, and you don't even say hello? Kakashi, you really are too rude. Kakashi replied, former, not current. Why did you lure me here? Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. The Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique is not that difficult to learn. I have a chakra marker, so I was able to draw you here. Let me tell you a story. During the Third Great Ninja War, Team 7 was trapped at the Canopy Bridge. At that time, their sensei, Minato Namikaze, was on another mission elsewhere. Because of this, the students of the 7th team suffered. 2 died, 1 was grievously wounded. Tell me, what about the current Team 7? Listening to Orochimaru's words, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he dashed off toward the land of waves. The story Orochimaru spoke of was none other than his own Team 7. Back then, Minato was assigned to another mission. In that fateful battle at Canopy Bridge, Obito died, Rin died. Only he managed to barely survive. Kakashi couldn't let that tragedy happen again. He didn't know why Orochimaru was targeting his students, but it was clear the reason he lured him here was because of Sasuke and the others. With all his might, Kakashi sprinted. He couldn't let anything happen to his students. He had to be a responsible teacher. Orochimaru watched Kakashi's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. Kakashi had passed Orochimaru's test. Faced with a choice between an S-ranked rogue ninja and his students, Kakashi chose his students. Orochimaru gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. He thought, Sasuke-kun, with a teacher like Kakashi, I can rest easy and focus on my own plans. The ninja world had been still and stagnant for far too long. It needed a stirring wind to churn the waters, to set the world in motion. At the border of the land of waves, Kakashi repeatedly used body flicker to travel as quickly as possible, racing toward the land of waves. What he saw was Sasuke, Naruto, and the others picnicking in the woods. Kakashi finally let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke said, Kakashi-sensei, you're back? Kakashi asked anxiously, are you all right? Sasuke nodded, we're fine. Relieved, Kakashi exhaled, thank goodness. You didn't run into anyone suspicious, did you? Sasuke replied, actually we did. We came across a weirdo carrying a giant sword. He called himself Zabuza the Demon. The moment he heard that name, Kakashi's heart leapt into his throat. Catching his breath, he pressed Sasuke for confirmation. Zabuza, he's an S-rank rogue ninja, known for nearly assassinating the Mizukage. You ran into him, and you're still unharmed. Sasuke spoke in an offhand manner. I defeated him. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, if Zabuza is an S-rank rogue ninja, then this mission is clearly much more than just a simple C-rank mission. Kakashi nodded and replied, don't worry. When we return, I'll have this mission reclassified as an S-rank assignment. With a sigh of relief, Kakashi gave Sasuke, Hinata, and Naruto an enthusiastic thumbs up. You were all incredible. You managed to complete an S-rank mission with outstanding performance. This is the very first time genin have accomplished something of this level. 2 days later, inside a hidden stronghold just outside the village hidden in the mist, Zabuza was wiping down his giant executioner's blade. Suddenly, the air shimmered. Obito appeared in the shadowy stronghold. Sensing the disturbance, Zabuza immediately grabbed his blade and swung it at Obito. However, the great sword passed right through Obito's body, as if slicing through thin air. On guard, Zabuza fixed his wary gaze on Obito. You're from the Uchiha clan, aren't you? Obito spoke slowly. Zabuza, come with me. Zabuza replied, hold on, let me bring Haku with us. Then, with Obito leading, Zabuza and Haku vanished from the stronghold. Back in Konoha, among the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha stared blankly at Zabuza and Haku standing before him, utterly bewildered. He turned to Sasuke in disbelief. Are you saying that for the intelligence and assassination group formed by our Uchiha clan, you're actually letting a rogue ninja join? Fugaku held to the old ways in his thinking. The Uchiha clan's intelligence and assassination unit was called the Hawk Organization, a name Sasuke had dreamed up. To Fugaku, the name was excellent, symbolizing an eagle's sharp and watchful eyes. But Sasuke chose it simply because he thought it sounded cool. In reality, at that time, the Hawk Organization had only one true member, Obito. Obito had flawlessly accomplished the mission of assassinating Danzo and had taken care of the body without leaving a trace. Originally, Uchiha Kenjin had also wanted to join, but Sasuke didn't deem him worthy. After all, Sasuke's philosophy was quality over quantity. He wanted the Hawk Organization to be as elite as the Akatsuki. A minimum requirement was to have the strength of an S-ranked rogue ninja. Obito far surpassed that standard. Zabuza, too, had reached S-rank rogue status. Although he had been killed by Kakashi in the original story, had Kakashi ever turned rogue, he would have been at least S-rank himself. Thus, the Hawk Organization welcomed its second member, the demon Zabuza Momochi. Sasuke eyed Zabuza's tattered clothes and remarked with a smirk, "Zabuza, you're always dressing in those ragged clothes. How do you expect Haku to like you like that?" Almost instinctively, Zabuza glanced towards Haku, then gripped the hilt of his blade tighter and snarled, "Say another word, and I'll cut you down right here." Sasuke smiled, and Zabuza's heart started beating noticeably faster. Even though Zabuza wore a frosty expression, he was clearly nervous. It made sense. Haku, after all, though a boy, was exceptionally beautiful. It was only natural for Zabuza to have some unusual feelings. Besides, the original story did mention that Haku was a boy, but nowhere did it say that Zabuza couldn't be a girl. Sasuke mused with a hint of mischief. Jokingly, Sasuke said, "Don't forget, I'm your employer now. Besides, you couldn't take me if you tried." After that, Sasuke found a dark blue long robe that fit Zabuza. As Zabuza changed clothes, her features actually appeared rather handsome. Yet on the back of that dark blue robe was the Uchiha clan symbol. Noticing Zabuza's empty sleeve, Sasuke asked, "You're used to fighting with two swords. How about using just one? If you want, I can find someone to fit you with a new hand." Zabuza replied coolly, "No need. One hand is enough." With that, Zabuza left. Sasuke called after her, "Hey, where are you going? Walking away from the Uchiha clan like this? Are you just asking to get caught by the ANBU?" Zabuza looked slightly embarrassed. Sasuke added, "You and Haku should stay within the Uchiha compound for now. You'll be well-fed and cared for, and I'll pay you 500,000 ryo each month. Whenever I need your help, I'll come find you." With that, Sasuke's newly formed Taka organization now had its first two members. Obito, Zabuza. Originally, Itachi had wanted to join this group as well, but Sasuke wouldn't allow it. Itachi, being the Uchiha clan's public face, wasn't suited to join. What Sasuke needed were strong allies whose Uchiha identity remained a secret. 2 more days passed, and then Hinata came to the Uchiha compound. Shy and reserved, Hinata usually didn't visit others casually. That day, guarding the gate, was Uchiha Izumi. Seeing the adorable Hinata, Izumi couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Only then did Izumi realize. Hinata had quietly grown. Now she stood nearly up to Izumi's chest. Hinata and the rest of Sasuke's little group were growing up. Izumi asked her, "Hinata, are you here to see Sasuke?" Face flushed, Hinata stammered shyly, Is Sasuke-kun here?" Izumi replied, "He is. Let me take you to him." Izumi led Hinata to Sasuke's courtyard, only to find, inside, Itachi sparring with Sasuke. The two brothers weren't using ninjutsu, nor did they activate their visual jutsu. They each had their Sharingan in 3-tomo form, carefully watching one another's moves, and relied solely on simple, straightforward physical combat to test their skills. After 10 bouts, Sasuke and Itachi were evenly matched. After 50, Sasuke started to fall behind. By the 200th exchange, Itachi landed a solid punch that knocked Sasuke flat onto the ground. But Itachi was also panting from exhaustion. He looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, your martial arts skills are already quite impressive, but there's still room for improvement. In a while, I'll find you a proper teacher." Sasuke replied, "Big brother, couldn't you just be my teacher?" Itachi smiled and tapped Sasuke on the forehead, replying gently, "There's not much I can teach you anymore. After you mastered the lightning release taijutsu, I'm no longer your match." Lightning release taijutsu was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, Itachi didn't possess lightning nature chakra, so he couldn't learn it, even though Sasuke would have been happy to teach his brother. Itachi's true specialty was fire release. Sasuke, on the other hand, mastered both fire release and lightning release. Sasuke spotted Hinata, then walked over to her, his voice tinged with delight as he asked, "Hinata, what brings you here? I thought you'd never visited the Uchiha district before." Hinata blushed, replying softly, the genin from our year and the year above us are planning a trip to the Land of Springs. Would you like to come with us, Sasuke? The Land of Springs, famous for its unique geography and abundance of hot springs, was a favorite destination for travelers. It also bordered the Land of Fire. Small nations like the Land of Springs didn't have a daimyo or a kage. They were governed simply by a leader. Sasuke said, if you're going, Hinata, then of course I'll join. Hinata nodded, her eyes lighting up. Great. The roster for the trip to the Land of Springs included Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, Kakashi, Sakura, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino, Kurinai Yuhi, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru, Ino, Asuma, Tenten, Rock Lee, Niji, and Might Guy. The 12 young talents from Konoha and their 4 mentors, 16 in all, set off together for the Land of Springs. After a day of tiring travel, inside a steaming hot spring in the Land of Springs, Shino Aburame still hadn't gotten into the water. Naruto, sprawled on the bank, called out to him, Hey Shino, come on, get in. Shino, his cheeks tinged red, replied awkwardly, I think I'll pass. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto slyly dragged Shino into the water. The instant Shino hit the surface, the water all around him turned pitch black. Naruto scooped up a handful, frowning. Why is the water so dark? He peered closely, only to find countless tiny black bugs wriggling through the water. Naruto froze in horror. What? Bugs, there are bugs in the water. With a gasp of terror, Naruto bolted out of the spring, while Shino, looking embarrassed, apologized, Sorry, my bugs like the water. But don't worry, I'll do my best to keep them from spreading out too much. Curious, Sasuke asked, You can communicate with your bugs? Shino nodded. They can understand what I mean, and I can understand them as well. Even when Kakashi submerges his head in the water, he refuses to take off his mask. Guy sneaks up behind him, then suddenly pushes Kakashi's head down into the water. Asuma lounges by the shore, puffing on a cigarette as he watches the scene unfold. You two, honestly, you don't look like Jonin at all. Sakura's spirits sink. She was so happy just a moment ago, and now just like that, the joy is gone. Sasuke climbs out of the hot spring, deciding to go for a walk outside to clear his mind. He puts on his clothes and strolls through the streets of the Land of Springs. The country isn't exactly big, but it's bustling with ninja from all over. It's like there's an unspoken rule here. No fighting inside the Land of Springs. The streets are lined exclusively with hot spring inns. Then, Sasuke catches sight of a casino. He's never set foot in one before, so out of curiosity, he steps inside. Just as he expected, the place is buzzing with excitement. But then, Sasuke's attention is snared by a striking figure. She has pale blonde hair and is draped in a green coat, emblazoned with a single character, Gamble. What's more, Sasuke has never seen anyone with such an extraordinary presence. She is one of the fabled Sannin of the Leaf. Once, the 3 Sannin of the Leaf. One became a rogue ninja, another traveled the world writing books. And then there was Tsunade, wandering from place to place, and endlessly losing at gambling. Sasuke sidles closer and sees Tsunade playing the simplest game of all, odds or evens. She bets on high and loses. Undeterred, she bets on high again and loses again. Still stubborn, Tsunade continues to bet on high and loses once more. The dealer addresses her with a sly grin. Lovely lady, you've run out of chips. The other gamblers at the table give Tsunade lewd, appraising looks, but Tsunade, clearly used to this by now, turns to the dealer and says, Let me borrow 1,000,000 Ryo. The dealer replies, Sure, I can lend you the money, but what will you put up as collateral? Instinctively, Tsunade looks around for Shizen, only to remember she already pawned Shizen at the last casino. She'd come here hoping to win enough to buy Shizen back. But once again, she's lost every coin. Tsunade scans the room and spots Sasuke. From the look in her eyes, Sasuke instantly senses trouble. And sure enough, when Tsunade notices Sasuke's Konoha forehead protector, she grabs him without hesitation, thrusts him toward the dealer, and declares, I'll put him up as collateral. Then she leans in and whispers softly in his ear, You're from the Leaf Village, right? So am I. Relax, I'll win you back, and we'll split the winnings 50-50. Sasuke, have you ever actually won anything? The dealer, noticing the fan-shaped crest on Sasuke's back, pauses in surprise. You're an Uchiha? Sasuke gave a slight nod, and the dealer's face turned ashen. He glanced at Tsunade and stammered, I don't dare take the person, and I don't even want the money. It's all yours, all of it. Then the dealer, in utter panic, abandoned all his chips and fled the scene as fast as he could. Tsunade swept up the entire pile of chips, 13 million Ryo in total. Turning to Sasuke, Tsunade declared, Consider this money a loan from me to you. I swear I'll pay you back one day. She picked up the sake bottle next to her and took a hearty swig. Then, without hesitation, she pushed 1 million worth of chips onto the table. "Hi," she called out, her voice bold and full of conviction. "Hi, hi, hi," she exclaimed. Everyone else had staked their chips, all 2 million, on low. The dice clattered and rolled, finally coming to a stop. 6, 5, and 1. "Hi." Tsunade had won. She stared at the high marker on the gambling table, completely stunned. She had won. She had actually won. With effort, Sasuke broke free from the gentle whirlpool that surrounded him, and then he turned to Tsunade with a question. "Are you from Konoha?" But before he could finish, Tsunade quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Don't say it," she whispered urgently. Then, gripping her pile of chips, she dashed away. She had to rescue Shizen first, and then bet the rest of the money. If I can win once, I can win again. This was the belief Tsunade clung to. Sasuke left the casino and wandered aimlessly down the bustling street. Suddenly, someone called out to him from the rooftop. "Hey, Sasuke, why aren't you going to hot springs?" Sasuke looked up and saw Kakashi. Dressed in a bathrobe, Kakashi was crouched on the rooftop, smiling at Sasuke through narrowed eyes. Sasuke replied, "Just bored, I suppose." Kakashi jumped down from the rooftop and approached Sasuke. "By the way, your chakra has a lightning affinity too, doesn't it?" Sasuke nodded again. Kakashi had made up his mind to teach Chidori to Sasuke. He led Sasuke to a deserted clearing, then gathered lightning in his palm, producing a sharp, piercing crackle that split the air. "This is Chidori," Kakashi explained. "An S-rank ninjutsu I developed myself. It fuses both the shape and nature transformation of chakra. The technique is named Chidori for the 1,000-bird cries it makes. I once used this technique to cut through lightning itself, so it's also known as lightning blade. Because it requires you to attack at blinding speed, it needs the support of the Sharingan, and you are the perfect candidate." Sasuke watched Kakashi perform Chidori a few times. He quickly picked up the technique, channeling his lightning chakra to stimulate his cells, and then launching forward with Chidori at dazzling speed. Sasuke's Chidori was several times faster than Kakashi's. Kakashi could hardly believe it. He never imagined Sasuke would master Chidori in mere moments. Moreover, it was several times faster than even its creator, himself. After coming to a halt, Sasuke pondered to himself. The noise generated while gathering the Chidori had left him somewhat uncomfortable. Sasuke experimented by increasing the speed at which the Chidori's current flickered. In the next moment, an unbearably shrill screech erupted. The piercing sound forced Kakashi to cover his ears. He called out to Sasuke. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" The Chidori dissipated from Sasuke's hand as he faced Kakashi and explained, "Kakashi-sensei, I tried to weaponize the noise released by the Chidori. Although the speed of the sound isn't as fast as the Chidori itself, it can inflict wide-area damage. Through this, Sasuke had created a new jutsu, Chidori Scream. The overwhelming noise would temporarily deafen anyone who heard it, and if it lasted too long, it could even rupture eardrums." Just then, Kakashi suddenly tilted his head to one side. Within his mind, the mind transmission jutsu was activated. Shikaku Nara's voice echoed in Kakashi's consciousness. "Kakashi, there's an A-rank mission. Would Team 7 be interested?" Kakashi replied, "An A-rank mission? That's nothing. Our Team 7 is even capable of completing S-rank missions. But, we're on vacation right now." Shikaku Nara continued, "But this is a mission from the Land of Snow. Honestly, I thought you want to take it." "Land of Snow, huh?" Kakashi paused for a moment before responding to Shikaku. "All right, vacation's over. So what's the mission?" Shikaku answered, "Escort the superstar Fujikaze Yuki to the Land of Snow for a film shoot." 2 days later in Konoha. Inside the Grand Konoha Theater, Sasuke stifled a yawn. The film, The Ninja Scrolls of Princess Snow, playing on the screen, was, frankly, a bit dull. Still, the heroine, Fujikaze Yuki, was certainly beautiful. Apparently, she was only 18 this year. Yawning, Sasuke watched with a look of indifference, while Naruto, upon hearing the line, "No matter what danger you face, never give up," was moved to tears. Seeing Naruto wipe his eyes, as if his tears might land on him at any moment, Sasuke hurriedly left the theater. Hinata, noticing Sasuke's departure, quietly slipped out as well. She asked Sasuke, "Sasuke-kun, you didn't enjoy the movie?" Miss Fujikaze Yuki is the most famous star in the entire shinobi world. Sasuke replied, "If it weren't for this troublesome mission, we'd still be vacationing in the land of hot springs. I haven't even had the chance to visit the baths with you, Hinata." He glanced slyly at Hinata as he finished. Hinata's cheeks reddened instantly. She hugged her chest nervously and said, No, Sasuke-kun, you can't be so naughty." Sasuke shook his head. Suddenly, a girl with deep blue hair, riding a white horse, leapt right over the Grand Theater and galloped straight toward the exit in a desperate escape. "Damn it! I'm not going to the land of snow," she yelled. A number of brown horses followed in hot pursuit behind Fujike's Fubuki. "Miss Fuji, our movie's grand finale absolutely has to be filmed in the land of snow. If that's the case, then I quit. Isn't it perfectly normal for a blockbuster to change its leading lady halfway through?" she fired back. "But you're Fujike's Fubuki," they cried, desperate. Sasuke watched as Fujike's Fubuki sped away on her white horse, surprised to find that she was even more stunning in person than she appeared on screen. He activated his lightning release body flicker technique, invigorating his cells, then leapt from rooftop to rooftop, pursuing Fujike's Fubuki with ease. After employing the body flicker, Sasuke's speed far outstripped that of a galloping horse. He stood high above, poised atop the tiles. From this vantage, he watched Fujike's Fubuki sprint past. Once she was at a safe distance, sparks of electricity danced in Sasuke's hand. In an instant, a piercing crackle split the air. His Chidori screeched, sending those on horseback tumbling to the ground, writhing in pain as they clutched their ears. Sasuke silenced the cry of his Chidori. Then, he raced after Fujike's Fubuki once more. Down by the southern banks of the Hagoromo River, Fujike's Fubuki dismounted. Her white horse lowered its head to drink from the cool water. Sasuke approached her quietly and said, "Miss Fuji, might I ask for your autograph?" Without sparing him a glance, Fujike's Fubuki, agitated, swung herself back onto the saddle, intent on leaving at once. Yet her white horse caught sight of Sasuke, and in that moment, as if confronted by some mysterious specter, its legs buckled in fright. Noticing Sasuke's forehead protector, Fujike's Fubuki crossed her arms and scoffed. "Do you leave shinobi make it a habit to scare people's horses?" Sasuke replied calmly, "Not at all. It's just that you're a part of my mission." Fujike's Fubuki could only stare, bewildered. Electricity flickered in Sasuke's hand again, this time soundless, as a wave of current surged gently through Fujike's Fubuki. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and suddenly her whole body yielded, slack and powerless, as though she might collapse any second. Sasuke sprang onto the horse in a single move. With a firm slap to its flank, the white horse shot forward. Fujike's Fubuki, weak and breathless, melted against Sasuke's chest, her heart pounding wildly. Sasuke delivered Fujike's Fubuki back to the film crew. Turning to the director, he announced, "Director, I've brought Miss Fuji." He lifted Fujike's Fubuki down from the horse, then said softly to her, "Sorry about this." Without another word, Sasuke tapped his foot and vanished from the scene in a flash. The group's departure for the Land of Snow was scheduled for tomorrow, which meant Sasuke still had one more day at home. As soon as he stepped into the Uchiha compound, Sasuke's eyes caught a glimpse of a small white snake by the gate. Sasuke didn't step into the house. Instead, he followed the little white snake into the woods. Within the forest, Orochimaru had already been waiting for Sasuke for quite some time. Sasuke asked, "Orochimaru, is there something you need?" Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. "Oh, not even a simple sensei? How rude." Sasuke's face remained cold as he replied, "If there's nothing important, I'll be leaving." Orochimaru hurried to say, Wait, of course there's something. This Kusanagi sword, I'm giving it to you." With that, Orochimaru picked up a Kusanagi sword and handed it to Sasuke. He said, "This blade is called Skyblade. I searched for it for a very long time." Orochimaru continued, "Sasuke-kun, this Kusanagi sword can perfectly channel chakra, serving as its vessel." Originally, Orochimaru had intended to keep the sword for himself. However, he was about to embark on a meaningful task, one that would take a considerable amount of time, and he feared that Sasuke might forget about him while he was gone. So, he decided to offer the Kusanagi sword to Sasuke as a gesture. Sasuke gripped the sword, feeling the sharpness of its edge, and nodded in satisfaction. Without so much as a word of farewell, he turned and left. Orochimaru watched Sasuke's retreating figure. Licking his lips greedily, his interest in Sasuke only deepened with every display of cold indifference. Upon returning home, Sasuke fastened the Kusanagi sword in its scabbard to his waist. Gazing at the blade, he couldn't help but admire how striking it looked. The following day, it was time for the fleet to set out. But once again, Fujike's Yuki was nowhere to be found. The director was frantic. It didn't matter if they had to swap out a supporting role, or even the villain, but they simply couldn't replace the leading actress. Sasuke said to the director, "I'll go look for her." All the director's hope now rested on Sasuke. He turned to him and said, "I leave it to you." Sasuke made his way to the banks of the Nanga River, and sure enough, he found Fujike's Yuki by the water. She gazed at the surging river, her eyes quiet and distant. As she stared at the roiling surface, fragmented memories flashed through her mind, like shards of a shattered mirror. The land of snow. Princess Koyuki Kazahana. Kazahana Dodo. Father. The painful memories made Fujike's Yuki clutch her head. In those memories, a great fire consumed the royal palace of the land of snow, and Kazahana Dodo murdered her father, Kazahana Sosetsu. He stole the throne. It was only thanks to a ninja named Kakashi Hitaki that she escaped the land of snow with her life. I am not Fujike's Yuki. I am Princess Koyuki Kazahana of the land of snow. This painful memory had once been forgotten, but with the mention of the land of snow, it resurfaced and became etched once more in Koyuki Kazahana's heart. Unconsciously, 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. She was astonished. Hadn't she already shed every last tear? Return to the land of snow. I won't go back. Even if it means dying, I will not return to the land of snow. Koyuki Kazahana slowly stood up, step by step, moving toward the middle of the Nana River. Her figure was gradually swallowed by the river's icy waters. Sasuke hurried forward and from behind, wrapped his arms around Koyuki Kazahana, pulling her back onto the shore. Sasuke asked, "Why are you giving up like this?" Koyuki Kazahana closed her eyes and replied, "Even in death, I will not return to the land of snow." Sasuke said, "Why not? Is it all because of Kazahana Dotu?" Koyuki Kazahana looked at Sasuke in disbelief. "How do you know that?" Sasuke answered, "Never underestimate the intelligence network of the Uchiha." The truth, though, was that it came from Sasuke's own memory. He continued, "Don't worry. Since I've taken this mission, I promise I'll protect you. As for Kazahana Dotu, he isn't worth mentioning." With a trembling voice, Koyuki Kazahana said, "You don't know how powerful Kazahana Dotu truly is." Sasuke replied, "It's you who doesn't understand the power of the Uchiha." The Mangekyo flared in Sasuke's eyes, making Koyuki's heart flutter involuntarily. She asked softly, "Why are you doing this for me?" With a smile, Sasuke replied, "Because I like you." Sasuke's words struck Koyuki Kazahana's heart like an arrow, piercing straight to her core. Her heartbeat sped up wildly. At last, she took Sasuke's hand and looked him in the eyes. "All right, I believe you. Let me see for myself the power of the Uchiha." In her heart, Koyuki Kazahana kept reminding herself, "Sasuke is only 10 years old. There's an 8-year gap between us. Not even his 10th birthday yet." But the way her heart raced told Koyuki this feeling couldn't be wrong. If love can't be stopped, then let fate run its course. Aboard the ship, the director kept mumbling as he looked at Koyuki Kazahana. "Oh my dear ancestor, you're finally here." Koyuki's lips curved into a faint smile. "Let's go to the land of snow." Beside her, Kakashi glanced thoughtfully at the necklace around Koyuki's neck. 10 years ago, Kakashi had taken a mission in the land of snow. It was then that he witnessed Kazahana Dotu's insurrection and saved Koyuki Kazahana himself. Back then, Kakashi's own strength fell short, and all he could do was flee in haste and disgrace. The land of snow was a peaceful country. Perhaps because it was so far removed from the continent and the 5 great nations, its technology had developed to an impressive degree. 2 days later, their ship collided with an iceberg. The director's eyes lit up at the sight of the iceberg. What a steep and magnificent peak. This is a perfect location for filming. Get ready, everyone. Fubuki, make sure your makeup is perfect. We're about to start shooting. But then Hinata tugged at Sasuke's sleeve and whispered, "Sasuke, there's someone on the iceberg." Hinata's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Someone on the iceberg? Impossible. All they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. But Hinata's Byakugan never made mistakes. Sasuke exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Naruto. Each quickly pinpointed a target and nodded in understanding. In the next instant, they sprang into action. Naruto called out, "Rasengan!" Kakashi shouted, "Lightning Blade!" Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, channeling the crackling power of Chidori along its blade. The sword shone with bolts of lightning. Chidori Blade. Their 3 simultaneous attacks blasted deep craters into the snow, and 3 figures burst out from beneath it. Sasuke took a closer look. One was thin, one stocky, and the third was a woman, 3 figures in total. On each of their foreheads gleamed the forehead protector of the snow ninja. Without hesitation, Sasuke dashed forward, targeting Fuyukumato, the large man. Lightning chakra ignited along his Kusanagi sword as Sasuke swung at his opponent. But the strike was stopped by the blue glowing armor the man wore. Kakashi quickly called out, "Sasuke, that's a special chakra armor unique to the land of snow. It can absorb chakra and greatly increases their defense." Sasuke snorted, "Absorb chakra? I want to see just how much you can handle." The Mangekyo Sharingan swirled into existence in Sasuke's eyes, focusing intently. Amaterasu. In an instant, jet black flames engulfed the bulky man. He looked utterly bewildered. No way. Pulling out such a deadly move right from the start. Though Fuyukumito was stunned, the searing heat of Amaterasu relentlessly scorched the chakra armor. The next moment, with a crisp, cracking sound, the armor shattered apart. The black flames engulfed Fuyukumito, searing through layers of fat with a fierce hiss, and moments later, he was reduced to nothing but ashes. Despite his poor performance against Sasuke, Fuyukumito had been considered one of Snow Country's 3 strongest ninja. Kakashi now faced Wolf Fong Bloodstorm, and Naruto's opponent was Tsurugi Fubuki. The director's eyes sparkled with excitement at the spectacle. Keep filming. This is priceless action footage. The 2 remaining Snow Ninja witnessed Fuyukumito's death at Sasuke's hands, and their faces grew grave with grief. Sasuke, however, showed no sign of intervening in the battles of his companions. Facing the kunoichi before him, Naruto fought hesitantly, clearly holding back, and in truth, he wasn't her match at all. With a flick of her chakra armor, Haruyuki Shiriki sent out 2 threads that quickly bound Naruto tight, and without delay, she took off into the sky with Naruto in tow. Witnessing this, Hinata cried out, "Sasuke-kun, hurry! Save Naruto!" But Sasuke replied coolly, "If we follow Naruto now, won't it lead us straight to the enemy's main base? Besides, with the 9 tails sealed within him, Naruto would never die so easily." Though the 9 tails was a creature reviled by so many, in every moment of crisis, it was the fox's power that allowed Naruto to turn the tide. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kakashi. Wolfong's bloodbath sneered at Kakashi. "I wonder if you're still the same worthless coward who only knows how to flee?" Kakashi wasted no words. He formed his seals swiftly. Water style, water dragon bullet. Behind him, the vast ocean gathered into the shape of a jade dragon, which surged forward, bearing down upon Wolfong's bloodbath. With the sea at his back, water-style jutsu came effortlessly, a far cry from conjuring water out of thin air using chakra alone. Wolfong's bloodbath rapidly formed hand seals of his own. Ice-style, tiger devours ice dragon. A monstrous white tiger of razor-edged ice materialized, shredded the water dragon to mist, and then lunged for Kakashi. Kakashi slammed his palm to the ground. Earth-style mud wall, a wall of stone, etched with a dog's head, sprang up to block the charging ice tiger. But Wolfong's bloodbath moved again, hands flickering through seals. Ice-style, monoceros white whale. Out on the ocean, seawater surged up, morphing into a colossal white whale that soared high and came crashing down toward Kakashi and the ship. Kakashi tore away his headband. Ice-style, monoceros white whale. He, too, formed the seals and summoned his own massive white whale, which collided with that of Wolfong's bloodbath. The 2 icy leviathans smashed together, plunging into the sea and raising towering waves as if to swallow the world. Sasuke gazed coldly at Wolfong's bloodbath. Electricity arced across Sasuke's body as lightning chakra flared to life. Blaze-style Kagetsuchi. The Amaterasu flames cloaked his Kusanagi sword. In a blur of lightning, Sasuke flashed forward like a thunderbolt. With one swing, the Kusanagi, wreathed in black flame, slashed through the chakra armor's defense, severing Wolfong's bloodbath head in a single, swift motion. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the 2 smoldering halves of Wolfong's bloodbath's body incinerated by Amaterasu. This was the enemy he deemed so powerful, yet Sasuke had beheaded him in a single strike. It was almost beyond belief. Unbidden, a thought surfaced in Kakashi's mind. Sasuke was just 10 years old, yet he'd already surpassed Kakashi's current strength. It was downright terrifying. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. If the Uchiha clan had really been destroyed in Danzo's plot during the Uchiha Rebellion, the clan would certainly have protected Sasuke with their lives, and in a few years' time, Sasuke would have surpassed even Madara Uchiha. But as for Konoha, there would never be another Hashirama Senju. Shuddering at the implications, Kakashi also found himself quietly, deeply relieved. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village had achieved a delicate balance for now. In fact, a bold idea was forming in Kakashi's mind. Even if the Uchiha were to gain more authority, perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. If their only concern was the village, then perhaps having an Uchiha clan member as Hokage, with their way of doing things, the Hidden Leaf wouldn't be in such a humiliating position right now. Just then, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and called out, "Sasuke, come with me. We have to save Naruto." Princess Koyuki spoke up. "I'm coming too." Kakashi objected sharply. "Why would you come? Stay here." Princess Koyuki insisted. "I'm the princess of a land of snow." With that, she removed a hexagonal pendant from around her neck, the symbol of her royal status. Kakashi nodded his acknowledgement. Princess Koyuki added, Just follow the railway. At the end of the tracks, you'll find Kazahana Nadar. The land of snow had long had its own railways, a product of its separation from the continent and distance from war. If the Hidden Leaf ever wanted to build railways, it was possible, but as the village sat at the heart of the continent, they would have to guard against the other nations. Sasuke and the others followed the railway, leading them to a towering, menacing palace. This was the stronghold of Kazahana Nadar. Once upon a time, this palace had basked in bright sunlight, but Nadar had turned it into a dark and ominous fortress. Princess Koyuki clenched her fists, filled with frustration and unwillingness to accept what had happened. She glanced at Sasuke, her eyes brimming with hope. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Kazahana Nadar faced Crane Wing Fubuki with a blank expression. So, you're telling me you're the only one who made it back alive? Fubuki was drenched in cold sweat, but still she nodded. Nadar almost slapped her in fury, but thought better of it. If he killed her, he'd be left with no subordinates. He lowered his hand, then fastened a chakra-restraining device onto Naruto. This gadget would leech away the wearer's chakra like a parasite, and there was no way to take it off. Naruto felt his strength ebb away and collapsed onto the floor. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't muster any chakra within his body. Moments later, Sasuke and the others arrived at the dark castle. At the sight of the massive fortress, Princess Koki's eyes filled with heartache and fear. Her sorrow came from the sight of her beloved homeland twisted beyond recognition by Kazahana Nadar. Her fear from Nadar's terrifying power. Kakashi readied a shuriken in his hand, then hurled it forward. Attached to its tail was an explosive tag. With a thunderous blast, the castle wall erupted, leaving a gaping hole. Inside, Kazahana Nadar was briefly taken aback, then coldly smiled. So you've arrived. Let them witness the latest creation of my chakra armor. Fenghua Nuteo cast off his black cloak. Beneath it, he revealed a suit of jet black armor, and in the center of its chest gleamed a purple gemstone, pulsing with chakra. Fenghua Nuteo ascended to the pinnacle of the castle, gazing down at the crowd from his lofty perch. Turning to Koyuki, he called out, "Koyuki, you've returned. 10 years have passed, and you've grown so beautiful." Koyuki turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Fenghua Nuteo's eyes burned with greed, fixed not just on Koyuki, but specifically on the hexagonal necklace at her throat. He said, "Did you know that your father left behind no treasure? At least, that's what I thought until I reached Rainbow Cliff and found a keyhole just like the one on your hexagonal necklace. That's the real treasure your father left. Koyuki, be good. Would you give your uncle the necklace?" Kakashi was just about to speak, but before he could, lightning chakra crackled over Sasuke's body. Activating his lightning-style taijutsu, Sasuke cut him off. "Enough talk. Get down here and fight." In a flash, Sasuke launched himself at Fenghua Nuteo, drawing the Kusanagi sword. White lightning danced along the blade. Chidori blade. With a mighty slash, he struck the armor, but not even a scratch appeared. The chakra armor proved to be far tougher than anything before. Fenghua Nuteo's lips curled into a smirk. "Save your strength. You're wasting your time." But in that moment, Sasuke twisted his hand, calling out, "Blaze release, Kagutsuchi, sword of Amaterasu." The white lightning on the Kusanagi transformed instantly into pitch-black flames. The inferno seared the chakra armor, and in just a heartbeat, a fracture split across it. Fenghua Nuteo stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. How was this possible? Though he refused to believe it, the truth was plain. His armor had been broken. He could do nothing but strip off the ruined armor, his gaze turning dark and cold as he glared at Sasuke. He sneered, "Little brat, I'll show you now. The strongest forbidden jutsu of the land of snow. I style Black Ice Titan." In the next instant, Nuteo's chakra erupted in every direction. Countless shards of wind, snow, and ice swirled together, converging until they formed a giant nearly 100 feet tall. Towering atop the Colossus's head, Fenghua Nuteo looked down with contempt and shouted, "It took me 10 years to master this move. Now you will die." Sasuke gazed up at the massive giant, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "Try to outdo the masters, are we? This is child's play." Then, as the Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, blood streamed down the sides of his face. Sasuke began to float, violet chakra swirling around him. And in the blink of an eye, an immense, purple titan hundreds of meters tall erupted into existence. Sasuke stood within a glowing pentagram at the giant's brow, his eyes alive with exhilaration. This was the first time he had ever used the complete Susanoo. To hold such power in his hands, to look down on the world with such disregard. It was simply exhilarating. Sasuke's voice was cold as he addressed Dodo Kazahana. This is the third power, Susanoo. In the next instant, the complete Susanoo bent low, drawing its sword, and unleashed a single, mighty slash. The enormous, purple chakra blade swept down, cleaving the snow giant in an instant. Dodo's form crashed to the ground, his eyes lifeless and empty, staring helplessly at the scene before him. Beneath the power of the complete Susanoo, he was as insignificant as an ant. In that moment, Dodo's spirit was utterly crushed. Kakashi appeared behind him in a flash, two transparent wires looping around Dodo's throat, snuffing out his life in a strangled silence. The purple Susanoo dissolved back into chakra, fading away, and Sasuke plummeted from the sky. Kakashi rushed forward, ready to catch him, but instead, Sasuke fell right into Koyuki Kazahana's arms. She looked at the blood-stained tears at the corner of Sasuke's eyes, her heart aching with worry. A faint smile touched Sasuke's lips. "Sister Koyuki, I've fulfilled your wish." And, with that, he slipped into unconsciousness. Of course, he was only pretending. Koyuki's heart was in turmoil. Hastily, she called for doctors to tend to him. When the doctors could find nothing wrong, they settled on exhaustion as the cause. But Sasuke did not know. The image of that colossal, purple Susanoo and his own gallant silhouette were forever engraved in Koyuki's heart. Meanwhile, Kakashi made his way to the dungeons, rescuing Naruto. With a deft swing of his shuriken, he sliced through the chakra controller. Naruto grumbled, "Next time, I'm not going to be the bait." On a distant mountaintop, the film director was beside himself with excitement. This was the best ending. The most perfect ending imaginable. Cut. The crisis in the Land of Snow was over. Koyuki Kazahana was crowned queen of the Land of Snow. The next day, when Sasuke awoke, she brought him to the Rainbow Cliffs. Koyuki spoke. "My father once told me, when spring comes, rainbows bloom here. But in the Land of Snow, spring never arrives." She found a keyhole and slid her hexagonal pendant into it. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The snow and ice started to melt away. Koyuki gasped in surprise. "It's the geothermal generator." The geothermal generator would turn the endless snows of the land into springtime warmth. Back at the royal palace, half the kingdom was already transformed by the promise of spring, all thanks to the power of the geothermal generator. Fenghua Xiaoxiu took off her hexagonal necklace and gently put it around Sasuke's neck. She softly kissed his forehead and said, "This necklace is my gift to you. I hope you won't forget me. In the far snowy land of the Northern Kingdom, there is a woman who will always be waiting for you to grow up." Sasuke stayed silent for a moment. He gave a small nod, and that made Fenghua Xiaoxiu's heart brim with joy. Of the three bodyguards who had once served Fenghua Nuteo, only one remained alive. Upon witnessing the fully awakened Susanoo, this last guard completely lost the will to fight and pledged unwavering loyalty to Fenghua Xiaoxiu. The Land of Snow was in dire need of people, so Fenghua Xiaoxiu gladly kept this skilled warrior at her side. Soon, the time came for Sasuke and the others to depart. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's heart was heavy with longing as she watched them prepare to leave. Naruto managed to get an autograph from Fujike's Yuki, while Kakashi sighed. "Miss Fenghua, it's truly a pity that you plan to retire at the peak of your career." Fujike's Yuki replied, "Who said I'm retiring? I'm not just a queen. A performer's heart still beats in me. My next role will be an adaptation of the book Make Out Paradise, written by Master Jiraiya." Kakashi gasped. He was a diehard fan of Make Out Paradise. Eyes sparkling, Kakashi asked eagerly, "Miss Fenghua, have you found your male lead yet? What do you think about me?" Fenghua Xiaoxiu instinctively glanced at Sasuke, then smiled. "I haven't found a male lead yet, but when the time comes and I find the right one, I'll definitely bring this story to life." 3 days later, it was Sasuke's 10th birthday. The entire Uchiha clan was brimming with excitement. Because of Sasuke's prodigious talent, everyone in the clan had come to regard him as the next Madara Uchiha. But Sasuke knew, he was certain that, even without any external power or assistance, he was destined to one day surpass Madara Uchiha himself. His thoughts drifted to the future. He was the reincarnation of Indra, while Naruto carried the spirit of Asura. If Naruto was a powerhouse shaped by raw numbers, then Sasuke mastered the art of strategy and mechanism. A clever strategy could always outwit pure strength. And just thinking of the 6 Tomo Rinnegan's Amenoto Jikara made Sasuke crave that power all the more. Its ability was overwhelmingly powerful, arguably even stronger than Kamui. Sasuke wondered, if, 3 days from now, he awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, would he then be able to evolve the Rinnegan at 15 and finally obtain Amenoto Jikara? He was also deeply curious what kind of technique he would gain with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He pulled up his personal data panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke. Age 9. Unique constitution, reincarnation of Indra, chakra, affinity, Jinchuriki of the two-tailed beast. Bloodline limit, Sharingan Mangekyo. Techniques, Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning. Time flew by, and today marked Sasuke's 10th birthday. Sasuke watched the clock on the wall as the second hand swept steadily toward midnight. As the clock struck 12, Sasuke suddenly felt a warm current surge through his eyes. In that instant, his eyes awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Immediately after, the Mangekyo Sharingan shifted form again. The pattern in each eye now featured 3 tomo-shaped markings. Beep. Congratulations to the host on turning 10 and awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new eye technique. Aim no Minakanushi. Aim no Minakanushi. Left eye, the flow of time within a 5-meter radius centered on the host slows to a third of its normal speed. Host is unaffected. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new eye technique. Blood Moon. Blood Moon. Right eye control over blood. Sasuke listened to the electronic voice echoing in his mind, excitement surging through him. The new technique in his left eye was exactly the same as his father's. Within a 5-meter radius, time slowed down to a third. Yet, his father's range was only 3 meters. His own extended to 5. The second eye technique was Blood Moon. Blood Moon was something Sasuke had never even heard of in the original story. Could it be a unique ability, exclusive to him? Just 4 simple words: control over blood. It sounded unremarkable, but Sasuke understood just how valuable this ability could be. It wasn't just about manipulating his own blood. He could control the blood of others, too. Extending his hand, Sasuke focused, and beads of blood seeped from the pores of his right hand. The blood swelled and solidified in midair, ultimately forming a crimson longsword in his grasp. With a single thought, the blood sword dissolved into a trail of fresh blood, flowing over the floor. Still, he didn't possess any Jinjutsu-related eye techniques. No matter. Who needs illusions? He could still dominate the ninja world without them. Sasuke opened his personal status panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke. Age, 10 years old. Special physique. Reincarnation of Indra, chakra affinity, two tails, Jinchuriki. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, eternal Mangekyo, blood release. Eye techniques. Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, blood moon, aim no Minakanushi. Chakra attributes. Lightning, fire, and water. Sasuke stared incredulously at his chakra affinity. He had the water chakra attribute now. Why? Could it be because of blood release? Was blood release a mutation of water release? No matter. If he could obtain all chakra attributes, that would be even better. Now that he possessed the eternal Mangekyo, the next step was clear. Sage mode. Sasuke even felt that his current combat strength had already surpassed Obito's. Far surpassed, in fact. After all, no matter how versatile Obito's Kamui was, he possessed only a single Mangekyo Sharingan. But Sasuke now owned a pair of eternal Mangekyo eyes. Sasuke found Zabuza, who was sprawled luxuriously in bed, sound asleep. Zabuza, who had once made do with sleeping under bridges, had never known such comfort before. He no longer had to worry about food or drink, and every month he earned 500,000 Ryo simply by living. On top of that, Haku was always by his side, attending to his needs. There was no longer any fear of being hunted down by Mist Village's ninja. Sasuke called out to Zabuza, "Get up. There's work to do." With a crack of his neck, Zabuza turned and asked, "What kind of job?" Sasuke replied, "We're going to kill Hamura Mitokado, the Hokage's advisor." A cold glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. If his memory served him right, Mitokado had given him trouble before, and Sasuke was never one to forget a grudge. Now, wielding the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had undergone a fundamental transformation. It was time to move on to the next phase of his plan, gradually eroding the Leaf's high command and seizing more power. Zabuza nodded, hoisting his beheading sword in preparation to leave. Sasuke stopped him. "Wait, take off your Uchiha clan robe. The clan crest is too conspicuous." After changing out of the Uchiha robes, Zabuza stepped out, leaving the compound behind. Outside, a crimson moon hung in the sky. Zabuza let out a sigh, pulled a bandage across his mouth, and headed out into the night. In the sky above, the blood-red moon seemed to portend death before dawn. Elsewhere, Hamura Mitokado, the Hokage's advisor, tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for reasons he couldn't explain. Tonight, sleep eluded him. He had once been a disciple of Tobarama Senju, but his talents lay elsewhere, not on the battlefield. So he had become an advisor instead. Just then, the window creaked open on a gust of wind. A chill swept through Hamura, who fumbled for his glasses before intending to close the window. "It's getting foggy," he muttered to himself, but as the mist thickened, an uneasy feeling settled over him. This fog, there was something unnaturally dense about it. Hamura spun around just in time to see a flash of red light in the fog. In the next instant, his head was sent flying. Even after being beheaded, a person retains consciousness for a fleeting moment. As Hamura watched his body fall farther and farther away, a single thought flickered through his mind. Is this really how I die? Then, finally, darkness closed in. Zabuza leaped through the window and made his escape, just as a throwing star hurtled toward him. He sensed the murderous intent, swung his giant blade, and deflected the attack. Zabuza turned, searching for the assailant. "It's Kakashi." Kakashi stared at the bloody stains on the executioner's blade, instantly realizing that Mito Minyan was dead. Mito Minyan was one of the highest-ranking officials in the Leaf. Fury burned in Kakashi's eyes. "Zabuza, why are you here in the Leaf Village?" Oh. Zabuza lifted his head, his voice dripping with disdain as he replied, "Spare me your concern." In the next instant, Zabuza's hands formed seals at lightning speed, and suddenly, a dense mist rolled in all around them. Kakashi's hand flew up, pulling away his headband to reveal his Sharingan, and he too wove seals rapidly, mist rising just as thick. "Water style, hidden mist jutsu," he declared. It wasn't that Kakashi wanted to let Zabuza go. It was because Zabuza's appearance in the Leaf would spark a cascade of consequences. First, a rogue ninja had just killed a senior Leaf official. Wouldn't that make the entire village a laughingstock? Second, as a missing ninja from the mist, how could Zabuza possibly have known how to infiltrate the Leaf barriers unless someone on the inside had helped him, targeting Mito Minyan for assassination? That meant he absolutely couldn't let Zabuza escape. Twin banks of mist now filled the air, and Zabuza found himself unable to get his bearings, comfortable in his own mist, yet blinded inside Kakashi's. As his jutsu took effect, the clinging fog spread wider, billowing thickly. Zabuza was counting on this, confusing Kakashi's senses, cloaking his own escape. But the Leaf's AMBU were swift. 4 AMBU agents raced to the scene, and among them, by chance, was a Hyuga. Activating the Byakugan, the Hyuga at once locked onto Zabuza's position within the swirling mist. Zabuza's red chakra glowed vividly in the white shroud. Yet in the dense fog, Zabuza's chakra abruptly vanished. The Hyuga ANBU exclaimed, "He disappeared. Kakashi snapped, impossible." But then, a voice cold as the bowels of hell whispered at Kakashi's ear, "Nothing is impossible." The Hyuga's voice rang out, "There's an aura, blue chakra, right by Kakashi." A chill crawled down Kakashi's spine as he heard it. He whirled around, kunai at the ready, striking toward the shadowy figure. But his blade passed through thin air. The realization hit Kakashi, the pupils of his eyes narrowing. "You, the very man who'd unleashed the Nine Tails and caused the death of the 4th Hokage. The one who was also Kakashi's father's killer. Lightning style, water style, earth style." Kakashi attacked him again and again, but none of it touched Obito. The single visible eye of Obito gazed at Kakashi with cold, pitying amusement, as if looking down on a helpless clown. "Kakashi, you're pitifully weak now." And with those words, Obito's form twisted and vanished, leaving nothing behind. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. The voice he just heard sounded faintly familiar, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't remember who it was. A moment later, the 3rd Hokage arrived. He gazed at the mist as it slowly dispersed, took a drag from his pipe, and asked, "Who died?" "Advisor Mitokado Hamura," someone replied. The 3rd Hokage said nothing, but the pipe clenched in his hand shattered into pieces. Someone had brazenly infiltrated the Hidden Leaf and killed one of the senior advisors to the Hokage. This was a public slap in the face for the 3rd. His expression grew dark and severe. "Investigate this thoroughly," he commanded. The ANBU were utterly bewildered. Investigate? Investigate with what? With no intelligence to go on, how could they investigate anything? The only information they had was, the killer was Zabuza. The person who aided Zabuza's escape seemed to be a member of the Uchiha clan. A member of the Uchiha? Kakashi's thoughts raced. Could it be that the Uchiha harbored even greater ambitions now? His face darkened. If that were the case, the Hidden Leaf might not be a match for them. The Uchiha clan now had Sasuke, only 10 years old and already formidable. They also had Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, both wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi himself possessed the Mangekyo he'd received from Obito. That's why Kakashi was well aware of how powerful that I could be. He used Kamui as his trump card. Even one Mangekyo was a fearsome thing. 2 would be even more terrifying, and, based on the intelligence he had, Even though Uchiha Shursui had turned rogue and left the Leaf, he still maintained frequent contact with the clan. And as for the Akatsuki organization, every member was an S-rank missing mean. Any information on Akatsuki's members was exceedingly scarce, if it existed at all. After a while, members of the other clans also began to arrive, one after another. After all, the death of a Hokage's advisor was no small matter. Nara Shikako leaned close to the third's ear and whispered, "Lord Hokage, I suspect it was the Uchiha. They may have far greater ambitions." The third Hokage fell silent, quietly waiting for the Konoha police force to arrive. If he could, he would strip the police force of their authority. For Mito Kato Hamiru's sake, that would be fitting. After all, stripping the police force's powers was something the third had long desired. At long last, the Konoha police force arrived at a leisurely pace. Led by Fugaku, one after another, their faces were tinged red, as if they had just been drinking. Today, the Uchiha clan had reason to celebrate. It was Sasuke's 10th birthday, so everyone had shared a drink. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Uchiha Fugaku and questioned him sternly. "Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the police force, how could you drink so much?" Uchiha Fugaku let out a drunken burp and said, Lord Third, has something happened?" The third Hokage, burning with anger, shouted, "Has something happened? How dare you ask? The Hokage advisor was killed. What good is your Uchiha police force?" Fugaku was stunned for a moment. "Mito Minyan, that old dog, was killed? Who has delivered justice on behalf of the heavens?" Fugaku replied, "Lord Hokage, this is break time right now." The third Hokage was momentarily speechless. It was true. Right now, it was officially break time from midnight to 2 a.m., a 2-hour window set for rest. And it was precisely during these 2 hours that Mito Minyan died. This was a grievance within the established rules, and there was nothing more the third Hokage could do. He simply had no leverage over Fugaku in this matter. Mito Minyan had died in vain. His death brought no benefit to the village of Konoha. At least, that's how it felt to the third. But as for the Uchiha clan, they were rid of one particularly troublesome enemy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the Kamui dimension, Obito gazed coldly at Zabuza. He scolded Zabuza sternly. "Useless. As an assassin, after you've accomplished your mission, you should never get entangled with anyone else." How foolish. Faced with Obito's rebuke, Zabuza dared not say a single word in response. After all, standing behind Obito was the colossal and terrifying demonic statue of the Outer Path. The third Hokage was set on stripping the Uchiha of their authority. But he failed. So, clutching at straws, he used the excuse of Uchiha police force's rest from midnight to 2 to forcibly assign the 2-hour patrol duty in Konoha to the ANBU. The ANBU members were baffled on the spot. Each of them raged inwardly at the third. Why would he snatch up the most difficult, most exhausting, and sleepiest shift for them? As if their regular missions and intelligence gathering weren't tiring enough already. And now, there was an extra patrol duty on top of it all. Still, none of them dared voice their anger. After all, the third was their direct commander. If he ever tossed them out of the ANBU, they'd be penniless. At the same time, elsewhere, within an open stretch of woodland, Sasuke bit his finger until it bled. Slapping his hand onto the ground, he declared, summoning Jutsu, Manda. With a thunderous burst, Manda appeared. The great serpent had barely arrived before it started cursing. "Orochimaru, you again? Summoning your grandpa, just for..." But before Manda could finish, it caught sight of Sasuke, grinning wickedly. Even Orochimaru sometimes made its skin crawl, but facing Sasuke was even worse. Sasuke commanded, "Manda, take me to Ryuichi Cave." Manda muttered in a low voice, but that's against the rules. The eternal Mangekyo appeared in Sasuke's eyes as he faced Manda and declared, "Don't get it wrong. This is an order, not a request." Manda shrank back in fright. Whether it was his imagination or not, Manda couldn't shake the feeling that Sasuke had grown even stronger. But how strong could a child like this really become? Manda swallowed hard and muttered, "Fine, but..." Before Manda could finish, pitch-black flames blossomed in Sasuke's palm. "Nobat Sasuke Kamandif." Ryakudo, Manda's lair. With a thunderous sound, Manda materialized on the spot. Sasuke stepped out from between Manda's jaws, drenched in the sticky, foul-smelling saliva that clung to his body. Sasuke complained, "Manda, when was the last time you brushed your teeth?" Manda grumbled, "I'm a snake. Why would I brush my teeth?" Among the many serpents dwelling in the lair, Manda's strength ranked above average. Leaving Manda behind, Sasuke strode toward the heart of Ryakudo. The great snakes around him caught the unfamiliar scent of a human. One by one, they began to drool hungrily. Under the predatory gazes of these serpents, Sasuke remained unfazed. Black flames surged quietly around him, a fire that seemed harmless, yet harbored overwhelming power. At last, a green serpent could no longer resist. It lunged at Sasuke, jaws spread wide in a lethal gape. Sasuke's eyes flashed with power. Heavenly standstill. Within a 5-meter radius surrounding Sasuke, time slowed to a crawl. The green serpent, mid-pounce, found the flow of time different for its upper and lower body. Its lower half jerked violently, flying away. The serpent's head brushed against the black flames on Sasuke's body. In the blink of an eye, the dark fire consumed the snake entirely, reducing it to ashes. Manda, witnessing this, silently prayed for the fallen serpent. Little Green, of all the folks you could cross, why pick this demon? As Sasuke left Manda's lair, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared before him. She smiled with eyes half closed, radiating charm, though her lower body was a serpentine tail. She introduced herself with a sweet voice. Greetings, human. I am the envoy of Ryukido. Pass the trials set by the three of us, and you'll earn the right to meet the White Snake Sage. But fail, and we'll have to eat you. Kenshin Shinki announced, the first trial is sincerity. The second is patience. The third is true intent. Sasuke asked, is there a way to see the White Snake Sage without going through these trials? Kenshin Shinki replied with a smile, nope. Or do you want me to eat you right now? Sasuke allowed himself a faint smile. Oh, I believe there is, he replied. In the next instant, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Sasuke locked onto the most powerful chakra source within Ryuchi Cave. Purple chakra surged forth, shrouding his entire body. Half of a Susanoo manifested beside him, its translucent form taking shape. Chakra collected, condensing into an arrow that rested against his bow, aimed directly at the direction of the White Snake Sage. He drew the string, loosing the arrow in a flare of overwhelming chakra. The energy erupted into a storm, and Sasuke's chakra arrow punched straight through the wall between himself and the White Snake Sage. At the far end of the newly formed tunnel, at the mouth of the pit, Sasuke caught a glimpse of enormous white scales. He turned to Tenshin Shinji and offered a gentle smile. See, Sister Snake? There's the White Snake Sage, just as promised. Sister Snake, I'll be taking my leave now. With that, Sasuke walked toward the White Snake Sage. Only when he grew close did he truly realize the enormity of this legendary being. The White Snake Sage was at least 3 times larger than Manda, towering and magnificent. From his mouth, the great sage puffed on an immense pipe, coiling smoke trailing upward. The White Snake Sage glanced at Sasuke, noticing the Sharingan in his eyes. From the Uchiha clan, are you? The sage rumbled. There was another one, long ago, called Madara, a child who once made the ninja world tremble. To think, Madara Uchiha's reputation reached even the legendary White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. I am Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said, clear and resolute. One day, my strength will surpass even Madara's. The White Snake Sage burst into hearty laughter. Ah, ambitious words, little one. But if you wish to become stronger, a sharp tongue won't get you far. That's why I've come to Ryuchi Cave, Sasuke replied. I wish to master Sage Mode. Without warning, the White Snake Sage snapped its jaws toward Sasuke. Venom dripped from those massive fangs, each shining with lethal intent, but Sasuke's purple skeletal Susanoo flickered into being and shielded him just in time. The White Snake Sage grinned slyly. No need to be so tense. At its core, Sage Mode in Ryuchi Cave is all about adaptation. I've lived for countless years. My body is saturated with natural energy. I'll inject my venom into your body. If you can withstand it, you will awaken Sage Mode. Should you fail, well, I'm afraid I'll have to eat you. In all these years, only one has ever survived after failing twice before my very eyes and lived to tell the tale. The Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave is nothing like that of Mount Myaboku. Theirs is renowned for its stability, for they train with refined natural energy. But ours is different. Here, we absorb all kinds of natural energy. That's why our Sage Mode far exceeds theirs in raw power, along with the danger it brings. Hearing all this, Sasuke lowered his defenses, preparing himself for what was to come. If I truly can endure this, I'll have to rely on you. For one last journey, Yatagarasu. Huge, razor-sharp fangs plunged into Sasuke's body, and at that moment, he could feel a mysterious energy coursing inside him. Once this energy entered, it rampaged violently through Sasuke's body, crashing against his very core. A searing, indescribable pain gripped his heart. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, desperately battling the raging energy within himself. Then, Yulu's voice echoed, Sasuke, do you need to enter Tailed Beast Mode? Sasuke gritted his teeth and replied, no, I can handle it. As the seconds ticked by, Sasuke gradually sensed his body adapting to this newfound energy. Soon, A faint layer of purple energy appeared over Sasuke, clinging to his skin like a thin fog. He opened his eyes. His pupils had turned vertical like a serpent's. But as soon as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the eternal eyes instantly overtook the snake-like gaze. Still, the purple energy around him did not fade in the slightest. In fact, it began to form a layer of armor across his body, scales gleaming like those of serpent. Yet these scales were not hideous. They radiated a striking, imposing power. With a thought, Sasuke willed the armor to dissolve back into pure energy, which faded away. This was the perfect sage mode. Sasuke's body now resonated in flawless harmony with the natural energy around him, a perfect 100% compatibility. Deep down, Sasuke knew that mastering sage mode was inevitable for him. After all, he was the reincarnation of Indra. It was only natural that he would attain sage mode, and with his tailed beast power, his physical strength was dramatically increased, allowing him to withstand most negative effects. With the two tails inside him, Sasuke had no fear of the white snake sage's treachery. Rising to his feet, Sasuke swept his hand through the air. The purple energy shattered and vanished like splinters of glass. He turned to the white snake sage and said, "Thank you, Elder." The white snake sage stared at Sasuke in disbelief. In a daze, the sage seemed to glimpse the shadow of Indra in Sasuke's very presence. The white snake sage could not recall how many years had passed. Only that long ago in youth he had encountered that unparalleled man. Indra, the son of the sage of six paths. Having lived for countless ages, the white snake sage had once met Indra and been captivated by his charisma. But time flows ever onward. People change, and the world moves on. Now, the white snake sage was ancient beyond reckoning, and Indra himself had long since passed away. And yet, in Sasuke, the white snake sage saw the shadow of Indra once more. The white snake sage turned to Sasuke and said, Back in the day, the great toad from Mount Myaboku had a prophecy. He claimed that a blue-eyed boy who plays with tailed beasts will bring peace to the ninja world. But if you ask me, that old toad was just spouting nonsense." As she exhaled a cloud of smoke, the white snake sage added, "In my eyes, the one truly capable of bringing peace to the ninja world is you, Uchiha Sasuke." Her massive form began to shrink, and in an instant, she transformed into a kindly old woman. The smoking pipe in her hand diminished in size as well. The white snake sage leaned towards Sasuke and said, "Go on, young one, leave Ryuchi Cave. The true battlefield where you are destined to shine lies outside." No sooner had these words left her lips than everything in front of Sasuke's eyes shattered and vanished, much like an illusion dissolving in water. He hastily activated his eternal Mangekyo to figure out what had just happened. But even through the power of those eyes, all he saw was the indistinguishable reality of the forest. Was it an illusion, or was it real? Jinjutsu or reality? Even with the vision of his eternal eyes, could he not distinguish between the two? Or perhaps, had the white snake sage used some sort of space warping ability to transfer him here? No matter. Sasuke could feel a surging power within him, a force vastly different from what he knew as chakra. This was something else. This energy could empower chakra, taking ninjutsu to unmatched levels of strength. This was what they called sage art. A thought crossed Sasuke's mind. If the chakra of this world was brought by Kagaya's clan, the Otsutsuki, and if all conventional ninjutsu was ineffective against the Otsutsuki, then perhaps sage art was an ancient energy inherent to this world all along. It could be that it was Kagaya's arrival that made chakra widespread. Natural energy was fundamentally different from chakra. Sage art could inflict real damage on the Otsutsuki. If that were true, then natural energy might actually be the original cultivation system of the ninja world. Lost in these swirling thoughts, Sasuke was suddenly snapped back by the sharp sound of something slicing through the air nearby. Looking over, he spotted a handsome man in blue clothes dashing desperately through the forest. 5 or 6 ninja were hot on his heels, giving chase. Sasuke caught a wild and violent surge of chakra radiating from the fleeing man. He was a Jinchuriki too. It was Utakata, the six-tails Jinchuriki from Kirigakure. "Sasuke, how on earth did I end up in Kirigakure? Stop running. There's no escape for you." The Kirigakure shinobi shouted after Utakata. Panic was written all over Utakata's face. Just moments ago, he had killed his own master. His teacher had tried to seize the six tails inside him, pushing him beyond his limits. And in his frenzy, Utakata had killed him. He sincerely believed he'd done no wrong, that he was simply protecting himself. As a Jinchuriki, being suspected and resented by the villagers, none of that really mattered to Yugao. But what Yugao could not endure was the fact that even the mentor whom he regarded as a father seemed to harbor doubts about him. Yugao felt himself on the brink of collapse. He truly hadn't meant to kill his mentor, but the Kirigakure ninja refused to listen. Their mission was to apprehend Yugao and bring the so-called rampaging Jinchuriki back to the Hidden Mist village. They couldn't allow the tailed beast to fall into the hands of another village. Yugao could have easily killed any pursuer simply by unleashing the beast within, but he no longer wanted to take any lives. The relentless footsteps behind him were starting to wear on Yugao's patience. He spun around, reached behind for his bubble blower, and with a gentle breath, released a stream of dazzling, iridescent bubbles. Each bubble swirled through the air and trapped every pursuing Kirigakure ninja inside. "Sorry about this," Yugao murmured softly. Then he blew a single, enormous bubble, stepped inside, and floated away from the Hidden Mist village. Sasuke witnessed this and shouted, "Hey, wait for me, wait for me." Catching sight of someone hiding in the bushes, Yugao started. He hadn't noticed anyone else. He quickened his pace, but Sasuke called after him, "Wait, take me with you. I'm not from the Hidden Mist." Realizing Sasuke wasn't one of his pursuers, Yugao felt his guard drop. He descended gently from the sky and asked Sasuke, "I'm a Jinchuriki. Aren't you afraid of me?" A swirl of blue-black flame ignited in Sasuke's palm as he answered, "Jinchuriki? And who isn't?" Just as those blue-black flames danced in Sasuke's hand, the six tails inside Yugao spoke. "That's the two tails." Yugao, as if finding a long-lost relative, grasped Sasuke's hand with surprise and delight. "You're a Jinchuriki too?" His eyes shimmered with excitement. Whenever one Jinchuriki met another, there was an unspoken bond, kindred spirits who knew the weight of shared suffering. Sasuke nodded. The fact that he was a Jinchuriki himself made Yugao trust him instantly. "Take me out of the Hidden Mist," Sasuke said to Yugao. A look of uncertainty flickered in Yugao's eyes. He had never left the village since childhood. He turned to Sasuke and whispered, "But once we're out, where do we go?" Sasuke replied, "The world is vast. The Hidden Mist isn't the only place." Yugao nodded at last. He blew a huge bubble, enveloping both himself and Sasuke, and together they floated into the sky, drifting slowly in the direction of the continent. Sasuke gazed at Yugao, his eyes filled with helplessness, sorrow, and confusion. It was the universal look of every Jinchuriki, save perhaps for Killer Bee. After all, Jinchuriki had been mistreated by the villagers since childhood, always enduring their cold stares. Sasuke wanted to recruit Utakata. As the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Utakata was highly compatible with his tailed beast. After partially transforming, he could instantly defeat two of the six paths of pain, Human Path and Preta Path. This alone proved Utakata's strength. Achievements like this were rare even across the entire ninja world. Winning over Utakata was simple. Indeed, winning over any Jinchuriki was never complicated. All it took was to reach their hearts and offer them what they've always needed, love. After leaving the Hidden Mist village, Utakata landed in a forest. According to Sasuke's memory, this land belonged to the Land of Fire. Sasuke turned to Utakata and said, "I still don't know your name." "Utakata. And you?" "Sasuke." Sasuke invited Utakata to join his clan. However, the suspicion in Utakata's heart hadn't faded. He looked directly at Sasuke and replied, "Sorry, but I prefer the freedom of a bird in the sky." With that, Utakata left without looking back. There was no mist in the Land of Fire. Utakata lay inside a bubble, breathing in the forest air, listening to the murmuring stream, and watching the birds soar across the sky. A soft rumbling echoed in his stomach. A twinge of regret passed through Utakata. Why hadn't he gone home with Sasuke? Because now Utakata was hungry. Having been raised in captivity as a Jinchuriki, Utakata didn't have any real survival skills. Even though he had to deal with hunger, it was still better than suffering the scorn of the mist and bearing the weight of the Master Killer accusation. At that moment, the sharp whoosh of projectiles suddenly sliced through the silence around him. Shuriken laced with exploding tags whizzed toward Utakata. He cursed under his breath. "Even after I've left the village, they won't let me go? There are so many rogue ninjas from the mist. Why do they only hunt me down?" The leader of the mist pursuit squad called out, "Because you're the Six Tails Jinchuriki. You can die, but the Six Tails stays with us." Helpless, Utakata pulled out his bubble blower and filled the air with dazzling bubbles, hiding himself as he made a quick escape. But the pursuit squad refused to give up. The Six Tails within Utakata spoke up. "Utakata, you won't shake them off that way. Kill them all." Utakata shook his head. "I don't want to kill anyone anymore." The Six Tails retorted, "But if you don't kill, others will kill you. Kindness, for you, is nothing but poison. Behind him, the pursuit squad began weaving hand signs, launching jutsu. A shuriken grazed Utakata's shoulder. Its edge was coated with poison. Cold sweat broke out across Utakata's forehead. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Water style, soaring dragon sword. Countless water release techniques surged toward Yugao. With no other choice, Yugao pulled out his bubble blower. A flurry of bubbles filled the air, swirling everywhere. Beautiful, yet perilous. Whenever a bubble touched a ninjutsu technique, it dissolved the jutsu away. Soon, the bubbles encased the entire squad of pursuing ninjas. These bubbles were different from before. This time, Yugao drew upon the power of the six tails. The potent acid within turned the bubbles pitch black. Then, within the bubbles, the bodies of the mist tracking team were dissolved by the deadly acid. Yugao had killed every member of the pursuit squad, an act that would seal his fate, a battle to the end with the village of the hidden mist. After all, the six tails was still sealed within his body. Yet, the poison inside him drained every last ounce of his strength. His vision blurred, and he collapsed on the ground. In a last fading glimpse before darkness took him, Yugao caught sight of a girl with golden hair. 3 days later, when Yugao next awoke, he found himself lying in a bed. The bedding held a faint, pleasant fragrance. He had no idea what kind of scent it was, only that it was soothing and delightful. With the six tails sealed within him, ordinary poisons couldn't kill Yugao. Like all Jinchuriki, his will to survive was fierce. Just then, the door creaked open, and a slant of sunlight slid across Yugao's face. Shielding his eyes, he looked up and saw a girl standing at the doorway. Her delicate features and radiant smile made Yugao's heart beat a little faster. Xiaoying, seeing that Yugao was awake, said cheerfully, "You're finally up." At a loss for words, Yugao stammered, "I." Before he could finish, his stomach grumbled noisily. Xiaoying grinned. "Hungry, aren't you? I'll go make you something to eat." Moments later, Xiaoying brought Yugao a bowl of noodles. Simple noodles in a clear broth. Yet to Yugao, it was the most delicious meal he had ever tasted. As he devoured the food, Xiaoying laughed. "Slow down. There's plenty more where that came from." She crouched beside him, watching as he ate, a faint smile curling at her lips. Unexpectedly, she thought he's rather handsome. Finished with his meal, Yugao set down the bowl for Xiaoying to take away. But as she stepped forward, her foot slipped, and she suddenly tumbled onto Yugao. Yugao found himself staring straight at her smooth face, her lovely features, and the graceful curve of her neck. Instantly, his cheeks flushed red. He had never been in a situation like this before. As a former Jinchuriki of the Mist, there was certainly no training to prepare him for this. Xiaoying rubbed her aching ankle and glanced up, just in time to catch sight of Yugao's bright red face. She gazed at him as though she discovered a whole new world, leaning closer and closer until Yugao, growing nervous, edged away. At last, unable to hold back, he stammered, "WH, what are you looking at?" Xiaoying giggled and said, "I was just watching to see why your face turned red." "Don't tell me. You're still an innocent young man?" Yugao didn't want to answer. He turned his head away and didn't dare look at Xiaoying. With a sigh, Xiaoying asked, "You still haven't told me your name." Yugao kept silent. Holding her bowl and chopsticks, Xiaoying got ready to leave. Just as she reached the door, Yugao spoke up behind her, his voice gentle for once. "Yugao." A radiant smile lit up Xiaoying's face. "My name is Xiaoying." "Xiaoying." The name echoed again and again in Yugao's heart. Outside, Xiaoying hid just beyond the door, gently biting her red lip. 3 days ago, she had gone for a walk by the river. Quite by chance, she had seen Yugao unleash a technique, cutting down a whole band of ninja in a single stroke. That was when Xiaoying had saved him. Since then, she'd made up her mind to apprentice herself to Yugao. But Xiaoying still didn't know how to ask. 3 days later, the sun was bright, the day sparkling with life. Leaning against a tree, Yugao watched birds soaring across the sky. Xiaoying noticed that Yugao was always so silent, withdrawn, a man of daunting pride and icy composure. With a delicate touch to the hem of her skirt, as if steeling herself, Xiaoying turned to Yugao. "Yugao, will you teach me ninjutsu? I want you to be my teacher." The word teacher made Yugao instinctively bristle. He said flatly, "Don't become a ninja. There's nothing good about being a ninja." Xiaoying pressed on, her voice fierce and determined. "Are you going to teach me or not?" "No, Yugao replied." Xiaoying let out a sigh, and her tone softened, as though conceding defeat. "All right, you're a mighty ninja, and I'm just an ordinary girl. Who am I to ask you to do something you don't want? Even though these past days, you've slept in my bed while I made do with the floor. Even though these past days, you've eaten and drunk without paying a thing. Even though these past few days..." Hearing her complaints piling up, Yugao's scalp tingled. He hurriedly said, "All right, enough, enough. I'll teach you ninjutsu, okay? But I'm only teaching you the moves. You're not my disciple. Xiaoying beamed with delight and agreed in an instant. Unable to help himself, Yu Gao found the corners of his mouth curling up at her happiness. For reasons he couldn't explain, all his defenses seemed to fall away around Xiaoying. Six Tails spoke within Yu Gao's mind. Yu Gao, you're growing attached. Attachment leads to weakness. Yu Gao replied inwardly. So what if I'm weaker? I never aimed to be invincible. From that day, Yu Gao began teaching Xiaoying the art of ninjutsu. Her chakra nature was water, so Yu Gao focused solely on teaching her water-style techniques. It had to be said, Xiaoying was extraordinarily gifted in ninjutsu. Time and again, all it took was a single demonstration from Yu Gao, and Xiaoying would pick it up in no time. As they spent more time together, a unique change began to blossom between Yu Gao and Xiaoying. But Xiaoying was a girl, and Yu Gao, reserved and quietly passionate, always kept his feelings to himself, so neither of them dared to break the unspoken tension between them. Yu Gao cherished this life, a peaceful, gentle existence. Yet, deep down, he knew that wishing for this tranquility to last forever was nothing but a luxury. His identity as a Jinchuriki was like a ticking time bomb. He never dared to reveal the truth about himself to Xiaoying. And then there were the pursuit squads from Kirigakure and their Umbu agents, who would never give up the chase. All these reasons weighed heavily upon Yu Gao, forcing him to suppress his feelings. Then, one quiet morning, everything changed. A group of ninja suddenly stormed into their tranquil home. These intruders wore no forehead protectors, and their methods were strange and uncanny. Without hesitation, they targeted Xiaoying, but Yu Gao quickly cast his bubble technique to whisk her to safety. Xiaoying's elderly servant, Tuanbei, shouted desperately, "Young master, take the lady and go. I'll hold them off." Yu Gao paused, silent and tense, before nodding and preparing to flee with Xiaoying. But Xiaoying pleaded, her voice trembling. "Yu Gao, I beg you, please save Tuanbei. He's old and frail. I can't bear to leave him behind like this." Yu Gao hesitated. He didn't want to reveal his true strength. The four ninja looming below possessed strange and deadly skills. Without using the powers of his tailed beast, defeating them would be nearly impossible. And Yu Gao couldn't bear for Xiaoying to learn the truth about his Jinchuriki origin. Yet, when he looked into Xiaoying's tear-filled eyes, his resolve wavered. Gentle and tender, Yu Gao brushed his hand across Xiaoying's face and softly promised, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." With that, he leaped from his bubble and landed right in front of the old servant, Tuanbei. Turning firmly to Tuanbei, Yu Gao declared, "Stand back and watch. Leave the rest to me." He readied his bubble machine and began to unleash a flurry of shimmering, beautiful bubbles, each one more dangerous and enchanting than the last. But the four ninja drew back at the sight of Yu Gao, and suddenly, even more ninja appeared from behind them, a whole squad. Yu Gao recognized them instantly, the Kirigakure pursuit squad. They still hadn't given up on their hunt. The squad quickly weaved their hand signs. Water style, acid rain jutsu. Instantly, the sky filled with a relentless downpour. Fearing for Xiaoying's safety, Yu Gao swept his arm, sending her floating away to safety, beyond the reach of the acid rain. The toxic downpour stifled Yu Gao's bubbles. The Kirigakure ninja must have known all about his abilities. Just then, the four-masked ninja removed their disguises. The old servant Tuanbei's eyes widened in shock. He gazed at them, utterly stunned, for they were ninjas from the Tsuchigumo clan. Tuanbei's voice quivered with disbelief. "What?" A ninja from the Tsuchigumo clan shouted. "Old man, enough with the nonsense. Tell me where the Angry Hair Heaven is." Angry Hair Heaven was the Tsuchigumo clan's secret forbidden technique, passed down through generations. Ever since the previous clan leader, the Walker of Service, mysteriously disappeared, this forbidden jutsu vanished as well. The Tsuchigumo clan now suspected that the forbidden technique was hidden within the Walker's disciple, young Xiaoying. Thus, they joined forces with a pursuit team from the Hidden Mist village. The Tsuchigumo clan wanted Xiaoying. The Hidden Mist wanted the Six Tails. The acid rain had rendered Yu Gao's protective bubbles useless. As he watched the wave of enemy ninjutsu surge forward, Yu Gao glanced at Xiaoying, worry glimmering in her eyes. Yu Gao smiled gently. "Let be, even if she ends up hating me. At the very least, she must remain unharmed." A dark, purplish-black chakra began to seethe over Yu Gao's body, like liquid coating his very skin. Yu Gao transformed, his form shifting into that of a beast in human shape. His crimson eyes gleamed with ferocity, driven into a bloodthirsty frenzy by the semi-tailed beast transformation. In the power of the Six Tails, Yu Gao's strength was unparalleled. Within 10 minutes, he slaughtered every enemy ninja. Blood sprayed through the air, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken remains. Spotting Xiaoying far away, still trapped within a bubble, Yugao swept his hand. She drifted down safely as the bubble popped. Xiaoying watched Yugao, his body soaked in fresh blood. Her heart ached for him. She stepped closer, but Yugao instinctively took a step back. Xiaoying reached out, grasped his hand, and pulled him into a tight embrace. The icy barriers in Yugao's heart began to thaw. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Yugao whispered. Tears welled up in Xiaoying's eyes. "I love you. Why would I ever be afraid of you?" The last of the coldness in Yugao's heart melted away completely. He held Xiaoying close, his blood staining her dress, but she didn't care at all. After a moment, Yugao said softly, "Ing, I can't keep running. I must confront the mists ANBU. Once I've settled things with them, I'll come back for you." He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to Xiaoying's lips. She nodded. All right. Xiaoying wasn't a ninja. She didn't really grasp just how valuable a tailed beast was to a village. Nor did she know that a Jinchuriki dies if the tailed beast is extracted. All she wanted was to be with Yugao, with no shadows haunting their future. Yugao whispered to her, "Wait here for me. I'll come back. I promise." Okay. Under the moon's pale, silvery glow, Xiaoying, her entire body stained with Yugao's blood, watched him walk away and suddenly felt intense unease in her heart. "Yugao," she called out. Yugao looked back over his shoulder. "What is it?" Xiaoying spoke softly. "Promise me, you'll come back." "I will." Not far away, hidden high amidst the branches, Zetsu camouflaged perfectly among the leaves. Within his strange, aloe-shaped head, the face split between black and white grinned. Hee. So, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki's weakness is acid rain. Deep within the dark forest, not even a bird dared make a sound. Yugao felt uneasy. Yet when he thought about the happy life he could share with Xiaoying, a renewed determination surged within him. What did it matter if he handed over the Six Tails to them or not? Suddenly, Yugao noticed something on the ground, a shattered mask. It was a mask worn by the Hidden Mist secret operatives. Yugao could hardly believe his eyes. Just then, from the shadows nearby, came a chilling voice. "Six Tails Jinchuriki." Yugao looked over at once. Emerging from the darkness were six formidable figures. Instinctively, Yugao stepped back. For the first time in his life, a cold, paralyzing fear gripped him. An invisible oppression filled the air. As Yugao reached for his bubble blower, Pain, standing among them, clapped his hands together and intoned, water style, rain tiger at will. A drizzling rain began to fall from the heavens. Once again, Yugao's bubble blower was rendered useless. He didn't understand. How did everyone know his weak spot? But it no longer mattered. The six figures stepped out of the darkness. Each wore a cloak as black as night, patterned with blood-red clouds. Their eyes were ringed and unfathomable, as if spiraling into endless depth, terrifying to behold. Black rods jutted from their bodies like obsidian thorns. Yugao's instinct screamed at him to run. Summoning, King of Hell. Summoning, Chameleon. Summoning, Three-Headed Dog. The animal path unleashed three summons in quick succession. The King of Hell shot out a massive purple tongue, aiming to seize Yugao. He dodged with a swift body flicker, vanishing from the spot. But suddenly, the invisible chameleon's tongue ensnared him tightly. Out of options, Yugao was forced to transform. Black-violet chakra, thick and liquid, cloaked him like a second skin. His body stretched and flowed, malleable as clay. He wrapped himself around the chameleon's tongue in turn, dissolving it with corrosive liquid. The chameleon vanished in a billowing cloud, smoke dissipating as Yugao fled deeper into the darkness. But it was useless. The three-headed dog blocked his way, fangs bared and snapping. Yugao launched himself like a bullet, hurtling through the beast's body. Yet, for every wound he dealt, the creature only multiplied into three snarling hounds. Yugao realized he couldn't attack it. Every assault only spawned more. But leaving them alone was intolerable. They were simply too monstrous to ignore. If only he could use his bubbles. But life offers no such if only. With nowhere left to run, Yugao braced himself for the bitter end. With resolve burning in his heart, he called out to the Six Tails, "Lend me your power. Give me as much as you can." The Six Tails agreed, for it recognized something about these six enemies that filled it with dread. Eyes, the most terrifying eyes it had ever seen. Yugao didn't understand, but the Six Tails did. They were the purple Rinnegan. But how could there possibly be six pairs of Rinnegan at once? Behind Yugao, Six Tails unfurled. This was the full chakra of the Six Tails. In an instant, Yugao charged forward, striking down the human path with a single punch, then shattering the chest of the animal path with a powerful kick. The three-headed dog vanished. The King of Hell disappeared as well. Yet, the animal path wasn't the only one who could summon the King of Hell. With a forceful stomp, the Hell path brought the King of Hell back into existence. But this time, the target of the King of Hell wasn't Yugao, but the broken animal path. Yugao exhaled a plume of black smoke, and in a flash, the Predapath unleashed its absorption jutsu, sealing away this wave of chakra. Yugao's eyes locked onto the Deva path. He dashed toward his target, but the Deva path merely spoke, "Foolish." Almighty push. A tremendous repulsive force burst forth, sending Yugao hurtling through the air. As Yugao tumbled backwards, he suddenly felt a powerful attraction seize hold of him. Universal pull. In the instant when attraction and repulsion collided, Yugao's body hovered motionless in midair. It was at that very moment that the Azura path leapt into the sky. In a flash, 6 black rods were hurled, nailing right into Yugao's 6 tails, causing their color to fade as the chakra flow was disrupted. A look of terror crept across Yugao's face as he gazed upwards. The Azura path's head split open, revealing a massive cannon. Chakra energy swelled, and with a thunderous blast, it fired. Art of the Azura. The energy exploded with overwhelming force, sending rogue chakra raging through the air. When the smoke finally cleared, the beast cloak surrounding Yugao had vanished. He was covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. Half of Yugao's body lay buried in the earth. Struggling, he managed to pull out a bubble maker. "Sorry, Ying, I won't be able to keep my promise." A single bubble slowly drifted away, perhaps only an illusion, as it pierced through the acid rain and floated into the distance. The Deva path spoke gently. "My apologies, but I must create a new world, and you are an essential part of that." "No, it's the 6 tails within you that is essential. So I'll take the 6 tails." The Hell path appeared before Yugao, intending to take him away. But just then, a shimmering violet arrow of chakra shot out, instantly piercing through the Hell path. The black rods embedded in its body were shattered by the chakra, and the Hell path collapsed, unable to move. Deva path turned toward the source of the arrow, and there stood Sasuke, encased within his partial Susanoo, a sly smile upon his face. Looking directly at Deva path pain, Sasuke declared, "Sorry, but Yugao is my friend. I won't let you take him." When Deva path recognized the newcomer as Uchiha Sasuke, he immediately tried to prise Yugao from Sasuke's grasp. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cave on the other side, through the shared vision of the pains, Nagato now saw Sasuke for himself. Just as Nagato was about to issue an order, the air shimmered and distorted. Obito suddenly materialized at his side. He spoke firmly to Nagato, "Withdraw pain." Nagato hesitated, but Obito cut him off with an uncompromising tone. "No buts. Sasuke is an indispensable part of my plan. Pull pain back. Besides, the 6 paths of pain are no match for Sasuke. If we avoid a confrontation, we can keep our information safe." Defeated, Nagato gave a reluctant nod. The 6 paths of pain seemed to receive an unspoken command. Azura path quickly shouldered the Hell path and retreated at once. Tendo Pain cast one last lingering glance at Sasuke. The purple aura of Susanoo faded from around Sasuke as he walked over to where Yuko was lying. Sasuke knelt beside Yuko, his voice gentle. "Yuko, are you all right?" Yuko looked up at Sasuke. "It's you, Sasuke. I remember your name. Thank you for saving me." Sasuke smiled softly. "Don't mention it. We're both Jinchuriki, after all. We should look out for each other. Besides, we're friends, aren't we?" Friends. Those simple words sent warmth flowing through Yuko's heart. He finally had a friend. Sasuke helped Yuko to his feet, supporting him as they made their way toward the place they'd arranged to meet Xiaoying. Xiaoying was waiting, a bubble cradled in her hands. When she saw Yuko, battered and covered in blood, Xiaoying burst into tears. But despite everything, Yuko had made it back alive. Struggling to speak, Yuko managed to say, "Ing, I kept my promise. I'm back." Xiaoying threw her arms around Yuko, sobbing with relief. Her heart ached for him. A month passed. In Konoha, within the Uchiha clan, with the help and influence of the Uchiha, tiny Xiaoying from the Land of Fire had passed the Chunin exams and become an official Konoha Chunin. Now, she was teaching at the Ninja Academy. Yuko, too, had recovered from his wounds. Inside a secret chamber of the Uchiha estate, Sasuke spoke solemnly to Yuko. "Yuko, I want to create an organization made up only of Jinchuriki. Will you join me?" Yuko smiled. "You saved my life, and it was thanks to you that Xiaoying and I are together. What reason would I have to refuse? Any decision you make, I'll support you." Sasuke nodded. Then and there, the two decided to found a new organization, Tail. The Tail organization would welcome only Jinchuriki. Sasuke slipped a ring onto Yuko's finger, with the character for 6 carved into it, marking him as the host of the Six Tails. The Tail organization was born. Now Sasuke led two groups, Hawk and Tail. In fact, even the Akatsuki could be considered half under Sasuke's influence. Elsewhere, within the Akatsuki, Shursui now held an extra crow perched upon his hand. As soon as Shursui stroked the crow's feathers, a new thread of information from the Uchiha clan surfaced in his mind. The message read, Shursui, this is Fugaku. I need some intel about the Akatsuki right now. Once you've gathered the details, let me know. Who's paying, really? What's Konan's bust size? How much money does Kakuza have? Why is Haiden immortal? What is Sasori's true form? How strong is Kisame? Why did Deidara join the Akatsuki? And what is the truth about Zetsu? Shursui was a little stunned. The Uchiha Intel network was truly impressive. They seemed to know so many secrets about the Akatsuki. But then again, it looked like some rather odd questions had managed to slip in as well. Shursui went to find Konan and asked her, White Tiger, can I ask you something? Konan replied, Go ahead. Shursui asked, What's your bust size? Konan shot back, Get lost. Shursui simply said, All right. You see, since Shursui was blind, he couldn't tell what size Konan was. That's why he decided to ask directly. Still, he could admit, it really was a pretty rude question. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Sasuke's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds, and he'd completed numerous missions. He'd pulled off 3 S-rank missions, 10 of A rank, and as for the B, C, and D rank ones, Sasuke couldn't even be bothered to keep track anymore. He opened up his system menu. Host, Sasuke Uchiha. Age, 12. Unique physique. Indra's reincarnation, chakra affinity, Two Tails Jinchuriki, Sage Mode. Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo, Blood Release. Dojitsu, Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, Amen Manaka, Blood Moon. Chakra Nature, Lightning, Fire, Water. The Chunin exams were just around the corner. Kakashi gathered Team 7 and told the trio, the Chunin exams are coming up soon. They're divided into 2 stages. First, a written test. Next, the fighting tournament. This year's exams are different from before. The written part stays the same, but the tournament will be held jointly with Sunagakure of the Wind Country. Don't embarrass me, you 3. Sasuke, I'm not worried about you. My main concern is Naruto and Hinata. Hinata isn't much of a fighter and might not have to compete, but for our team, Sasuke and Naruto, you're both required to participate. Naruto, don't mess this up. Naruto grinned and said, No problem. The written test began soon after. In the exam room, the proctor was Ing. Even though Ing was just a Chunin, she took her job seriously. With a few more missions under her belt and a little boost to her record, she'd be set for promotion to Jonin. Sasuke stared at the exam questions, feeling as if his head were about to explode. If you wanted me to fight someone, I'd win for sure. But making me do test questions? What am I supposed to do with that? In my previous life, all I did was take tests. Now I'm reborn, and I still have to take tests? But then Sasuke reconsidered. This was the shinobi world, a world of ninja. What use was theoretical knowledge, really? A written exam didn't necessarily test what you'd memorized. It might also be a test of one's observational skills. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and, without hiding it, began copying answers. He copied from Shikamaru, since Shikamaru always scored well on written tests. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the land of wind, Sunagakure, Orochimaru faced Raza and said, Fourth Kazekage, do you agree to the plan I've proposed? Raza replied, What authority do you have to negotiate with me? Orochimaru let out a low, sinister laugh. I'm here as the leader of the Hidden Sound, not as Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru was indeed a formidable person. In just a few short years, he had founded the Hidden Sound village in a barren wasteland. This time, Orochimaru came as the Sound's leader to forge a partnership with Raza. Although the Hidden Sound was just a small nation, Orochimaru's notorious reputation preceded him, Raza mused. By taking advantage of the Chunin exams and sending his forces to the Leaf Village, Raza saw an opportunity to let Orochimaru wear down the Leaf strength. This was exactly what Raza wished for, what he had been hoping to see. Orochimaru informed Raza that, once disguised as Sunagakure's escort and successfully infiltrated the Leaf, he would sever all ties with the Sand Village. In return, the entire Sound Village would be handed over to Raza. Of course, Raza was more than willing to accept that. Yet, he did not trust Orochimaru. But, enticed by the lure of profit, Raza ultimately chose to cooperate with him. And so, the Sand Village's convoy set out grandly for the Hidden Leaf. Gaara's eyes, in the midst of the crowd, were hollow and void. Raza was Gaara's father, but Gaara had barely ever called him that. Gaara could sense that, at some indeterminate point, his father had changed. Raza's presence felt entirely different from what it once was. Yet, Gaara didn't care. To him, it didn't matter who anyone was. No one could love him, anyway. The character etched on his forehead was a constant reminder to love only himself. Orochimaru, catching Raza completely off guard, killed him without mercy. Raza had underestimated Orochimaru's power and overestimated his own. Orochimaru used a forbidden jutsu. With a single stroke, he cut down Raza from behind. After Raza's death, the Sound Ninja disguised themselves as shinobi from the sand. Orochimaru himself took Raza's place, posing as the Kazekage. It's almost laughable, an entire village of sand ninjas. And not a single one realized their own Kage had been replaced. No one, except Gaara. The Hidden Leaf. Sasuke scored a perfect mark on the written exam. He tied with Ino for first place, much to Kakashi's astonishment when he saw the results. Sasuke, when did you ever study? How did you get a perfect score on the exam? Sasuke replied, since I am a ninja, I ought to have keen powers of observation. I watched Shikamaru Nara's handwriting and copied his answers. Upon hearing Sasuke admit so openly to cheating, the proctors didn't even dare to comment. After all, Sasuke bore the Uchiha name. He was also one of the few Uchihas with the Mangekyo Sharingan. The village still had no idea Sasuke had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shikamaru's father, Shikaka Nara, despised this kind of cheating. Though there was no explicit rule against it, everyone in the village tacitly agreed not to copy. Sasuke's flagrant cheating, especially from Shikamaru, left Shikaka deeply annoyed. Shikaku planned to pull some seniority and lecture Sasuke a little. Turning to Sasuke, he said, Sasuke Uchiha, wait a moment. I have a few words for you. But just as Shikaku was about to begin his sermon, Kenjin Uchiha arrived to pick Sasuke up from school. At the sight of Kenjin, Shikaku's heart skipped a beat. Why him? This is bad. Would he end up getting scolded again? Kenjin asked Sasuke, young master, how did you do on your exam? Sasuke replied, I tied for first with Shikamaru. But Kenjin, wait a moment, Shikaka-senpai wants to lecture me. At this, Kenjin's patience snapped. He immediately began shouting, Shikaku Nara, I've got an early meeting. And who do you think you are, daring to lecture a young master of the Uchiha clan? Let me tell you something, you're not qualified. Don't think that just because you played advisor to the third for a couple of years, you become someone special. If I were to slap you right now, even the third Hokage wouldn't dare come after me. Damn it, just seeing you irritates me. Get lost. Shikaku ground his teeth in frustration, but Kenjin Uchiha was never one to hold his tongue, and there was no way Shikaku could argue with him in public. With an angry flick of his sleeve, Shikaku walked away. Why do I keep looking for trouble with these people? He sighed. Shikaku felt helpless. When it came to the Uchiha clan, law and order seemed to simply fall away. Inwardly, Shikaku was making plans. Once the Chunin exam was over, he'd assist the third in slowly stripping away the Uchiha's power. Things had gone much too far. The Uchihas were getting out of hand. Even a mere Kenjin Uchiha had openly insulted him more than once, which galled Shikaku to no end. Meanwhile, with the merging of Root into the ANBU, everything now fell directly under the Hokage's control. The captain of the Konoha military police force was none other than Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, and their duty was to ensure the safety of the village. Under Fugaku's command, the police force was now divided into several small squads. For example, the leader of Squad 1 was Itachi Uchiha. Squad 2 was led by Kenjin. In any case, no matter how much Shikaka Nara thought it over, he simply couldn't imagine that the third Hokage would not survive this upcoming Chunin exam. At the Hokage Tower, a large group of Sand Village shinobi arrived in Konoha, their presence formidable and impressive. Kazekage Raza and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ascended the stairs of the Hokage Tower together. At the very moment Raza removed his hat, the third Hokage paused, momentarily taken aback. Raza smiled and said, Ha! Is something the matter, Lord Third? Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated before replying. It's nothing. It's just that you look rather familiar to me. Raza laughed and answered, Lord Hokage, I am the Kazekage after all. It's only natural you'd find me familiar. My portrait should be among your records in Konoha, shouldn't it? Indeed, every nation harbored spies within the others, a tacit understanding shared by all. But to have someone like Raza state it so outright left the third Hokage a little uncomfortable. Together, Raza and the third Hokage set the date for the Chunin exams, 3 days from now, in the morning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gaara walked the streets, a scarf covering his head, while the surrounding villagers pointed at him, whispering and gossiping. It seemed as though they were snickering about his lack of eyebrows and the dark rings beneath his eyes. Gaara clenched his scarf tightly, seething with anger. He wanted to silence these spiteful villagers forever. But this was Konoha, not the sand village. He couldn't understand. Why would these people, complete strangers, greet him only with malice? Suddenly, the crowd scattered, dissolving away as if fleeing from something deeply frightening. Gaara looked up. Approaching were two figures clad in vests, the iconic Uchiha fan emblazoned on their shoulders. He recognized that symbol. They were members of the Uchiha clan. Strangers mocked him, showing nothing but contempt. Yet, the Uchiha walked the streets boldly, and no one dared utter a word against them. Gaara's worldview began to waver. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Hey, you must be Gaara, right?" Gaara turned around. It was Sasuke. Sasuke's striking appearance made Gaara feel a stab of inferiority, a result of Raza's misguided upbringing. Gaara snapped, "Get lost." He didn't trust anyone, but Sasuke reached out, gripping Gaara's wrist. "Wait, where are you going?" Gaara felt agitated as his wrist was seized. From the gourd he carried on his back, streams of sand began to spill forth. Behind Sasuke, two members of the Uchiha police force shouted, "Protect the young master." Sasuke snapped at them, "Get lost. Do I look like I need your protection? Who do you think I am?" The guard could only smile helplessly. Indeed, the young master didn't need their protection. Gaara sensed that the flow of his sand seemed to have slowed. No, it wasn't the sand speed that had changed. His own movement was slowing down. Even his thoughts were sluggish. Because he dared not sleep, Gaara was exceptionally sensitive to the passage of time. Now, he could plainly feel time itself crawling by at a snail's pace. Sasuke grinned at Gaara and said, "We're both Jinchuriki. We could have been friends, you know." Gaara was taken aback. The unfamiliar word, friend, rang in Gaara's ears, a word he'd never encountered before, yet it held an irresistible appeal. At last, Gaara looked directly at Sasuke and drew a deep breath. "You're a Jinchuriki too? How can you prove it?" A dark blue fire flickered over Sasuke, and suddenly the voice of Matatabi, the Two Tails, echoed in Gaara's mind. "You lousy Tanuki, it's been a long time." "Huh, you dead-eye blue cat. What are you doing here?" Shikaku, the One Tail, responded instantly. The two-tailed beasts bantered like old friends reuniting after many years, but Gaara's arm transformed in a flash, the beast's power boiling over as he lunged straight for Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke summoned the spectral bones of Susanoo to shield himself, deflecting the massive Sandclaw assault. Matatabi accused Shikaku angrily. "You mangy raccoon, what's your game?" Shikaku replied with a sly grin. "Blue cat, I just want to kill your Jinchuriki and set you free. Didn't you once say how much you hated humans?" Matatabi retorted. "Sasuke isn't like the others." Shikaku spat back. "What difference does it make? All ninja are the same. They crave our power and just want to forge us into weapons of war." Sasuke casually touched his nose and said, "Hey, Shikaku, are you looking down on me? Don't my eyes strike fear into you?" In an instant, the Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life in Sasuke's eyes. Gaara stared into Sasuke's gaze, and within him, Shikaku saw those eyes too. It brought back, without a doubt, the memory Shikaku least wished to recall in all his existence. Who knows how many years ago it was, when Shikaku thrived among the sands of Sunagakure, living a carefree life. Until one day, a man calling himself Madara Uchiha found him. Without a word, Madara had given him a thorough beating. Just as Shikaku was about to yield to this formidable adversary, Madara had frowned in disgust and said, "Your power is far too weak." Shikaku withdrew into silence on the spot. Later, he heard that the man who called himself Uchiha Madara had formed a contract with the Nine Tails. At that moment, Shikaku felt a wave of discontent in his heart. What a joke. I'm not any worse than the Nine Tails, am I? Besides, Uchiha Madara was nothing if not dramatic, and Shikaku had never intended to yield to him anyway. Time passed, and another man appeared in the desert. He called himself Senju Hashirama. Ever since being used and abandoned by Madara, Shikaku had harbored a grudge against humans. So when he set eyes on Hashirama, he gathered his true form, and the giant Shikaku of the sand towered over Hashirama. But what left Shikaku utterly bewildered was this. In the next instant, Hashirama clapped his hands together, and from the ground, a colossal Buddha, 10 times taller than Shikaku himself, soared up. Hashirama stood atop its head, clapping enthusiastically and proclaiming that Shikaku's power was truly overwhelming. Shikaku, speechless. In the end, Shikaku was sent off to Sunagakure, and once more that stinging feeling of having been cast aside washed over him. Thus, his resentment toward humans only deepened. Shikaku became one of the most restless of all tailed beasts. At every opportunity, he tormented his host. Since Gaara became his Jinchuriki, there had barely been a night's rest for him. Because the moment Gaara fell asleep, Shikaku would seize control of his body. Thoughts shifted back to the present moment. Shikaku's gaze towards Sasuke was filled with wariness. Those eyes, just like Uchiha Madara's. Could it be that this one, too, might morph into some towering giant to pummel him senseless? Half willing, half reluctant, Gaara let Sasuke lead him to the Uchiha compound. At the gate, Uchiha Kenjin, who was on guard duty, asked, "Young master, who's this with you?" Sasuke replied with pride, "The one-tails Jinchuriki from the Sand Village, Gaara." Gaara braced himself for Kenjin's scornful looks and harsh words. After all, nobody ever seemed to like a Jinchuriki. Instead, Kenjin lit up with excitement. "So you're the one-tails Jinchuriki? I didn't expect you to be so adorable." Adorable. That was a description Gaara had never heard before. Adorable. Was that really about him? Why was it that the infamous Uchiha, so reviled in village rumor, showed no prejudice toward him for being a Jinchuriki? Why were the Uchiha so accepting of the tailed beasts? What Gaara himself failed to notice was that with that single word, adorable, Kenjin had unwittingly cracked open the part of his heart that had been sealed away for so long. For Gaara, his own father disliked him, preferring to remold him into a weapon. His sister and brother, too, avoided him because he was a Jinchuriki. Even the uncle he trusted most had once tried to assassinate him. He even claimed that it was his own birth that caused Karura's death. Because of this, Gaara sealed his heart away. Among the Jinchuriki, with the exception of the Eight Tails host, who is so carefree it borders on foolishness. The others, to varying degrees, bear psychological wounds. In particular, Gaara's burden is deep and heavy, and the only thing that might heal it is affection. When Gaara entered the Uchiha residence, this was what he saw. Sasuke's mother loved him dearly. His father, though strict, looked at Sasuke with unmistakable tenderness and pride, and his older brother indulged Sasuke's every wish. Witnessing this, tears silently streamed down Gaara's face. Sasuke introduced Gaara to his parents and brother. "This is my new friend, Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from the hidden sand village." In their eyes, there was not a trace of rejection or prejudice because he was a Jinchuriki. This completely changed Gaara's perception of the Uchiha clan. In Gaara's village, all the talk about the Uchiha was of their cruelty, coldness, and ruthlessness. Yet today, standing among them, Gaara saw none of these dark qualities. On the contrary, he witnessed equality and acceptance. Among the Uchiha, there was no discrimination against those with tailed beasts. Tears fell, drop by drop, onto the floor. Mikoto Uchiha, seeing this, asked gently, her voice full of concern, "Child, what's wrong?" She reached out and took Gaara's hand. Gaara instinctively pulled away, but it was only for a moment. Then Mikoto noticed the scars on Gaara's body. Her heart aching, she pulled Gaara into a gentle embrace and softly said, "You must have had a hard time growing up in the hidden sand, haven't you?" Gaara said nothing, but his tears had already soaked through Mikoto's clothes. In that moment, Gaara felt like a thief, stealing, greedily, the warmth that was never his to claim, basking in and longing for the love that belonged to Sasuke. Quietly, Gaara whispered, "My mother didn't like me." For the first time ever, he spoke these words to strangers. But Mikoto replied, "Don't think such things. There isn't a mother in the world who could truly dislike her own child." Those words melted most of the defenses in Gaara's heart. He lifted his head and looked at Mikoto. "Do you really mean that?" Mikoto smiled and nodded. "Yes. Every child is unique, and to every mother, her child is what she loves most in the world." In that instant, Gaara's final defenses crumbled. He had never known love, especially a mother's love, since he was a child. But here, among the Uchiha, Gaara experienced a warmth he had never felt before. Even though this love did not truly belong to him, Gaara greedily basked in its warmth all the same. In his heart, Shikaku whispered, "Foolish child, all of this is just an act. They're only putting on a show for you. Remember, you're my Jinchuriki, my vessel." Gaara replied inwardly, "But what does it matter if it's fake? The love I feel in this moment is real." That evening, during dinner, Gaara behaved with unusual obedience. The cold and ruthless gleam that had once haunted his eyes was nowhere to be seen. When Gaara looked at the Uchiha clan, his gaze was now filled with confusion and even a touch of gentleness. This world seemed so strange to him. His own father, his siblings who shared his blood, all kept him at arm's length. And yet, within this Uchiha family, with whom he shared no family ties at all, he could truly sense affection. Sasuke never once asked Gaara to join the Tail organization, but Sasuke had already achieved his goal. All he needed was to pierce the defenses of Gaara's heart. At the Hokage's office, the third Hokage examined the scroll in his hands. This time, the Chunin exams drew not only genin from the Sand Village, but also from the Sound, Grass, Steppes, and Rain villages. This year's participants numbered 87 from the Leaf Village, 30 from sand, 21 from rain, 6 from grass, 6 from steppes, and 3 from the Sound Village. The third Hokage was puzzled. Hadn't the Sound Village only been founded recently? How could they already send Genin to the Chunin exams so soon? Still, since the Sound Ninja had come along with the Sand Group, perhaps it was nothing to worry about. The written portion of the Chunin exams had already concluded. Next would come the combat trial, where Konoha's examiners would judge the participants' true strength, deciding who might rightfully ascend to Chunin rank. The Konoha proctors included Marino Ibiki, Anko Mitarashi, Hei Gecko, Reido Namishi, and Gunma Shiranui. Of these, Hei Gecko, Reido Namishi, and Gunma Shiranui had all once served as guards to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Their skills were not to be underestimated. The Chunin exams were divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the Forest of Death. The second stage, the preliminary rounds. The third, the official matches of the Chunin exam. The proctors would observe each ninja's abilities throughout these tests, making a comprehensive judgment as to who qualified for promotion. Anko Mitarashi served as the chief proctor for the Forest of Death. The rules there were simple. Participants were split into 26 teams, with a total of 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls. The scrolls were distributed randomly among the teams, and all were sent into the forest. To pass, a team had to obtain both a Heaven and an Earth Scroll within 5 days. In other words, among the 26 teams, only 13 will make it through, and you have no way of knowing what kind of scroll the other teams possess. It's entirely possible that after fighting another team, you end up with a scroll that's exactly the same as the one you already have. The Hidden Leaf Village had designated a vast forest as the grounds for the Chunin exams. Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata remained together as one team. Anko Mitarashi handed Sasuke a scroll of heaven and quietly said to him, "The Sand Village and the Sound Village each have the scroll of earth." Anko Mitarashi was technically one of Orochimaru's disciples. By rights, Sasuke should have called her senior, yet almost no one knew about her connection to Orochimaru. Anko had full confidence in Sasuke's abilities. She only told Sasuke which teams held the scroll of earth. She didn't simply give him one, because whoever the opponent was, she knew Sasuke had what it took to seize it for himself. Sasuke's team stepped into the Forest of Death, but to keep new arrivals from being attacked the moment they entered, there was a specific rule. Every team would wait 10 minutes after the previous one before going in. The members of Sasuke's team were truly exceptional. For combat, they had both Sasuke and Naruto, who carried the Nine Tails within him. For reconnaissance, they had Hinata's Byakugan. Naruto burst with excitement, saying, "We're finally about to become Chunin." "Oh, right, Sasuke. What scroll did we get?" "We have the Scroll of Heaven," Sasuke replied. Naruto nodded in understanding. "Okay, then we need to hurry up and find a Scroll of Earth." Sasuke retorted, "We've got 5 days. What's the rush?" All along the path through the Forest of Death, there were obstacles set up by both Leaf Village and the other villages, ninjas stationed to block your passage. To truly make it through the Forest of Death, you had to pass these ninja challenges, though each task was tailored to match your abilities. Moving swiftly through the forest, Sasuke's team advanced in silence. Suddenly, Hinata stopped short, turning to Sasuke and Naruto. "Sasuke, there's a chakra fluctuation behind that big tree ahead." Sasuke drew his Kusanagi blade, electricity crackling along its edge, and dashed toward the tree. Behind the great trunk stood a Leaf Ninja, a member of the Aburame clan. He'd been stationed in the Forest of Death to create a bit of trouble for the Chunin applicants. But when Aburame Shino recognized the approaching figures as Team 7, he slipped behind the tree and tried to blend into the shadows, pretending not to notice them. After all, Sasuke's strength was in a league of its own. Shino Aburame cautiously poked his head out, watching as Sasuke drew his sword and charged toward him. Instantly, a cold shiver crept down his spine. Shino quickly raised both hands and cried out, Wait! Sasuke, don't act rashly. Please don't be impulsive." Sasuke halted his steps and asked, "Member of the Aburame clan, what are you doing here?" Shino replied, "Sasuke, I'm just out here for a walk." Electricity danced along the blade of Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. "You had better tell the truth, or I will suspect you of planning an ambush." Shino looked about ready to burst into tears. "I'm just a mere jonin. There's no way I could afford to provoke someone from the Uchiha clan." Shino hurriedly explained, All right, I'll talk. The third Hokage stationed me here only to create a bit of trouble for contestants. But once I saw it was you all, I knew better than to overestimate myself. Still, I can't believe I was discovered anyway. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan certainly lives up to its name." Sasuke sheathed the Kusanagi and pressed onward. Night soon draped its cloak over the sky. Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk, warming himself by the campfire, gazing up at the stars scattered across the night sky. Hinata, always so considerate, nestled gently beside Sasuke, resting quietly in his embrace. She spoke in a soft voice. Sasuke, my father once said that after I turned 16, he'd marry me to you. Sasuke quickly replied, no, not possible. Not until you're 18. Hinata tilted her head, puzzled. Why not? With a sigh, Sasuke answered, otherwise, we might get into trouble, locked away somewhere we don't want to be. Hinata didn't quite understand Sasuke's meaning, but she nodded anyway, accepting his words. Naruto, meanwhile, watched the exchange with a helpless expression. Honestly, can't they see there's a third wheel right here? Flirting like I'm invisible. Even so, Naruto couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He liked Sakura. Even though they weren't in the same team, his feelings had never changed since their academy days. From the very start, he'd always had a crush on Sakura. Watching Sasuke and Hinata's closeness, Naruto couldn't help but imagine a happy future for himself and Sakura. Envisioning himself, revered and beloved by all, standing tall as Hokage, and Sakura returning his feelings in kind. Just picturing it made Naruto break into a goofy, dreamy smile. Suddenly, a sharp whistle split the air. A throwing star struck Naruto's skin, hitting its mark with a stinging snap. Ouch! Oh, come on! Naruto yelped in pain and tumbled down from his perch in the tree. Who ambushed me? Sasuke and Hinata immediately registered the attack. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Sasuke unsheathed his Kusanagi sword, ready for battle. Hidden in the underbrush, 3 ninja crouched in wait. They belonged to the Grass Village, one of the 2 squads the village had sent. Their team, Hoff, Hashin, and Karen. Huafu and Huashan were genuine lower-ranking ninja, but Xianglin was different. Though she wore a headband marked with the symbol of the grass-hidden village, she never received the treatment of one of their own. The reason Huafu and Huashan kept Xianglin with them was because they intended to use her as a medical ninja. Perhaps it was her unique lineage, but Xianglin's blood possessed an extraordinary power to heal injuries. Just a sip of her blood could instantly cure minor wounds, and even severe injuries would recover at an astonishing speed. Huafu and Huashan soon spotted a campfire ahead and saw Naruto sitting perched in the tree above. Huafu called out, "Brother, there's someone up in that tree ahead. Looks like he's a leaf ninja. Should we steal their scroll?" Huashan scoffed. Of course, why wouldn't we? Without hesitation, Huafu hurled a shuriken, striking Naruto squarely in the rear. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the area around them. She immediately detected 3 chakra signatures. Among them, one was seething with overwhelming power. This must be a formidable enemy, Hinata said. Sasuke, there are enemies hiding in the bushes at 4 o'clock. Sasuke was about to advance, but Naruto interjected. Sasuke, leave those 3 to me. A crimson aura of chakra began to leak out from Naruto's body. Nine-Tails' power was beginning to erupt, a clear sign of how furious Naruto had become. He dashed straight toward the bushes, roaring, "How dare you attack my butt? You're not getting away with this." Shadow Clone Jutsu, Multi-Clone Technique. In an instant, Naruto flashed through a series of hand signs, and dozens of clones sprang to life, charging at the undergrowth. Witnessing the scene, Huafu and Huashan abandoned their cover. Exchanging a knowing look, they charged forward with a cry. "Let's go." Huafu glanced at Xianglin and warned, "Don't move. Patch us up if we get hurt." The word healing made Xianglin shudder in fear. Her eyes brimmed with terror. Seeing this, Huashan shouted angrily, "You wretch, don't look at me like that. Your mother was bitten to death, not my fault." From afar, Sasuke watched it all unfold, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glinting in his gaze. He focused, clenched his fists. Blood moon. Suddenly, Huashan and Huafu's faces went blank, and red lumps began to bulge and writhe beneath their skin, as if they had a life of their own. In the next instant, countless red spikes burst out from within, skewering the 2 brothers from the inside out like sieves. Stunned, Naruto halted. What happened? How did they die? Panic crept into his voice. After all, the Chunin exams were meant to be a friendly contest, not a place for killing. Blood from the 2 brothers splattered across Xianglin's face. She watched her enemies die before her eyes. Her cheeks dampened with tears, but her heart still trembled with fear. As long as the land of grass continues to exist, Karen's nightmare will never end. Sasuke stepped forward, reaching his hand out to Karen, and said to her, "From now on, no one can bully you." His words, almost like a spell, made Karen believe in him. She grasped Sasuke's hand, and with a vacant gaze, followed behind him. Naruto said, "Sasuke, but she's from a land of grass." Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, and with a single slash, split the forehead protector on Karen's brow. "All right, now she isn't anymore," he declared. A subtle dampness gathered at the corners of Karen's eyes. She trailed closely after Sasuke, unwilling to let go. Worried that Hinata might get jealous, Sasuke turned to her and said, "Hinata, did you notice her striking red hair? She's a member of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You're from the Uzumaki clan?" "So am I. My name's Uzumaki Naruto." But Karen's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke, paying no mind to anything Naruto said. Feeling snubbed, Naruto stormed forward a couple of steps. It occurred to Naruto that Sasuke really did have a way with girls. Everyone seemed drawn to him. Well, Sasuke was strong, came from a good family, and was undeniably handsome. Naruto let out a sigh. If only my parents were still alive. Although Naruto's character was described as average-looking, in truth, that was only because, as a child, he was undernourished and appeared thin and gaunt. Ever since becoming Hokage and making his own living, Naruto had put on some weight. Sasuke, on the other hand, was always meant to be the good-looking one. Naturally, the girls would be drawn to him. From Host's body, Sasuke pulled out a blood-stained Earth Scroll. The Sasuke squad now had both the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll in their possession. Now, all that was left was to make it through the Forest of Darkness. Atop a tall tree, the exam proctor looked down, his scalp prickling as he watched Hoof and Hosen, their bodies pierced all over with bloody spikes. This proctor was from the Hidden Leaf. He hadn't actually witnessed how they died. Although he strongly suspected Sasuke as the killer, he had no proof. "I'm only a regular Chunin. There's no way I could cross the Uchiha." Taking out a radio from inside his vest, the proctor reported, "Lord Third, 2 ninja from the Land of Grass have died under strange circumstances." The third Hokage replied, "What happened?" The proctor answered, "Everything seemed normal." Suddenly, strange masses of blood appeared all over the 2 ninja from the Land of Grass. Then those masses exploded into spikes, killing them instantly. Sasuke's squad showed up, took their Earth Scroll, and left with one of the Kunoichi from their team. The third Hokage fell silent. Whenever it involved the Uchiha, he knew he needed to handle matters carefully, sometimes even manipulate the narrative from above. If it could be proven that the 2 grass ninja had been killed by Uchiha Sasuke, then the third Hokage would have grounds to reclaim some of the privileges previously granted to the Uchiha clan. Even though the Land of Grass was just a minor nation, the third didn't take it lightly. After all, this was the time of the Chunin exams, and if word got out that foreign ninja were dying within Konoha's walls, the resulting rumors could be quite damaging. He gave quiet orders to the ANBU behind him. "You go to the Forest of Death and investigate the cause of the grass ninjas' deaths." "Yes, third Hokage." Meanwhile, deep inside the Forest of Death, Hinata noticed the wounds on Karen's arm. The Uzumaki clan was known for extraordinary healing powers, yet Karen's arms were still covered in bite marks. More than enough proof of the inhuman torment she had endured. With tears in her eyes, Karen spoke to Hinata. "My mother and I weren't really from the Land of Grass. We came from the Land of Whirlpools. But after our homeland fell, my mother and I had no choice but to flee to the Land of Grass. On the road, my mother saw a grass ninja who was gravely wounded. Out of kindness, she cut her own finger and fed him a drop of her blood. He healed almost instantly. But instead of being grateful, that ninja hatched wicked thoughts. He captured us both, for he'd seen that our blood held an incredible power to heal. From then on, my mother and I became their medical ninja. To protect me, my mother would never let them bite me, bearing it all herself. In the end, she lost too much blood and, before my eyes, was drained to death. After my mother died, they began taking my blood. Maybe it was because I was younger, my blood didn't work quite as well as hers. So, they kept me alive, planning to wait till I grew up before draining me dry." As Karen spoke, tears streamed down her face. Listening to Karen's story, Hinata was struck by utter disbelief. Could there really be such cruel villages still lurking in the ninja world? As the cherished treasure of the Hyuga clan, Hinata had been sheltered from the world's evils. All of this was beyond her imagining. Sasuke, however, was deep in calculation. Was this the opportunity for the Uchiha clan to wipe out the grass ninjas once and for all? To destroy an entire country, you needed a legitimate reason. Only then would the other villages hold back from attacking you in turn. For example, the Uzumaki clan's own nation fell simply because their sealing techniques grew too powerful, enough to stir suspicion and fear in the other villages, who then allied to erase the Land of Whirlpools from the map. The Land of Grass, now exposed for its unspeakable cruelty to Karen and her mother. Might the Uchiha clan now act as agents of justice and annihilate the Land of Grass in the name of humanity? Sasuke's thoughts were extreme. If they were going to act, then they might as well wipe out the Land of Grass entirely. He would divide the territory sensibly, making it part of the Uchiha clan's domain. And he'd use the pretext of dispensing justice on behalf of heaven. With that justification, the other villages likely wouldn't interfere. And even if they did, it wouldn't matter. After all, the power structure of Konoha was about to turn upside down. The third Hokage would soon meet his end, and the fifth Hokage would soon take office. Barring any surprises, the fifth Hokage would still be Tsunade. Firstly, Tsunade had the necessary prestige. Secondly, her lineage was pure. As for the idea of Fugaku being elected the fifth Hokage, that was completely out of the question. None of the village's clans would ever agree to let Fugaku take that seat. Even the Hyuga clan, who were allied with the Uchiha, would never accept Uchiha Fugaku as Hokage. So, the task of becoming Hokage would still have to be left for Sasuke in the future. A day later, Sasuke's four-person squad cleared the Forest of Death. They were also the only team to complete the Forest of Death challenge in just one day. Enko Mitarashi checked Sasuke's scrolls. The Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. They had belonged to the Land of Grass's #1 squad. Enko looked at Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke, why is that little girl from the Land of Grass with you?" Sasuke smiled and replied, "From this moment on, she's one of us. She's from Konoha now." Enko frowned and said, "Sasuke, don't be ridiculous. Changing someone's village affiliation isn't something you could decide on a whim. What about me then?" Just then, a commanding voice sounded from behind Enko. She turned around and saw Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi standing there. The current power and prestige of the Uchiha clan were known to all in Konoha, and the Hyuga clan was their steadfast ally. Enko said, "Well, if it's the captain of the police force himself, then changing a child's village status is a simple matter." Enko wasn't eager to get on the bad side of the Uchiha. "But about the Land of Grass?" Fugaku replied, "The Land of Grass is no concern of ours. If they even dare raise their voices to us, that's already courage enough for them." Strength itself was the ultimate authority. And because the Uchiha were powerful enough now, Fugaku could speak with such confidence. Hayashi turned to Hinata. "Hinata, you've worked hard. Come home with me now. The second round won't start until 5 days from now." With that, Hayashi took Hinata by the hand and led her home. Fugaku looked at Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke, ever since you were a child, your decisions have never been wrong. Tell me, who is this little girl?" Sasuke spoke up, "Father, there are only a handful of renowned clans in the ninja world. Our Uchiha clan, the Hyuga, the Senju, and the Uzumaki of the Land of Whirlpools. These families have all known unmatched glory, whether in the present or the past. The Senju have faded away, and so have the Uzumaki. Yet, she is one of the Uzumaki." Though Karen belonged to the Uzumaki clan, she herself had no idea. In fact, she had never even heard of the Uzumaki. Naruto, too, carried Uzumaki blood in his veins, but he was not a pure-blooded Uzumaki. For this reason, Naruto inherited only the Uzumaki clan's remarkable chakra reserves and tenacious life force, but not their legendary ability to heal others through their blood. He also lacked the iconic red hair that marked members of the Uzumaki lineage. In contrast, Karen was a true, pure-blooded scion of the clan. Thinking of the annihilation of the Uzumaki, Fugaku felt a chill creep down his spine. Had it not been for Sasuke, the Uchiha's own fate might have been even worse than that of the Uzumaki. As Sasuke continued speaking with his father, Naruto, quietly, took his leave. Only Karen lingered behind. With nowhere else to go, she could only trail humbly after Sasuke. Softly, Sasuke began to discuss a plan with his father. "Father, I have an idea." The Land of Grass was ruthless to Karen and her mother. Karen's mother was drained to death by Grass Ninja. If you take Karen in as your adopted daughter, you could justify launching a campaign against the Land of Grass for the atrocities committed against Karen and her mother. You could then occupy the Land of Grass, turning it into a Uchiha colony. With our clan's power, we could wipe out the Heart of Grass in a single day. When Fugaku heard Sasuke's idea, his eyes lit up. What Sasuke said, it actually made a lot of sense. The villages of Sunagekure, Kimogekure, Amagekure. These powerful villages eyed the Land of Grass hungrily, yet they all hesitated to act, wary of each other. But if Uchiha Fugaku adopted Karen as his daughter, the Uchiha could strike in the name of the family, a just cause to erase the Land of Grass. That would be a valid pretext. The other covetous villages would be left with no grounds to object. After all, it would be the Uchiha acting as a family, not a village, and Fugaku acting as an adoptive father. However, all of this had to wait until the Chunin exams concluded before it could begin. On the third day, the second team at last made it through the trials. It was a team from the village hidden in the sand, the very team led by Gaara. Though Gaara was far from beloved, his overwhelming strength had earned him the captaincy. They seized the Heaven Scroll from a team from the village hidden in the sound and cleared the Forest of Death with success. Temari asked Anko with a face full of pride, Sensei, weren't we the fastest ones? Anko replied, no, you weren't. Kankaro's face was filled with surprise. There's someone who completed the test faster than us? Who is it? Anko answered, it was Team 7 from the Leaf Village, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Hinata Hyuga squad. They cleared the Forest of Death in just one day. Hearing Sasuke's name and knowing he was the first to make it through, Gaara didn't feel the slightest bit jealous. In fact, deep down, he felt genuinely happy for Sasuke, this friend of his. Temari, however, could only sigh in resignation. Oh, it's them. That makes perfect sense. Kankaro turned to his sister. Sis, do you know them? Temari replied. Not personally, but those surnames, everyone's heard of them. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan. Just hearing those names is intimidating. On the 5th day, a total of 6 teams, 18 people, had successfully completed the course. There were only 5 minutes left until the end of the Forest of Death time limit. The exam was about to conclude. Out from the depths of the dark, forbidding forest emerged the very last team, another squad from the Leaf Village. Leading them was Yakushi Kabuto, a medical ninja. Kabuto, battered and covered in wounds, stepped out of the shadows and called to Anko, Sensei, I'm not late, am I? Anko's eyebrow twitched as she thought to herself how good this guy was at putting on an act. Still, she replied, no, you're not late. There are 3 minutes left before the Forest of Death officially ends. Kabuto let out a deep sigh. That's a relief. As long as I'm not late, that's what matters. With that, the timer for the Forest of Death reached 0. Altogether, 7 teams made it through, 21 individuals in all. Next up, the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams. The format was simple, one-on-one matches, with the winner advancing. Of course, the proctors could still decide to give a second chance based on how well you performed. With 2 people in each bout and 21 participants, one person would inevitably get a bye. During the draw, Kabuto suddenly spoke up. I choose to withdraw from the tournament. Anko frowned. Kabuto, you worked so hard to make it through the Forest of Death. Why drop out now? Kabuto gave a helpless smile. I'm too injured to continue, so I can't take part in the preliminaries. With Kabuto's withdrawal, exactly 20 competitors remained. The pairings were quickly decided, and the matchups for the preliminary rounds were announced. Naruto versus Kiba Inuzuka. Sakura versus Ino. Tenten versus Temari. Hinata versus Niji. Sasuke versus Gaara. Round 1. The battle between Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno. From spectator seats, Sasuke was watching. Both families were there, cheering their children on. Sakura's parents were just ordinary people. They never expected their daughter to defeat the heiress of the Yamanaka clan. Her father called out, Sakura, give it your all. Even if you lose, don't leave any regrets behind. Her mother added, that's right, Sakura. You can do it. You'll make a wonderful ninja. Sakura turned around and flashed them an OK sign with her hand. She caught sight of Sasuke as well, sitting in the crowd, quietly observing the unfolding match. A fire of determination ignited in Sakura's heart. Perhaps it was her own feelings of inferiority at play. She had admired Sasuke for as long as she could remember, yet she'd never dared to express it. Drawing a deep breath, Sakura faced Ino and declared, Ino, bring it on. I'm not holding back. Ino replied with equal resolve. Neither am I. Ino swiftly began forming hand seals. Mind transfer jutsu. But just then, her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, called from the stands, Ino, no using mind transfer jutsu against a comrade from the same village. Ino glanced at her father and nodded. Understood, father. Her gaze turned wary as she looked at Sakura. Without the mind transfer jutsu, taking down Sakura would be far from easy. After all, Sakura possessed monstrous strength and an uncanny healing power that seemed almost unreal. Sakura's fist blazed with chakra flames as she charged at Ino. Ino took a step back and hurled a flower toward her. Around the stem, an explosive tag was carefully wrapped. With a thunderous boom, the tag detonated. A burst of smoke and sparks filled the air, and Sakura emerged battered and bruised. Yet Sakura refused to surrender. She dashed at Ino in a flash, grabbing her tightly and slamming her down onto the ground. Sakura's sheer power left Ino utterly helpless. Ino slipped into unconsciousness. But the explosion's wounds were too much. Sakura collapsed as well. Both fighters lost the ability to continue. The match ended in a draw. The judges for this round were Anko Mitarashi and Hate Gecko. Hate spoke up first. Since Sakura stayed conscious a few seconds longer, I believe Sakura is the winner. But Anko disagreed. However, Ino never used her mind transfer jutsu. Since this contest is about overall skill, if Ino had used it, victory would have been hers. The Chunin exams were about assessing a ninja's overall capabilities. Sakura had the edge in direct combat with her incredible strength, but Ino possessed her clan's unique mind transferability. After a brief discussion, the judges ruled the match a tie. Both would advance to the official competition. And so, the second match began, Hinata versus Niji. Hinata looked at her older brother, feeling a bit nervous. Facing Niji, Hinata called out, "Big brother, give it your all." Niji frowned and asked, "Have you mastered the heavenly spin?" Hinata was taken aback, then replied, "No, I haven't." Niji pressed further. "Then what about the 8 trigrams, 128 palms?" Hinata, sounding a little insecure, said, "Big brother, I haven't even learned the 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Niji was speechless. "So how do you have the courage to face me at all?" Niji glanced back at Sasuke, who was watching the match intently. Niji couldn't help but feel conflicted. Back then, the pressure from Sasuke was truly overwhelming, and now Niji felt lost, unsure what to do. What should I do now? Should I fight or not? If I fight, will Sasuke hold it against me later? But if I don't, how can I let Hinata win? Not to mention, I still owe Sasuke a huge favor. Left with no choice, Niji said, "I concede." Hate Gecko was stunned. This was a match Niji was sure to win. But since the competitor himself had admitted defeat, there was nothing more for Hate to say. Hate Gecko announced, "The winner of this bout, Hinata Hyuga." Although Hinata was declared the victor, thanks to Niji's efforts and track record, he still qualified for the next round. As far as Hate was concerned, it wasn't that Niji was weaker than Hinata, but rather that blood ties were in play. Because Hinata was Niji's younger sister, he always went easy on her. But Hinata suddenly cried out, "Big brother!" Niji stopped in his tracks as Hinata called after him, "Brother, you don't have to throw the match for me. I know my own abilities. I don't deserve to become a chunin. Big brother, I don't want to live in the shadows of you and Sasuke forever. I want to find my own path to this match. I concede. The one who should advance isn't me. It's you, Niji." Niji paused, turning back to look at Hinata. "You don't want to be a chunin?" "I do, but I want you to become one even more." Tears shimmered in Hinata's eyes, but she smiled. Niji nodded and said, "I won't let you down." Hate Gecko announced the result again. The winner of this match, Niji Hyuga. Niji advances. Hinata had yet to prove herself, and her skills truly were not enough to qualify as a chunin. She could only wait until the next chunin exams in the spring to try again. From a distance, up on the high viewing platform, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, watched Sasuke's back, his eyes filled with greed and desire. What a young, strong, utterly flawless body. Raza couldn't help but lick his lips. This subtle movement went unnoticed by the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and asked Raza, "Kazekage, what do you think? Don't our young folks in Konoha brim with energy?" Raza nodded and replied, "The current Jinchuriki of the One Tail and Sunagakure is also remarkably impressive." Together, Hiruzen and Raza quietly observed the Chunin exams. Behind his back, Raza's fingers flickered, and small, white snakes wriggled out as if receiving a silent command, darting swiftly into the underbrush and vanishing from sight. At that very moment, a brash voice rang out. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, where have my grass country shinobi gone?" A disheveled, furious middle-aged man stormed up to Sarutobi's side. He was Homen, the team leader from the grass country, and teacher to Hofu and Hosen. Hofu and Hosen had died in Konoha, and Homen had once gone to the scene where his students had fallen. It was nothing short of brutal. Pointing a trembling finger at Hiruzen, Homen demanded, "Third Hokage, I expect an explanation. Why did my 2 disciples perish in the forest of death? And you owe grass country some accountability." The third Hokage replied, "The ones charged with Konoha's safety aren't my Umbu. They're the Uchiha police force. You might want to take it up with Fugaku Uchiha." But grief and anger clouded Homen's mind. He roared back, "Fine, I'll go." Yet, Homen had completely forgotten. The Uchiha were nothing like the polite third Hokage. Negotiating with them was an entirely different matter. On the other side, in the viewing stance, Fugaku Uchiha was closely watching the match below. It was Naruto versus Rock Lee. The next bout would be Sasuke against the One-Tail Jinchuriki. Seated beside Fugaku was Izumi, Itachi's childhood friend. Fugaku knew Izumi harbored feelings for Itachi, though his son's own thoughts remained an enigma. Itachi was always adept at hiding what was on his mind. As the head of the Uchiha clan, and as Itachi's father, Fugaku believed it is right to test Izumi a little. As for bloodlines, Izumi and Itachi were distant enough that there was no concern of close relations. Those golden days of the Uchiha had truly been an era of prosperity. But just then, Homen from the grass country stalked over, launching into a tirade at Fugaku. "Hey, old man, you're the head of the Uchiha. Chair of the Leaf Police Force, aren't you? Today, you'd better give me a damn good reason why my 2 disciples died in your forest of death. Is this how your police force does its job? Fugako frowned, staring at the brash man standing before him, and said coldly, An explanation? What explanation do you want? Homan replied, How did my disciple die? Fugako answered with no hint of sympathy. The Konoha police force has no authority to enter the forest of death. Besides, was your disciple so afraid of dying? If you're afraid of death, you shouldn't be a ninja. Homan was struck speechless for a moment before saying, I just don't want my disciple to die so pointlessly and without answers. Fugako let out a short, mocking laugh. It seems you still don't recognize your place, do you? The next moment, 3 Uchiha police officers in green vests rushed over, seized Homan, and clamped a chakra suppressor on him. The chakra suppressor was a weapon exclusively supplied to the Uchiha clan through a partnership with the Land of Snow. It was remarkably effective. Fugako said coolly, I suspect this old man is a spy from another village. Bring him back and interrogate him thoroughly. Homan's mind went blank with disbelief. He thought, what? I was never even from the Leaf Village. I'm from the Land of Grass. On what grounds are you detaining and interrogating me without any proof or reason? But Fugako simply ignored him. Even if Homan was from the Land of Grass, he had no right to question Fugako. And to Fugako, Homan was nothing more than a minor, jonin. The Uchiha clan was becoming more and more unruly in the Hidden Leaf Village. From a distance, the 3rd Hokage witnessed everything. He sighed and said to Raza, Lord Kazekage, if there were a dangerous element in your village, one you couldn't control, what would you do? Raza answered bluntly, eliminate it. And if you can't defeat them, the 3rd asked. Then I'd submit, Raza replied without hesitation. If you can overcome them, you erase the threat. If you can't, then you follow. The 3rd Hokage was left momentarily speechless. Sometimes the simplest solution carries the most weight. With the current state of Konoha's leadership and only a handful of allied clans left to support him, the 3rd doubted whether he could stand against the Uchiha. Yet submitting to the Uchiha was something he could not stomach. What was he supposed to do? Orochimaru had once been the 3rd student, just as the 3rd himself had studied under Tobirama. Now, the 3rd found himself inheriting Tobirama's ideals, whereas Orochimaru had clearly forged his own path, embracing none of his master's philosophies. Orochimaru understood perfectly well that when the 3rd spoke of a troublesome element, he meant the Uchiha. But truthfully, Konoha owed the Uchiha a Hokage. Without Madara's legendary support, Hashirama could never have pacified the chaos and founded the village. But then, thanks to the 2nd's ruthless tactics, Madara was forced away and the Uchiha's power was steadily undermined. By the time the 3rd rose to power, the Uchiha had reached their lowest ebb. Yet now, because of Sasuke, the Uchiha had become powerful once more. This troubled the 3rd Hokage deeply. The 3rd Hokage knew that he didn't have much time left. He had only 2 goals remaining. First, the Uchiha clan must not compete for the title of Hokage. Second, he wanted to weaken the Uchiha's power and influence as much as possible to leave the next Hokage a village that was still whole. Unlike the current state, a village on the verge of collapse. Now, it was the battle between Naruto and Rock Lee. Naruto emerged victorious. After all, he had trained for years under Jiraiya, and his skills had improved greatly. But there was something that left everyone speechless. Naruto didn't win by sheer strength. He won by using transformations. Rock Lee, a boy of such straightforward innocence, was tormented for over half an hour by Naruto's shadow clones, transforming into beautiful blonde women. In the end, Rock Lee admitted defeat. Faced with such an enemy, he simply couldn't bring himself to attack. Yet, on account of Lee's good performance, the referee granted him a place in the rematch. Rock Lee would next face Neji Hyuga. The following bout, Sasuke versus Gaara. Sasuke leapt onto the arena stage, locking eyes with Gaara, who stood on the opposite side. Their intense stare-down marked the beginning of the match. Perhaps, to Gaara, Sasuke was his only friend. Perhaps Gaara knew himself that he could not defeat Sasuke. Gaara said, Sasuke, I'm not your match. But I can't just concede for the sake of friendship, either. So, whatever happens next, even I don't know what I will do. Let's see, can you defeat it? The moment he finished speaking, Gaara closed his eyes. After a short while, Gaara drifted off to sleep, light snoring drifting from his side. Witnessing this, Kankuro and Temari outside the arena were utterly dumbfounded. The art of feigned sleep? Why is Gaara leading with his ultimate jutsu? As Gaara slept, a wild and raucous voice burst from within him. Haha, I'm finally out again. Kid, how could you bear to sleep now? Weren't you afraid I'd wreck the village? Of course, Gaara did not fear Shikaku destroying the Sand Village. After all, This was the Hidden Leaf Village. The art of feigned sleep, summoning Shikaku. This was the only technique Gaara could think of that might threaten Sasuke. But winning against Sasuke wasn't his true goal. More than anything, he wanted his actions to create a spectacle for Sasuke's sake. Because to Gaara, Sasuke was a friend. With Shikaku's emergence, a storm of yellow sand filled the arena. High above, the third Hokage witnessed all this, astonished. Fourth Kazekage, why is the Jinchuriki going berserk right now? Raza chuckled and said, Hee hee, Lord Hokage, there is nothing to worry about. Everything is well within our control. Hearing Raza's reassurances, the third Hokage could only nod in response. With a wave of his hand, the ANBU operatives behind him silently withdrew from the room. As the little white snake slipped away, the air seemed to shift. The ANBU behind the third Hokage began to take on new forms, as if transforming before one's very eyes. Inside the arena, chaos erupted. Inoichi Yamanaka shouted at the top of his lungs, "The tailed beast is going berserk. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Fugaku, get the police force to calm the civilians and keep order." Fugaku, however, retorted, "Why the panic? Sasuke's holding the line up front." Sasuke's gaze was sharp and unyielding as he fixed his eyes on Shikaku. The golden sand seemed woven into Shikaku's very being, and Sasuke could sense the immense chakra stirring beneath his feet. Inside Sasuke's mind, Matatabi spoke up with irritation. "That filthy raccoon. He's insufferable. Sasuke, let me at him. I'll knock the stuffing out of him and see if he has anything left to brag about." While Matatabi might be stronger than Shikaku, the margin was far from absolute. Despite having more tails, Matatabi was by no means guaranteed victory. Truth be told, in this era, Shikaku wasn't even a match for an old toad. But Sasuke responded inwardly, "No need for all that trouble. I'll handle this myself." He'd been itching to try out the new technique he'd just mastered. Sasuke's breathing settled into a deliberate, rhythmic pace. With each inhale, streams of energy surged into his body. Soon, crackling waves of powerful violet energy manifested across his skin. Suddenly, a giant sand claw smashed toward him. A storm of sand engulfed Sasuke completely. But in the midst of those swirling golden grains, brilliant flashes of purple chakra began to shine. A thunderous explosion tore through the arena. Sand scattered in every direction, and Sasuke, standing atop the air itself, gazed down at Shikaku with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan burning bright. Behind him, the spectral form of Susanoo materialized, this time not as mere armor, but as a vivid projection. Susanoo readied its bow and notched an arrow. Then Sasuke spoke, his voice as cold as steel. "Sage art, blaze release, thunderfire arrow." The mighty arrow crackled with blue lightning and seethed with the black flames of Amaterasu. He took aim directly at Shikaku below. Seeing this, Shikaku's eyes widened with terror. "All I did was play with a little sand," Shikaku thought desperately. "Surely, I don't deserve to die for that." Shikaku shouted up to Sasuke in panic. Wait, let's talk this over. There's no need for violence." But Sasuke only smiled faintly. Too late. With a sudden whoosh, the sage art arrow streaked toward Shikaku. In one frantic motion, Shikaku slapped his own belly, causing it to swell in an instant. The arrow reached him at that very moment. With unstoppable force, the arrow tore straight through his body, blasting him apart into a cloud of golden sand. Moreover, there was a certain energy within the arrows that Shikaku had never encountered before. It was hindering Shikaku's body from healing itself. Shikaku had witnessed this type of power before. After being cast aside by Madara Uchiha, there was a period when Shikaku had seen a similar strength from Hashirama Senju. However, Hashirama's power was gentle and profound. Sasuke's power, by contrast, was sharp and domineering. Gaara's body lay fast asleep amidst the shattered sand. This made Shikaku terribly anxious. "Damn it, wake up, will you? I don't want to stay out here any longer." Yet, Gaara's slumber only deepened. Everything remained unchanged, until Shikaku saw the looming shadow of Susanoo behind Sasuke begin to draw its bow once more. The sight sent terror flooding through Shikaku. Countless grains of sand gathered, forming Shikaku's massive body. Then, in the blink of an eye, Shikaku shrank rapidly, down to the size of basketball, and huddled by Gaara's head. Shikaku was scared Sasuke would let another arrow fly at him. Even though his body was made of sand and couldn't technically be killed, it still hurt a lot. The preliminary rounds wrapped up quickly. Next up was the official round of the Chunin exams. A panel of examiners and 2 Kage would decide who was worthy of promotion in the final competition. Each Kage's vote counted for 3 points, while an examiner's vote counted for 1. Those with the highest score would earn the title of Chunin. The examiners included Anko Mitarashi, Hei Gecko, Reito Namishi, Genma Shiranui, Kurinai Yuhi, Asuma Suratobi, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy. 8 in all. Alongside them stood 2 Kage, the Hokage and the Kazekage. 10 decision-makers in total. The official matches would take place in 3 days, and the battle lineup had long since been set. Gaara versus Rock Lee, Niji versus Kankuro, Sakura against Ino once again, Shikamaru facing Temari, Naruto against a genin from the Hidden Rain Village. As for Sasuke, he had by chance drawn a bye, which meant, in theory, Sasuke could become a Chunin without fighting at all. But Sasuke didn't want it that way. He went straight to the 3rd Hokage to make his case. Lord Hokage, why don't I have an opponent in the official matches? He asked. The 3rd considered him. Sasuke, is there someone you wish to challenge? Sasuke paused. Truthfully, there was no one he saw as a worthy adversary. The 3rd sighed softly. Luck is a part of strength, Uchiha Sasuke. You have no need to participate in the official matches. You're already a qualified Chunin. After discussing with the 4th Kazekage and the teachers, we all agreed you are fully deserving. You passed with a unanimous vote. With that, the 3rd Hokage ushered Sasuke out of the Hokage building. Thus, Sasuke officially became a Chunin. If nothing unexpected happens, among the candidates in this round of exams, the only ones to become Chunin would be Shikamaru and himself. Many others undoubtedly have the power of a Chunin, but their individual shortcomings prevented them from advancing in rank. Take Gaara, for instance. He clearly possesses the skills of Chunin, perhaps even a Jonin. However, his isolated and arrogant nature stopped him from being promoted to Chunin. But soon, the time for Orochimaru's uprising during the Chunin exams will come. The 3rd Hokage will be killed by Orochimaru, and then he'll be off to join Danzo. Tsunade will still become the 5th Hokage, just as expected. 2 days later, at the Konoha Arena, today was the grand finale of the Chunin exams, the main event everyone had been waiting for, the final match. All the proctors had already arrived. Only the 2 Kage were still nowhere to be seen. As the start time drew near, Kakashi discussed with the others, and they decided to begin the exam without further delay. The first match, Rock Lee versus Gaara. Gaara had lost to Sasuke yesterday, but he wasn't upset in the least. Losing to Sasuke was really nothing out of the ordinary. First, Sasuke possessed an exceptional Kekkei Genkai. Second, his talents were unrivaled. And third, Sasuke was also a Jinchuriki. Gaara didn't have any confidence he could best Sasuke. His plan was to use the feigning sleep technique, letting Sasuke defeat Shikoku to boost Sasuke's reputation in Konoha. Yesterday, Gaara was no match for Sasuke. But today, against this bowl-cut youth in the green jumpsuit, Gaara resolved not to hold anything back. After all, Lee was not his friend. Rock Lee, facing Gaara, who was known to be the vessel of one tail, felt a knot of nerves tightening in his chest. Noticing Lee's anxiety, Gaara decided to finish things swiftly. With no sand nearby and no ability to create it as Shikaku could, Gaara opened the gourd at his back. Immediately, grains of sand poured out, swirling protectively all around him. Sand claw. The sand morphed into grasping claws, aiming straight for Lee. Lee flipped aside with deft agility, immediately striking a fighting pose. 8 gates technique. The first gate, open. White steam burst from Lee, enveloping him in an aura of power. The sand from Gaara's gourd was especially light, making it easier to control and requiring less chakra. Sand wave. With a sweeping gesture, Gaara sent wave upon wave of sand crashing toward Lee like the tide. Lee darted and weaved through the attacks, pushing himself to open the third gate. But already, Lee was gasping for breath, his stamina fast depleting. Continuing like this simply wasn't a viable plan. This is section 123/285. Here is the translated text, preserving original structure and flow, with adaptations for vivid audiobook narration. Lee Rock's limit is the 4th gate, the gate of pain, yet he's only ever managed to open it once. He can't keep dodging. It's time to go on the offensive. Lee Rock leaps onto a stone pillar, and in a moment of resolve, quietly removes his shoes, then unfastens the ankle weights strapped to his legs. With a mighty crash, the weights hit the ground, leaving a deep crater. Lee Rock is determined to face the One-Tails Jinchuriki with every ounce of his strength, without anything holding him back. With those bindings gone, Lee Rock's speed becomes astonishing. He dashes rapidly, circling around Gaara. In a sudden burst, Lee launches a kick at Gaara. Leaf Village Strong Whirlwind. With a powerful swing, his foot shatters the sand shield before Gaara and sends him flying with a single blow. Gaara's body tumbles through the air, helpless. Seizing the moment, Lee Rock unravels the bandages from his hands and spins with lightning speed, wrapping Gaara tightly within cloth. Gripping the bandage, Lee Rock leaps high, spinning in midair, then drives Gaara toward the ground in a brutal slam. Primary Lotus. Spiraling downward from above, Lee Rock and Gaara crash hard into the earth, the impact echoing around the arena. A moment passes, dust swirls and settles. Gaara's expression twists into something monstrous. Across his skin, a coarse, sand-like armor begins to spread. He's entering a half-tailed beast mode. Possession transformation. Witnessing this, Kankuro and Temari are stunned speechless. Who would have thought that beneath that unremarkable bowl cut, Lee Rock could force Gaara to such extremes? It's frightening. This transformed state is half-beast, enhancing all Gaara's abilities to terrifying levels. Elsewhere, 2 hours earlier, the Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage was just preparing to head to the arena to personally oversee this Chunin exam. But suddenly, he senses a familiar chakra signature. He turns quickly, only to catch sight of a retreating figure. But that one glimpse is more than enough. It's his former student, Orochimaru. The third Hokage rushes after him. Orochimaru, why have you come to the Leaf Village? But Orochimaru doesn't respond. He simply flees. Chasing the figure across rooftops, the Hokage finds himself atop a cluster of red brick buildings, only to suddenly realize Orochimaru has vanished. Out of nowhere, a gentle breeze stirs. The Hokage senses someone right behind him. He spins around, and there, a kunai flashes toward his neck. Thanks to his short stature, the Hokage ducks just in time, avoiding a fatal blow, though the blade still grazes his face. Looking up, he sees Raza, clad in the blue and white robes of the Kazekage. The Hokage steps back, wary. Lord Kazekage, what do you mean by this? Just then, with a sweeping gesture, Orochimaru reveals his true intent. For figures from the ANBU appeared around the rooftop, moving swiftly as they formed hand seals. Barrier technique, 4 violet flames formation. This was a powerful barrier and sealing technique. It was nearly impossible to break from the outside. The third Hokage, naturally familiar with this jutsu, let out a small laugh and said, "It seems today I won't be able to leave so easily." Orochimaru chuckled darkly. "It's not a question of whether you can leave easily, sensei. The real question is whether you can leave alive." The third Hokage's pupils contracted in alarm. Orochimaru slowly peeled off his disguise, revealing his true face beneath. A grotesque grin twisted Orochimaru's features as he spoke. "Long time no see, sensei." The third's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he cast off his hindering Hokage robes, now clad in a dark brown combat vest. Orochimaru addressed him. "Sensei, it's been a long time since you last fought, hasn't it?" The third replied, "What are you implying?" Orochimaru laughed again. "Sensei, as a shinobi, and especially as one of Kage rank, your battle attire should be filthy, caked with blood, with dust and mud all over it. Yet yours is spotless, shining as if brand new." The third fell silent, saying nothing. Facing such a talented former student, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands flashed through a rapid sequence of hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. But Orochimaru lunged with a punch. "Sensei, I won't give you a chance to use your favorite jutsu." Forced into close combat, Hiruzen had no choice but to trade blows with Orochimaru at close quarters. Seeing no other option, the third Hokage quickly retreated, reaching up to wipe the blood from his face. Summoning Jutsu, Inma. With a puff of white mist, Inma, the Monkey King, appeared before the third. Hiruzen greeted him. "Old friend, sorry to trouble you again." Catching sight of their opponent, even Inma was taken aback. "Old fellow, this time your opponent is your own student." The third's voice was resolute. "I don't have such a student." He moved quickly, his hands weaving another series of seals. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Jutsu. The tiles on the rooftop crumbled into mud, surging and twisting to form a dragon of earth that surged toward Orochimaru. From his mouth, Orochimaru drew forth a viscous Kusanagi sword. With sword in hand, Orochimaru slipped past the earth dragon and closed in on the third with rapid speed. But Emma leapt in front of the third, blocking his path. Gifted with an unbreakable, adamantine body, Emma's hand met the Kusanagi sword with a clear, ringing clash. Emma absorbed the blow, unflinching. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's hands blurred once more. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. The water in the air gathered and transformed into a brilliant blue dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru laughed. "Ha! Sensei, your jutsu hasn't lost any of its power since the old days." The water dragon struck Orochimaru in an instant. It roared as it tore apart the robes at Orochimaru's waist, then sent him hurtling violently toward the edge of the barrier. Orochimaru's body slid slowly down from the wall, looking like a crushed insect. Though Orochimaru was a rogue ninja now, an embodiment of evil, he had once been a student, his own disciple. With deep reluctance, the third Hokage called out, "Orochimaru, don't throw your life away with these useless struggles. You're no match for me. There's still time to turn back." At that very moment, elsewhere, in the arena of the Chunin exams, Gaara, possessed by his other self, was about to clash with Rock Lee. Suddenly, a masked Umbu agent appeared beside Kakashi, whispering urgently, "The third Hokage has been ambushed by Orochimaru." Kakashi's eyes narrowed in shock. Orochimaru, again. Without hesitation, Kakashi alerted the other teachers that the third Hokage was in grave danger and made a snap decision. The Chunin exams were to be paused, effective immediately. He appeared in the arena in a flash, sweeping Rock Lee into his arms and carrying him away. Gaara glared at Kakashi in fury, but Kakashi was already gone in the blink of an eye. Gaara, however, caught sight of Kunai Yui's eyes. Her scarlet gaze began to weave a Genjutsu illusion. Kurenai's illusions could not compare to the Uchihas, but they were more than enough to subdue Gaara in his possessed state. After meeting Kurenai's eyes, Gaara slowly slipped into unconsciousness. Kankuro quickly moved to his brother's side, hoisting Gaara onto his back in preparation to leave. At that moment, both Kankuro and Temari, along with their teacher Baki, appeared. Panic was clear in Baki's face as he urged Temari and Kankuro, "Run! Hurry, get out of here!" Kankuro asked anxiously, "Sensei, what happened?" Baki's expression turned grim. "The Kazekage is in trouble. The one who came with us to Konoha isn't the real Kazekage. It's Orochimaru in disguise. Orochimaru is fighting the third Hokage right now. We need to escape while we still can. Leave Konoha. This place is a storm waiting to happen." Temari pressed, "But what about the Chunin exams?" For a split second, Baki looked as if he wanted to curse. "Forget the Chunin exams. Surviving comes first. I can't save everyone, but getting the three of you out is the most I can do." Earth style, sand swirl. Baki's face was ashen, drained of all color. His hands dissolved into sand, which spread across the ground and began to spiral, forming a swirling vortex. Kankuro and Temari didn't hesitate for a second. They leapt into the sandy vortex and vanished instantly. Seeing the three children escape, Baki finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sand swirl was, after all, a form of space-time ninjutsu. Although this jutsu is powerful, it consumes most of the caster's chakra. Baki managed to teleport Gaara and his companions away, but he couldn't escape himself. Now, Baki could only rely on his own strength to leave the Leaf Village. The Kazekage had fallen at the hands of Orochimaru. Now, Sunagakure was left without a capable leader. Elsewhere, Kakashi and his team arrived at the scene. They all stared at the violet barrier on the rooftop, but there was no way to break through. All they could do was watch the battle rage between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Orochimaru paid absolutely no attention to those outside the barrier. A faint, chilling smile curled up at the corner of Orochimaru's lips as he addressed the third Hokage. "Sensei, I might not be your match, but I can summon your own teacher to battle you instead." The moment Orochimaru finished his words, an ominous feeling washed over the third's heart. To have his own teacher become his enemy. One has to know, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mentor was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and Tobirama had died long ago in the Second Great Ninja War. As unbelievable as it seemed, still, a sense of foreboding grew in the third's heart. With someone like Orochimaru, no deed was too outrageous. The third shouted to Enma, "Old friend, stop him." But it was already too late. Orochimaru bit his finger, formed a string of hand seals, and pressed his palm to the ground. Strange patterns swirled over the surface. Orochimaru called out in a low, sinister tone, summoning jutsu, reanimation. Before their eyes, two coffins rose up from the ground in front of Orochimaru. Each coffin bore a distinct character, 1 and 2. A third coffin began to emerge, but Enma had already lunged at Orochimaru. Enma's punch smashed directly into Orochimaru's face, twisting it grotesquely aside. The third coffin vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Orochimaru seemed entirely unbothered by his deformed visage. Instead, he sighed with mock regret. "As I thought, this jutsu is still not perfect. I can definitely make it better next time." And in the next moment, the lids of the coffins creaked open. From within, two figures gradually took form. One clad in crimson armor, and the other in blue. They were none other than the first Hokage and the second Hokage of a leaf. As the two Hokage laid eyes on Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama seemed momentarily dazed. He inspected his own hands, riddled with cracks. Reanimation. What a crude practitioner. Orochimaru let out a cold, dry chuckle. My reanimation technique may not rival yours, esteemed elder, but I will continue to refine it. Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru, then turned to Hiruzen. Monkey, your face is all wrinkled. You've grown old too. Seeing both the first and second before him, tears welled up unbidden at the corners of Hiruzen's eyes. In that moment, he missed his mentor and the first Hokage deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with solemn clarity. Lord First, teacher, Konoha today is thriving. Then, his gaze burned with anger as he looked toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru had once been his most beloved student. Even now, Hiruzen always struggled to be harsh with him. Yet what he could never forgive was that Orochimaru, his wayward disciple, dared to desecrate the souls of the departed so wantonly, especially the souls of his own teacher and the first Hokage. These two men were the ones Hiruzen revered and respected above all others. With a swift motion, Hiruzen summoned Enma, who instantly transformed into the indomitable adamantine staff by his side. Cautious, Hiruzen turned toward the first and second Hokage and said, Forgive me, Lord First, teacher. I will soon grant your souls the peace they deserve. He then shouted at Orochimaru, Traitorous pupil, how dare you wield such evil jutsu, defiling the souls of Lord First and my teacher. Orochimaru forced his lips into a sly smile. Ha ha ha, sensei. The one who created the impure world reincarnation wasn't me. Tobirama Senju fell silent for a long moment. P.S. One of the chapters was misnumbered, but just read on. It won't affect the story. The impure world reincarnation, Edo Tensei, was a technique invented by Tobirama Senju. Its power was overwhelming, and its methods deeply unsettling, so it was ultimately forbidden. Originally, Edo Tensei was meant to be used in conjunction with another forbidden technique, mutually multiplying explosive tags. But even that jutsu became forbidden as well. In his lifetime, what did Tobirama invent besides water release? It seemed every jutsu turned out to be a forbidden one. Orochimaru was now the caster. Because of this, the first and second Hokage could not disobey his commands. Tobirama spoke. Hiruzen, my body is no longer under my control. He formed hand signs, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly, water erupted all around Tobirama, swirling and surging to shape a titanic dragon that lunged at Hiruzen, jaws wide. Hiruzen's face paled in shock. To unleash such powerful ninjutsu in a place so arid, his teacher truly was formidable, almost terrifyingly so. The enormous water dragon let out a ferocious roar as it swept down upon Hiruzen. Not daring to hesitate, Hiruzen quickly formed hand signs of his own. Earth-style wall. A towering wall of earth rose up, blocking the roaring surge of water. Tobirama and Hashirama exchanged a glance, then, each gripping a kunai, charged at Hiruzen from both sides. Hashirama called out, Careful, Hiruzen! Tobirama warned, Watch your back, Hiruzen! At that very moment, Orochimaru, moving unseen, appeared behind Hiruzen, Kusanagi sword in hand, poised to strike. The ape demon seized Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword in its powerful grip. Hiruzen Sarutobi's chest swelled, and then he unleashed a searing blast of fire straight at Orochimaru. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Tobirama's hands flashed through signs. Water style, water colliding wave. Flames and water clashed, sending up billows of steam that filled the barrier in an instant. Hashirama brought his palms together with a resounding clap. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Hiruzen's heart tightened with dread. Wood style. The first Hokage's unique and formidable Kekkai Genkai, incredible power, far beyond ordinary means. Inside the mist-shrouded barrier, Hiruzen could hardly see a thing. Still, he spun his adamantine staff in a mighty arc, whipping up such fierce winds that they scattered the steam. But Hashirama pressed his attack, palms meeting once again. Bringer of darkness technique. The mist that had only just cleared instantly shifted into an oppressive, inky blackness. Inside the barrier, not even an outstretched hand was visible in front of one's eyes. Suddenly, Hiruzen felt thick vines snaking around him, coiling tighter and tighter until they bound him to the spot. When the darkness lifted, he saw the entire barrier now blanketed in Hashirama's wood-style jutsu. He himself was pinned against the trunk of a massive tree, held fast by living vines. Hashirama spoke to Hiruzen. Monkey, use your fire style. But Hiruzen merely smiled calmly. He looked to Hashirama and Tobirama and said, "First Lord, Sensei, no matter what means I muster, I know I can't defeat you. But I am a Hokage. I cannot allow Orochimaru to run rampant and do as he pleases. As long as there's a spark left in me, I'll shine with my final light and warmth." He turned to his old friend. "Inma, I'm counting on you." The adamantine staff transformed, revealing its true form, the ape demon Inma. With sharp claws, Inma shredded the vines incarcerating Hiruzen. Hashirama formed hand seals once more, and a branch shot towards Hiruzen. Wood-style, splicing technique. The branch penetrated Inma's supposedly indestructible body with ease, pinning him firmly to the ground with Wood-style's relentless grip. The third Hokage's hands blurred in a fresh round of hand signs. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shadow clones appeared at Hiruzen's side. All 3, the original and his 2 clones, formed the same seal together. Sealing Jutsu, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. In a split second, the 2 clones sprinted towards Hashirama and Tobirama. In the next breath, both Hashirama and Tobirama tumbled to the ground, immobilized, their bodies soon dissolving into gray ash. Orochimaru, watching in confusion, could not tell what had just happened. Not until his gaze turned to the real Hiruzen. Sweat poured down Hiruzen's face as fatigue and strain racked his body. Even for the third Hokage, wielding 3 dead demon consuming seals at once pushed him to his absolute limits. His shirt tore at the abdomen, revealing strange, ominous markings. Orochimaru's eyes widened, for he beheld, looming behind the third Hokage, the spectral form of the Grim Reaper, robed in flowing white. A mixture of exhilaration and terror flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. So this is the Shinigami, the death god who can only be seen by the one who cast the jutsu, and the one caught in it. This is incredible. Body flicker technique. In a flash, the third Hokage appeared right in front of Orochimaru, firmly gripping both of Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru saw it then. The Shinigami, dagger clenched between its teeth, one hand reaching straight through the third's body, clawing ominously toward him. Orochimaru could feel it, his very soul being dragged away. For the first time, Orochimaru felt genuine fear. If the Shinigami devoured him, there would be no impure world reincarnation, no resurrection for him. He would truly be gone. Staring at the third, Orochimaru pleaded, "Sensei, I'm your student. Could you really bring yourself to kill me?" The third answered coldly, "From the moment you abandoned the leaf, you ceased to be." Orochimaru let out a low, mocking laugh. "Old man, I've done nothing wrong. I only sought immortality. I only wanted to uncover the true nature of this world. You just don't understand me." The third replied, "It's exactly that way of thinking that's brought you to this dark place." Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then, opening his mouth, his tongue snaked and twisted, and the legendary Kusanagi blade slithered forward, moving as nimbly as his tongue. With a sickening thrust, the Kusanagi sword stabbed into the third's body, blood trickling from the old man's lips. Perhaps, deep down, the third still couldn't bear the thought of killing Orochimaru. Or perhaps, he no longer had the strength to do so. The third murmured, "Very well. If I can't kill you, then I'll take from you the ninjutsu you so pride yourself on." In the next instant, the death god drew its blade and severed Orochimaru's soul. In that moment, Orochimaru could feel it. He had lost all control over his hands. He was completely deprived of his ninjutsu. Staring at the third with blazing fury in his eyes, Orochimaru was powerless. Tears welled at the corners of the third's eyes. Visions from the past flickered through his mind, each memory flashing before him like the turning of a lantern carousel. "Oomph. Sensei always favors Orochimaru. It's so annoying. Sensei, I've learned another new jutsu." "Orochimaru, do you want to be Hokage?" "The fourth Hokage." "What?" "Orochimaru is conducting human experiments. Orochimaru has fled the village. Orochimaru has joined Akatsuki." Scene after scene whirled before the third's eyes. It was almost absurd. At the very end, all the third could think of was Orochimaru. In his final, drifting moments, it was as if the third had gone back to that day when he first met Orochimaru. "What's your name?" "Orochimaru." After the third's death, Orochimaru went mad. He had lost the use of his hands. He could never wield ninjutsu again. With bloodshot eyes, he kicked the third's corpse in rage. "Stubborn old fool. Even in death, you won't let me be." The third Hokage was dead. With the last warmth of his life, he had stolen Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru cursed under his breath. "Why didn't you do this sooner? If you had died in place of the fourth Hokage during the Nine-Tails attack all those years ago, none of this would have happened." Desperately, Orochimaru tried to move even a single finger. Just once would have been enough. But that was only wishful thinking. The Grim Reaper had claimed not only his hands, but also all his jutsu. For Orochimaru, this was a torment worse than death itself. The third Hokage was gone. But Konoha would never simply let Orochimaru go. The barrier was about to collapse, shaken to its very core by the fierce battle that had taken place within. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh as he looked at the Konoha shinobi outside the barrier. Uchiha Sasuke, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi. These shinobi all now stood as Orochimaru's enemies. Death itself was not frightening. To die for nothing, that was terrifying. And yet, stripped of his jutsu, Orochimaru had not the slightest hope of escape. In that moment, the purple barrier shattered like glass, splintering apart in an instant. Kakashi was the first to charge at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this time, I'll put an end to you. Lightning Blade. Kakashi's speed outpaced even the thunder itself. But just then, a figure appeared before Orochimaru. A man in a yellow mask, clad in midnight blue clothing. Therefore, but an instant. Kakashi stopped in his tracks. His instinct screamed. If he took one step further, he would surely die. Kakashi stared at the mysterious masked man before him. He couldn't say why, but there was an uncanny familiarity about this figure. Obito spoke softly, "Goodbye, Kakashi. We'll meet again." Then, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, space twisted and warped around them. In the blink of an eye, both Orochimaru and Obito vanished from the battlefield. Amidst the crowd, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and slipped away as well. Orochimaru-sama, even if you've lost your jutsu, I will follow wherever you lead. If you cannot fulfill your dreams, I will carry them forth and walk the path in your stead. As he disappeared into the crowd, Kabuto cast a glance at Sasuke. That was the thing Lord Orochimaru desired most. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, somewhere in the land of grass, Orochimaru and Obito suddenly appeared. Orochimaru looked at Obito and asked, "Why did you help me?" Obito replied, "I'm acting on someone else's behalf. You are not meant to die in Konoha." Hee. Your words and actions remind me very much of an old acquaintance of mine. Obito asked who. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he replied, Uchiha Madara. Or rather, the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Akatsuki. Obito fell silent. That's not me. You're mistaken. Orochimaru's smile returned, bright and almost playful, as he said to Obito, my mistake. With that, Orochimaru turned and strode deeper into the land of grass. Obito watched Orochimaru's departing figure, feeling a pang of loneliness. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's heart was a turbulent sea. As a former member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru knew all too well what kind of fearsome people its members were. Especially Pain. Orochimaru still couldn't figure out the secret behind Pain's abilities. Orochimaru was simply no match for him. And back when Orochimaru had first joined the Akatsuki, he had encountered that mysterious masked man. Or perhaps, Uchiha Madara. To command such a collection of monsters, you'd have to be an even greater monster. That was why Orochimaru didn't want to linger any longer. After all, Orochimaru hadn't only defected from Konoha. He'd escaped from the Akatsuki, too. If you lost your jutsu, there was still a chance to find it again. But if you lost your life, revival might not be impossible, but it was a far taller order. At the same time, on the other side, Konoha. The death of the third Hokage brought the Chunin exams to an abrupt end. Ninja from Hidden Rain, Hidden Valley, and Hidden Sand were all escorted home. Only 3 ninja from the Land of Grass remained. These 3 trembled with fear. Of the original group from the Land of Grass, there had been 7. A teacher, 5 ninja, and some medical equipment. But now, the medical equipment was missing. Hofu and Hashin were both dead. Their teacher had vanished. And the 3 of them had been thrown into confinement in Konoha, leaving them deeply unsettled. Konoha, however, gave an official explanation. It was due to Uchiha's failure to protect them. 2 elite grass ninja had died in Konoha. As a result, clan head Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi and other senior Uchiha members, were personally traveling to the Land of Grass to offer an apology. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's offices, the clan leaders of Konoha gathered, glancing uneasily at one another. The only senior Konoha official left was Koharu Udatain, sitting mere steps away from the Hokage's chair. Yet Koharu didn't dare come near the seat, leaving it empty. After all, of Konoha's 4 elders, she was the only one still alive. For the sake of her life, Koharu planned to resign from her post as Hokage advisor after this meeting and retire to a quiet life at home. The council chamber fell into a deep and uneasy silence. At last, Shikaka Nara finally spoke. The death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen, fills us with immense grief. But the village cannot go a day without a shadow. We must choose a new fifth Hokage. If anyone has a suitable candidate in mind, please speak up. No one dared to utter a word. Not until one person suddenly spoke. I recommend Uchiha Fugaku as the leader. Uchiha Fugaku is the people's choice. Everyone was stunned. They quickly turned to see who had spoken, and it was Uchiha Fugaku himself. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, since no one else is willing to become Hokage, I, Uchiha Fugaku, am ready to serve. And don't forget, Konoha still owes the Uchiha a Hokage." No sooner had Fugaku finished speaking than the room fell into a stunned silence. After a long pause, Fugaku grew anxious and pressed. "Why is everyone so quiet? Agree or disagree? At least give me a clear answer." Shikaka Nara cleared his throat. "Fugaku, there's no denying that the Uchiha are powerful now. But Konoha belongs to all of us, not just your clan. That's why we can't let you become Hokage." Fugaku shouted in frustration. "Why not? If it's about strength, the entire Uchiha clan stands behind me, and I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan myself. If it's about qualifications, I'm the captain of Konoha's police force, and for years I've devoted myself to the village's safety. If it's about sacrifice, during the Third Great Ninja War, over 50 of my clan members died for Konoha." Shikaku replied, "Strength isn't the only measure of a Hokage. There have been rogue ninjas from your clan, and that alone means you cannot be Hokage." Fugaku clenched his jaw in fury. "Rogue ninjas? I'm not one of them." But those rogues bore the name Uchiha. Tension immediately filled the air. The mood was taut as a drawn blade. Everyone feared that Fugaku might suddenly snap and attack Shikaka Nara. After all, the strength of the Uchiha was not to be taken lightly. Just then, the door creaked open, and in walked a burly, wild-haired, middle-aged man with striking white hair and a forehead protector bearing the kanji for oil. It was none other than Jiraiya. Jiraiya said, "As for the choice of Hokage, I actually have someone in mind." Fugaku demanded, "Who?" Slowly, Jiraiya replied, "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade was the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, and in her veins flowed the blood of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Moreover, Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. If by chance Tsunade could be persuaded to return, then making her Hokage was indeed an option. Shikaku Nara turned to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, do you know where Tsunade is?" Jiraiya replied, "I don't know, but I'm confident I can find her within 3 days." Fugaku still wanted to make one last attempt, even though he already knew what the final outcome would be. Fugaku spoke up, "I call for a vote. All those who support me becoming Hokage, please raise your hand." Fugaku raised his own hand. Then he looked around the room. No one else raised their hand, not even Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi was wrestling with his thoughts. If he didn't support Fugaku now, a rift would inevitably form between the Uchiha and the Hyuga clans. That was the last thing Hayashi wanted to see. But if he did raise his hand, after a brief hesitation, Hayashi raised his hand. He decided he would place his bet on the Uchiha. The Hyuga had chosen to stand with the Uchiha over Konoha itself. From now on, the fate of the Hyuga clan was tied completely to the Uchiha. They were now grasshoppers bound together by the same string. In any case, his decision would not change whether or not Fugaku became Hokage. If so, it was better to make his stance clear in this moment. Fugaku saw Hayashi raise his hand, and his satisfaction was obvious. Even if he couldn't become Hokage today, the Uchiha would have the Hyuga support. No matter who the fifth Hokage might be, the Uchiha would no longer have to fear the Hokage. With that thought, Fugaku gave his sleeve a sharp flick and left the room. After Fugaku's departure, someone couldn't hold back and asked Hayashi, "Clan leader Hyuga, why would you support Fugaku Uchiha for Hokage?" Hayashi answered from the heart, "The Uchiha clan is a clan of ambition, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. They are driven by desires that are never satisfied. When they are without power, they yearn for power. When they gain it, they set their sights on the position of Hokage. And as Hokage, their ambition grows ever greater, their desires never rest. If an Uchiha once again emerged with the stature of Madara Uchiha, would it really be so impossible for them to unite the entire shinobi world?" Inoichi Yamanaka couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you trying to provoke a fourth great ninja war?" Hayashi replied steadily, "And if unifying the shinobi world really were possible, what would rivers of blood matter? If war sweeps our era, so be it. The struggle and blood will be ours, but the peace will last generations." Hayashi's words left everyone present in awe. Still, none believed another Uchiha, like Madara, could ever appear. Absolutely not. Besides, no one really wanted to see another war. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the land of grass, Inside a bustling casino, Tsunade was gambling as usual. But for reasons she couldn't quite name, Tsunade found herself unsettled, unable to focus. Just then, Shizen burst in, eyes red from crying. She stood before Tsunade and said in a trembling voice, "Sensei, the third is dead." Tsunade stared, stunned, and managed only, "What did you just say?" Shizen spoke softly, "Lord Third has passed away." Tsunade could no longer hold back. Tears burst forth, streaming down her face like a broken dam. She muttered to herself, "The old man is dead? The old man is dead." A burly man nearby noticed Tsunade talking to herself. He stepped closer and asked, "Are you still playing or not?" Suddenly, Tsunade seized his arm and, with a casual press, pinned it down to the table, embedding it deep into the wood. "Don't bother me," she said. Turning to Shizen, Tsunade declared, "Come on, we're going back to the Leaf Village." On the road, Tsunade asked, "How did the old man die?" Shizen replied, "For what they said back in the Leaf Village, Orochimaru disguised himself as the Kazekage and used the reanimation jutsu to bring back the first and second Hokage. He made them kill Lord Third." Hearing Shizen's words, Tsunade felt a stifling pressure in her chest with nowhere to release it. This was truly the most humiliating way to die. Orochimaru was the Third's own student, yet the ones who killed him were the very first and second Hokage, summoned by Orochimaru. But for Tsunade, the pain cut even deeper. Hashirama was her grandfather, Tobirama her granduncle, Orochimaru, her former classmate. Her classmate had used her own grandfather and granduncle to kill their teacher. In a surge of emotion, Tsunade stomped hard on the ground. The ground immediately cracked and split beneath her feet. All of a sudden, she sensed a familiar chakra signature. The Senju clan possessed powerful sensory abilities. It was Orochimaru. A tide of hatred, both old scores and new wounds, poured into her heart at once. Without thinking, Tsunade dashed straight toward the presence she had sensed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru was experimenting with casting ninjutsu without the use of his hands, but found he could only manage the simplest techniques. For truly powerful jutsu, hand signs were required. Without hands, Orochimaru couldn't make them. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a familiar presence. He looked up just in time to see a figure soaring toward him, leg raised to strike. He quickly dodged aside. A thunderous crash echoed. The ground was smashed into a massive crater, and at the bottom stood Tsunade. Her eyes blazed with fury as she demanded of Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, you monster! Why did you kill Sensei?" Orochimaru replied coldly, "He doesn't deserve to be my teacher anymore, nor to be the Hokage. The ninja world and the leaf have grown too stagnant. It needed his death to stir things up a bit." Tsunade was outraged by such a twisted justification. "You bastard," she yelled. At that very moment, a figure appeared in front of Orochimaru. It was Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said to Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, you must run." Orochimaru looked at Kabuto in surprise. "Why are you here?" Kabuto's eyes burned with fervor as he declared, "I will forever follow in Lord Orochimaru's footsteps." Chakra scalpel. Blue chakra blades sparked to life in both of Kabuto Yakushi's hands. Though the chakra scalpel was razor-sharp, Kabuto's opponent was Tsunade. His blade sliced through Tsunade's clothing and cut her skin, but her wounds healed almost instantly. Heaven-piercing kick. Tsunade sprang skyward and came crashing down at Kabuto with a fearsome kick. Kabuto dodged just in time, but even the aftershock of Tsunade's attack sent cracks shuddering through his bones. Clutching his chest in agony, Kabuto gasped, "Feels like a rib just broke." Just as Kabuto assumed Orochimaru had already made his escape, a shadow suddenly flickered behind him. Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru hadn't fled during those precious seconds. He looked Kabuto in the eye and said, "I would never abandon my subordinates." Kabuto was deeply moved, but now was not the time for sentiment. He couldn't beat Tsunade, and Orochimaru had lost his jutsu as well. As Kabuto opened his mouth to speak, he noticed another figure materialize behind Orochimaru, seemingly out of nowhere. This newcomer loomed with a massive executioner's blade slung over his shoulder, his face and body wrapped tightly in bandages. It was Zabuza. "Move it, you snake! You'd better hide behind me." Zabuza growled gruffly. Meanwhile, within the passage of the Kimui dimension, Obito watched it all unfold. Obito had never liked Orochimaru and had no desire to rescue him. Yet, since Sasuke wanted Orochimaru saved, Obito could not allow him to perish just yet. Thus, he brought Zabuza here, nobody better suited to save Orochimaru. When Tsunade saw Zabuza appear, her guard instantly went up. When had he arrived? How could she not have sensed him at all? But she had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Zabuza was already rushing at her with blade in hand. Tsunade was forced into evasive maneuvers again and again. With Zabuza now in the picture, eliminating Orochimaru was clearly out of reach. After all, who knew who else might suddenly appear next? Now that the fury in her mind had faded, Tsunade's thoughts sharpened into clarity. She had every reason to avenge her master, but she had to weigh her own strength and situation carefully. Casting a sideways glance at Orochimaru, she spoke coldly. Orochimaru, you killed our teacher. One day, your own students will kill you. Orochimaru only chuckled. Ha, ha, ha. I would never raise such utterly unhinged disciples. With that, Orochimaru turned slowly and left. Kabuto slung a wounded arm over Orochimaru's shoulder. One had lost his hands, and the other his ribs. What a sorry sight they made, the walking wounded. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the land of wind, at Sunagakure, Raza's death caught everyone completely off guard. The Sand Village leadership called an emergency meeting at once. With the passing of Kazekage Raza, the highest authority in the entire Sand Village now rested with the Kazekage's advisors, Elder Ebizo and the renowned puppet master, Lady Chiyo. Chiyo cleared her throat and said, "The Kazekage is dead. We must choose a new leader." Ebizo addressed her. "Lady Chiyo, your strength is unmatched. You are well qualified to become Kazekage yourself." Chiyo chuckled softly. I'm far too old. I won't last more than a couple more years. If I were 30 years younger, I'd take on the role without hesitation. But now, I'm simply too old. Ebizo fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the elite jonin, Baki. Yet Baki lacked the qualities needed to ascend as the village's shadow. While powerful, he had already reached his limit. An elite jonin he might be, but he was not Kage material. Baki's heart pounded in his chest. His mind raced. Why is Lord Ebizo looking at me like that? Does he expect me to become the Kazekage? Should I refuse? Or should I accept? Or maybe I should refuse at first, then accept later. If I did become Kazekage, he began to daydream about the changes he could bring to Sand Village if he ever donned the mantle of Kage. Ebizo broke his train of thought with the question, "Baki, since you were Gaara's teacher, what do you think if Gaara were to become Kazekage?" Baki stared in disbelief. Gaara? Kazekage? Familiar words, yet a completely foreign idea. Baki stammered, "Lord Ebizo, are you talking about Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki?" Ebizo nodded. "That's right. Our village is running out of talent. After Raza's death, in my eyes, the only one fit to shoulder the Kazekage's burden is Gaara." Baki frowned. "But Gaara is a Jinchuriki. He can't even control the tailed beast inside him." Ebizo paused for a long moment. "We have no other choice. A Jinchuriki is a double-edged sword. That power can be both a blessing and a curse." Baki wanted to protest further, but Chiyo interjected, "Gaara, as Kazekage? I've been thinking it could work. But Gaara's personality," Ebizo insisted. "What Sand Village needs right now is exactly someone with his temperament. Only if Gaara rises as Kazekage does our village stand a chance to flourish again." And so it was decided. The highest authority in the village, Ebizo and Chiyo, settled on a temporary successor. That successor was Gaara. Though appointing a Jinchuriki as Kazekage was an unorthodox and abstract decision, this was the course Chiyo and Ebizo chose to take. After so many years of decline, the Sand Village was quickly running out of promising talent. After Raza's death, there was, incredibly, no one left to take charge. And the only one who could inspire any real hope was, in fact, Gaara and no one else. A Jinchuriki is a double-edged sword. While it grants immense power, that same power is wildly unstable. But for the hidden Sand Village, there was no other option. Gaara, still so young, was now assisted by Chiyo and Ebizo in handling village affairs. Gaara's mission now was simple: to grow stronger, to rise as a true leader. One day later, elsewhere, the hidden Sound Village, a tiny nation nestled among its larger neighbors. Deep inside a laboratory, Orochimaru was injecting a dark green liquid into his own arm. This substance brimmed with the power of cursed seals. In essence, the very power of the sage. Though Orochimaru had lost his arms, he had not lost his cunning. He was not one to simply sit and await death. If ninjutsu was now lost to me, I can still seek out other sources of strength. For example, sage arts. The ink-green liquid crawled across Orochimaru's arm, transforming into black, twisting markings that snaked across his skin. Orochimaru could feel it, an energy wholly unlike chakra, spilling strength into his very being. Yet, for all its power, it remained stubbornly out of reach. For even wielding this power required the use of both hands. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Orochimaru. If I no longer have hands, then why not form hand seals with my tongue or even my feet? If I can form the right seals, I can unleash the jutsu I seek. Outside the laboratory, Zabuza was polishing his massive executioner's blade. The blade gleamed, its surface shining with a deadly luster. Beside him, Suijitsu Hozuki watched wide-eyed in admiration. Mr. Zabuza, you're my idol. There was nothing but pure adoration in Suijitsu's gaze toward Zabuza. Not only did Zabuza have the guts to try and assassinate the Mizukage, he was also the true master of the executioner's blade. And in the mercenary world, he had a legendary 100% success rate. Zabuza gave a low chuckle. A guy like me, and someone actually looks up to me? Suijitsu swept aside his bangs, revealing a betrayal scar right across his forehead, a sign he was a rogue ninja from the hidden mist. Zabuza fell silent. Why is it that wherever I go, I run into another rogue mist ninja? Is it really that easy for mist ninja to turn their backs on their own village? Zabuza asked, "What's your name?" Suijitsu replied, "It's Suijitsu Hozuki." That surname caught Zabuza's attention. Hozuki? A descendant of the second Mizukage? If you're heir to the Mizukage blood, why become a rogue ninja? With a flash of anger, Suijitsu snapped. It's all because of that idiot Mizukage. He doesn't know how to do anything except squeeze us dry. That wretched mist village. I couldn't stand another day there. Hozuki, Suijitsu, and Zabuza had a great conversation, hitting it off effortlessly. Normally, Zabuza isn't much of a talker. He keeps to himself and rarely speaks. But when he was with Suijitsu, it was as if he'd unlocked a hidden side of himself, chatting nonstop. The two of them talked and talked until night fell. Even when Zabuza said he needed to go, Suijitsu was clearly reluctant to say goodbye. Yet it truly was time for Zabuza to take his leave. A day later, upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Zabuza was back to his usual routine, practicing his swordsmanship as always. The executioner's blade clashed over and over with a metal training dummy, ringing out with each powerful blow. Zabuza continued until sweat poured down his body, and only when the executioner's blade finally broke in two did he stop his relentless training. His great sword was broken, but Zabuza wasn't the slightest bit bothered. After all, the executioner's blade is known as a living weapon. As long as it tastes blood, it can repair itself. So, Zabuza drew a sharp cut across his own wrist, letting blood drip, drop by drop, onto the severed blade. A blade fed with its master's blood always feels more responsive in his grip. But this time, as the blood seeped down, the executioner's blade didn't mend itself at all. Zabuza was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Why wasn't it regenerating? Frantically, Zabuza gave the blade a closer inspection, and then, somehow, at some point his executioner's blade had been switched. This wasn't the real executioner's blade. It was a fake. When had it happened? Exactly when had the swap been made? Zabuza racked his brains, but he genuinely couldn't recall the moment his blade had been exchanged. Yet there could only be one answer. Hozuki Suijitsu. Sound Village. Suijitsu's eyes gleamed with delight as he clutched the executioner's blade in his arms. Now this was the real thing, ferocious and sharp, born for battle. Zabuza, that fool. How could he ever be the rightful master of the executioner's blade? He wasn't worthy. I am the true master of the executioner's blade. All along, Suijitsu had been scheming, because he had coveted the executioner's blade for a very long time. But Zabuza, the so-called demon of the hidden mist, came and went like a shadow. Suijitsu could never track him down. And even if he did find Zabuza, there was no guarantee he could beat him. That's why Suijitsu devised this plan ages ago. The Hozuki clan possessed special weapon scrolls, and using one, Suijitsu had secretly switched Zabuza's sword while the man was completely off guard. Now that the executioner's blade was finally in his own hands, Suijitsu had no intention of ever returning it. The ninja world is vast. Zabuza would never be able to find him now. Hidden Leaf. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha gathered Itachi and Sasuke, and even had Sasuke summon Obito. Fugaku turned to Itachi, Sasuke, and Obito, and asked, Sasuke, Itachi, Obito, how long do you think it would take for our Uchiha clan to bring the land of grass to its knees if we declared war? What are our chances of winning? Will the other villages interfere? Sasuke spoke up. The land of grass borders the land of rain, Lawn Village, the land of earth, and Sand Village. Lawn Village doesn't dare stand in our way. The land of rain is now ruled by the Akatsuki, so they won't interfere either. As for Sand Village, their Kazekage, Raza, just died, so they're tied up fighting over the Kage's seat. That means the only ones we really need to watch out for are the land of earth and the Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Inoki the Two Scales is no pushover. Fugaku was deep in thought. How could they stall Inoki? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Sasuke's mind. I have a plan. The plan: drive out the wolf, Lin the tiger. Amage Cure, Akatsuki headquarters. Conan received a request, an official mission sent from someone in the Leaf. Akatsuki, though made up of rogue shinobi, operated like mercenaries. For the right fee, anything was possible. The mysterious commission asked, disrupt the land of Earth for 3 days so they're too preoccupied to act. Reward: 100 million Rio. 100 million Rio. An astronomical sum. For comparison, Asuma's bounty was only 35 million. Yet, this unnamed family from the Leaf was ready to pay out a full 100 million, though the requester remained anonymous. Conan didn't have to guess long. It could only be Uchiha or Hyuga. No other clan had that kind of power. If they could distract the land of Earth for 3 days. But who was best for the job? A flurry of paper cranes soared into the distance to gather her team. The medical duo, Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara, were fishing idly by a lakeshore. A paper crane fluttered into Sasori's hand. After reading the message, Sasori told Deidara, White Tiger has issued a new mission. Stall the land of Earth for 3 days. They're debating whether to send our team or Kakuzu and Haidens. The mention of a mission piqued Deidara's interest. Obviously, we're the ones for this job. Sasori asked, aren't you from the land of Earth? Deidara replied, come on, bro. I'm a rogue ninja now. Besides, I know the terrain. I know exactly where the Tsuchikage likes to go. Anyway, this mission should be ours. Sasori nodded in agreement. It had been too long since he'd been on a mission anyway. And this time, the assignment was to disrupt, not eliminate, Deidara's clay bombs and Sasori's puppets. The perfect tools for chaos. With excitement, Deidara bit off a chunk of clay, which rapidly expanded into a bird shape. He and Sasori climbed atop its back, heading for the land of Earth. The mere thought of blowing up half the nation had Deidara's blood racing. Deidara couldn't contain his excitement. He was so thrilled that he was trembling all over. Blowing up the land of Earth, this was exactly his favorite thing. After all, medicine is just another kind of explosion. The two artists had very different interpretations of what art truly was. To Deidara, art meant an explosion, a fleeting moment of beauty that vanishes in an instant. But Sasori believed that true art was eternal, a beauty that remained unchanged forever. This fundamental difference led to many heated debates between them. Perched atop a clay bird, Sasori asked Deidara, why do you get so worked up about blowing up the land of Earth? Aren't you a rogue ninja from there? Deidara curled his lip and replied, that old man is impossible to kill, and he's never appreciated my art. I want to show him what real art looks like. Sasori retorted, you call that art? It's gone before you know it. Deidara shot back, you don't get it. The flash and heat in that instant, the power unleashed, the stunning colors, the pulse-pounding shockwave, that is art. Sasori still couldn't see his point. What value is there in art that existed for only a moment? For Sasori, art that endured through the ages, that was true art. Of course, Sasori did realize his own sense of artistry, in a way. After all, Kankuro eventually turned Sasori into a puppet himself. Perhaps that was a different kind of eternity. Above the Tsuchikage Tower in Iwagakure, land of Earth, Deidara began molding his clay non-stop, transforming it into spider-shaped bombs that rained from the sky, landing on every corner of the Tsuchikage building. It looked as if everything would erupt in flames the very next moment. Third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had just finished going through a stack of paperwork and felt his back stiffen in protest. Getting old. His age was truly catching up to him. Rubbing his aching back, Inoki wandered out onto the rooftop and gazed at the cloudless blue sky. What a beautiful, sunny day. Suddenly, he noticed a small black speck high above. Wait a minute. What was that? Before Inoki could fully process what he was seeing, a shout rang through the air, sharp and sudden. HYH. Crash. Inoki nearly stumbled in shock. That voice was all too familiar. Oh no. Sure enough, a powerful surge of chakra erupted nearby. The walls began to bulge and crack, an immense explosion threatening to break loose. This was bad. Inoki slammed his palm to the ground. Added weight rock, earth-style wall. Thick stone walls rose on all sides, shielding Inoki at their core. A deafening boom followed. The colossal blast leveled the entire Tsuchikage Tower, reducing it to rubble. Inoki, though unharmed, was left blackened from head to toe. His expression, however, was even darker than the soot that coated him. How dare you? Is this how you repay your teacher after learning all your skills? Lightweight boulder jutsu. Inoki suddenly soared into the air, a whirlwind of shattered stones swirling around him, gathering together behind his back and forming a colossal fist. Stone enhancement jutsu. Instantly, The stone fist grew immensely heavier and smashed down towards Deidara's giant bird. Deidara watched Inoki excitedly. Old man, you sure can fly, but you'll never outfly me. I hold absolute control of the skies. Beneath Deidara, his giant bird shot higher into the sky. The massive rocky fist crashed down but missed its mark. From above, a barrage of different clay bombs rained down relentlessly from Deidara's bird. Boom! Take this! Inoki was battered and singed by the explosions, his face blackened from blasts. He ached to use his dust release and end Deidara and his clay bomb bird for good. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, Deidara was the child he had raised since boyhood. Inoki had always groomed Deidara to be the next Tsuchikage. Now that Inoki was growing old, he saw Deidara as the one who would inherit his title. Deidara's natural talent was extraordinary, but he was also wildly mischievous. Inoki always tried to mold Deidara with its Tsuchikage's discipline, but he never stopped to consider. It was precisely this strictness that spurred Deidara's rebellious streak. It was what led him to become a rogue shinobi. Deidara had never wanted to learn dust release. He vastly preferred his explosive clay. He called it explosion release. Deidara was unique. His very saliva contained a rare chakra, which, when mixed with clay, unleashed powerful detonations. Inoki tumbled back to the ground and stared upwards at the shrinking black speck in the sky. Balling his fist, he clenched his jaw tight. Moments later, members of the Umbu arrived at his side, surveying the scene of the Tsuchikage's office, now reduced to ruins. They were aghast. Lord Third, are you all right? A muscle twitched in Inoki's cheek as he watched that little black dot grow ever smaller. He grumbled to the Umbu. The Akatsuki just struck the Tsuchikage, and where were you? The Umbu stood frozen in fear, none daring to respond. Inoki continued. It was Deidara who returned. He didn't show any hostile intent toward the land of Earth. In any case, you're not to breathe a word of this to anyone. And one more thing. I want the Tsuchikage's office rebuilt in 3 days. Yes, Lord Third. Light as a feather, Inoki drifted away. His advanced age meant that even the slightest motion sent sharp pain shooting through his back, so he typically used his weight-shifting technique to float along rather than walk. Back at home, Kitsuchi saw his father return scorched black from head to toe. Lord Tsuchikage, what happened to you? Inoki replied, At home, just call me father. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Nearby, Kuratsuchi sat in her pajamas, poring over her ninjutsu studies, her long legs hovering in the air. Black soil heard Inoki's voice. She turned her head to look, only to see that Inoki resembled a little burnt potato. Black Soul wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare, worried that if she let a single chuckle slip, she would incur Inoki's displeasure. And then, she feared, she'd be pushed even farther from the Tsuchikage seat. Black Soil gazed at the figures of Inoki and Kuratsuchi. Inoki looked like a small potato. Kuratsuchi seemed like a towering mountain. Was Kuratsuchi really Inoki's flesh and blood? No, I shouldn't let my mind wander any further. If I keep thinking about this, I might stumble upon something awkward. Black Soil still longed to become the Kage, even though Inoki was stubbornly against it. To Inoki, the shadow of the hidden stone should be a man, never a woman. Black Soil couldn't restrain a jab. Old man, did Deidara come back and blow you up or something? Inoki shot back. How did you know? Black Soil smirked. I could tell from the grin on your face. You must have seen Deidara. If not for that, would you really look this pleased? And old man, let's be honest. Deidara is a rogue shinobi now. He can't become Tsuchikage anymore. Just hand over your dust release to me, and let me inherit the title. Inoki's mustache bristled in outrage, his eyes flaming. No way. A girl becoming the Tsuchikage. What a disgrace that would be. The truth was, Inoki wasn't really prejudiced against women. But, in his eyes, these were perilous times for the Hidden Stone. Handing power to a young woman. Was that really the best way to safeguard the village? Especially now, with the hidden rain under Akatsuki's control, growing ever stronger. The hidden sand, though their Kage had died, were rumored to be gambling everything, putting a Jinchuriki in command. And the hidden leaf, even though their third Hokage had fallen, the village still had both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. With those two families, especially the Uchiha, the leaf was almost unbeatable. After all, Inoki had experienced firsthand the terror that Madara Uchiha once inspired. He simply couldn't understand Konoha. Why would they pressure such a powerful clan? If the Uchiha lived in the land of Earth, Inoki would treat them like honored ancestors. You want rights? You can have them. Want the Kage's seat? I'll give it to you. As long as it benefits the village and the nation. Who cares who holds the title? His thoughts drifted back to the present. Suddenly, a sobering realization dawned on Inoki. The land of Earth now found itself in an awkward transition. Among the younger generation, not a single ninja could shoulder the mantle. Originally, Deidara might have qualified, but now he had defected. Deidara's rebellion had truly made a mess of things. For now, Inoki had lost all interest in meddling with the land of grass. Originally, Fugaku was worried that Inoki might interfere with his plan to destroy a nation, but now, there was no longer any need for concern. Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the three remaining ninja from the land of grass and spoke kindly, his eyes gentle and full of warmth. Little ones, what are your names? Kuseichi, Kusur, Kuseisen. These were the names of the three ninja. Fugaku turned to them and said with approval, good names. How about I send you back to the land of grass myself? Kuseichi replied, Clan head Uchiha, isn't that a bit too much trouble for you? With resolute sincerity, Uchiha Fugaku answered, No, this is my duty. Because of a negligence of the Konoha police force, your nation's ninja lost their lives. I must apologize in person to the ruler of the land of grass. Fugaku's voice was firm and unwavering. It's something I insist on, offering my apology face to face. Kusur and Kuseisen exchanged a quick glance, then nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll trouble you then, clan head Uchiha. Fugaku's smile grew so wide he could hardly contain it. The core forces of the Uchiha split into three groups. One group seized the moment during the transition of power in the village to wrest control of the ANBU. Another group, led by Fugaku himself, along with Kenjin and other elite troops, was to head for the land of grass. The last group consisted of Sasuke, who set out for the land of snow with Karen, leveraging the influence of the famous actress, Koyuki Kazahana, to expose and broadcast the crimes of the land of grass. This was a way to justify the Uchiha's campaign to bring down the land of grass, affirming that the Uchiha were not ruthless destroyers, but agents of justice carrying out divine retribution. Aboard the ship bound for the land of snow, Sasuke turned to Karen and asked, Karen, do you know Koyuki Kazahana? Karen curled up like a little cat in the corner of the cabin. She shook her head. No, I don't. Sasuke continued. Then have you heard of Fujike's Yuki? As soon as he mentioned Koyuki Kazahana's stage name, Karen's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded. Oh, Ido. I love watching Miss Yuki's performances in the Snow Ninja Chronicles. After all, stage plays were one of the few ways Karen could entertain herself, so she knew Fujike's Yuki well. Sasuke said, Very soon, we'll reach the land of snow, and we'll go find her. The land of snow was now lush and vibrant. A third of its territory had transformed into an oasis. This was all thanks to the geothermal generators. Turning 1/3 of the land of snow into green farmland was not the limit of these generators, but rather the limit of Snow Country's chakra reserves. During the design of the geothermal generators, the vision was for them to melt all of Snow Country's ice and snow, turning the whole nation into an oasis. But due to the limited chakra stored within the generators, only 1/3 of the country could be transformed. The ship drew up to the shore. Xiangling's eyes shone as she gazed at the land of snow. Sasuke, this place is so strange. Why is it all snowy here, but the mountaintops are full of greenery? Sasuke replied, Because at the mountaintops, there are geothermal generators. They arrived at the royal palace of the land of snow. When Kazahana Koki heard that Sasuke had come, her delight was boundless. She hurried to the palace gates and looked at Sasuke. Longing filled her eyes. It had only been 2.5 years since they last met, but Kazahana Koyuki felt that Sasuke had grown so much. Overflowing with emotion, Koyuki hugged Sasuke tightly. Sasuke was engulfed in a familiar scent, a sensation like facial cleanser filling his senses. He could hardly breathe, a feeling both painful and joyful. After a long moment, Koyuki let Sasuke go and gently asked, Sasuke, what brings you here? Facing her, Sasuke responded, Sister Koyuki, I hope that you can use your influence to make the entire shinobi world aware of the crimes committed by the land of grass. Oh, Sasuke recounted what happened to Xiangling in the land of grass. When Koyuki learned that Xiangling's blood had the ability to heal, she was stunned with astonishment. When she heard how Xiangling's mother had been bitten to death, Koyuki's eyes brimmed with rage and disbelief. She could hardly imagine how the shinobi of the land of grass could commit such atrocities. Koyuki soon realized that Xiangling was her admirer. With warm affection, Koyuki signed her name for Xiangling. Xiangling clutched the autograph tightly, her gaze flickering with shyness. Koyuki noticed the scars on Xiangling's arm, and with heartfelt compassion, she pulled Xiangling gently into her embrace. Basking in a warm hug, Xiangling felt embraced for the first time in a long, long while. That very day, Koyuki found her stage director. She asked him to reveal the cruel deeds of the land of grass at theaters all across the shinobi world. treating living people as medicine, biting someone to death right before their eyes. The cruelty was inconceivable. At the same time, news swept through all the great ninja villages. The Land of Grass's brutal actions were exposed for all to see. Xianglin was revealed as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. At first, none of the villages had any connection to her. But after that night's theater performance, everyone felt they bore a connection to the Uzumaki. Iwagakure, the Land of Whirlpools, was once an ally of our Land of Earth. The deeds of the Land of Grass are unforgivable. Sunagakure, the Kazakage Gaara, is a close friend of the Uzumaki clan. What the Land of Grass did is beyond forgiveness. Kimogakure, we once shared a deep friendship with Uzumaki Kushina. The Land of Grass's crimes are unforgivable. Uchiha clan, no need for more quarreling. No need for fighting. Our Uchiha clan has already acted in the name of justice and wiped out the Land of Grass. Rest assured, none of the upper ranks have been spared. From this moment on, the Uchiha clan will temporarily take charge of the Land of Grass. There's no need for anyone to worry about the safety of this nation. From now on, the Uchiha will safeguard the Land of Grass. It was all because of the ruthlessness displayed by the upper echelons of Grass. Acting on behalf of justice, the Uchiha clan eradicated those in power in the Land of Grass. To prevent this nation from being seized by others, which could drag it into the fires of war, the Uchiha resolved to see their good deed through to the end, directly assuming control over the Land of Grass. And in doing so, they chose to protect the entire country as well. For the ordinary people, it didn't really matter who held the reins of power. What mattered was whether their lives got better. Naturally, benefits were part of the bargain. As one of the ruling clans of Konoha, the Uchiha wielded considerable influence. Fugaku Uchiha now had the authority to open new trade routes between the Land of Grass and the Hidden Leaf Village. The barriers separating Grass and Konoha were lifted, and Konoha's defensive perimeter was extended all the way to the edges of Grass's territory. And with that, the Land of Grass existed in name only. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Hokage Tower in Konoha, the day to select the next Hokage had arrived. Tsunade stood as the frontrunner, garnering 76% of the vote, making her the most likely candidate for the 5th Hokage. But the rules were clear. Only with 80% support could she ascend to the position. The final votes rested in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Itachi spoke in a grave tone. I refuse to support Tsunade as Hokage. Inoichi Yamanaka pressed a why not? Itachi touched his nose and replied, the Hokage of Konoha can be a man or a woman, old or young. But there's one thing they can never be, a compulsive gambler. And with that, the Hokage Selection Council ended abruptly. Despite holding the highest support rate, Tsunade found herself blocked by the Uchiha, unable to secure the position. That evening, at the Uchiha compound, Jiraiya moved swiftly across the Uchiha rooftops under the cover of darkness. Itachi's keen senses caught the presence of an intruder. In a flash, his form melted into a flurry of crows and vanished, only to materialize again atop the roof. Facing Jiraiya, Itachi asked, what brings you here? Jiraiya answered, I want to know why you turned down Tsunade for Hokage. Was it your father Fugaku's decision? Itachi replied, this was my choice alone. Jiraiya regarded him with a clear-headed air. He was well aware the Uchiha had ambitions of their own. He leveled his gaze at Itachi. Even with your clan's opposition, Tsunade is out. But you Uchiha can't hope to take the position for yourselves, either. With unshakable calm, Itachi responded, I know. His composure sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. The Uchiha's ambitions were far more complicated than he'd imagined. Jiraiya finally asked, tell me, what do the Uchiha really want? Itachi countered with a question of his own. Are you in a position to make that decision? Jiraiya replied, I can bring it up for negotiation. Itachi spoke calmly. I want to become the head of the Konoha Anbu. Without a second's hesitation, Jiraiya flatly refused. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You Uchiha already control the Konoha police force. Why do you want to get involved with the Anbu too? Are you trying to undermine the authority of the Hokage? Itachi answered, because this would make Konoha even stronger. No one is more suited to lead the Anbu than I am. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, saying, this matter is too crucial for me to decide on my own. But I can discuss it with Tsunade. Uchiha Itachi said to Jiraiya, even if I become the head of the Anbu, I will still answer to the Hokage, not to the Uchiha clan. The next day, Tsunade received the support of the Uchiha clan. Her approval rating for becoming Hokage soared to an astounding 96%. Tsunade was officially inaugurated as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. And at that very moment, Tsunade made her first announcement. Anbu would no longer report directly to the Hokage. Anbu would become an independent department, and Itachi Uchiha would be appointed as its leader. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the hidden Sound Village. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, many people exchanged uncertain glances. Sasuke had brought Karen to Orochimaru, leaving her in Orochimaru's care for training. Though Orochimaru was notorious for his misdeeds, he treated his subordinates rather well. Sasuke questioned Orochimaru, "Hey, how many strong fighters do you have at your disposal?" Orochimaru gave a chilling laugh. Hee, Sasuke-kun, you don't even call me teacher anymore? Sasuke frowned. Orochimaru, are you losing your mind? When have I ever called you teacher? Orochimaru paused awkwardly to think. It did seem true. Ever since he'd taken Sasuke under his wing, Sasuke had never really regarded him as a teacher. If anything, Orochimaru was more of a tool for Sasuke, or perhaps even Sasuke's dutiful follower. Orochimaru mused to himself. He didn't actually have that many capable fighters at his command. He finally said, Kabuto Yakushi, Suigetsu, Kimimaro, Yugo. There are also 4 particularly skilled ninja under my command, Taiya, Kinmu, Sakan, and Yukon, and Jirobo. As for the infamous trio from the Sound Village, Orochimaru didn't even want to mention them. They pompously called themselves the Sound Three. Their names? Tas, Sakan, and Kin. Truthfully, it was Kimimaro that Sasuke truly coveted. Among all of Orochimaru's subordinates, Kimimaro showed the greatest potential. Sasuke glanced toward Kimimaro, who was sitting quietly in a corner, tracing patterns into the ground with a bone blade held in his hand. Kimimaro was drawing flour. To Kimimaro, this flower was something precious. Though the flower had withered away, love had not. Kimimaro's mind drifted back to the past. Due to the Kagaya clan's cursed bloodline, his family had long suffered persecution. Kimimaro was the only survivor. In the aftermath of countless hardships, he found a single vivid flower blossoming amidst the ruins, and at that very moment, Orochimaru found him too. To Kimimaro, the most fascinating thing in that moment had been plucking that flower. To Orochimaru, it had been discovering Kimimaro. From that day on, Kimimaro followed Orochimaru wherever he went. The true reason Sasuke had come this time was to revive Rin for Obito. It was a promise Sasuke had made to Obito long ago. Suddenly, the space around Sasuke distorted. Obito appeared at his side. The instant Orochimaru saw him, an inexplicable shiver of fear ran through his heart. It was a terror that came from deep within. Obito dropped all pretenses, gazing at a severed hand lying in the distance, one of its fingers still adorned with a ring inscribed void. Obito addressed Orochimaru. Since you've left the organization, you should return Akatsuki's ring. Orochimaru let out a low, dry chuckle. Just as I thought. You're the one pulling Akatsuki's strings from the shadows. Obito neither confirmed nor denied. Seeming to sense the malice radiating from Obito, Kimimaro pulled out one of his own ribs without hesitation and charged straight at him. His bone blade pierced through Obito in an instant. From behind, Obito gripped Kimimaro's shoulder. Foolish child. The air warped, and in the blink of an eye, Obito sucked Kimimaro into his Kamui dimension. Obito then fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. He asked, with Edo Tensei, how confident are you that you can pull it off? Orochimaru replied, I am completely confident, but without my hands, I can't perform the jutsu right now. Obito was about to say something when Sasuke intervened. Obito, hear me out. You don't have to worry about Edo Tensei. All you need to do is have Akatsuki capture Chiyo from the Sand Village and persuade Nagato. That's enough. Sasuke's plan was simple. Orochimaru would use Edo Tensei to bring Rin back. Then Nagato would use the samsara of heavenly life technique to fully resurrect her. Lastly, they'd use the human path to draw out Chiyo's soul and learn the technique of one's own life reincarnation. After that, they'd simply find a suitable replacement to transfer life force into Nagato. This way, the samsara of heavenly life technique could be used indefinitely, breaking through the limits of the system. The dead could be resurrected endlessly. In the future, once Sasuke had learned the reanimation jutsu for himself, he would be able to bring back countless souls from the dead. He could assemble his own army, a legion of the reanimated. Suddenly, a thought struck Sasuke. He pointed at Orochimaru and demanded, You old snake, you really did hold something back from me. Why didn't you ever teach me the reanimation jutsu? Orochimaru let out a sheepish laugh. Because at the time, the technique was still incomplete. It was only then that the truth dawned on Orochimaru. He was Sasuke's teacher, so why was he showing Sasuke such humility? Orochimaru turned to Obito and said, Leader, before you leave, could you let Kimimaro go? Kimimaro is a remarkable talent. Obito replied, I have no intention of harming Kimimaro. The Hidden Rain Village. The rain drizzled ceaselessly, never letting up for even a moment. This was the work of Nagato's jutsu, rain tiger at will, a technique that allowed him to sense everyone who entered the hidden rain village through the falling raindrops. But whenever these droplets touched Obito, they simply passed right through him. Obito made his way beneath a ruined structure and sat atop a massive stone. For the first time, he took off his mask, revealing a face covered in gruesome scars. He set the yellow mask aside, staring out into the whispering rain. In the hidden rain village, the downpour never seemed to end. Obito told himself he wasn't nervous, but that was nothing but a lie. The truth was, Obito's nerves were stretched to their limit. Rin had been killed by Kakashi, and now Obito was about to resurrect Rin. A rush of longing, mingled with uncertainty, filled Obito's heart at the thought of seeing her again. He pulled off his gloves, gazing at his pale hands. These hands had been rebuilt with cells from Hashirama, and though they appeared unblemished and white, to Obito's eyes, they were stained with blood. The blood of civilians, of ninja, of teachers. All of it clung to his hands. Obito himself didn't know how he would face Rin. Despite his inner turmoil, Obito pulled his gloves back on. He fastened his mask, patterned like a tiger's stripes. This time, the mission would be his. He would go personally. He set his sights for the hidden sand village. In the hidden sand village, it was thanks to the unwavering support of Elder Chiyo and Ebizo, who stood firm against all objections, that Gaara became the Kazekage. It wasn't just the villagers who were stunned. Even Gaara himself could hardly believe it. What on earth had just happened? I actually became Kazekage? Hadn't he been the one everyone wanted dead? The villages hated Jinchuriki? Yet, against every expectation, Gaara had won the support and affection of others and become a Kage. Deeply moved, Gaara realized what this meant. There were still people out there who could love him. This was Gaara's first time serving as Kage. He had no experience, but Gaara was determined to fulfill his role as best as he could. Night fell, and darkness draped the village. A crimson moon hung high in the sky. Chiyo was teaching Gaara how to interact with the other ninja and how to connect with the villagers. In Gaara's mind, the image of the Uchiha clan appeared. The way the Uchihas related to others was what Gaara admired most. But that kind of life was ultimately out of reach for him because now he was the Kage. Beneath the shroud of night, atop the rooftops, Obito's long hair flowed in the still air, seemingly alive. He silently watched the lights shining within the Kazekage's mansion. Inside, Chiyo continued to guide Gaara. Obito pondered whether to make his move directly or wait until Chiyo left the building before acting. After all, Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Dealing with him might pose certain complications. But to Obito, this hardly counted as troublesome. Obito's figure gradually faded away. Back inside the mansion, Gaara's pupils narrowed, because behind Chiyo, a mysterious figure had appeared. Gaara's mouth hung open in shock. But it was too late. Obito's hand was already resting on Chiyo's shoulder. I win. In the next instant, space twisted. Chiyo was about to be pulled with Obito into Kamuyui's dimension. But at the critical moment, Gaara grabbed onto Chiyo's clothing, and together, they were dragged into the Kamuyui dimension as well. Entering the Kamuyui space meant Obito had already won. No one else had any way of escaping the dimension of Kamuyui. Yet for Obito, erasing these two was his top priority. Within the Kamuyui dimension, Chiyo's face was filled with disbelief. Why? Why had she been transported here in the blink of an eye? What were these gray cubes surrounding them? And why did this realm seem endless? While Chiyo was still lost in thought, Gaara suddenly shouted, "Grandma, watch out!" A massive scythe whirled past, nearly severing Chiyo's head. A heavy chain was fastened to the base of the blade, its other end clenched in Obito's hand. Obito gripped the Uchiha clan's iconic fan in one hand and the seven-starred scythe in the other. He silently watched Chiyo. Chiyo shielded Gaara behind her. "Who are you, and why have you brought us here?" Obito replied, "You don't need to know who I am. There's no grudge between us. But to realize my dream, your death is necessary." Gaara, confused, asked, "Why does your dream require Granny Chiyo's life?" Obito said coldly, "Because I'm stronger than you. If my dream demanded your life, I'd take it just the same. But for now, you still have some use." In the world of shinobi, weakness is the original sin. Obito rapidly formed hand seals, exhaled a tongue of flame, then waved the Uchiha fan, fanning a surging pillar of fire that seemed to blot out the sky as it rushed toward the pair. Fire style, swallow fan, flaming inferno. It was a combination technique, fire style enhanced with wind style. Obito himself didn't possess wind chakra, but he could empower the flames using the Uchiha war fan. Faced with the sudden onslaught of fire, Gaara didn't hesitate for even a moment. He immediately manipulated all the sand from the gourd on his back. Gaara clenched his fist. Shield of sand. The sand enveloped both Gaara and Chiyo, and after the swallow fan flaming inferno swept through, it left behind sparkling, translucent glass. The heat of the attack was overwhelming, so intense that it directly melted and fused the sand into solid glass. There was a sound like shattering crystal. The glass broke apart. Gaara stood frozen, caught off guard. For the first time, his sand had failed him. What was once an invincible defense now seemed almost pitiful in the face of Obito's power. Chiyo didn't dare lower her guard for even a second. This might be the moment that would decide the fate of both herself and the Kazekage. In an instant, Chiyo retrieved a scroll from her back, unfurling it to reveal 10 seals. White secret technique, 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. This was Chiyo's pride, her ultimate secret technique, considered the most formidable art among puppet masters. A puppet master's true ability is measured by how many puppets they can skillfully wield at once. Chiyo had long mastered the art of controlling one puppet with each finger. Obito watched this unfold. He found it absurd. When had puppet masters ever stood a chance before him? Except, perhaps, for that pink-haired scorpion. Obito faced the 10 puppets charging at him. Some wielded giant blades, some bore chains, while others carried explosive seals. He extended his palm, and behind him thick vines manifested, shooting countless wooden spikes into the bodies of the puppets. Obito clenched his fist, and in an instant, each puppet was destroyed from the inside out by the wooden spikes. What style? Spire implantation technique. Because half of Obito's body had been reconstructed with Hashirama cells, he too could wield would release. Chiyo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? My Chikamatsu 10 are gone. Just like that? Obito wasted no words and charged toward Chiyo. Meanwhile, in his heart, Gaara cried out, Shikaku, weren't you always after my body? Take it now. Shikaku replied, didn't you hate me most of the time? Now you remember me? Gaara pleaded, please, I beg you, save Grandma Chiyo. From Chiyo, Gaara had truly felt what it meant to receive love, the deep affection a grandmother feels for a grandchild. And so, Gaara could not bear the thought of Chiyo dying. Shikaku, however, sneered, using the chakra of the tailed beast you despise most, doesn't that make you feel disgusted? Gaara fell silent. Indeed, Gaara hated the one tail. He believed his wretched life was entirely the fault of Shikaku. So he resented Shikaku with every fiber of his being. Yet, when pushed to the brink, the only strength Gaara could rely on was still Shikaku's. This made Gaara begin to loathe himself, and to crave even more power. Shikaku gazed at Gaara's expression. He relented and said, seeing you sniveling and pathetic like this, fine. Next up, let me take center stage. Suddenly, Gaara let out an odd, manic laugh. A shifting, rumbling sound seemed to echo around him. Sand sprang forth and began swirling, and Gaara's body started to expand. His chakra erupted into a violent storm. Obito, seeing this, remarked, a tailed beast, is it? In that case, you're no longer my opponent. Space distorted, and from the ground emerged the grotesque, towering form of the demonic statue of the outer path. At the sight, Shikaku instantly went limp with fear. He fell completely silent. The sand cloaking Gaara's body rapidly withdrew, and Shikaku shrank back, taking refuge deep inside Gaara, too afraid to emerge. Observing Shikaku's retreat, Gaara couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Why did you come back? Shikaku, flustered and angry, shouted, I have a morning shift. Why didn't you tell me the demonic statue was out there? That thing could swallow me whole. Cowering within Gaara, Shikaku refused to show himself. Gaara, outmatched by Obito, stood alone. Chiyo, being a puppeteer, had lost all her puppets and was as powerless as a child. I win, declared Obito, as he seized Chiyo by the throat and, with a ripple in space, vanished from the spot, taking her with him. Amage Cure, the village hidden by rain. Obito arrived before Nagato. He threw Chiyo at Nagato's feet and said, use the human path and read her mind. Nagato looked a little puzzled. Who is she? Obito replied, Chiyo of the Sand. Use the human path to extract the secret technique from her mind, reanimation of one's own life. The reanimation of one's own life is a forbidden technique that transfers one's own life force to another, sacrificing oneself to allow another to live. After Nagato used the samsara of heavenly life technique to resurrect Rin, he fell into a near-death state, and now needed the reanimation of one's own life to revive himself. After all, those Rinnegan eyes were still in his head. It wasn't easy to cultivate a vessel capable of bearing the Rinnegan. There were only a few clans in the entire shinobi world who could withstand the power of the Rinnegan. The Senju clan, wiped out. The Uchiha clan, well, never mind. Another thing to note is the Uzumaki clan. The number of pure-blooded Uzumaki has grown extremely scarce. In fact, throughout the entire shinobi world, only Nagato and Karen remain as true pure-blooded Uzumaki. Moments later, the Path of Human entered the cavern. Extending his hand toward Chiyo's head, the Path of Human made contact, not with her body, but with her very soul. He began his soul-searching technique. Nagato's power and that of the Path of Human were connected. Their memories, too, intertwined. Nagato felt his mind swell with countless trivial, useless memories. The flood of trivial thoughts tormented him. After all, Nagato was the true body behind the 6 paths of pain. After a pause, Nagato declared, "I've found it, Kisei Tensei. Madara, what did you need such a technique for?" Obito replied coldly, "Some questions are best left unasked. There's something else. From now on, don't call me Madara. Call me Obito." Nagato gave a short, mocking laugh. "Someone like you, does your name really matter to you?" Obito answered, "I want to live, for myself too." He was speaking of resurrecting Rin. A vein throbbed on Nagato's forehead. "No, if you choose to live only for yourself, then what did Yahiko's death mean?" Yahiko's dream was world peace. But Obito paid Nagato no more attention, and simply turned to leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Orochimaru and Kabuto split up, each taking a different path. Kabuto, having learned the forbidden reanimation jutsu, needed to hone his skills as much as possible, so that, one day, he could be of true service to Lord Orochimaru. Sasuke, meanwhile, had brought Orochimaru to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Sasuke explained, according to the Uchiha clan's records, there's only one way to undo the dead demon consuming seal, and that is to find the mask that houses the Shinigami itself. By summoning the death god through this mask, you can release those souls that were swallowed by it. After much searching, Orochimaru finally found a hungry ghost mask inside the shrine of Izushio. He couldn't hide his excitement. That familiar aura, it must be the death god. Orochimaru fitted the mask to his face. The next moment, the shadow of the Shinigami loomed silently behind Orochimaru. The death god gazed at Orochimaru as if lost in contemplation. Orochimaru drew his Kusanagi blade and sliced open his own stomach. Blood streamed down, and behind him, the death god mirrored the gesture, gashing open its own belly. At once, the souls devoured by the Shinigami began to drift out in all directions. Those souls returned at last to the Pure Land. And Orochimaru's arms, restored at last, came back to him. He flexed his fingers, his hands, and with them, his jutsu, were his once more. The third Hokage was dead. Since his passing, it was Tsunade who had taken up the mantle of leading the leaf. Orochimaru regained the use of his hands, and with a sinister smile, he said, "I bet not even my teacher would have guessed how I managed to get my hands back in such a short time." Now that his hands were restored, Orochimaru could once again pursue his research into forbidden jutsu. Meanwhile, Kabuto Yakushi had mastered the art of the reanimation jutsu. He now needed to collect as many powerful bodies for Orochimaru as possible. And right next to Konoha was the perfect target, Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds. But this put Kabuto in a bit of a predicament. First of all, the peace treaty between Konoha and Kumogakure hadn't been dissolved. It was still safely stored in the Hokage's office. Not that it mattered much to Kabuto, anyway. Disguising himself was child's play for him. With just half a day's effort, Kabuto could completely reinvent his appearance. The second problem was that Kabuto didn't know all that much about Orochimaru's objectives. He just wanted to find out, who were the renowned warriors of Kumogakure? Enough pondering. He decided to start his search at the Kage Cemetery. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Kabuto slipped into the burial grounds where the former Raikage were laid to rest. The first gravestone, A. The second gravestone, A. The third gravestone, still A. Kabuto felt a chill creep up his spine. Was Kumogakure really this obsessed with security? He could sense danger closing in. With no time to lose, Kabuto chose to dig at the third gravestone. He dug and dug, until finally he hit the coffin lid. Lifting the lid, what did he see? There, perfectly preserved and lifelike, lay a corpse. It was none other than the third Raikage himself. Without hesitation, Kabuto hefted the third Raikage and dashed off. After all, this man was said to have both the strongest spear and shield among the Kage. His power was legendary. The next morning, Darui headed to the Umbu headquarters, passing by the Kage mausoleum on the way. Suddenly, his vision flickered. He thought he saw movement inside the cemetery. Darui hurried over to investigate. But he found no one. Only a large hole where a coffin was missing its occupant. He let out a quick sigh of relief. Phew! Thank goodness no one broke in. But as Darui turned to leave, A troubling thought struck him. He knelt by the edge of the pit, peered inside, and realized the corpse was really gone. A shiver ran down Darui's back. Who would dare steal the body of the third Reikage from Kyomogakure? Was this the work of a twisted mind, or simply a sign of moral collapse? It was truly unforgivable. He had to report this to the Reikage immediately. Over in the Reikage's office, the fourth Reikage, A, had been working on improving his temper lately. He had always been quick to anger in the past. But now, he managed to go 2 whole days without losing his temper or scolding anyone. The fourth Reikage felt as if he was finally achieving inner peace. Suddenly, the door was thrown open. Darui came running, panting for breath. Lord Reikage, something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong. The fourth Reikage frowned and said, if you've got something to report, just say it. Don't panic over nothing. Honestly, you're a member of the Umbu. Try to act like it. The fourth Reikage took a sip of tea and asked Darui, all right, so what's the problem? Darui answered in a fluster. Lord Reikage, someone has been robbed. The fourth Reikage's brow furrowed. Who? Your father. The fourth Reikage. Darui hurried to explain. Lord Reikage, it's true. It's your father. The body of the third Reikage is missing. He was known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Even in death, his body's toughness remains, so it never decayed. But now, the third Reikage has been stolen. Upon hearing Darui's words, the fourth Reikage erupted with fury. Blue arcs of lightning danced across his skin as he burst out of the room in a flash. At the Shadow Mausoleum, the fourth Reikage stood, his face dark as thunder, staring at the place where his father's body had been stolen. The fourth Reikage was trembling all over with rage. My father truly has been stolen. 2 days later, at the Sound Village, a battered and disheveled Kabuto finally staggered back. On his shoulder, he was hauling a mummy wrapped tightly in bandages. Orochimaru eyed the bundle and asked Kabuto what he dragged back. Kabuto unwrapped the bandages, revealing the third Reikage inside. Orochimaru jumped in shock, but his surprise quickly turned to thrilled excitement. The third Reikage, this was legendary. The strongest shield and the strongest spear. This body was a treasure trove for a scientist. Orochimaru praised him. Kabuto, you've really outdone yourself this time. To actually steal the third Reikage. Orochimaru already had a plan forming. To transform the third Reikage body into a puppet. But not a conventional puppet used by a puppeteer. This would be a puppet with simple self-awareness. One that only responded to its master's commands. The master wouldn't even need chakra threads to control it. All it would take was a single word to activate it. A puppet crafted from the third Reikage body would be in another league entirely compared to Sasori's works. After all, this was the mighty third Reikage's flesh. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Uchiha compound in Konohagakure, Tsunade, newly appointed to her position, had come to find Sasuke. Tsunade still owed Sasuke money. Back at the Hot Springs Village Casino, Sasuke had helped her out, and Tsunade had used that money to buy Shizun's freedom from her previous employer. When she saw Sasuke, Tsunade said, I owe you a lot of money, but I don't have the means to pay you yet. Sasuke replied, then let's make a bet. If you win, I won't take a single coin. Tsunade said, you've won. I promise you one thing, anything you want. Sasuke replied, let's just play a simple game, guessing whether the dice will roll high or low. The dice rattled in the cup. Tsunade felt a twinge of unease, yet she silently prayed for luck. Sasuke bet on high, and Tsunade, by default, chose low. The cover came off the dice. Fim de Yuni no 6. High. Once again, Sasuke was declared the winner. I've lost again. Defeated, Tsunade stood up, intending to leave. She said, a promise is a promise. Even though I keep losing, I can always accept defeat with grace. And although I am the Hokage, the village coffers are empty these days. Once I have the money, you'll get your 10 million, as agreed. With those words, Tsunade left without another glance. Sasuke was left rather baffled. What luck, really? Betting against me? Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the village hidden by rain, the preparations for the reanimation jutsu ritual were finally complete. For everyone present, this was an utterly novel experience. Orochimaru, in particular, was eager to witness such a miracle. The return of the dead to the world of the living. Having regained use of his arms through a pact with the Shinigami, Orochimaru's command of ninjutsu was restored. The assembly gathered in full. There were Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, the gaunt and haunted Nagato, Konin, and Tendo Pain. And finally, there was Tobi, though for now, to everyone there, he was still Uchiha Madara. The mask on his face remained firmly in place. Nagato said nothing, but Tendo Pain spoke. Madara, you're asking me to use the samsara of heavenly life technique now? Tobi nodded. That's exactly why I gave you the Rinnegan. And when you've performed the technique, I'll save you. After this is done, your debt to me is wiped clean. You can keep the Rinnegan, no strings attached. If the real Madara from the Pure Land could see this scene, he'd be furious enough to spring back to life on the spot. His precious Rinnegan, used by Toby to earn favors. Pain pressed on. How exactly am I supposed to trust you? Toby spoke coolly. You don't have a choice. You must trust me. And besides, if all goes as planned, this will become your one and only way to revive Yahiko. Those words found their mark. Nagato's heart stirred, not out of fear or threat, but at the thought of bringing Yahiko back. Yahiko's death had always haunted him. If Nagato had wielded the Rinnegan's true power from the beginning, perhaps Yahiko would never have died. But nothing in life is ever perfect. It was Yahiko's death that awakened the true force of the Rinnegan within Nagato and turned him into the person he had become. Sasuke gazed at Nagato, whose body was as thin as a skeleton, skin stretched taut over sharp bones. This was because most of the chakra within Nagato had been drained by the demonic statue of the outer path to maintain its own activation. All these years, Nagato had never possessed enough chakra to properly sustain himself. When revived with the impure world reincarnation, Nagato could absorb Killer Bee's tailed beast cloak using the Preta path and regain his youth. In that case, shouldn't he be able to do something similar in his current state? Sasuke turned to Nagato and asked, "Can you use the Preta path ability to absorb chakra?" Nagato gave a slight nod, and Sasuke continued, "Good, then absorb my chakra right now." Nagato hesitated for a moment. "You? Even if I drain all your chakra, I doubt it would make much of a difference." Sasuke's lips curled with a confident smile. "You might not trust me, but you can trust the power of the tailed beasts." Suddenly, deep blue-black chakra welled up around Sasuke, forming layer upon layer of the tailed beast cloak. Nagato was visibly amazed by this sight. So, the two tails that vanished years ago really was hidden in the Leaf Village. Still, he didn't press for details. With Conan's support, Nagato climbed down from the apparatus that held him upright. Nagato placed his hand upon Sasuke's tailed beast cloak and intoned softly, "Preta path." At once, the chakra cloak around Sasuke began rapidly vanishing, until his true form stood revealed. At the same moment, a remarkable transformation took place in Nagato. His ashen white hair flushed into a glossy, vibrant red. Flesh and muscle filled out beneath his skin. He was still thin, but no longer reduced to skin and bones. The deep lines and wrinkles smoothed from his face, and Nagato regained the appearance of his youth once more. Conan's eyes went wide with shock as she exclaimed, "Nagato, if you could recover like this, why didn't you just go after a tailed beast host last night?" Nagato could only reply with silence. He'd grown so accustomed to fighting through the 6 paths of pain that he'd hardly considered what else was possible for himself. Yet, if things really went according to Obito's plan, and the dead could truly be brought back to life, Nagato resolved, no matter if it cost him his own life, he would revive Yahiko. Conan turned to Obito. "And what exactly is your guarantee that Nagato will survive?" The samsara of heavenly life technique kills its user once performed. With a sweeping gesture, Obito signaled. Suddenly, a white Zetsu appeared before Nagato. This Zetsu had mastered the art of reincarnation from self. They merely needed to transfer Zetsu's life force to Nagato through this technique, and all would be well. Sasuke's plan was flawless. Everyone gave their consent. Revitalized, Nagato found his body a bit unfamiliar, but it was undoubtedly better than controlling the paths of pain from afar. The ritual began. Orochimaru bit his finger, swiftly formed hand seals. With a slap, he pressed his palm to the ground. The impure world reincarnation. In the next moment, as if from the realm of the dead itself, countless fragments seemed to materialize out of thin air. These fragments congregated on white Zetsu's body, gradually forming the likeness of Rin. Rin stood quietly before them, her eyes shut tight. Obito reached out, wanting to touch Rin, but he could never quite take that final step. He stared at the cracks on Rin's face, at the coldness of her lifeless body, and all he felt was an aching pain deep within his heart. Back then, he hadn't even dared to confess his feelings. And yet, it was Kakashi who had pierced right through her. Reason told Obito that it was all to prevent the Three Tails from rampaging through Konoha, but the agony, his tomo whirling straight into Mangekyo, was far too great to be subdued by reason alone. Even if Kakashi hadn't killed Rin, when the Three Tails lost control, Rin would have died anyway. Obito took a deep breath. His sorrow hardened into anger. "So the Three Tails, huh? You like running wild, do you? Fine, just wait. Once Rin is brought back, I'll come find you myself. I want to see for myself. Will you dare go on a rampage in front of the demonic statue of the Outer Path?" Orochimaru watched Obito's state, finding it all faintly amusing. To Orochimaru, Obito was shrouded in mystery. housing a formidable strength. And yet, even someone like that could be moved by emotion. To have feelings meant to have a weakness. Obito had chosen his own unique weakness. Without emotions, there would be no weakness. That, Orochimaru mused, will be true perfection. I'm about to restore Rin's consciousness, Orochimaru said. Don't you want to take off your mask? Obito's body stiffened at the suggestion. Remove the mask. His hand hovered at the edge of the yellow, tiger-striped mask, but then he shook his head. No, if I did, I'd risk scaring Rin. After all, the way Obito looked now was far too frightening. Orochimaru let out a low, amused chuckle, then deftly revived Rin's consciousness. Slowly, Rin opened her eyes. They were full of bewilderment and confusion. Why am I here? Didn't I already die? When Obito saw Rin's consciousness return, he wanted to say something to her, but the words just wouldn't come. He turned away, as if he were some weary hermit, with one hand tucked behind his back. Rin spotted Obito. Step by step, she walked toward him from behind, and wrapped her arms around him in a gentle embrace. Obito did not phase out. He let himself feel Rin's arms around him, solid and true. On the surface, he remained composed, but inside, a storm was raging. In a low voice, Obito asked, "What are you doing?" Being shorter, Rin could only press against his chest. Hearing his words, she gave a soft laugh and replied gently, "You haven't changed at all." Obito's whole body tensed. Lin continued, "Obito, I've seen everything you've done. In another world, I saw you make many mistakes. I tried with all my might to stop you, but nothing made a difference." A dazed look crossed Obito's face. Even Lin, did she think she had done something wrong? Lin stepped in front of Obito and slowly removed the mask from his face. She saw Obito's face. A gentle smile appeared on Lin's lips as she said to him, "You're just as handsome as you were before." Obito's hand reached out, trembling, towards Lin's face. He was afraid this was nothing but a dream. When Obito's hand touched Lin's scarred face, that memory surged up in his heart once more. Kakashi, by his own hand, had killed Lin. Obito had given his own eye to Kakashi as a gift for becoming a Jonin, asking Kakashi to protect Lin in his stead. But Kakashi had turned around and killed Lin. Through his own eye, Obito saw the look on Lin's face. Suddenly, Lin spoke. "Obito, don't hate Kakashi. It was I who asked him to kill me back then." Hearing those words from Lin, Obito's expression turned cold and emotionless. He said nothing, putting his tiger pattern mask back on. Lin sensed something was wrong. She hastily called out, "Obito, wait." But this time, Lin's hand passed through Obito's body, and his figure slowly faded away. Lin was left standing there, bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Why had Obito's attitude changed so suddenly? Sasuke placed a hand gently on Lin's shoulder and said to her, "You were Kakashi's and Obito's classmate. I'm Kakashi's student. I guess I should call you Big Sister." Big Sister Lin, the Obito we know now isn't the Obito you knew as a child. Ever since you died, all he's done, right or wrong, has been for the sake of bringing you back. You must have seen it all. But this was the moment you brought up Kakashi. Lin started to explain. "That's not what I meant." Sasuke nodded. "I know, but Obito misunderstood. Basically, he's jealous. And now, I guess he's already made his way to the Leaf Village to find Kakashi." In the hidden Leaf Village, the sky was dark, the wind was sharp, and a blood-red moon hung overhead. Kakashi was fast asleep, slumbering soundly. Even in his sleep, he never removed his mask. There were exactly 3 items on the table beside him: a small desk lamp, a short sword, and an old photograph. Minato stood in the back. Lin was in the middle, while Kakashi and Obito stood apart, sulking and refusing to look at each other. Once, this had been a heartwarming scene, but to Obito now, it was nothing but bitter mockery. With a sweep of his arm, Obito sent the photograph flying out the window. The sudden noise roused Kakashi in an instant. Seeing Obito appear in his room, he immediately slipped into combat mode. Swiftly, Kakashi formed hand seals. Chidori, lightning blade. Lightning-style chakra surged into Kakashi's palm, crackling with a piercing screech. It was this very jutsu Kakashi had once used to end Rin's life. Obito's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Kakashi lunged toward Obito, but his Chidori simply passed through. Obito looked at him with a mocking sneer. "Foolish. Kakashi, you're no match for me now." Hearing the tone in Obito's voice, Kakashi felt more certain. They knew each other. Kakashi pressed further. "Who are you, really?" Obito did not answer. Instead, he drew a Tachi blade from the mysterious realm of Kamui. Obito charged, closing the distance in an instant. Kakashi moved to defend, but Obito's body slipped through his own. The flash of the blade, however, did not. The arc of steel left a deep wound across Kakashi's chest, down to the bone. Realizing Obito's dangerous skill, Kakashi wasted no time with hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire. Flames erupted from Kakashi's hands. The firelight ballooned, bursting forth in a brilliant, blinding flash. The powerful explosion demolished the house. Kakashi's silhouette vanished in the chaos. At the same moment, the blast drew the attention of Konoha's ANBU. Obito stood atop the ruins of Kakashi's room, watching as ANBU operatives rushed in from all sides. He declared, "Kakashi, you won't get away." Suddenly, from beneath the rubble, a massive stone was flung aside. Kakashi emerged, his Mangekyo Sharingan revealed at last. He locked eyes with Obito. Kamui. Instinctively, space twisted. A powerful, irresistible force tried to pull Obito apart, yet he walked through the shifting void without the slightest hindrance. Seeing this, Kakashi was stunned into disbelief. This was his ace up the sleeve, his most formidable technique. He had never failed with it before. Obito appeared behind him, his voice low and cold. "Kakashi, using the jutsu I gave you against me? Isn't that a bit naive? You're still as arrogant and as foolish as ever." Space warped. Both he and Kakashi vanished together. Inside the dimension of Kamui, Kakashi trembled uncontrollably, his pupils wide with shock. Those words a moment ago. Kakashi realized who Obito was, but still couldn't accept it. This masked man was the one who killed Minato and unleashed the Nine Tails. If it truly was Obito, Kakashi looked at Obito in utter disbelief. Slowly, Obito lifted his mask. Every scar on his face seemed to taunt Kakashi with accusation. Obito glared at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, you call yourself my closest friend, and yet you didn't even recognize me. Doesn't that shame you at all?" Kakashi was in shock. "It really is you, Obito. You're alive. Why did you kill our sensei?" Unable to contain the questions burning in his heart, Kakashi finally voiced them aloud. But Obito replied, "Minato Namikaze, the so-called Yellow Flash of the ninja world, the fastest ninja alive, yet he couldn't save us when we were in mortal danger. He was never worthy of being my teacher." This was the knot Obito could never untie in his heart. Back then, at Canopy Bridge, Obito's team was ambushed by enemy shinobi from the land of Earth. In that desperate moment, Obito had saved Kakashi, though he loathed his own lack of strength. But later, those feelings twisted into resentment toward Minato. Minato was praised as the Yellow Flash, his speed unrivaled across the entire world of shinobi. And Kakashi even wore a kunai marked with a Flying Thunder God seal. But even with that, it made no difference. Back at Canopy Bridge, Minato was occupied with another mission and never came to save Obito's team. Obito couldn't help but find it all miserably ironic. In Minato's eyes, a mission was apparently more important than the lives of his own students. Becoming Hokage, that, too, mattered more to Minato than the safety of his disciples. When Obito finally faced Minato in battle, he yearned for his teacher to realize that the one before him was Obito, his own student. But Minato failed to recognize his pupil. How utterly laughable! Young Obito had dreamed that, when he faced his sensei, he would be recognized. Instead, Minato looked upon him as a stranger. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Obito's words struck Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. His whole body trembled. He wanted to defend their teacher, to speak up for Minato. But Kakashi could find no excuse. He remembered when he became a jonin, and Minato gave him a special kunai. That kunai never left Kakashi's side, a silent reminder of his teacher's belief in him. But at Canopy Bridge, Obito died. Rin died, too. Obito's hand lunged for Kakashi's chest. But this time, Kakashi did not move. Obito's hand passed straight through Kakashi's body. Yet even as he lashed out, Obito's heart twisted painfully. "Why didn't you dodge?" Facing Obito, Kakashi responded quietly, "Obito, if hating me will lessen the pain in your heart, then I hope my death will be enough for you." Obito jerked his hand back, shouting in rage, "Stop pretending. Kakashi, I gave you my eye and asked you to protect Rin in my place. But you're the one who killed her." In a moment of anguish, Kakashi dug out his own eye with 2 fingers and handed it back to Obito. "Your eye. I'm giving it back." Obito snatched back what once was his without hesitation and put it into his socket. Tears of blood streamed down his face. Glaring at Kakashi, Obito demanded angrily, "Kakashi, if you had the chance to trade your life for Rin's, to die so she could live, would you take it?" Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi broke into a smile of genuine relief. He turned to Obito and said, "Obito, do you mean it? Really? Day and night, I've longed for an opportunity like this. If I could, I'd gladly trade my life for Rin's. That way, the guilt in my heart would finally ease, if only a little." Seeing the expression on Kakashi's face, Obito could tell he wasn't lying. Obito shook off Kakashi's hand and said, You'll live your whole life buried under that guilt. With those words, Obito turned and left. The mirrored reflections surrounding Kakashi shattered like illusions dissolving in water, and Kakashi was expelled from the Kamui space. He found himself surrounded by ANBU operatives, all of whom were anxiously checking on him. Kakashi, are you alright? Kakashi felt a hollow ache where his left eye had once been. His voice was faint but steady, I'm fine. And with that, he collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Perhaps it was that pain, both physical and emotional, that brought him a measure of relief. Once, Kakashi had promised Obito that he'd protect Rin. Even though the circumstances had been dire, the fact remained, Kakashi had ended Rin's life. That was an irrefutable truth. No matter how he tried to justify it, his hands were stained with blood. And above all, it should not have been Obito who died that day. The boulder. It was supposed to have fallen on him. But it was Obito who pushed him out of the way. As those gruesome scars on Obito's face flashed through Kakashi's mind, a surge of anguish cut through his heart like a blade. Obito. He must have suffered so much. That's the only way he could have survived. Meanwhile, in another place, Hidden Rain Village, space warped and twisted, and Obito returned. This time he wore no mask. Perhaps he was tired of hearing that name from Rin's lips, so he said, I didn't kill Kakashi. He's simply not worth my time anymore. But Rin noticed Obito now had both his eyes. Rin didn't question it. She stepped closer, gently taking Obito's hand. She could feel how tense his body was. In the Pure Land, Rin had seen with her own eyes all that Obito had done for her, and so she understood his feelings completely. In her youth, Rin had admired Kakashi. It wasn't love, more a quiet reverence, the way one looks up to a strong or exceptional person. She knew that Kakashi did not reciprocate those feelings. And so, Rin realized clearly who truly cared for her, and understood how she ought to choose for herself in the future. Without question, it was Obito. Still, being a girl, there were things Rin found hard to say aloud. And Obito himself, well, he'd always kept things bottled up. He was introverted even before his descent into darkness, and after that turn, he merely hid it deeper. Witnessing this scene, Nagato urged, Madara, I'm about to use the samsara of heavenly life technique. Once Rin has been fully revived, you two can catch up. With those words, everyone stepped aside. Nagato began to form hand seals. The sequence was simple, yet with every seal, he felt his strength drain, as if each gesture pulled the life right out of him. At last, he completed the final seal. Sweat streamed down Nagato's face as he shouted, Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. In the next moment, a colossal king of hell manifested. Its mouth opened wide, tongue unfurling, and with a force that defied the laws of the world, it tore Rin's soul from the Pure Land and brought it back. But the price was nothing less than Nagato's own life. Before their eyes, the cracks on Rin's face began to disappear. Her once stiff body regained its warmth and color. Her dark eyes faded to white. Rin was truly alive again. Obito, seeing Rin appear once more before him, was overwhelmed with emotion. He could feel Rin's small, gentle hand gripping his bloodied one, and the sensation was so dreamlike it felt unreal. Rin had returned to life, but Nagato, having spent the last of his strength, was now on the brink of death. Just then, hello. With a light-hearted greeting, White Zetsu made his entrance. He swiftly formed hand seals, then pressed his palm against Nagato's chest. A surge of White Zetsu's vitality flooded into Nagato's body. Color returned to Nagato's cheeks. His excitement, however, wasn't because he had slipped free from Obito's grasp, but because the samsara of heavenly life technique truly worked, and he could survive it. Turning to Konan, he exclaimed, Konan, Yahiko. Yahiko can be saved. Konan cautioned, Nagato, don't get worked up. There's no need to rush reviving Yahiko. But Nagato could not contain himself. He began the hand seals again. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. This time, blood-tinged tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. His voice was hoarse, nearly lost. Even in top condition, using the Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique twice in a row was nearly impossible for Nagato. But for Yahiko's sake, he no longer cared about the cost. Once more, the King of Hell appeared. Yahiko's soul was drawn into the body of Deva Path Pain. But nothing happened. No sign of life for a long while. Yet another White Zetsu appeared and offered one more thread of life to Nagato. Nagato, now utterly drained, looked at Deva Path Pain with hope that swiftly faded into disappointment. Did I fail? Konan's eyes brimmed with tears, but she tried to comfort Nagato. It's all right. Perhaps it's just that Yahiko has been gone too long, or maybe his soul simply doesn't wish to return. One by one, everyone quietly left. Inside the vast chamber, only Nagato and Tendo Pain remained. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, Yahiko. Others might not have noticed, but Nagato knew the truth. Ever since the Rinne rebirth technique had taken effect, Nagato had lost his connection to Tendo Pain and could no longer control him. There could be only one explanation. Another soul now resided within that body. Yahiko had succeeded in coming back to life, though he hid this fact from everyone else. Nagato didn't fully understand Yahiko's reasons, but he respected his choice all the same. He never revealed that Yahiko had been resurrected. Having twice used the Rinne rebirth technique in a single day, Nagato's physical vitality had been restored by white Zetsu, but the weariness lingered. Looking at Yahiko, Nagato spoke. Yahiko, I haven't given up on our dream. The Akatsuki, even now, still strives for peace. I know, Nagato. You've worked so hard, Yahiko replied. Nagato continued. Yahiko, let me help you remove those black rods from your body. Will that hurt a lot? Yahiko shook his head and answered softly. No need. Just let them remain inside me. I have been dead for so many years. Without these black rods, how could I continue to carry our dream forward? These black rods, piercing his body, were uncomfortable, painful, and disfiguring. Yet that was better than lacking strength. Yahiko still possessed the power of the Tendo, granted by the Rinnegan. Although he now lived again, his body had already been reforged into that of Tendo. So even in life, Yahiko retained Tendo's formidable power. Nagato asked again if it hurt. Yahiko, as if he had forgotten how to smile, quietly replied, Suffering keeps the memory alive, reminds me of the price of power. It also makes me cherish this strength even more. Nagato pressed on. Then why don't you let Conan know you're alive? Yahiko looked at his own body. In this state, alive or dead, what difference did it make? His feelings for Conan were tangled and deep. Having grown up side by side, it was undeniable that they harbored affection for each other. Yet, after everything they had endured together, Yahiko knew that personal feelings meant nothing compared to world peace. Nagato asked again, Wouldn't this be deceiving Conan? Yahiko answered, If it's deception, let it be my own deceit. The relationship among Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko was intricate and fraught. Once, Conan and Yahiko liked each other. Yet, neither had ever admitted their feelings. And as for Nagato, he too cherished a quiet, unspoken affection for Conan, but buried it deep within, knowing that from the very start, it was always Conan and Yahiko who depended on each other. 2 days later, in Amagay-Cure, Yahiko sat alone atop a rooftop, gazing down over the entire village. Cold indifference filled his Rinnegan eyes. Relentless rain poured down, washing over Yahiko's body. Suddenly, he sensed a sheet of paper fluttering toward him from behind. Remarkably, the paper remained untouched by the rain. More and more paper gathered behind Yahiko, swirling together until they formed Conan's silhouette. Conan stood silently behind him, her gaze also sweeping across Amagay-Cure. She spoke softly. Isn't it beautiful? Yahiko nodded. Conan continued. This is our village, after all. Once, Hanzo of the Salamander schemed to have you killed, and after that, we inherited your will. We carried on Akatsuki's legacy and rebuilt Amagay-Cure. If only you could see it now, how wonderful that would be. Yahiko replied. Perhaps he already has. All at once, Conan seized Yahiko's arm. He instinctively tried to pull away, afraid that using Shinra Tensei would hurt her. Conan felt the pulse beneath Yahiko's skin, the steadfast beat of his heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her face as she choked out. Yahiko, you're alive again. Why didn't you tell me? Yahiko's body trembled. He stood up abruptly, turning away from her so she wouldn't see his face. From behind, Conan wrapped her arms around him, sobbing. Yahiko, why didn't you tell me? Why? Yahiko replied quietly. Does it really matter if I live or die? Isn't it my body that stands here fighting by your side? You and Nagato, both of you, have your own dreams and ideals to pursue. My return is just a minor embellishment. In fact, without these black rods, I'd even be a burden to you both. I wish I could go back to those days, return to that time, and start training alongside you. Maybe then, I wouldn't be any weaker than I am now. But it's too late. Time won't turn back. All I can do now is work toward our shared dream with the body I have. If that's the case, then I am pain. Whether I've really come back or not, does it truly matter? His words were the voice of unyielding logic. But women follow their hearts. Through her tears, Conan insisted, It matters. It matters so much. Yahiko, you're our anchor. You're the founder of Akatsuki. You were the one who first spoke of world peace. But most of all, I want you to live. For the three of us to be the way we were, wouldn't that be enough? Yahiko let out a self-deprecating laugh. We can't go back. Perhaps Yahiko was never meant to be resurrected. Too proud to accept this half-man, half-phantom existence. But even worse than his current state was the feeling of powerlessness. If only Yahiko had been strong enough back then, Conan would never have been held hostage. Nagato would never have lost control. Even now, Yahiko believed he still needed enough power. He once had a dream, to become Kami, someone who could change the world and bring peace to it. Nagato had succeeded in shaping Yahiko into a god. Even now, Yahiko didn't want to lose his strength. Though, he hated this side of himself. As she watched Yahiko's figure grow distant, Conan called out, "Yahiko, please don't lie to me, all right?" Yahiko nodded in response. Seeing this, Conan smiled with relief. She followed behind Yahiko as they walked toward the center of Amagakure. In the hidden mist village, upon a lake, a giant turtle with 3 tails was happily frolicking in the water. This was the 3 tails. The fate of the 3 tails had been rather pitiful. It had been sealed within 2 different hosts, both of whom died unnatural deaths. While tailed beasts were beings of raw chakra and could not truly die, they became weak each time a Jinchuriki perished. After losing 2 hosts in succession, the 3 tails had been reduced to hiding in this little lake to recover. Yet, this carefree lifestyle wasn't so bad. In fact, it was just what the 3 tails enjoyed most. Though stripped of much of its power, it no longer had to worry about humans scheming to seize its strength. A life without worries or restraints, roaming freely. This truly felt wonderful. But at that very moment, space began to twist on a tiny island at the center of the lake, and a man in an indigo blue cloak appeared. His hair was jagged and short, his eyes glimmered red, and scars twisted fiercely across the right side of his face. The moment the 3 tails sensed this man's chakra, its heart skipped a beat. Oh, why did it feel like the good times were about to end? As panic surged within the 3 tails, Obito's left eye sharpened its focus, and space began to warp around the beast. With a distortion in space, one of the 3 tails' tails was severed clean off. It let out a roar of pain. Its massive body sent waves crashing across the lake, unsettling the surface. Obito gazed at the 3 tails, growing more irritated the longer he looked. Fond of rampaging, are you? Too arrogant for your own good? Very well. Let's see just how wild you can get. Obito called out, 3 tails, don't worry. I'm not the least bit interested in your measly strength. I'm here simply because you annoy me, and I feel like giving you a beating. The 3 tails was momentarily stunned. What kind of explanation was that? Yet the pain radiating from his lost tail was all too real. Enraged, the 3 tails began to gather energy for a tailed beast ball. With a deep rumble, the massive sphere of chakra compressed into a line, blasting straight at Obito, only to pass through him entirely, obliterating the small island beneath his feet. Obito stared at the now footless surface of the lake. A bluish chakra began to shimmer across his body, rapidly forming into a skeleton of glowing blue, then solidifying into the complete form of the Susanoo. The fully manifested Susanoo stood atop the lake, every step it took sending tidal waves surging across the surface. The 3 tails looked on in terror, ancient memories of dread rising up from deep within. But Obito gave the beast no chance to recover. The complete Susanoo closed its massive hand around the 3 tails' neck, then landed a devastating punch on its head. The force of the blow left the 3 tails reeling, its senses spinning. If the 3 tails hadn't been indispensable, Obito would have already finished it off. Instead, he continued his relentless assault, pounding away for a full half-hour, until crimson tears of blood streamed from his eyes, and even the thick turtle shell on the 3 tails' back began to crack under the onslaught. At last, Obito let the Susanoo vanish. Standing atop the great turtle's battered head, he spat out, "From now on, if you ever see me, stay out of my way. Every time I see you, I'll beat you up again." The 3 tails trembled with fear, shuddering in silence. Meanwhile, in the hidden leaf village, inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, was buried in paperwork when the door suddenly swung open. Shikaku Nara stepped in. "Lady Hokage, we've received a mysterious request," he reported. Tsunade sighed in exasperation. "If it's a request, you can handle it yourself, can't you? Why come to me?" Shikaku hesitated, then explained, "The request comes from a descendant of the Land of Illusions." Tsunade paused, frowning slightly. "The Land of Illusions?" Shikaku nodded. "Exactly. An ancient realm, older even than the Warring States period, long before the founding of the Leaf. The Land of Illusions king once possessed a mysterious, or known as the Stone of Jelal, granting their people extraordinary power. With this power, they established their nation. Yet, for reasons lost to history, the kingdom vanished overnight. The one who sent the request is named Hyen, a caravan steward who travels between countries. We've kept him under covert surveillance, because he may possess clues relating to the Stone of Jelal." Tsunade considered this. And what does this have to do with us? Shikaku replied evenly. If we acquire the Stone of Jello, we'd finally have a way to stand up to the Uchiha. Konoha may have the Nine Tails, but lately, the Nine Tails has grown far too close to the Uchiha. At this, Tsunade's anger flared. She'd spent years away from the village, but knew all too well what had driven Minato to his death. Ever since she lost Dan and Nawaki, Tsunade had turned her back on the village, taking solace in gambling. Even so, her respect for Minato was unwavering. What she hadn't expected was that Minato's own child would be treated this way by the very village he sacrificed everything to protect. Tsunade thundered, her voice ringing out, "Back then, you all treated Naruto this way, and now you resent him for getting close to the Uchiha. If you had given Naruto even a little bit of care and warmth, he wouldn't have ended up like this." Shikaku Nara replied, "But if we do that, then the villagers will have nowhere to vent their anger." Tsunade shot back, "Then don't expect Naruto to deal with the Uchiha. Let the villagers you trust so much take on the Uchiha themselves. You must understand, some people simply aren't worth protecting. Naruto is the son of a hero, and he is also the host of the Nine Tails." Shikaku saw what Tsunade was getting at, but it was simply too late for regrets. The power in Konoha was now, for the most part, in the hands of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku was the captain of the Konoha military police force. Uchiha Itachi served as the head of the Umbu Black Ops. The authority of Konoha's top leaders was dwindling with each passing day. This shift in power made the entire Nara clan deeply uneasy. After all, when the third Hokage had suppressed the Uchiha, it was largely Shikaku who had provided strategy and counsel. Now the Nara clan lived in fear that, in time, the Uchiha would seek retribution. That was why they were so eager to weaken the Uchiha's power and influence. After a thoughtful pause, Tsunade turned to Shikaku and said, "I'll leave this matter in your hands." Shikaku nodded in response. This time, the official mission was to search for a snow ferret, just a C-rank task on paper. But in reality, it was a mission more dangerous than most S-rank assignments. The next day, at Konoha's training grounds, Teams 7, 8, and 10 were assembled at the field. Shikaku faced the three teams, announcing, "Today, our village has accepted a special request. However, this mission will not be carried out in the usual teams. Instead, we will form temporary squads by selecting one ninja from each group. The goal is to foster better teamwork between ninjas from different squads. From Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki. From Team 8, Sakura Haruno. From Team 10, Shikamaru Nara. Team Leader, Kakashi Hitaki." This new squad was to exist only for the duration of this mission. When he heard his own name being called, Shikamaru rolled his eyes and muttered, "What a drag. Dad, couldn't you just pull some strings for once?" Shikaku just glared at his son. "Enough. Not another word. The team will set out soon. Your destination is the Land of Waves. Kakashi will brief you on the details later." Sasuke, hearing he wasn't involved, simply took Hinata's soft hand and strolled away with her. The sight of Sasuke holding her hand drew everyone's attention, and Hinata blushed with shyness. But Sasuke couldn't have cared less. With a calm smile, Sasuke turned to Hinata and suggested, "Hinata, shall we go have a picnic in the woods?" Hinata nodded. "All right, Sasuke-kun. What would you like to eat? I'll go make it for you." Sasuke thought for a moment before replying, "As long as it's something you make, I'll like it." Suddenly, Sasuke caught sight of several familiar figures. They were Sasuke's classmates. He didn't know their names, but he remembered clearly they had bullied Hinata in the past. Hinata had already gone home to prepare the food. Sasuke had no intention of letting those boys off the hook. He walked up behind the three youths. He noticed the forehead protectors they wore. Turns out, they were also ninja. Sasuke called out, halting them. "Hey, you three, it's been a while, hasn't it?" The three turned around awkwardly, looking at Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, long time no see." Excitement gleamed in Sasuke's eyes as he looked at the headbands on their foreheads. "So you've all become outstanding ninja too? In that case, let's have a fair duel, ninja against ninja." The moment Sasuke spoke, the three of them were struck with terror. "Wait, hold on, please wait. Sasuke-kun, the three of us just failed a mission." This only piqued Sasuke's interest further. "You failed a mission? Tell me about it. I'll point out where you went wrong." Just as the three ninja were about to make an excuse, Sasuke's face darkened. "And you wouldn't want to see your parents thrown in the Konoha jail by the police force tomorrow, would you?" The threat sent the three boys into a panic. That was the reality of the Uchiha now. Just a made-up charge was enough to send any villager to jail. It was said the Uchiha clan had a special prison of their own, guarded year-round by their own clan members. Reluctantly, the three ninja braced themselves. "Then, we'll trouble you, Sasuke-kun, to correct our mistakes." It wasn't that they were cowards. It was that the Uchiha truly would do such things. Just like after the Nine Tails catastrophe, the Uchiha clan was forced to the village's outskirts. Their former compound had been handed over to another family. Then, on the flimsy charge of littering and damaging the environment, the entire family was thrown into jail. They still hadn't been released to this day. Even the third Hokage, alive at the time, didn't dare interfere too much. They had become scapegoats for the Uchiha's anger. Just as Sasuke was about to teach them a lesson, Kakashi suddenly called out, "Sasuke, don't bully them." Sasuke decided to give Kakashi some respect. He let the three go. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. A bandage was now wrapped around Kakashi's left eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan had been returned to Obito. Kakashi had earned the title Copy Ninja thanks to that Sharingan. But now, Kakashi no longer possessed it. Sasuke asked, "Sensei, without the Sharingan, how do you plan to face your enemies?" Kakashi replied, "I still have my short sword. Before I ever gained the Sharingan, my swordsmanship was already exceptional. It's just that after obtaining this eye, I relied too much on its ability to copy techniques. Now that it's gone, I feel like I've returned to my original path. Perhaps, living without the Sharingan was always meant to be my destiny." If Kakashi had never received the Sharingan, he might have dedicated himself to mastering the sword. Perhaps he would have become the second White Fang of the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the Land of Wind, at Sunagakure, along the northern coastline, golden sand stretched beneath the feet of Sunaгаkure's shinobi as they rehearsed on the beach. Chiyo's death had left a profound mark on Gaara. After her passing, Kankuro resolved to become the world's greatest puppeteer. He wanted to carry on Chiyo's legacy. However, the white secret technique was a forbidden art, far beyond what the then inexperienced Kankuro could control. All he could do for now was use the peculiar puppets he had crafted himself for practice. Gaara sat quietly on the shore, observing all of this in silence. During this period, even Shikaku had been uncharacteristically quiet. Gaara realized that Shikaku, contrary to his reputation, was not a fearless mad spirit after all. He too had things that frightened him. After witnessing Shikaku's humiliating side, the reverence Gaara once held for him was gone. These days, Shikaku behaved himself and caused no more mischief. Even while Gaara slept, Shikaku no longer tried to seize control of his body. That's because Shikaku had discovered that staying within the Jinchuriki's body was, in fact, the safest place to be. Although Shikaku would never admit it, Gaara's body was the best vessel he could hope for. Shikaku feared that if he lost this vessel, he might never find another so well-suited. Thus, he figured it was wise to treat Gaara with a bit more lenience, lest he push his host to the brink. Just then, the sand on the beach began to shift and swirl. Out from the sand emerged countless armored monsters. Clad in iron, wielding heavy hammers, these creatures launched a wild assault against Sunagakure's shinobi, striking down anyone in their path. Kankuro, seeing this, was actually somewhat excited. Swiftly, he maneuvered his puppet and sent it hurtling toward one of the monsters. But with a single punch, the monster shattered the puppet's head into pieces. Kankuro flew into a rage. How dare they treat the #1 puppeteer of the ninja world like this? From behind, Kankuro retrieved a white scroll. He unrolled one of its corners. White secret technique. Niramatsu, single man guard. If he couldn't control 10 puppets, then Kankuro would control just one. But when he tried, a pale mist swept by, and the battlefield once again became a blank canvas. Kankuro stood there, more than a little embarrassed. It seemed he couldn't control even a single puppet after all. Around him, the Sunagakure shinobi soon discovered these monsters would not die, no matter what they did. After the monsters were slain, they revived once more. A ninja shouted at Gaara, "Lord Kazekage, these creatures cannot be killed." Gaara nodded in acknowledgement and rose to his feet. He raised both hands. Sand waterfall funeral. Instantly, countless grains of golden sand surged forth, as though imbued with a will of their own. They swept around the sand ninja unharmed, closing in only on the undying monsters. The yellow sands clamped onto the undead creatures, ruthlessly dragging them down beneath the earth. Gaara thought to himself, if they cannot be killed, then let them be entombed forever beneath the sand. Countless armored monsters were buried deep in the sand. Suddenly, a dense mist rose up over the ocean's surface. Gaara ordered 3 flares to be launched. The flares burst through the haze, illuminating the sea, and revealed a massive ship like none they had ever seen before. The ship unleashed a barrage of cannon fire toward the shinobi of the sand. Gaara lifted his hands, summoning a mighty shield of golden sand. Explosions pounded the sand shield. Shockingly, the blast shattered it instantly. Despite the destruction, no one was harmed. Gaara gazed after the fleeing vessel. He wished to command the sands beneath the sea, but found himself still incapable of such a feat. Shikaku understood Gaara's intent and said, "Beg me, and I'll grant you my power." Gaara replied, "I don't need it." Shikaku bristled. "You don't want it? Well, I'm giving it to you anyway." Suddenly, Gaara felt a surge of chakra rushing through him. Under his command, the sands below the sea gathered to form a colossal sand claw, which crushed the ship in an instant. Shikaku whooped in excitement. "Did you see that? That's the power of the great Shikaku." Gaara remained silent. He was still not accustomed to interacting with Shikaku in this way. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the land of waves, Naruto, Sakura, as well as Shikamaru and Kakashi were searching for a weasel. Kakashi briefed them on the mission's details. Shikamaru groaned, his scalp tingling. "How troublesome. Do we really need me just to catch a weasel? Ugh, what a hassle." Kakashi was about to reply, when Naruto suddenly spotted the weasel. "Sure, I see it. Leave it to me," Naruto announced to Kakashi and the others. Rushing toward the weasel, Naruto found that the animal was surprisingly unafraid of people. The weasel stood up on its hind legs, staring straight at Naruto. With one swift move, Naruto grabbed the weasel by the scruff of its neck. He waved its tail back and forth, boasting to Sakura. "Hey, Sakura, pretty impressive, huh? Didn't I do great?" Sakura looked at him with mild annoyance. She wasn't particularly interested in Naruto's attempts to show off. From a young age, Sakura's mother taught her that, as a girl, no matter how powerful a ninja she became, it would be pointless. What truly mattered was marrying a boy from a distinguished family. After she met Sasuke, Sakura came to agree with her mother's words. Because Sasuke was just too handsome. Sakura was said to be the prettiest girl around. So her looks became her most potent weapon to capture Sasuke's heart, which meant that Sakura could never possibly fall for Naruto. Shikamaru watched Naruto's behavior and, sighing inwardly, rolled his eyes in resignation. Kakashi, remembering the advice from Shikakanara, looked at the three of them and said, "You three handle the mission. I'll go investigate something." Kakashi's true mission was to secretly look into the whereabouts of the Grellstone. After Kakashi took his leave, Naruto and his companions reached the outskirts of the Land of Waves, where Shikamaru gazed at the small village up ahead. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. Why was it that, in broad daylight, there was not even a hint of sunlight or warmth in this village? Before Shikamaru could dwell on the oddity, 5 undead creatures clad in armor suddenly appeared all around them. Seeing the undead monsters, Shikamaru let out a heavy sigh. What a pain. Sakura dealt a mighty blow, shattering the armored creature's shell, then stuffed an explosive tag inside. There was a deafening boom. When the smoke cleared, the chest of the undead monster had caved in, but inside, it was hollow, as if it were, like a clay figurine, with nothing but empty space inside the armor. Before Sakura could make sense of it, the monster's shattered chest began to regenerate as it rose up once more. Sakura shouted, "Everyone be careful. These monsters can come back to life." Suddenly, one of the monsters sprang from behind and seized Sakura in a crushing grip, locking her in place. Seeing this, Naruto called out, "Hang on, Sakura. I'll save you." But the remaining creatures seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly entangling Naruto with tight, relentless force. No matter if he used shadow clones or a Rasengan, Naruto could not break free from their grip. In his desperation, Naruto's eyes changed, slit-like pupils appeared, and fiery red chakra began to swirl around him. Crimson Rasengan. With a burst of Ninetales chakra, Naruto's Rasengan obliterated 4 of the undead monsters instantly. The surge of power tore them apart completely, leaving not even a chance for them to heal or reassemble. In those crucial moments when Naruto needed to break free from a deadlock, he could only rely on the Ninetales' strength. At this stage, even a small portion of the Ninetales' power was incredibly overwhelming for Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto reached Sakura's side. With a single punch, he destroyed the undead monster restraining Sakura, rescuing her just in time. Just then, a brilliant flash of sword light swept over from the distance. Naruto looked up. To his astonishment, he saw a blonde youth clad in silver armor. The blonde youth gave Naruto a thumbs down, making a contemptuous gesture. Naruto, of course, could not stand for that. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Massive replication. In an instant, a dozen shadow clones of Naruto charged at the blonde boy together. The blonde boy calmly swept his short sword across his chest. A flash of green light burst from his torso, and the short sword elongated into a longsword. A swirling green cyclone cloaked the blade. Wherever that Viridian cyclone passed, Naruto's shadow clones were scattered in the blink of an eye. With the shattering of the final clone, Naruto's real self lunged into the fray. Vermilion Rasengan. The red Rasengan clashed fiercely against the blonde youth's whirling green cyclone, erupting in a violent explosion. The ground split open from the blast, and both fighters tumbled together over the edge of the cliff. Just as Shikamaru rushed to save them, a loud mechanical rumble echoed from the direction of the village behind him. Turning toward the sound, Shikamaru saw an enormous moving fortress cresting the horizon. The titanic mobile castle creaked and groaned with every lumbering step. Shikamaru turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, you go find Kakashi-sensei to help Naruto. I'll go investigate that fortress." With the nine tails sealed inside Naruto, his safety was not an immediate concern. Besides, the situation had now grown far beyond what Shikamaru and Sakura could hope to handle alone. If things truly escalated, neither Shikamaru nor Sakura would be able to turn the tide. Their best option now was to find their teacher. A thought crossed Shikamaru's mind, despite his reluctance to admit it. If Sasuke were here now, none of this would be half as troublesome. Kakashi hadn't left long ago. They should be able to find him. Yet, Sakura's search for Kakashi nearly carried her out of the land of waves, and still, she couldn't discover his whereabouts. Out of options, Sakura could only return to Konoha to seek help from others. In Konoha, Sasuke and Hinata were having a picnic in the forest. Suddenly, Hinata sensed a surge of chakra. Activating her Byakugan, she turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke-kun, Sakura's back." "Is Sakura alone?" Sasuke asked. Hinata nodded. "Yes, she seems to be in some kind of trouble. Her chakra is in disarray." Just then, Sakura burst on the scene. Seeing Sasuke, she couldn't contain her excitement. "Hinata, Sasuke, Naruto's in trouble." Hinata's first instinct was to worry about her friend. Sasuke, however, insisted Sakura explain fully. "Undying monster, green mark, blonde boy, ermine." Sakura told them everything she had encountered. The realization dawned on Sasuke. Wasn't this all because of the Grellstone incident? That so-called Lord Hado, arrogant and blind to his own limits, wanted to build his ideal nation by harnessing the Grellstone's power. To build a nation without war, where the strong do not oppress the weak. A country conceived in the realm of ideals. Suddenly, Sasuke thought of something amusing. Hado wanted to create an ideal nation. The Akatsuki also sought to bring peace to the world of shinobi. Hado wished for a world without war. So did the Akatsuki. Hado was gathering the Grellstone. The Akatsuki were collecting tailed beasts. It struck Sasuke how uncannily similar their goals appeared. Yet, the Akatsuki truly aspired to create a peaceful ninja world, while Hado merely used the notion of an ideal nation as a facade, scheming to seize all the Grellstones for himself. If that was the case, he might as well let Hado see just what it takes to establish an ideal nation. Sasuke turned to Sakura and Hinata, saying, "Hinata, take Sakura back to rest. I'm going to rescue Naruto." With that, Sasuke summoned the gigantic serpent, Manda. Standing atop Manda, he sped towards the hidden rain village. Since Konoha bordered the rain village, Sasuke reached his destination swiftly. He sought out Nagato. Facing Nagato, he declared, "Nagato, there's someone out there trying to establish an ideal nation." Nagato looked puzzled. "And what exactly is an ideal nation?" Sasuke explained, "A nation without war, where the strong do not bully the weak." Nagato nodded. "That doesn't sound so bad. In fact, it's what I strive for as well." But Sasuke pressed on. "But what if the wars are started by him in the first place?" Nagato's confusion deepened. Sasuke went on. "The man seeking to create this ideal nation is named Hado. He wields a mineral known as the Grellstone, brimming with immense chakra. Hado dreams of exploiting its power to seize control of the shinobi world. His so-called ideal nation is nothing but a world ruled for his own ideals. Moreover, Hado commands a force of undying soldiers, children forced through his inhumane experiments, transformed into these warriors." Upon hearing this, Nagato stiffened, his fists clenched tight with righteous resolve. The Akatsuki might not have been a virtuous group, but they'd always honored Yahiko's dream, striving toward peace for the world. This was their belief, their purpose in action as well. But now, someone sought to corrupt the concept of an ideal nation, using it as a banner to wreak havoc upon the shinobi world. This was something the Akatsuki could not tolerate. Nagato would never let Yahiko's dream be trampled by Hado's ambitions. Nagato said, "I'd like to see for myself just how powerful this so-called Hado and this Grellstone truly are. Sasuke, consider this a favor owed. I'll help. Do you have intelligence on Hado's whereabouts?" Sasuke replied, "No concrete intel on Hado himself, but he has 3 followers, Camilla, Rank, and Fuga. They seem to possess shape-shifting abilities." Nagato fell silent for a moment. Thinking to himself, if Hato was using the ideals of a perfect world as a cover, then his group must surely be formidable. Just in case, the Six Paths of Pain personally took action to confront Heidi. Kisame Hashigaki faced off against Camilla. Haiden engaged in battle with rank. Sasori of the Red Sand confronted Fugai. Every member of the Akatsuki possessed the power to vanquish even the strongest shadows. Now, Nagato had sent no less than 3 Akatsuki members, along with the Six Paths of Pain themselves, to deal with Heidi. This alone showed Heidi more respect than anyone else ever could. Meanwhile, Heidi had no idea he had already attracted the attention of the Akatsuki. If Heidi knew he was about to go up against the Six Paths of Pain, he'd probably be so shocked he'd abandon all his plans on the spot. After all, Heidi had been operating in the ninja world for years. He understood all too well that, compared to the elusive chakra of the Grell Stone, the chakra of the tailed beast was both far greater in volume and explosively wild. But Heidi was no match for a tailed beast. Even the weakest, Three Tails, was out of his league. The Akatsuki, however, were a different matter. Their very purpose was to hunt the tailed beasts, and each member, save for their intelligence agent Zetsu, was strong enough to capture one on their own. Beneath the cliff, Naruto slowly regained consciousness. He saw a blond youth lying next to him, with a snow-white ermine resting on the youth's shoulder. Naruto jolted awake in an instant. What the? Where the heck am I now? As Naruto came to his senses, the blond youth also began to stir. The two of them had fallen from the cliff together and were both seriously injured. But with the 9 tails inside him and his Uzumaki bloodline, Naruto possessed formidable vitality and healing abilities. So Naruto's injuries were no longer a concern. The blond youth, however, didn't recover nearly as well. He was healing quickly, but still lagged behind Naruto. Naruto eyed him warily. Who are you? The blond youth initially ignored him, but then remembered Naruto's strength. Naruto could prove useful in achieving his own ideals. He finally spoke. My name is Timsy. Naruto pressed. Why did you attack us? Timsy replied. Because you blocked our path. We're building a nation of ideals, and you stood in our way. Naruto was baffled. He thought he was the king of daydreamers, but this blonde kid seemed even more delusional. Timsy, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, I'll follow Lord Heidi unto death if that's what it takes. I want to help him create a nation without war, without bullying. Would you join me? Naruto shook his head with a helpless smile. Nah, my dream is to become Hokage and to protect my friends. Elsewhere, Sunagakure, along the northern coast. Amidst the wreckage of a shattered boat, a young blonde girl appeared. Suddenly, 2 square clumps of sand hurtled toward the young woman. But she didn't care at all. Lightning flickered to life around her, blocking the incoming sand with ease. The girl was none other than Camilla, one of Hato's followers. She possessed the power to command lightning. Just as Gaara was about to make his move, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A surge of astonishing, fearsome chakra unexpectedly filled the air. A hulking figure had appeared inside the cabin at some unknown moment. The man's face was concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, but his imposing stance alone made it clear how formidable he was. What a dreadful pressure. Oh. Note, this part of the story is adapted from the movie Legend of the Stone of Jell-O. Some readers may not have seen the film, but don't worry, it can be read as a self-contained episode. What a dreadful pressure. A voice echoed through the abandoned cabin, laced with mockery, ridicule, and a playful hint of malice. Kisame gripped his Samehada sword tightly. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming menace. At least by Gaara's estimation, he knew he was no match for Kisame. And it was at this moment, Kisame swept aside his hat, revealing his face. Gaara tensed as if facing a mortal enemy. This was Hashigaki Kisame, the S-rank missing nin from Kirigakure. He was infamous for surviving a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage and escaping unscathed. The sight of Kisame's face made Camilla recoil in discomfort. So ugly. She couldn't help but mutter her distaste. Kisame's ear twitched. He caught her muttered insult. He asked Gaara, Hey kid, who here goes by the name Camilla? Camilla was startled. Was this fearsome, hideous shark man here for her? I am, Camilla replied. The very next moment, Kisame flashed before Camilla and hefted Samehada, bringing it down with devastating force. A thunderous crash rang out. Camilla's chest was caved in under Kisame's brutal blow. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out. You really have no sense of mercy for a lady. It hurts so much. Lord Hato, help me. Camilla's body began to transform. Her skin turned a deep shade of violet. The beautiful features of her face twisted into something monstrous. Her whole body hulking and powerful. If he glanced quickly, she seemed even more massive than Kisame himself. Camilla loathed this transformation. It made her strong, yes, but it really was hideous. As for Kisame's lack of mercy, Kisame was the sort who wouldn't hesitate to kill even his childhood sweetheart. Someone like Camilla was easy prey for him. As Camilla completed her monstrous metamorphosis, Kisame showed not the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, he found the situation rather fascinating. If it weren't for facing such an opponent, Kisame might not have come at all. Kisame's hands flew through a series of hand signs. Water style, super shark bullet technique. The sea was right beside them, Kisame's home ground, where he held absolute advantage. An enormous shark burst forth from the water, smashing through the ship's hull. Its jaws clamped down on Camilla, and with a sickening crunch, it tore her apart. The watery shark engulfed Camilla's body and dove beneath the waves, dragging her out of sight into the ocean's depths. Kisame stood silent for a moment. Gaara was also frozen with shock. Kisame finally broke the silence. She looked pretty formidable. Why was she so weak? She couldn't even withstand a single attack from me. Kisame couldn't help but grumble. Gaara, however, was on full alert. If Kisame really had killed Camilla, then wouldn't he be Kisame's next target? Would the notorious rogue, ninja, Kisame, really come all this way to Sunagakure just for someone like Camilla? As tension mounted for Gaara, Kisame turned and called out, "Kid, are you nervous? Relax. My mission this time doesn't include you." With that, Kisame slipped into the sea and vanished beneath the waves, gone as suddenly as he'd arrived. Despite Kisame's departure, Gaara remained tense and wary. After all, he had no way of knowing whether Kisame might suddenly return for a surprise attack. Gaara was, after all, a tailed beast Jinchuriki, a container for Shikaku. He wondered if perhaps he'd overestimated Shikaku's importance, and how much others might covet the one-tailed beast. It was a tailed beast, yes, but only the one tail. Still, that was no small thing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Timsy turned to Naruto and said, "I'm an orphan. My parents perished in the war. Ever since, I've followed Lord Hyde wherever he goes." Timsy's eyes were filled with adoration for Lord Hyde. Naruto was at a bit of loss. This kid, could be he's been totally brainwashed? Naruto's expression did not escape Timsy, who suddenly turned indignant. "You might not worship Lord Hyde, but you mustn't speak ill of him. HSS. Timsy had pulled too hard on his wound, and pain made him suck in a sharp breath. Naruto was left speechless. "What? When did I ever insult Hyde?" Timsy replied, "Your eyes. When I mentioned Lord Hyde, your eyes weren't reverent enough." Naruto just stared back, dumbfounded. But he pressed on, asking, "By the way, if you want to build an ideal nation, why not go after the tailed beasts? Their power is far greater." Timsy paused, confused. He asked Naruto, "Tell me, what exactly is a tailed beast?" Seeing the blank shock on Timsy's face, Naruto was just as startled. "Are you seriously a ninja? How can you not know about tailed beasts?" As it turned out, Timsy, he really wasn't a ninja. "He's a knight," Naruto said. "The so-called tailed beasts are collections of boundless chakra. They possess intelligence, and their power can destroy the world itself. Words alone could never convey the might of a tailed beast. Only those who have witnessed one with their own eyes can truly grasp the terror they inspire." The next morning, Naruto discovered that Timsy was nowhere to be found. Naruto asked Ian, "Uncle, have you seen Timsy?" Ian seemed distraught. "No, I haven't. And my ermine's missing too. That ermine doesn't really belong to me. It was raised by my ancestors. Strictly speaking, in terms of age, that little thing's senior even to me." Naruto said, "Don't worry, Uncle Ian. Timsy is still injured. He can't have gotten far. I promise I'll bring your ermine back." With that, Naruto set off, relying on his intuition to track Timsy down. Not far off, down a small path, Timsy was still limping, his wounds yet to fully heal. Timsy couldn't help but be impressed by Naruto's powers of recovery. In the moving fortress, Timsy was already considered to have a monstrous healing ability, yet compared to Naruto, his regeneration seemed utterly insignificant. What a truly uncanny constitution. Timsy stroked the ermine perched on his shoulder and asked, "Why are you following me?" The ermine affectionately nuzzled against Timsy's golden hair. But Naruto had gone off in the wrong direction. Inside Naruto, Kurama rumbled, "Hey kid, you're heading the wrong way." Naruto asked, "And how would you know?" Kurama replied with palpable disdain, "That stinky ermine. It sent carries for miles. Even from here, I can smell it clear as day." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and turned to Kurama. "Thanks, Ninetails." "Kurama, seriously, I go on my way to help him, and he still calls me Ninetails. It's just completely infuriating." Naruto quickly caught up to Timsy. "Timsy, still limping, shot him a glare and asked, "Why are you following me?" Naruto replied, I've been thinking, your idea of an ideal kingdom sounds fascinating. I want to join Mr. Hade's organization and help build that utopia too." Timsy believed him. He stopped, then turned to Naruto and said, "All right, I'll take you to meet Mr. Hade now." Atop a dizzying cliff stood a colossal moving fortress. The fortress rumbled along, supported by 8 crab-like legs. Naruto stared, stunned by the sight. "What on earth is that?" Timsy said proudly. "This is the masterpiece of Lord Hade." Once inside, the moving fortress, hidden in the shadows, Shikamaru stared in shock. "What? Naruto, he's in the moving fortress now too. Speaking of which, why hasn't Sakura come back with reinforcements yet?" The moving castle rolled grandly towards the hidden sand village. At the same time, Heian's caravan was also on its way to the sand village. Hade, heavy-set and draped in a blue cloak, caught sight of Tinksy leading a stranger back. With a gentle smile, Hade asked, "And who might this be?" Tinksy turned to Hade and said, "This is Naruto. He's powerful, and he wants to join us to help create that legendary utopia." Hade addressed Naruto. "To build a utopia, you first have to break the 5 great villages' monopoly. And to do that, we need great power. What can give me that power is the legendary Jellystone." Naruto asked with curiosity, "Why not just go after a tailed beast?" Unlike Tinksy, Hade knew about the tailed beasts. Hade was a loss for words. If I could catch a tailed beast, would I really go through all this trouble for some so-called Jellystone? Hade explained, "It's not the same. The tailed beasts have long since been distributed among the villages. We can't just force our way in. Since the other villages already have tailed beasts, we'll set our sights on the Jellystone instead." Hidden in the shadows, Shikamaru crushed the scroll in his hand, then bit his finger and wrote a few quick notes upon it. Moving castle, sand village, utopia, Hade, Jellystone. In an instant, a swarm of little creatures formed a tiny butterfly, which fluttered out from the castle and flew in the direction of the leaf village. Meanwhile, in the sand village, across the endless desert, 2 figures strode along. It was Haiden and Sasori of the red sand. Yawning, Haiden complained, Hey, why are we wandering out here in the desert, baking under this sun?" Sasori replied, "Leader said we should wait in the desert, so we'll wait." Clearly bored, Haiden ran a hand through his slick back hair and turned to Sasori. "Say, Sasori, aren't you a rogue ninja from the sand village? Why'd you become a rogue, anyway?" Sasori didn't answer. Undeterred, Haiden pressed on, "Come on, Sasori, is that really how you look? Aren't you a puppet master? Where's your real body? Let's have a proper chat, just the 2 of us." He kept talking. "Sasori, did you hear? The boss is supposed to be here, but I haven't seen him anywhere. How come?" He sighed. "Funny thing is, I joined Akatsuki because of Orochimaru, but now Orochimaru's turned traitor on us." Haiden just kept talking, his words never ending. But through it all, Sasori stayed silent. With a sigh, Haiden muttered, "Man, you're such a bore. Being on a team with you is just no fun at all." The scorpion puppet aimed the stinger at Haiden and threatened, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." That only made Haiden more excited. He swung the triple-bladed scythe from his back, taunting the scorpion. "Kill me? You can't, but I can kill you." Just as the 2 teammates were about to come to blows, a figure descended from above. It was the Animal Path, one of the 6 paths of pain. Though he appeared as the Animal Path, the 6 paths of pain shared a single vision. So this was the leader in all but appearance. The Animal Path addressed Haiden and the scorpion. "Enough. Stop arguing. Do you even know why we've come here?" "I have no idea," Haiden replied, shaking his head. Pain explained, "Long ago, before the Land of Wind even existed, there was once a great superpower on this land, the Phantom Nation. The king of the Phantom Nation ruled with the power of a special stone called the Grell Stone. Thanks to the Grell Stone, the Phantom Nation was mightier than any other," he continued. "Children in the Phantom Nation could grow up at an incredible pace, crops matured in a single day, and the country's knights were unrivaled. But no matter how powerful, it was all borrowed strength. In time, greed for the Grell Stone's power bred betrayal from within. Caught between internal strife and external threats, the mighty Phantom Nation disappeared in a single day. The last survivors of the Phantom Nation buried the Grell Stone deep beneath these shifting sands, which is now the Land of Wind. With the fall of the Phantom Nation, smaller neighboring states collapsed as well. The world of shinobi in that era was plunged into what's now known as the Warring States period. Unable to resist, Haiden asked, "How do you know all this, leader?" Pain replied, "Intelligence from Zetsu." Though the truth was uncertain, Pain rarely doubted Zetsu's information. As Pain finished speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. Out of the dust came an enormous moving puppet, lumbering towards Sunagakure. Pain observed, That must be the so-called Hyde group. The three of them tailed the moving fortress until it rumbled to a halt. A flood of people poured out, digging feverishly in the desert sand. Seeing this, Payne remarked, "It seems this is where they buried the Grell stone." Haydn, his murderous urges barely contained, could wait no longer. With a wild whoop, he charged ahead. His enormous scythe spun like a top, whirling through the ranks of undying monsters, cutting them down without mercy. Laughter rang out as the scythe spun, and Haydn's maniacal cackling filled the air. In that moment, he resembled nothing so much as a madman. Then Haydn noticed, with a start, that the monsters he killed sprang back to life only moments later. Exhilarated, Haydn cried out, "What? They're immortal too? Could it be these monsters also worship the evil god?" But it didn't matter. A cultist could make for excellent nourishment for the great evil god as well. A shrill laugh rang out from Haydn. Just as he burst into laughter, a young girl appeared atop the mobile fortress. She was Rank, one of Hyde's 3 chief lieutenants, and Haydn's opponent for this encounter. Rank called out, Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Haydn replied, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm slaughtering these monsters?" With a faint, mysterious smile, Rank warned, "Well then, don't blame me for killing you." In the blink of an eye, Rank appeared right behind Haydn. A filament, almost impossibly translucent, sliced clean through Haydn's neck. Rank whispered, almost to herself, "There's another one down." But when she turned back, she stood dumbfounded. Haydn's body was holding his own head, and a look of near ecstasy was plastered across his face. Mushroom chicken. So good. A chill crawled up Rank's spine. This was downright deranged. Rank's instincts were dead on. Haydn was a sadist and a masochist, an outright deviant whose pain translated into pleasure, a true fanatic of suffering. But that didn't make him any less formidable. Rank stared at Haydn in bewilderment. Cradling his own severed head, he looked as if he were savoring a moment of bliss. Then with a practiced motion, Haydn's body lifted his head and set it back onto his neck. In moments, the skin knit itself whole again. Haydn was as good as new. Rank. Even decapitation couldn't kill him? Ridiculous. Flushed with a twisted thrill, Haydn grinned at Rank. "You chopped off my head. Now it's my turn, isn't it?" "Rank, stay back. Don't come any closer." With a flick of his scythe, Haydn spun the massive blade through the air. Even though Rank reacted swiftly, the blade still grazed her arm, leaving a crimson trail. Haydn reeled the scythe back. Gazing at the blood glistening on its edge, he sighed with happiness. "Come, let's share this exquisite pain. Let's feel it together, shall we?" With those words, Haydn licked the fresh blood from his weapon. Suddenly, his entire body shifted, his skin shimmering in stark black and white, with arcane symbols unfurling beneath his feet. From within his sleeve, Haydn drew a jet-black rod and addressed Rank. "Let us savor the agony together." Without warning, he plunged the rod straight into his own thigh. A shiver of excitement crossed Haydn's face. But then, Rank felt a stab of pain shoot up her own leg. As she struggled to transform, Haydn poised the black rod above his chest, aiming for his heart. A dreadful understanding dawned on Rank as she murmured, "No, don't." But it was already too late. In an instant, Haydn plunged the black rod into his own body. A surge of pain from his shattered heart, mixed with a twisted pleasure, swept through Haydn's body. He writhed and convulsed on the ground. Yet, it wasn't pain that made him tremble. It was exhilaration. Haydn was immortal, but Crane was not. With her heart shattered, Crane's life slipped away in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground. She hadn't even managed a transformation before death claimed her. Sasori glanced down at Haydn, who was so stimulated he shuddered uncontrollably. He muttered, "How revolting." But Haydn retorted, "You just don't understand art. The pain that courses through the flesh, that's true art." Sasori, "Unbelievable. Here comes another so-called artist. Forget it. There's no point arguing with a fool." Sasori quietly turned his gaze to the massive walking fortress. For him, crafting puppets was a source of endless joy. After all, it was another branch of the mechanical arts. But as he studied this mobile fortress before him, all he could see was how crude its construction was. Sasori opened the back of his puppet. From within, a boy with pink hair emerged. Haydn was somewhat startled by the sight, exclaiming, "No way you're that young." A slight smile curved Sasori's lips, and even his voice softened. He said, "Sometimes appearances don't reflect age. I defected right after the Second Great Ninja War." He pulled out a scroll from his back. On the scroll, the character 3 was written. In a flash of white mist, a gigantic puppet materialized. Haydn stared at Sasori's new puppet. "I fought the puppet masters from the Hidden Sand before, but their puppets were nothing like yours." Sasori's tone dripped with disdain. "Don't compare those trash to me. My puppets are the strongest in the world. This one is the third Kazekage. He had assassinated the third Kazekage and turned him into a puppet. Through Sasori's special craftsmanship, even as a puppet, it retained the bloodline limit the Kazekage once possessed. Magnet release. Perhaps sensing Sasori and Heiden's presence, two figures stood atop the massive fortress. One was Hato. The other was his last and fiercest subordinate, Kazagai. Hato's cloak fluttered in the wind. From his lofty vantage, he gazed down at Haiden and Sasori. I wonder why you three have blocked our path. The animal path then called out to Hato. You must be Hato, correct? Hato nodded. That's right. And you are? The animal path responded. Akatsuki. Then, in a flash, the animal path formed hand signs and slapped the ground, summoning Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 paths of pain appeared in Hato's view. Looking at this gathering of pains, Hato felt a chill race down his spine. He had just opened his mouth to speak when he heard a cry. Shirara would. No one knew when, but the Azura path had already appeared at Hato's side. Its 6 arms locked tightly around him as it leaped down from the fortress heights. Pain of the Deva path spoke coldly. First, get down here. Then we'll talk. At that moment, the human path nodded at Hyde and suddenly attacked from behind, jamming its hand into Hyde's abdomen as if trying to wrench out his very soul. Hyde let out a cry of agony, his voice raw with suffering. Who are you people? I haven't done you any harm. Hyde pleaded. The Deva path replied, I've heard you wish to create a utopia, but with your abilities, that's nothing but a ridiculous fantasy. How can someone who has never truly suffered even claim to empathize with others' pain? Let me show you just how vast the gulf is between you and a god. While Azura path gripped Hyde tightly, the human path continued to extract his soul. Hyde's screams grew hoarse and desperate. He shouted, You're going too far enough? The Deva path looked down on him and said, And what if I am? What can you do about it? Suddenly, Hyde's chest began to glow with a bluish light. A massive surge of chakra erupted. Hyde's body swelled instantly, breaking free from Azura path's grasp by sheer explosive force. Seizing the moment, Hyde lunged straight at the Deva path. So you're the real one, aren't you? The Deva path smirked. Not bad. You're clever. But woefully overconfident. Almighty push. An overwhelming force slammed into Hyde, sending him flying backward. Without missing a beat, Animal Path struck the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Chameleon. A giant chameleon appeared, its invisible tongue snaking out to ensnare Hyde. Before Hyde could break free, Azura Path leapt high into the air. Azura attack. The Azura Path's head split open, revealing a massive cannon. In an instant, it fired a hulking shell straight at Hyde. A thunderous explosion rocked the ground. After the dust settled, Hyde lay severely wounded, barely clinging to life. The Deva Path strode over, seized Hyde by the head, and stared into his eyes. You think you can save the world with your meager strength? It's not enough. There's no need for me to kill you. This is where you stop. With those words, the 6 paths of pain turned, preparing to leave. But, unnoticed, a blonde-haired youth stepped in front of them, blocking their way. With fierce indignation, Timothy shouted, Who are you people? Why are you hurting Master Hyde? Pain didn't even spare Timothy a glance. Timothy drew a short sword and slashed across his chest. The weapon instantly extended, transforming into a long sword. Raising his blade, Timothy charged at Pain. No, I won't let you hurt Master Hyde. Pain eyed the reckless youth. Foolish brat. Sometimes ignorance really is bliss. Almighty push. Timothy was sent flying by an invisible force, crashing heavily into the sand. Whether he lived or died was impossible to say. Inside the moving fortress, Naruto witnessed everything unfold. He was about to rush out and help Timothy face the 6 paths of pain. But suddenly, Shikamaru appeared behind him, clapping a hand over Naruto's mouth. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto struggled, voice urgent. Timothy is my friend. I have to help him. Shikamaru, frustrated beyond words, spat out. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you even helping with? Do you have any idea who those people in the black cloaks with red clouds are? Naruto asked. Who are they? Shikamaru replied. See that guy with silver hair and a scythe on his back? That's Hyden from a land of hot water. He's committed countless murders and is listed as an S-rank rogue ninja there. And that one with pink hair, that must be Sasori of the Red Sand. He managed to kill the 3rd Kazekage, then turned him into a puppet. He's an S-rank rogue ninja from the Sand Village. As for those other 6, I don't know them, but I guarantee they're every bit as dangerous. Do you really want to throw your life away? Naruto said anxiously. Doesn't that mean Timothy's in grave danger? He's my friend. Right at that moment, the moving castle gave a violent shudder, hurling Naruto and Shikamaru off and sending them tumbling into the dunes of golden sand below. At that very moment, behind Pain, Hato broke into a grin, an intense blue glow pulsing from his chest. Hato stood up, eyes gleaming with excitement. This is it. This is the place. The Grellstone vein is right underneath us. He glared at Pain, resentment twisting his features. Now I'll show you all what the true power of the Grellstone really is. Hato poured all his strength into the Grellstone set in his chest, and it resonated fiercely with the Grellstone vein deep underground. Suddenly, from the heart of the giant puppet, a horde of undying monsters emerged. These immortal creatures' purpose was clear: to keep the six paths of pain occupied, long enough for the moving fortress to complete its final transformation. Hato turned to Tendo Pain, his voice full of smugness. Do you know what's behind me? This moving castle. It's the pinnacle of Lost Nation's ancient technology. It can fully harness the power of the Grellstone. No sooner had Hato finished speaking than a surge of blue energy rippled from the moving castle behind him. The castle began to absorb the immense power from the Grellstone vein underground. Its form twisted and warped, reshaping itself until, at last, it stood transformed into a gigantic mechanical beast. Blue light flickered ominously in the beast's eyes. Tendo Pain watched, puzzled. So this is the legendary Grellstone? Is that all? If this is it, how the hell does this idiot think he could ever build his utopia? With a dismissive flick, Pain tossed a tiny black sphere from his hand. The black sphere ascended, floating higher and higher. Tendo Pain declared, planetary devastation. Instantly, a force of unimaginable power surged from the black sphere. A gravitational pull tore at the desert below. Even a massive moving fortress creaked and groaned as it was drawn inexorably up, the sound echoing across the sands. And then, as the force reached its breaking point, the entire moving castle exploded apart in a thunderous crash, its shattered remains sucked into the sky, forming a dense mass suspended high above. Though the green light still shimmered faintly, it was utterly powerless before the gravitational might of the planetary devastation technique. Hyde stared at the scene before him, wide-eyed and incredulous. Impossible. Utterly impossible. The power he had staked his hopes on, the very might of the Grellstone, his greatest pride, had proven so feeble. In truth, the Grellstone's power was not weak in itself. But Hyde now faced none other than the six paths of pain, one of the supreme forces in this world. In the original tale, even a trace of the Nine Tails chakra leaking out to Naruto allowed him to wield the Crimson Rasengan and defeat Hyde. And this time, he confronted all of Pain's six paths. Having witnessed all of this, Pain simply turned and prepared to leave. Before he departed, he addressed Sasori. Sasori, take out the trash. With a resigned nod, Sasori replied, Menial, dirty work like this should really be left to Hyden. But since the leader has spoken, I suppose I'll take care of it. Under Sasori's command, the third Kazekage puppet began to gather swirling black iron sand. In an instant, the black sand formed a forest of iron spikes, lancing through everything in Sasori's line of sight. Hyde, Kazekage Wind, and Tamaxi were all pierced through by the jet-black shafts. Blood spattered everywhere with each brutal strike. Tamaxi, who had only been unconscious before, gave a feeble twitch or two as the iron spike pierced his body, and then moved no more, life leaving him in silence. Shikamaru clutched Naruto's head, pressing his friend's face into the sand. He hissed, Naruto, don't lose your head. This is nothing more than a staged encounter. But he was my friend, Naruto cried, raw anguish ringing in his voice. Furious, Naruto's body began to seethe with burning red chakra. He could contain himself no longer. His eyes blazed, and he bolted forward. You kill my friend. Shadow Clone Jutsu, multiple formation. With the Nine Tails chakra raging within him, hundreds of shadow clones erupted around Sasori, hemming him in from every side. But Sasori merely snapped his fingers. The iron sand swept through the crowd, erasing nearly every clone in a heart-stopping instant. Sasori spoke with cold indifference. People without worth. What does it matter if they die? Gritting his teeth, Naruto retorted. He was not worthless. He was my friend. Sasori's voice turned sharp and mocking. In that case, I'll send you to join your friend. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Kakashi scooped Naruto up and leaped away from danger. A massive iron sandblock came crashing down where Naruto had just stood. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto cried, his voice choked with pain. He killed my friend. Kakashi only fell silent for a moment. From the perspective of the village, Tamaxi's death had nothing to do with Kakashi. In fact, it might even be to Konoha's advantage. However, Kakashi couldn't bear to break a child's spirit, so he turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, I'll avenge him. Shikamaru, take Naruto and leave first. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. After Shikamaru led Naruto away, Kakashi finally faced the two S-rank rogue ninjas before him head-on. Kakashi spoke to them. You've stirred up quite the commotion just now. I believe it won't be long before the Umbu from Sunageki arrive. Sasori replied with utter indifference. So what? I'll just kill them all, if they dare to come. Kakashi could only fall silent for a moment. Then Sasori spoke again. I am a Sunageki ninja as well. Or at least I was. During the Second Great Ninja War, my parents left me behind and marched off to fight against Konoha. My grandmother told me they'd be back soon. But they never returned. Later, I discovered they fell during the war, both killed by the White Fang of the Leaf. Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang of the Leaf is your father, isn't he? The White Fang of the Leaf is your father, isn't he? There was a note of resentment threading through Sasori's voice. Kakashi nodded in silence before drawing the short blade slung across his back. Now that his Mangekyo Sharingan was gone and his own chakra reserves insufficient, the only thing he could rely on was his inherited mastery of the blade. He met Sasori's gaze and admitted, that's right. Sasori dropped onto Hiriko, propping his chin on his hand, and addressed Kakashi. During the Second Great Ninja War, your father killed my parents. Because of him, the Sunageki ninja squad my parents belonged to was wiped out. But all that matters little to me now. Sunageki and Konoha were enemies, and every loss or sacrifice was a choice made on both sides. My childhood was marked by misfortune, haunted by loneliness. Later, someone told me that everyone is born alone, and that you must embrace solitude to grow stronger within it. So eventually, I killed that person and made him into one of my puppets. As I wandered through the world, I heard that you, too, grew up with a tragic childhood. Your father took his own life because he saved his teammates instead of completing the mission. I found it all so ironic. I always wanted to meet your father, to see for myself whether my puppet techniques had any hope of surviving his blade. But he was already gone. Now, the only one left for me to test myself against is you. Kakashi, train hard. One day, I'll come for your life. With that, Sasori retreated into Hiriko, taking Haiden with him as they left. Haiden muttered, his voice thick with disappointment. Tisich, what's with that? I thought there'd be a real fight. Scorpion's voice grew harsh, and he snapped, shut up. His feelings toward Kakashi were complicated. On one hand, he wanted vengeance. He wanted to kill the child of his enemy. However, when Scorpion learned that Kakashi had endured a childhood much like his own, he let go of that intention. He yearned to redeem the honor of puppet masters. Back then, Scorpion's parents, renowned as the strongest puppet users in the Hidden Sand Village, had nevertheless fallen to Konoha's White Fang. Thus, Scorpion also harbored a desire to witness whether the swordsmanship that felled his parents could, in turn, end his own life. Being considerably older than Kakashi, Scorpion approached matters with greater deliberation. Kakashi had not inherited his father's sword style. Instead, he became the copy ninja. But now Kakashi had lost his Sharingan. Forced to reclaim his old blade, Kakashi was left to revisit his father's craft. And Scorpion, with renewed resolve, made up his mind to defeat Kakashi at his prime and take his life. Meanwhile, Kakashi felt a chill creep across his scalp. What's going on? Out of nowhere, he seemed to have acquired yet another opponent. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi turned and continued his journey toward the Hidden Leaf. Once everyone had dispersed, a covert squad from the hidden sand cautiously emerged. The village really was stretched thin on capable shinobi these days. Kankuro, pride brimming as the self-proclaimed strongest puppet master left in the sand, called to Gaara behind him. Gaara, everyone's gone now. But Temari smacked him on the back of the head. How many times do I have to tell you? Address the Kazekage properly when we're outside. Kankuro chuckled. Lord Kazekage. They've all left. Gaara nodded in reply. His gaze fixed on the massive meteor suspended in the air. Unease stirred within his heart. With a power like that, no matter what he tried, he couldn't intercept such an attack. If, someday, he should stand against a force like that, the path ahead could only be one of certain death. Gaara believed that, even if he perfected his bond with Shikaku and became a flawless Jinchuriki, he could never match the likes of Tendo Pain. The thought of that Chibaku Tensei dropping from the sky filled him with dread. So Gaara raised both hands high. Claws of the sand waterfall. Billowing golden sand surged forth, shaping itself into two enormous claws that reached up from below and hoisted the chunk of destruction. With the sand at his command, Gaara revealed what had been hidden beneath its weight. Embedded in teal-hued rock were stones aglow with a greenish light. This was the object Hyde had searched for so long, the Gyreru stone. Gaara could feel the vast chakra contained within. He leapt down into the pit, running a hand along the blue stone, caressing the precious gems lodged in its surface. So this was it. The gyrer stone, wasn't it? Shikaku, too, sensed something in the chakra of the stone. How could it feel so familiar? Gaara could never have imagined that, in the days to come, Sunagakure would become the richest village in the entire ninja world, all because of this vast vein of Grell stone. In the future era of progress, Grell stone would be known as the best portable energy source available. Sunagakure would earn the reputation. With just a cloth atop our heads, we are the wealthiest in the shinobi world. But all of that belonged to another time. As of now, Gaara still had no inkling of just how important Grell stone would become in the years ahead. He tried to draw power from the Grell stone, but his efforts ended in failure. Shikaku remarked, "Don't waste your energy. The chakra inside this stone is different. Human beings simply can't absorb its power." After all, Hyde had once said it. Grell stone could only merge with the life force of the royal bloodline from the Land of Illusions. Gaara was clearly not a descendant of that line, so he had no way to harness its power. Even so, with such a vast source of chakra in front of him, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Drawing a deep breath, Gaara turned to Kankuro and gave his command. From this moment on, dispatch squads of 3 from the ANBU to guard the mine day and night in rotating shifts. Yes, Lord Kazekage. At the same moment, somewhere else, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was still tormented by the death of his friend. Shikamaru tried to offer some comfort. "Naruto, don't be so down. You walked different paths from him. You were never bound for the same journey. You say his goal was a utopia?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah." Shikamaru continued. "Don't forget, our Hidden Leaf is one of the 5 great nations. Most wars are started by those nations. If someone wants to build a utopia, they'll need to wipe the 5 great nations from the map. As a ninja of the leaf, where will you stand when the time comes?" Naruto answered instinctively, "Of course, I'll stand with the leaf." Shikamaru gave a satisfied nod. "Exactly. As a villager of the leaf, as a shinobi of the leaf, everything we say, do, and think is for the leaf." Naruto nodded again. Still, despite the logic, it was hard for him to shake the sadness of losing a friend. After all, Naruto never had many friends to begin with. On the way back to the village, he spotted a few women from the village out in the forest gathering mushrooms. Ordinary villagers of Konoha. Naruto cheered up and called out in greeting, "Hello there." But when the women saw him, they turned away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Naruto's eager greeting was met with a cold shoulder. It was just as expected. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, Naruto decided to move on. But then, he overheard the women whispering behind his back. "So that's the demon fox. He really does look frightening." Exactly. I just don't get why the village would let someone like him become Hokage. I still remember when that fox demon wreaked havoc on Konoha. My husband and son died because of it. A fox demon will always be a fox demon. Though Naruto had heard words like these far too many times, the woman's accusations still pierced his heart like knives. Naruto clenched his fists. He wanted to walk away, but the more he tried, the heavier his heart became. My parents died in the Nine-Tails attack too. If not for my father, none of you would have survived. It wasn't me who brought disaster to Konoha. It was me who saved it. Naruto's eyes slowly grew bloodshot. His pupils narrowed and became slit-like. Shikamaru, seeing this, thought to himself with alarm, "This is bad, really bad. The Nine-Tails is about to go berserk." Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals, using his shadow possession jutsu to forcibly restrain Naruto. But how could mere shadows possibly hold back the Nine-Tails? With a simple wave of Naruto's hand, the jutsu snapped apart. The backlash from the broken technique hit Shikamaru. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Desperate, Shikamaru pulled out the scroll Asuma had given him and crushed it between his hands. Asuma had told him, "If you're ever in danger, crush the scroll. I'll be there right away." A red, flaming chakra cloak began to swirl around Naruto, the first tail emerging. His eyes now blazed with savagery and cruelty. Naruto spoke to the woman, each word pronounced with chilling clarity. "Why do you call me a fox demon? I haven't hurt anyone." But the woman's reply was merciless. "Because you are a fox demon. What other reason do we need?" Tears welled at the corners of Naruto's eyes. "But my father saved all of you." The woman went on. "He was the Hokage. It was his duty to save us. Do we ever ask for his help? And who's going to make up for what we've lost?" Naruto closed his eyes. A thought rang bitterly in his mind. Some people just aren't worth saving. Already, Timsy's death had hit Naruto hard. He was balanced on the very edge of emotional collapse. He was, after all, only a boy in his teens. Inside Naruto, the Nine-Tails spoke, "Kid, tear them apart. Tear them apart. Tear them apart." Naruto's consciousness slipped away. The Nine-Tails seized full control. Feeling the strength of Naruto's body, the beast chuckled. Such a feeble vessel, but it's good enough. A brilliant orange-red chakra tail unfurled behind Naruto. He raised his finger, leveling it at the three women, and crimson-black chakra swirled, condensing into a miniature-tailed beast bomb at his fingertip. With a piercing whoosh, the tailed beast bomb shot forward, erasing the three women in a heartbeat, leaving nothing but ash in the wake of its tremendous power. Naruto cracked his neck and turned to face Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked into Naruto's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of eyes were these? There was not the slightest trace of emotion, only a cold, violent urge to kill. A tingling fear crept over Shikamaru's scalp. Was Naruto targeting him now? Naruto's finger pointed straight at Shikamaru, the tail beast bomb forming in swirls of black, blue, and red, when, all at once, a voice rang out, almost like salvation, fire style, ash pile burning. A cloud of ashen smoke instantly enveloped Naruto, followed by a thunderous explosion. Asuma appeared behind Shikamaru, sweeping him out of harm's way. With urgency in his voice, Asuma asked, "Shikamaru, why has the Nine Tails lost control?" Shikamaru replied, "On this mission, Naruto lost a friend. He was already on the edge. And when we returned, those women started calling him a demon fox again." Asuma frowned. "Women?" Shikamaru nodded. "Yes, 3 women. They're already dead." A terrible scream tore through the air. At that moment, a beam of red light burst forth. A torrent of red chakra flooded over Naruto's body, hiding his features completely. He now looked less like himself, more like a half-formed Nine Tails. From behind Naruto, the chakra tails lashed out, morphing into a giant hand that swung at Asuma. Asuma called back to Shikamaru, "You go first. I'll hold him here." He began to weave hand signs. Fire style damn. But Naruto's tail struck Asuma full force, breaking his jutsu mid-formation. Asuma's body went flying, searing pain stabbing through his chest. It felt as if at least 2 of his ribs had been shattered. How could Naruto possess such overwhelming strength? No, this wasn't Naruto. It was the Nine Tails. Twisting midair, Asuma regained his balance and again flashed through hand signs. Fire style, ash pile burning. He spewed a massive cloud of gray smoke. This smoke crackled with fire chakra, ready to ignite in an instant like gunpowder and erupt in a blazing blast. All of a sudden, a shimmering hand of chakra shot out from the smoke. Asuma clenched his fist. Ignite! A series of deafening explosions shook the ground, one after another, as Asuma used the body flicker technique to escape the blast. He glanced back after the detonation and saw Naruto, untouched amid the swirling dust. Asuma's jutsu had done nothing to harm the Nine Tails at all. A chill prickled at Asuma's scalp. If the Nine Tails was this powerful in an incomplete form, how terrible must its true power be? No wonder, in times past, the 4th Hokage faced such a fearsome monster. Then, behind Naruto, a second tail began to emerge. At this moment, only one thought was left in Asuma's mind. Run. If he stayed to fight any longer, certain death awaited him. Asuma didn't fear death, but he didn't want to die such a meaningless death. At the very least, he refused to fall at the hands of his fellow village ninja. The violent explosion drew the attention of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Fugaka frowned as he watched Naruto from afar. Damn it, the Nine Tails is rampaging again. This time it's got nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Despite his words, Fugaka couldn't ignore the situation. After all, he was the captain of the Konoha police force. Fugaku quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball shot straight at Naruto. Turning to his squad behind him, Fugaka barked, "Kenjin, you take 3 men and deploy the 4 Violet Flames formation." "Yes, clan head." The fireball hurtled toward Naruto, but with a swipe of his claw, Naruto shattered the flames. He then lunged straight at Fugaku. When he was just 3 meters away, Naruto's movements abruptly slowed. Fugaku had activated the powerful ocular jutsu of the Mangekyo, Amaterasu's sovereignty. Time in the vicinity seemed to decelerate, yet Fugaku moved unfazed. He planted a solid kick into Naruto, sending him flying in an instant with overwhelming force. Within the domain of Amaterasu's sovereignty, Naruto couldn't make an effective response, which was why the kick sent him flying. Amaterasu's sovereignty could slow the flow of everything, even thought itself, but its caster remained unaffected. Thanks to this, Fugaku could send Naruto, who was now in his two-tailed state, flying with a single well-placed kick. Besides, the Uchiha clan's taijutsu was formidable to begin with. Twisting in midair after being kicked away, Naruto spun and opened his jaws toward Fugaku, gathering chakra into a tailed beast ball. In an instant, the tailed beast ball shot forth like a cannon round, aimed straight at Fugaku. Just 3 meters from Fugaku, the orb's speed suddenly plummeted. Fugaku dodged it with a flash of movement. The massive tailed beast ball exploded in the forest behind Fugaku, shaking the trees and earth. Fugaku winced as a headache began pulsing in his temples. Why did the Nine Tails have to go on a rampage now, of all times? But none of that mattered. What was important now was subduing the Nine Tails before it could unleash even greater destruction. Kinjin and the other 3 Uchiha swiftly formed the necessary seals. A violet barrier sprang up between them. A perfect square formed in an instant. The sight triggered Naruto's instinct to fight. He fired tailed beast balls continuously at the barrier, but none of them even scratched its surface. Yet, the strain of maintaining the barrier was evident in Kinjin's sweat-soaked brow. Though the 4 violet flames formation was a formidable barrier, it was now containing a bijou. Kinjin felt sweat pouring down his back. At that moment, crows began to swirl and gather inside the barrier, gradually forming another figure. It was Itachi. Without a word, the Mangekyo Sharingan flared in his eyes as he locked onto Naruto. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames erupted, burning fiercely on the shroud of the Two-Tails state. Naruto was scorched by the searing heat, rolling on the ground in agony. The pitch-black flames would not go out until their target was completely consumed. Before long, the protective cloak of tailed beast chakra that had shielded Naruto was burned away, leaving him sprawled amid the ashes, his entire body charred black like a piece of coal. At that moment, a powerful heartbeat echoed from deep within Naruto's body. In an instant, a surge of flaming orange-red chakra erupted around him. 6 tails materialized behind Naruto as he rose to his feet, his gaze blazing crimson with fury. Itachi was somewhat taken aback. Was Amaterasu really not enough? But Fugaku spoke up. Use a jinjutsu. Don't play with Naruto's life like this. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Meeting Naruto's eyes, he cast his technique. In just a split second of eye contact, Naruto froze in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, blood began to trickle from the corner of Itachi's eye. Controlling a tailed beast with jinjutsu was exceedingly difficult, but for Itachi, it wasn't an insurmountable task. Even so, using Tsukuyomi to control a tailed beast was not the answer. In that fleeting instant, while under the sway of Tsukuyomi, Itachi targeted the 9 tails sealed inside Naruto and, within the illusion's world, used subtler jinjutsu to seize control of the beast. Although Itachi could distort the flow of time within Tsukuyomi, only a second would pass in the real world. Once the illusion ended, the 9 tails would likely grow even more unruly. So Itachi quickly switched to another ninjutsu to keep the 9 tails subdued. At this moment, deep within Naruto's mind, Naruto, completely exposed, huddled in the darkest corner of his soul. The voices of scorn and hatred surrounded him like stabbing knives, filling him with unbearable pain. He watched the 9 tails rampage, and yet, somewhere in his heart, he felt a fleeting rush of satisfaction. Serve them right for all the times they bullied me. I never did anything to deserve their hatred. Naruto's spirit was fading, gradually slipping into exhaustion and sleep. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Sorry, am I too late?" Naruto struggled to open his eyes and saw a figure leaning down over him. The man had the same golden hair as Naruto, and his warm, easy smile lit up his face. Naruto rose shakily, looking up at Minato, who towered above him. Throwing a punch at Minato's stomach, Naruto demanded, "Who are you?" Minato hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head and said, "Well, unless something strange has happened, I am your father." Naruto stared in astonishment. His eyes began to shine with tears. Father? What a foreign word that was to Naruto. Minato continued gently. "When I died, I sealed a portion of my chakra inside you. It was meant to appear only if the 9 tails broke loose. I never thought you'd need it so soon. Naruto, you've done so well." Naruto turned his face away. All the hardships of these past years, how could they be put into words? Naruto had always resented Minato. He resented the father who had left him all alone so long ago. Yet, Naruto deeply admired the 4th Hokage. He thought the Hokage was truly cool, someone who sacrificed himself for the sake of the village. But Naruto never considered the Hokage was his own father. Minato looked at Naruto with a bittersweet smile. He turned to him and said, "Naruto, by the look of you, you must be in your teens now. I regret not being able to stay by your side as you grew up, but there was no other way. Once I chose to become Hokage, I also took on the Hokage's responsibilities. And that means protecting the village. Naruto, you my child. You must be strong." After speaking these words, Minato turned his gaze to the distant gate. Behind that gate was the most ferocious-tailed beast in the world, the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails looked at Minato, flashing a sly, knowing grin. Well, we meet again. Minato replied, calm and cool. Yes, we meet again. I'm here to seal you away. Sealing technique. 8 trigram seal. Minato reinforced the seal once more, and then prepared to fade away. But suddenly, a hand landed firmly atop the freshly strengthened 8 trigram seal. It was Naruto. Naruto shouted at Minato, you jerk, do you have any idea what I've been through all these years? No one ever understood me. Everyone bullied me. You sacrificed yourself to protect the villagers of Konoha, but they kept picking on me, even though I'd never done anything wrong. They threw rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at me. Even the village elders you trusted so much. They never once stood up for me. To pacify the villagers' anger, they chose to throw me under the bus. Father, some people just aren't worth protecting. Better to walk beside a tailed beast than to accompany people like them. The Nine-Tails doesn't need to be sealed. With that, Naruto tore open the 8 trigram seal completely. The prison that had held the Nine-Tails burst open in an instant. There was no longer any need for the Nine-Tails to be imprisoned. Some people simply aren't worth protecting. Minato watched Naruto's actions in silence. Minato was the Hokage, while Naruto was the Hokage's son. Minato was the hero who saved Konoha, and Naruto was the son of the eternal hero. But if Naruto were truly to become nothing more than a sacrificial pawn to soothe the villagers' fears, that was the last thing Minato wished to see. As the child of a hero, Naruto should have been cherished. Yet, Minato sighed and spoke to Naruto. Naruto, these are your own choices. I'm already a man who has passed on. I have no right to meddle in the affairs of the living. The current Konoha has its own Hokage now. My era is over. But Naruto, I truly hope you won't do something you can never take back. With those final words, Minato's figure faded away completely. The Nine-Tails meanwhile called out, Naruto, well said. Why bother longing for a village like this? The Nine-Tails raised its giant paw and swung it at Naruto, intent on killing him first. However, Naruto lifted his head at a 45-degree angle, and in that instant, the Nine-Tails was taken aback. It was uncanny. He looked so familiar. In Naruto's face, the Nine-Tails saw the shadow of Ashura. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Yet, it didn't feel like an illusion at all. The Nine-Tails' thoughts drifted back to the past. When the Nine-Tails was still a little fox, just newly formed, it had already grown attached to the Sage of Six Paths. Back then, the Sage of Six Paths had not yet divided the power of the Ten Tails. The Nine-Tails was merely a vessel created by the Sage of Six Paths. Originally, the Sage intended to divide the Ten Tails' power equally among all nine-tailed beasts. Yet, he simply couldn't help his fondness for the Nine-Tails. So he gave the Nine-Tails just a little more, just a tiny bit more of the Ten Tails' power. One portion for the One Tails, one portion for the Nine Tails. One portion for the Two Tails, one portion for the Nine Tails. One portion for the Three Tails, one portion for the Nine Tails. And so on. One portion for the Eight Tails, one portion for the Nine Tails. And one more portion for the Nine Tails itself. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons, Indra and Ashura. The Nine Tails was often bullied by Indra, but Ashura would always step in to protect him. So the Nine Tails and Ashura formed a close bond. Just moments ago, the Nine Tails saw Ashura's shadow on Naruto's face. The Nine Tails tentatively filled Naruto with its chakra, only to discover there wasn't the slightest trace of rejection. Such flawless compatibility was simply unimaginable. There was no doubt Naruto was deeply connected to the Sage of Six Paths. All of a sudden, the Nine Tails no longer wished to kill Naruto. Now, the Nine Tails was curious. Just how far could this Naruto, so closely tied to the Sage of Six Paths, ultimately go? The Nine Tails said to Naruto, Kid, if you ever need power, just ask. I'll give it to you. Outside, within the 4 purple flames formation, Naruto was under the grip of Itachi's Jinjutsu. But suddenly, a torrent of immense chakra swept through the entire formation, and Itachi's illusion was forcibly shattered. Witnessing this, even Fugaku grew troubled. Damn it, this is a real headache. Fugaku turned to Kenjin and said, Kenjin, release the 4 purple flames formation. If this thing explodes from the chakra inside, none of you will be able to withstand the shock. Then Fugaku and Itachi locked eyes and exchanged a nod. The third power, Susanoo, a vermilion Susanoo, alongside a pitch-black Susanoo, materialized in the battlefield. Just as Itachi and Fugaku prepared to let loose their full strength, a flood of chakra retracted into Naruto's body, and he returned to normal. The Nine Tails' rampage had ceased. Fugaku, Itachi, what was going on? They were just about to get serious, and the battle had ended? Both Susanoos faded away. Itachi moved to approach Naruto and question him, but once again, the orange-red chakra surged forth. Itachi and Fugaku instantly readied themselves for combat. Susanoo sprang forth once more. A moment later, Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, looking up at Itachi and Fugaku, who stood inside the half-formed Susanoo. You must be Sasuke's brother, and you, his father. Right now, I feel absolutely stuffed, like my chakra is about to spill right out of me. Itachi dispelled his Susanoo once more. He walked over to Naruto and asked, why did the nine tails inside you go on a rampage? Naruto was silent for a moment before replying. My friend died. I felt terrible. Then I saw 3 villagers from the Leaf. I greeted them, but they just hurled insults at me. What did they say? They called me a demon fox, said I was violent, claimed my father died for nothing. Fugaku was so furious he could hardly breathe. Damn it. Because of something so trivial, I nearly exhausted my Sharingan. He turned to Kenjin and ordered, Kenjin, post a notice from the police force. Announce that Naruto is the son of Minato, the 4th Hokage of the Leaf, and a hero of the village. A hero shouldn't be made to shed both blood and tears. From this moment on, anyone who dares insult the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be arrested for treason. Kenjin hesitated. Chief, isn't treason a bit too serious? Fugaku replied, it's not. Don't forget, the tailed beasts are critical strategic weapons for our village. If this kind of talk ever drove the Jinchuriki to join another village, the consequences would be catastrophic. What could be more treacherous than that? Kenjin nodded with excitement. Yes, Chief. Naruto's stomach was so round and firm he looked like a child, lying comfortably on the ground. A short while later, more people arrived, one after another. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and other village elders all rushed over. Tsunade surveyed the wreckage scattered all around. Did the Nine Tails go on a rampage just now? Fugaku nodded. Yes, but we've managed to suppress it. It was Naruto himself who calmed it down. Tsunade was briefly flabbergasted. Naruto, you can control the Nine Tails on your own now. Naruto nodded and replied, I don't really know what happened. Suddenly, the Nine Tails just wasn't so cranky anymore. It became a lot easier to talk with. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama yelled, Call me Kurama. That's my name, Kurama. Tsunade grew visibly excited. If that was true, didn't that mean Naruto had become the perfect Jinchuriki? She was about to question Naruto further, but Kakashi rushed back from outside the village. Taking in the chaos, he asked, What happened here? Why is everyone assembled? Tsunade answered, You got here just in time. The Nine Tails went wild earlier, but Naruto managed to suppress it. I suspect Naruto has finally become the perfect Jinchuriki. Kakashi, however, spoke up. Achieving perfect Jinchuriki isn't that easy. And the tailed beasts all have their own feelings and consciousness. The Nine Tails, for instance, is fierce and ruthless. Inside, the Nine Tails grumbled. Who's out here spreading rumors about me? If you hadn't pushed me around so much, would I have turned out this savage? Of course, Kakashi couldn't hear a word the Nine Tails said. Tsunade spoke. All right, then take Naruto back with you and keep a close eye on him. Just as Kakashi was about to agree, Fugaku interjected. I don't believe Kakashi fully understands the Nine Tails' power. I suggest Naruto should be brought to the Uchiha for observation. Tsunade fell silent. Fugaku was equally stern. A tense standoff hung in the air, and Tsunade found herself in a quandary. The head of the ANBU has already been handed to the Uchiha. The leader of the police is you, Fugaku. Now do you plan to take the Nine Tails as well? Fugaku replied, Take? That's hardly accurate. The Nine Tails will always remain in Konoha. Besides, Kakashi simply doesn't have the strength to keep the Nine Tails in check. What if there's another rampage? Only the Uchiha can guarantee safety. Tsunade opened her mouth to protest. But Uchiha Fugaku turned to her and suggested, Lord Hokage, why don't we let Naruto decide for himself? Very well, let Naruto choose for himself. It was a pivotal moment, one that would determine whether the highest ranks of Konoha would be completely overshadowed by the Uchiha. If Naruto truly mastered the power of the Nine Tails, then his decision now would be the most critical of all. Naruto looked over at Lady Tsunade, then glanced at Fugaku. At last he spoke, I choose the Uchiha. At the very least, among the Uchiha, Naruto would not be looked down upon. He would keep the basic dignity a Jinchuriki deserves. Besides, the security law Fugaku had just announced. It warmed Naruto's heart, if only just a little. When she heard Naruto's choice, Tsunade felt as if the floor had vanished beneath her feet, leaving her plunged into icy despair. The Konoha police were under Uchiha control. The ANBU belonged to the Uchiha. The only clan that could have rivaled them was now joined to them by marriage. And now, even the Nine Tails was theirs. Such an outcome was more than Tsunade could accept. The Hokage, her authority had been utterly undermined by the Uchiha. She was left with nothing. No means left to counterbalance the Uchiha's rising dominance. Konoha, the Uchiha compound. Deep in the heart of the Uchiha estate stood a quiet courtyard, lined with many rooms. Within these rooms resided the Jinchuriki. The earliest hint of a tailed beast organization could be seen here. The six-tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, lived among them. Outside, numerous Uchiha members stood on guard. But their vigilance wasn't meant to keep Utakata confined. It was to keep him safe. At first, Fugako had planned to assign people to restrain Utakata, to keep the power of the Six Tails forever locked inside the Uchiha clan. But Sasuke rejected that idea. Sasuke said, if you trust someone, don't doubt them. If you doubt them, don't use them. Sasuke believed in Yugao. Now it seems Sasuke's judgment was right. Yugao was living quite comfortably with the Uchiha. His favorite pastimes were painting, blowing bubbles, and teasing Xiaoying. Now, Xiaoying was a chunin of the Hidden Leaf, while Yugao remained, in essence, a jobless wanderer. Yet despite being unemployed, Yugao was a Jinchuriki of the Six Tails and led a relaxed, carefree life. Right now, Yugao was stretched out on the crooked tree trunk in the middle of the courtyard, resting. Suddenly, the gate creaked open. Uchiha Fugako had brought Naruto. Naruto gazed around at the spacious, luxurious courtyard, a little incredulous. So, I'll be living here from now on? Fugako nodded. That's right. This is your home from this day forward. If you need anything, just let the guards outside know. But don't get the wrong idea. They're not here to keep an eye on you. On the contrary, they're here to protect you. After saying this, Fugako turned and left. Naruto looked around the courtyard with curiosity. Suddenly, a clear voice called down from the tree. Hey, who are you? Naruto looked up. Lounging languidly on the tree with his chest half bare, Yugao struck a flamboyant pose. Naruto said, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Please take care of me from now on. I don't know your name yet. Yugao jumped down from the tree and asked Naruto, so, are you a Jinchuriki too? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I am. On Yugao's shoulder, chakra took the form of a miniature Six Tails. The tiny Six Tails stood on Yugao's shoulder and addressed Naruto. So, which tail beast do you carry inside you? Because of Naruto's special constitution, the Six Tails couldn't tell. Just as Six Tails finished speaking, a miniature Nine Tails formed on Naruto's shoulder. With a leap, Nine Tails bounded onto Naruto's head and said to Six Tails, Hey, Sixy, it's me. Six Tails perked up, excited. Nine Tails, aren't you the one who can't stand humans? Nine Tails spoke in a deep, meaningful tone. That's right, but have you looked at who this boy resembles? Six Tails focused, and to his astonishment, caught a glimpse of Ashura's very shadow. He gasped, Ashu. Before he could finish, Nine Tails sprang onto Yugao's shoulder and, with a flick, sent Six Tails tumbling. Don't say it out loud. The little Six Tails rolled twice on the ground, then nodded in acquiescence. Nine Tails was, after all, the strongest among them. Six Tails never stood a chance. Yet, Six Tails couldn't help but feel that Nine Tails was no longer as powerful as before. He asked why. Nine Tails replied, My darker half was sealed away by Minato. Six Tails was surprised. You mean, the darker side of you isn't your darkest side anymore? Just how dark must your shadow be? Nine Tails' expression grew sullen. Six Tails hurriedly said, Wait, don't be angry. Let me tell you what I've been through all these years, little brother. After the 8-trigram seal was opened, Kurama was able to use this method to condense itself into a miniature version, gaining a brief freedom to wander and unwind. Standing nearby, Yugao introduced himself to Naruto. My name is Yugao, Yu as in feather and Gao as in happiness. Though Yugao appeared rather aloof, in truth, he was a reserved yet warm-hearted soul. Naruto asked, I don't think I've ever seen you in Konoha before. Yugao looked up at the sky and replied, I'm from the Hidden Mist Village, but now I've joined Sasuke's tailed organization. This was the first time Naruto had ever heard of Sasuke leading such a group. Yugao gave him an explanation, and Naruto quickly understood. Sasuke wanted to bring together all the Jinchuriki, the hosts of the tailed beasts, into one group. That way, no one would dare to bully the Jinchuriki anymore. Yugao even took out a uniform he had designed for the tailed organization to show Naruto. It was a pure white combat outfit, accented with simple black designs, radiating a sense of strength. But the most striking part was the forehead protector. Numbers 1, 2, 3, all the way 9, each one representing the Jinchuriki of the respective tailed beast from 1 tails to 9 tails. Naruto thought it looked pretty good. Because Yugao knew the identities of several Jinchuriki, he had already sketched out the designs in advance. For instance, 1 tail Gaara, 8 tails Killer Bee. These were ones Yugao was familiar with. But when Naruto saw the design for Two Tails, to his surprise, it was Sasuke. Naruto was astonished. Sasuke, is it Jinchuriki too? Yugao nodded. Yes, Sasuke is the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Didn't you know that? Naruto shook his head. He truly had no idea. To realize that his closest friend was also a Jinchuriki. Yet Sasuke never told him. This left Naruto with a faint pang of sadness in his heart. Moments later, Sasuke arrived. Clad in white, Sasuke still cut an impossibly dashing figure. Naruto turned to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, are you really the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I am. So what? Then why didn't you ever tell me? Back then, the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village was tense. I couldn't tell anyone. I was about to become the weapon of the Uchiha. After Sasuke explained, Naruto felt a sudden realization. Politics and power had always been mysteries to him. He never cared about such things. He wanted to become Hokage only so others would acknowledge him. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you know this. Only strength can change the world. That's why I hope you'll join my tailed organization. So this world will know no more war, and the strong will no longer oppress the weak. Just like the ideal nation that Timsy dreamed of establishing. Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke, you know about Timsy? Sasuke nodded. Yes, the Uchiha intelligence network stretches across the entire ninja world. So of course I've heard of Timsy. He wants to create a utopia, and to do that, he needs the power of the Grellstone. But we're different. We are Jinchuriki. We carry the power of tailed beasts. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, count me in. On one hand, Naruto already respected this organization. On the other hand, he also wanted to fulfill the mission that his friend couldn't complete. And so, the Tails organization welcomed its fourth member. Naruto, Gaara of the One Tail, Sasuke of the Two Tails, Utakata of the Six Tails, Naruto of the Nine Tails. Elsewhere, Sasuke returned to his own room. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Yet, in the shadows, a malignant force continued to grow. That was the Kara organization. Years ago, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki chose the ninja world and planted the chakra fruit tree. But then, Kagaya betrayed Ishiki with a surprise attack. Ishiki was left gravely wounded on the verge of death. As he lay dying, a passing monk came by, and Ishiki implanted him with a karma mark. Karma is the method the Otsutsuki clan uses to resurrect themselves. Ishiki Otsutsuki's current host is called Jigen. At this moment, Jigen is still lurking in the shadows, quietly biding his time. Sasuke felt a certain unease toward this Jigen, or rather, toward Ishiki Otsutsuki himself. After all, he was one of the Otsutsuki clan's most formidable warriors. Sasuke was now 13 years old. In 2 years, when he turned 15, his eyes would evolve once again. By then, Sasuke planned to take action, to hunt down Jigen hiding in the darkness, to truly understand the Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki, just wait. I'm coming for you. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, the Uchiha clan remained remarkably well-behaved, never crossing any boundaries. But Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The Uchiha clan shouldn't be this quiet, should they? Today was Sasuke's 15th birthday. His heart was pounding with excitement. After 2 years of dedicated training, Sasuke had become immensely powerful. His strength now far surpassed any living ninja in the world. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his mastery over the ultimate sage arts, Sasuke believed, no, he knew, that he was now the foremost force in the shinobi world. And indeed it was true. Tick, tick, tick. The wall clock kept moving, second by second, until, finally, the moment arrived. A sharp, indescribable pain shot through Sasuke's eyes. It was as if his eyes were being shattered and then reassembled over and over. Sasuke didn't rub them. He let himself feel every stab of pain. Gradually, the pain faded away. Sasuke's lips curled into a small, confident smile. I've done it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surviving to age 15. The host's left eye has evolved into the 6-tomo Rinnegan. Sasuke's eyes were no longer Sharingan. They had fully evolved into the Rinnegan, though only in his right eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ocular jutsu Ameno Tajikara. Ameno Tajikara, a time-space type ocular technique. Within the host's field of vision, you can forcibly swap places with any object in space. Each use consumes 1 tomo, and each tomo requires 1 hour to recover. This ocular jutsu might sound simple at first, but in practice it was anything but. Each time Sasuke used Ameno Tajikara, he would use up 1 tomo, meaning he could use the technique up to 6 times in a row. But to fully recover all his tomo, it would take 6 hours. Yet, compared to how powerful and versatile Amenotejikara was, this minor restriction hardly mattered. Sasuke gazed at his own reflection in the mirror. His right eye looked completely normal, but his left eye now gleamed with the six-tomo Rinnegan's pattern. The ocular power that once resided solely in his right eye hadn't vanished, but had instead merged seamlessly into the Rinnegan. He opened the host status display. Host, Uchiha Sasuke. Special Constitution. Chakra Affinity, Indra's Reincarnation, Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Complete Sage Technique. Keki-I Genkai, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Right Eye, Six-Tomo Rinnegan, Left Eye, Blood Release. Ocular Jutsu, Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, Blood Moon, Aminamina-Kanushi, Amenotejikara. Chakra Attributes, Fire, Lightning, Earth, Water, Wind, Yin-Yang. Now, having awakened the Rinnegan, Sasuke didn't just possess the transformational mastery of all 5 basic chakra natures. He'd also obtained a combined yin-yang release. Preparations with colleagues. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office tower, Tsunade tossed and turned, unable to find a moment's rest. She gazed out at the moon hanging in the night sky. Once more, the moon was stained blood red. In recent years, those crimson moons had grown more and more frequent, and the Uchiha clan, their power only continued to grow. If things went on like this, the next Hokage would almost certainly be an Uchiha, because as it stood, the Uchiha clan was simply too strong. Itachi, Fugaku, Sasuke, and that mysterious masked man. Each of these individuals possessed power ranking among the top in the entire ninja world. And the Hyuga, the most powerful clan in their own right, had become allies of the Uchiha. Tsunade thought about the clans that supported her from behind the scenes. The Sarutobi, Inoshikacho, Aburame, Inuzuka. But even if all those families joined forces, they probably couldn't stand up to Sasuke alone. Headache after headache, nothing but trouble. Why, Tsunade sighed to herself, did I ever accept the mess that comes with being Hokage? Unable to sleep, she made her way to the roof of the Hokage tower, hoping to have a drink or two. Shizen had prepared a large jug of sake for her. There were no snacks to go with it, but it would do. Tsunade turned to Shizen. Care to join me for a drink? Shizen shook her head. I don't drink, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade turned her gaze to Taunton. Taunton's eyes went wide with alarm. If this kept up, Taunton feared she might end up as a snack for the drinks. In the distance, Sasuke witnessed the entire scene, and his eye technique suddenly flared to life. In his left eye, one tomo had vanished. In that brief instant, Sasuke and Shizen switched positions. Shizen felt a sudden wrenching sensation through her body, and the next thing she knew, she was here. Where is this place? Why am I suddenly here? Shizen felt at a complete loss. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade sensed a ripple in the air, as if the very space had shifted. She turned to look over her shoulder. It was Sasuke. Tsunade was taken aback. What are you doing here? Sasuke replied, Today is my birthday. I've come to share a drink with you. With a grand sweep of her arm, Tsunade sent a wine jar flying straight into Sasuke's hands. With a challenging smirk, she said, Aren't you a bit young for drinking? Of course I can handle it, Sasuke answered coolly. He sat himself opposite Tsunade, sinking down with confidence. Tsunade happened to shoot a casual glance his way. She caught sight of Sasuke's left eye. Instinctively, Tsunade thought she must have been seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, and realized she hadn't been mistaken at all. That wasn't a Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a Rinnegan. When did Sasuke gain the Rinnegan? No wonder the Uchiha had been so quiet lately. They've been hiding a truly game-changing card. The endless tangle of paperwork left Tsunade feeling thoroughly drained. Sasuke asked, What's troubling you? Tsunade replied, Lately, the Hidden Cloud Village has grown restless once more. They think there's turmoil within Konoha, that a clash between the village leaders and the Uchiha is inevitable. So they've been provoking us at the border incessantly. Sasuke frowned, memories surfacing. Back when Konoha and the Hidden Cloud signed a peace treaty, the Cloud had tried to kidnap Hinata. Fortunately, Sasuke had managed to rescue her. That was the very moment Sasuke had mastered the Lightning Release Taijutsu. But to Sasuke now, Lightning Release Taijutsu was no longer a match for his abilities. In terms of speed, Amenotejikara utterly outclassed Lightning Release Taijutsu. In terms of power, Fire Release, Amaterasu combined with Kagutsuchi overwhelmed Lightning Release Taijutsu completely. These thoughts in mind, Sasuke turned to Tsunade and asked, Lady Hokage, do you have Lightning Release Chakra within you? Tsunade paused for a moment. Ido. Then let me show you the Cloud Village's Lightning Release Taijutsu, Sasuke offered. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then said, Taijutsu? Isn't that one of the Hidden Cloud's forbidden techniques? They use lightning-release chakra to stimulate their cells, activating and strengthening their bodies, making themselves faster and stronger. Sasuke nodded. Exactly. It was an insight I gained in my youth. Sasuke then demonstrated the lightning release, body flicker technique. In an instant, arcs of electricity surged around Sasuke's body. Tsunade, visibly surprised, blurted out, "You really know how to do that?" Sasuke immediately began instructing Tsunade on the technique, guiding her to gather chakra at her heart, then use a special breathing rhythm to regulate her heartbeat. By syncing her pulse, she would ensure a steady blood supply while seamlessly channeling lightning-release chakra throughout her body. Just as Sasuke was about to elaborate, the door suddenly swung open. Shikaku strode in, beginning, "Lady Hokage, But Shikaku froze. For a brief moment, his mind utterly blanked out. Even someone as clever as he was simply couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. Tsunade shouted out, "You didn't see a thing today." "Yes, Lady Hokage." Shikaku hurried out. A low, flustered murmur hung in the air. An hour later, finally, sparks of lightning flickered over Tsunade's body. It was a sign Tsunade had begun to grasp the basics of the lightning release, body flicker technique. Sasuke was just about to leave. Tsunade called out, "Wait, what is it?" "Go teach the Hidden Cloud Village a lesson." "Why me?" With a guilty look, Sasuke relented. "All right, I'll go. Hidden Cloud Village." The fourth Raikage was reading a book. He stared at the page, perplexed by the jumble of words. None of it made any sense to him. Suddenly, the door burst open. His secretary, Mabui, dashed in at near sprint. Pushing her glasses up, Mabui clutched a stack of documents and addressed the Raikage. "Lord Fourth, there are several urgent matters requiring your attention." The Raikage fumed. "Didn't I say you could handle those? Every time I look at these reports, my head feels like it's about to explode." Mabui replied, "All right, then I'll mention the major ones. First, Killer Bee has sneaked out again." The Raikage demanded, "Where did he go?" Mabui said, "We don't know. But Fuji Fubuki is holding a concert in the Leaf Village, so my guess is Killer Bee went there to watch the show." The fourth Raikage took a deep breath. Since the peace treaty with the Leaf was still in effect, at least there was no immediate cause for concern. Mabui continued, "And, Lord Raikage, someone in the village has started drawing comics about you, and they're spreading all over the Cloud Village." The Raikage said, "That's a good thing, right? What's wrong with spreading my wise and heroic image?" Mabui tried desperately to suppress her laughter. "Well, the trouble is, in the comics, you're portrayed as a ravenous, over-the-top, insatiable glutton." The fourth Raikage. Mabui handed the comic over to the Raikage. The first page featured a close-up portrait of the fourth Raikage, though the expression on his face was oddly indecent. As for the book's contents, it told the tale of the fourth Raikage killing his own father and inheriting the title of Raikage. The fourth Raikage was described as the mightiest man on the planet, so nothing could escape the clutches of his iron will. Eventually, though, the fourth Raikage grew bored. One day, quite by chance, the fourth Raikage caught sight of Darui, his loyal captain who had fought by his side through countless battles. Then, the fourth Raikage's wandering eye fell upon the Eight Tails, the fearsome beast guarding Hidden Cloud Village. Throwing his head back, the fourth Raikage burst into raucous laughter. "Aha! Even the Eight Tails has a captivating charm." And just like that, the story came to an abrupt end. The comic's illustrations were drawn in painstaking detail. Every little nuance was captured. When the fourth Raikage finished reading, he was so furious his nose practically twisted in rage. He tried to tamp down his anger, but his voice still trembled. Who could have done this?" The aide, Mori, replied, "We don't know yet, sir, but we're investigating the matter." In a fit of rage, the fourth Raikage clenched the comic in his hand and crushed it to powder. Simply recalling what he just read left the fourth Raikage feeling utterly unsettled. Yet there was nowhere he could vent his frustration. He had always lived an upright and honorable life, but now his image was being destroyed by this book. Struggling to keep his fury under control, the fourth Raikage heard Mori say, "Lord Raikage, you're holding the book upside down." No wonder I didn't recognize the words. It's upside down. But that didn't matter. What mattered now was stopping this book from spreading within the village. The fourth Raikage shouted, "Quick! Mobilize Hidden Cloud Village's entire Black Ops. Stop the comic from spreading, no matter what it takes." He decided to seek out Darui, the commander of the village's covert forces, himself. Facing Darui, the Raikage commanded, "Darui, destroy every last copy of that comic in the village. Spare no effort. And in the end, I want the author brought to me, however you find them." Darui nodded solemnly. He had read the comic, too. In its pages, he and the Raikage were depicted as entangled. At that moment, Darui, ever the straight-laced man, felt as if the sky itself was caving in. Would their noble reputations be utterly ruined by this comic? The fourth Reikage had lived with honor and integrity all his life, only to have his image shattered by a cheap story. The whole predicament was almost comedic in its absurdity. Darui vowed he would never allow such humiliation to stand. Never. But what truly infuriated the Reikage most was a particular detail. He was depicted as ogling the eight tails. Who on earth could even dream up such a ridiculous plot? Just last night, he'd gone to sleep in a peaceful mood, but upon awakening, the world had come crashing down around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Snow Country's king, Princess Koyuki Kazahana, was missing Sasuke terribly. So she made up her mind. She would travel to the Hidden Leaf Village and host a concert. Fubuki Koyuki got in touch with her former director, who then reached out to the Konoha Opera House. Together, they penciled in a concert for Fubuki Koyuki to be held at the Opera House 3 days later. This time, Fubuki Koyuki would once again use her stage name, Fuji Fubuki. As she walked the streets of Konoha, Fubuki Koyuki could spot members of the Konoha security force everywhere, recognizable by their green vests. These days, Konoha's security force was desperately short-staffed. Because of this, the force had been split into many smaller squads. Squads 1 through 10 were staffed by members of the Uchiha clan. Squads 11 through 36 were made up of those from other families. There was no shortage of ninja in Konoha, so they never worried about running out of people to fill their ranks. And with the generous rewards offered by the Uchiha clan, it was all the more attractive. The Uchiha clan soon learned that Fubuki Koyuki had arrived in Konoha, so they dispatched an entire squad to ensure her safety. This was the Konoha Security Force's 12th squad. The captain was Kimimaro. When Fubuki Koyuki first met the one assigned to protect her, a boy, no older than a child, she couldn't help but be surprised. "You're so young, and you're already a squad captain?" Kimimaro wasn't much of a talker, but recalling Lord Orochimaru's orders, he replied, "Age doesn't determine strength." Due to the unique bloodline of the Kagaya clan, Kimimaro was unlikely to live past the age of 25. And because of his own temperament, Kimimaro knew little aside from fighting. So, Lord Orochimaru had given him a special assignment. Every day, he was to say at least 30 different sentences. This wasn't easy for Kimimaro, but to avoid disappointing Lord Orochimaru, he followed the instruction to the letter. Later, to make some money, Kimimaro joined the Konoha security force. With his formidable strength and his fearlessness, he defeated many opponents and successfully became the captain of the 12th squad. After hearing Kimimaro's words, Fubuki Koyuki covered her mouth and let out a gentle laugh. "You know, I once knew a charming little boy just like you. He was young as well, but his strength was absolutely terrifying." Kimimaro didn't know how to respond. But, once more recalling Lord Orochimaru's task, he asked, "May I ask your name?" "Fubuki Koyuki, or you can also call me Fuji Fubuki. Have you had breakfast today?" "I have." "Which country are you from?" "The land of snow." "How tall are you?" 176 centimeters. Just one more question remained, and then today's assignment would be complete. Kimimaro racked his brains, uncertain what else to ask. Fubuki Koyuki looked at the rather curious boy in front of her, thinking perhaps he just happened to be unusually inquisitive. And seeing how young he was, she answered every question without complaint. Just then, a burly man with a bushy beard caught sight of Fubuki Kazahana and exclaimed, visibly excited, "Hey, are you Miss Fubuki Kazahana from Mount Fuji?" Fubuki Kazahana nodded in response. The burly man immediately tried to approach her, but was blocked by Kimimaro, who coldly warned, "First warning, keep your distance." Kimimaro thought to himself, that was my 30th sentence. At last I finished. But the burly man eyed Kimimaro with open disdain. "Do you even know who I am? Get lost, don't get in my way." Kimimaro's gaze grew dark and dangerous. Second warning. So I spoke one more time than I planned. Whatever. Yet the burly man pressed on like an obsessed fan, unwilling to let go. Kimimaro couldn't be bothered to speak further. After all, fighting, that was his true expertise. In a flash, Kimimaro drove both hands straight into his own chest, sending a spray of blood over the startled burly man. The display utterly terrified him. "Hey, I never even touched you. Don't try to pin anything on me." With unwavering calm, Kimimaro pulled out 2 of his own ribs, each sharp as a dagger in his grasp. Without hesitation, Kimimaro stabbed one of the bones into the burly man's knee. With a howl of pain, the man crashed to the ground. Kimimaro's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he raised the second bone high. In Kimimaro's eyes, the hunger for battle glimmered cold and bright. The bone he held up was still slick with fresh blood, dripping steadily to the ground. Just as Kimimaro was about to finish him off, the burly man wrapped himself around Kimimaro's leg, sobbing and sniffling desperately. "Spare me, please. Have mercy, let me live. Kimimaro was poised to strike. But at that moment, Orochimaru's warning echoed in his mind. Restrain yourself. Don't kill without good reason. Kimimaro cast the bone aside. He glared at the burly man and ordered, Go. Now. The man scrambled away on hands and knees, fleeing in terror. Fubuki Kazahana stared at Kimimaro in utter disbelief. Had she seen it right? Had he actually torn out his own bones just now? What's more, his green vest was now soaked crimson with blood. Kimimaro seemed utterly unfazed by pain. Fubuki Kazahana couldn't help but ask, Doesn't that hurt? Kimimaro answered truthfully, It hurts, yes. But this is my genetic bloodline limit. It's my main way of fighting. Fubuki Kazahana was left speechless. Kimimaro had killed many people in his time. He'd long since grown numb to pain. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in a corner of the slums of the Hidden Cloud Village, there lived a manga artist. He was a nobody, unknown to most. All he ever drew were cliched comics about heroes saving beauties, lowbrow tales that sold poorly and earned him little recognition. It wasn't until the manga artist accidentally stumbled upon Intimate Paradise that the floodgates of creativity were suddenly thrown wide open. Countless inspirations surged into his mind like a torrent. Hidden Cloud Village. For an entire day now, the fourth Reikage had been searching for that infuriating manga artist. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the elusive creator remained nowhere to be found. Just then, an uninvited guest arrived in the Hidden Cloud Village, Sasuke. At the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared, landing silently on its rugged ground. A single tomo and Sasuke's eye had vanished. Wherever Sasuke set his gaze, he could instantly swap places with his target. And even when his vision couldn't settle on anything solid, Sasuke could still exchange positions with space itself. Matatabi, the Two Tails, looked around and found the surroundings oddly familiar. Had they come to the Hidden Cloud Village again? Just then, someone spotted Sasuke. A ball of crackling lightning was hurled his way. It was Samui, the captain of the valley's security squad, attempting to intercept him. She was charged with guarding the two Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. But under her watch, the Two Tails was long gone, and the Eight Tails host had slipped away as well. After losing track of not one, but two Jinchuriki, Samui's pride took a serious hit. Though the Reikage hadn't come to reprimand her, Samui still felt she had let him down. What? Astonished as she was, Samui reacted immediately. She once more unleashed her lightning release, neutralizing the incoming attack with her own. After all, techniques powered by the same chakra nature can cancel each other out. Sasuke couldn't help but praise her. That was a quick reaction. A sudden idea flashed through Sasuke's mind. Though the thought amused him, he had no intention of acting on it. In a blink, Sasuke appeared behind Samui, another tomo in his eye fading away. He'd swapped places with the very space behind her. Samui sneered coldly. You've picked the wrong opponent. Electric arcs burst across her entire body as she readied another lightning release, intent on slowing Sasuke down. But as it turned out, Samui had picked the wrong fight, too. Sasuke spoke with cool confidence. My lightning release surpasses yours. No, what I'm after is a book. Sasuke reached out and, to Samui's shock, pulled a book from her chest pocket. On its cover, 3 bold characters caught his eye. It felt as if Sasuke had been struck by lightning. After reading this thunder volume, he was utterly at a loss. The author was nothing short of a genius. Even Sasuke couldn't have foreseen some of the twists in the story. He stared incredulously at Samui. You read this kind of stuff? For a young woman? Only then did Samui truly take in Sasuke's face. He was incredibly handsome. But even as she was taken aback, she snapped in response to his question, I don't read it. A colleague forced it on me. Sasuke's expression became a lively mix of amusement and disbelief. Such a conflicted woman. You say one thing, but mean another. Sasuke was about to leave when Samui called out. You're just leaving like that? With a stubborn edge to her voice, Samui pressed further. Who exactly are you? Sasuke replied, Uchiha Sasuke. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke vanished in the blink of an eye. The heavenly hand power of Sasuke's Rinnegan was undeniably formidable, yet it came with its own set of limitations. However, those restrictions were of little concern to him. As for why such limits existed, Sasuke had a theory. His Rinnegan possessed abilities of the sage level, but his body had yet to reach that same sage level. As a result, he couldn't draw out the full power of his Rinnegan, which was why he could only use it 6 times consecutively. After all, according to the system's original plan, Sasuke was supposed to awaken the Rinnegan at the age of 20. Yet, due to his own efforts, he awakened the Rinnegan ahead of schedule. No doubt, this was the reason for these constraints. Sasuke didn't dwell on it further and dashed toward the Reikage's tower. The Reikage's tower, with its platinum facade, stood tall and commanding, a symbol of authority. At the entrance, the Umbu guards stiffened at the sight of an unfamiliar figure, immediately on high alert. Halt! Who are you? Sasuke's gaze fixed on a yellow-haired man with a center part, C. He spoke, from Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke. I want to see the Raikage right now. I need to question him. We have a peace treaty, so why does your side constantly provoke our borders? C's expression was one of awkward embarrassment. He started to say something, but promptly thought better of it and fell silent. After all, as a modest Umbu squad captain, this was no time to speak out of turn. He addressed Sasuke. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform the Raikage at once. Sasuke gave a cold snort. Oomph. That won't be necessary. I'll speak to him myself. The Cloud Umbu tried to block his path, but C shook his head. Let him go. Inside the towering office, within the Raikage building. This was incredible, utterly absurd. His mighty and heroic reputation built over a lifetime, utterly ruined by some ridiculous book. Just then, Sasuke appeared before the Raikage in an instant. A gentle breeze swept in, rustling the Raikage's cloak. The fourth Raikage was in the midst of his anger, and he glared fiercely at Sasuke. Who the hell are you to dare barge into the Raikage's office? Sasuke revealed his Rinnegan, his gaze sharp and threatening. He addressed the Raikage. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I represent the Hidden Leaf Village, and I've come to negotiate. The fourth Raikage sneered. And who are you? A brat with no standing. But before the Raikage could finish, he suddenly sensed a pulse of overwhelming force behind him, enough to make his skin prickle with unease. A cold bead of sweat formed on the Raikage's brow. For the first time, he truly regarded the boy who now stood before him. As the Raikage, he naturally knew about the existence of Six Paths level beings. And of course, he also knew about the Rinnegan. Only now did the Raikage notice Sasuke's Rinnegan. In disbelief, the Raikage exclaimed, The Rinnegan? Kid, how did you get those eyes? Sasuke gave him no answer. In his mind, the Raikage recalled a pair of infamous brothers from a hidden cloud village, Kin and Jin. Kin and Jin rampaged through the land, burning, pillaging, and committing every imaginable crime. Wherever they marched, they left nothing but scorched earth. In short, even the Raikage of their era found them troublesome to deal with. Their power came from 4 legendary ninja tools of the Six Paths: a rope, a fan, a gourd, and a heavy blade. In any case, the Raikage understood the significance of the Six Paths level. The spies he had planted within the Hidden Rain village had reported to him countless times. They told him that the leader of the Akatsuki went by the name of Pain of the Six Paths. They were said to be invincible in this world. Their strength came from the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths himself. And now, the Raikage had seen those very eyes in Sasuke. A ripple of surprise surged through his heart. Just moments ago, if his senses hadn't betrayed him, he felt something he hadn't in a long time: fear. The Raikage's spirit knew no fear, but his body had responded instinctively, recoiling in primal dread. Such a sensation had not visited him in ages. It was a reaction honed by instinct alone. As the third Raikage's son, the fourth Raikage's body was trained to its utmost limit. His father earned the titles of strongest spear and strongest shield for a reason. He wasn't far behind. Yet even so, now he had felt the chill of fear. And that, strangely, thrilled the Raikage. Crackling with arcs of lightning jutsu, he activated his body. Once, twice, a third time, pushing it to its utmost intensity. In an instant, the fourth Raikage surged to his peak, looking Sasuke in the eye. If you're here, representing the Hidden Leaf and negotiating with me, you'd better come with the power to back it up. Without warning, the Raikage charged at Sasuke. This speed, swift enough to rival even the Flying Thunder God technique. And yet, in front of Sasuke, it still wasn't quite enough. Eternal Stand of Heaven. With the domain unleashed, everything within a 5-meter radius slowed to a third of its normal speed. The Raikage, who had just been a blur, appeared much slower in Sasuke's eyes. Within this field, every motion was dulled, every thought delayed. Even the Raikage's mind lagged behind. Only Sasuke moved unhindered. Otomo disappeared from Sasuke's eye, and in a heartbeat, he and the Raikage had switched places. The Raikage's powerful frame crashed straight into the wall, smashing a gaping hole right through it. Half of Sasuke's Susanoo took form. He pulled back his bow and loosed an arrow. A bolt of purple chakra hurtled toward the Raikage. The violet chakra arrow exploded in an instant, destroying half of the Raikage's tower. A tremendous force burst forth, tearing the Raikage's clothes to shreds in a heartbeat. Even the Raikage himself was left charred all over by the blast. The energy of Sasuke's chakra arrow was so fierce, it seared every last hair from the Raikage's head. Turning to the Raikage, Sasuke said, Raikage, do I now have the right to negotiate with you? The Raikage's face was grim. He looked straight at Sasuke and replied, You have the right. The Reikage was always direct. If someone had the right, he would admit it. If not, he would say so plainly. The strength Sasuke had shown just now had truly earned the Reikage's respect. The Reikage's lightning-style body technique had pushed every cell of his body to its utmost limit. Yet even so, he couldn't catch Sasuke's shadow. Sasuke's speed now surpassed even Minato at his peak. Because the Reikage was already so swift, when Sasuke and he switched places, he didn't even feel a thing. And with the Reikage's formidable physique, not even the tearing sensation of the switch registered for him. Now, Sasuke possessed the strength to negotiate with the Reikage. The two men sat atop the half-ruined Reikage tower. With a stern expression, the Reikage faced Sasuke and asked, "What is it you want? Or should I say, what does Konoha want?" Sasuke smiled faintly. "It's not about what Konoha wants. The question is, Reikage, what are you prepared to do?" The Reikage looked at Sasuke, bewildered. Locking eyes with him, Sasuke continued, "Since Konoha and the Hidden Cloud have signed a peace treaty, why does your village keep raiding Konoha's border?" The Reikage looked like he was about to deny it. But faced with the chilling glint in Sasuke's eyes, he relented. "Understood. I'll tighten control over my subordinates. We will not breach the terms of the peace accord." Sasuke's gaze was intense as he declared, "If the Hidden Cloud continues invading Konoha's borders, then Konoha will be forced to respond in kind. My Uchiha clan will bring every last one of our people, and we'll come straight for Cloud and Thunder Gorge." The Reikage's eyes went wide in alarm. Cloud and Thunder Gorge was the most vital place in the Hidden Cloud. If the Uchiha truly launched a strike there, the Hidden Cloud would become the laughingstock of every village. And after that, the Hidden Cloud might as well be renamed the Konoha Village Branch Office. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in Konoha Village at the Konoha Opera House, Koyuki Kazahana stood at the center of the stage, dancing gracefully while singing. The melody and rhythm of the song were dazzling, weaving seamlessly together with Koyuki's movements. Upon the trail where moonlight rises, while the crimson lanterns are lit, the festival's music plays its secret code, luring delicate butterflies from their sleep. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire theater. "One more time. Princess Fuka, another song, please." Beads of fine sweat shimmered on Fuka Koyuki's forehead. She searched the audience below, but still did not see that figure she longed for, day and night. And yet, in the third row, there sat a person with a hat pulled low, their face completely hidden in shadow. He struggled to suppress the wild excitement that churned in his heart. This music, this dance, it was simply perfection itself. Killer Bee fought to keep his composure. Deep down, he was almost overwhelmed by the urge to dash onto the stage and kiss her toes. But he managed to restrain himself. If word got out that the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki had caused a scene at the Konoha Opera House, the Reikage would have his head for sure. So Killer Bee hung on, barely. He had three great passions in life: rapping, dancing, and basketball. And yet, he never thought to fuse music and dance together. But now, his genius brain was ticking at lightning speed. He'd do just as Fuka Koyuki had, blend song and dance into one. He'd call it sing and dance rap. Suddenly, a voice called out to Fuka Koyuki, "Princess, what is the name of this piece?" At the unexpected question, hope sparked in her eyes. She glanced toward the entrance of the opera house. There stood Uchiha Sasuke. Tears of joy shimmered in her gaze. Fuka Koyuki answered, "The lyrics, melody, and dance for this song were all taught to me by a young man several years ago. He told me this music is called Paradise Pure Land." Killer Bee bit down hard on his sleeve. Paradise Pure Land. What a perfect name. He was so excited he couldn't stop trembling. Just then, the white-haired man beside Killer Bee snapped, "Stop squirming. You're distracting me while I'm trying to write." Killer Bee turned to look at him, a burly guy dressed in red, scribbling busily in a tiny notebook. It was none other than Jiraiya, who muttered quietly to Killer Bee, "That's my soon-to-be leading lady for a new film. I'm writing a scene just for her." Killer Bee was about to call Jiraiya's bluff, but in that instant, their eyes met. Jiraiya, a free-spirited writer, spent his life wandering from country to country. Naturally, he recognized Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of the Land of Lightning. And Killer Bee, of course, knew Jiraiya too, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, renowned since the Third Great Ninja War. Jiraiya was the most famous of the three. In a flash, Killer Bee clapped a hand over Jiraiya's mouth. "You idiot, shut up. Don't say a word. My being here has to remain a secret." Jiraiya replied with a quick okay sign. The two of them looked together toward the stage. They saw Sasuke stepping onto the platform. At a height of 176 centimeters, Koyuki Kazahana still stood taller than Sasuke. Koyuki Kazahana raised Sasuke's hand, addressing the audience. "This is the one who taught me to dance, who taught me music. Uchiha Sasuke. Last night, it was the princess of a land of snow, the reigning monarch." Koyuki Kazahana, before the eyes of all, announced Sasuke's name. She openly expressed her fondness and admiration for him. In that moment, Sasuke's fame soared to unprecedented heights across the shinobi world. The next day, the Hokage's tower. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, looked at Koyuki Kazahana with disbelief. Princess? Are you certain you want to sign a subordinate treaty with Konoha? A subordinate treaty is not the same as a peace treaty. A peace treaty nearly puts both nations on equal footing, allowing their people to coexist without aggression or harm. Thus, a peace treaty is typically what should be signed. Yet Koyuki Kazahana, as ruler of the Land of Snow, though she preferred being called princess, she had taken the initiative to request a subordinate treaty with Konoha. A subordinate treaty, however, is different. It does not treat both sides as equals. Instead, the Land of Snow willingly becomes a vassal state beneath Konoha. Konoha's people would have unconditional access to the Land of Snow. In return, the Land of Snow would be protected by Konoha. It sounds noble, being called a vassal state. But in harsher terms, it essentially means being absorbed by Konoha. Koyuki Kazahana nodded and said, "That's right. However, I must emphasize a few points. First, the Land of Snow does not belong to Konoha, but to the Uchiha. Second, while Konoha members may continue to enter and leave the Land of Snow, they are not permitted to establish any military forces within our borders." Tsunade frowned. In the past, Uchiha had, under the banner of serving justice, annexed the Land of Grass, bringing it under their protection. Now the Land of Snow was offering itself to the Uchiha. Tsunade couldn't quite understand. What was so special about the Uchiha? Why were they held in such esteem? She voiced her question. Koyuki Kazahana countered. "Lady Hokage, in your opinion, between Konoha and the Uchiha as they are now, who truly possesses the power to protect the Land of Snow?" Tsunade didn't respond, because by the time the question was asked, the answer was already clear. Thus, whether Tsunade answered or not, it no longer mattered. Tsunade clenched her fist. As Hokage, there were truly limits to what she could do. Suppressing her anger, Tsunade said to Koyuki Kazahana, "Fine, I accept. No matter what, the Uchiha are still part of Konoha. In the end, such a decision would still benefit Konoha. Were Tsunade, not the Hokage, she might want to scold Kazahana Koyuki. But as the Hokage, Tsunade must look at things from the perspective of the village. Her burdens are many and complex. It is only now that Tsunade truly understands how difficult it must have been for her grandfather and granduncle. Governing an entire country is extraordinarily hard. It's not just the affairs of the village you must manage, but also relationships with every other village. It's overwhelming. Yet, this is how things were back then. Madara Uchiha. I propose we join forces and conquer the whole ninja world together. Hachirama Senku. No, Madara. That would be too cruel. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama. Together, we have the will to swallow the world whole. Hachirama Senku. No, Madara. The war has only just ended. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama. Though the guilt is ours, the benefit will be for all generations to come. Tobarama Senju. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Don't let them sway you, brother. If, back then, Hashirama Senju had made up his mind, the ninja world today would not be so troubled. There wouldn't have been a second or third great ninja war. After all, they were the two strongest shinobi of their era. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, friends once. And the 9 great-tailed beasts of the ninja world were all in Hashirama Senju's hands. Back then, things were nothing like they are now. Back then, Konoha yearned for peace. But Konoha today, without the Uchiha, truly cannot stand against the other villages. Konoha, Uchiha clan compound. In the backyard, Sasuke, Naruto, and Yugao were seated on the ground in a circle. Sasuke looked at Yugao and said, he's bald, but not quite, has a single ponytail. Tall and thin, a monk who likes to wear white. There are Roman numerals for 5 under his eyes. And he's got a diamond-shaped mark on his chin. Sasuke described to Yugao what he remembered about Jigen, the leader of Kara. With his drawing skills, Yugao began to sketch Jigen's portrait. He asked Sasuke, "How's this? Is it him?" Sasuke's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the drawing. "This is him, exactly. Make a few more copies for others to reference." Yugao spent 3 days and managed to produce 1,000 pictures of Jigen. These portraits were handed out to the 36 squads of the Konoha police force. The Konoha police then went to the Land of Lightning. After discussion and with the Raikage approval, the Konoha police posted Jigen's portrait all over the Land of Lightning. Soon, wanted posters for Jigen could be seen everywhere, in Kimogakure and throughout Konoha. The contents read, Leaf Village, S-Class Rogue Ninja, Monk Jigen. Provide any useful information and receive a reward of 30 million Rio. Successfully located Tsishian. Reward, 2 billion Rio. A useful lead is worth 300 million Rio. Finding Tsishian brings a staggering 20 billion Rio. There was simply no helping it. For Sasuke, Otsutsuki Ishiki remained a thorn in his heart, arguably the strongest of all Otsutsuki. So Sasuke did everything in his power, issuing a wanted order across the entire shinobi world. The goal was to eliminate Ishiki before he could grow into his full strength. Land of Rain. Because of Obito, wanted posters covered every available space here as well. Kakuzu, carrying a large bundle on his back, made his way toward the administrative area of the Land of Rain. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a wanted poster. At that moment, Kakuzu's eyes lit up as he finished reading. Finding Tsishian, 2 billion Rio. Kakuzu's eyes sparkled instantly. 2 billion Rio. It was a fortune. As a seasoned bounty hunter, Kakuzu knew there were a few crucial factors he needed to verify. First, the target's identity and whether he was strong enough to subdue him. Second, the identity of the client. After all, who could really afford a bounty of 2 billion Rio? He read on. The client. The Konoha Military Police Force. The Konoha Police, of course, had the resources for such a massive sum. So this bounty, Kakuzu was determined to accept it. That 2 billion Rio, Kakuzu had to make it his own. The target's name was Tsishian. He'd never heard of the name before, but since he was a monk, Kakuzu figured he'd be able to handle him. Kakuzu went looking for Haiden. He found Haiden busy chopping at his own head. Kakuzu, what are you doing? Haiden stared blankly for a second before hurriedly calling out, Quick, hurry! Help me, my head's on the wrong way. Kakuzu could only shake his head in exasperation, reluctantly stitching Haiden's head back on. Then Kakuzu informed Haiden, I'm heading out, probably for a few months. During that time, you'll be in charge of Akatsuki's finances and task reports. Haiden, huh? Me? Kakuzu glanced at the ever-wise Haiden and thought there was no way he'd be up to the task. So Kakuzu turned to someone he could at least rely on. Sure, Sway. Sure, Sway. I'll be gone for a while. During that time, take care of the Akatsuki's finances and job assignments for me. Sure, Sway replied, but I'm blind. Do you really think it's a good idea? Kakuzu's head throbbed. It seemed that aside from himself, no one else was really suited for the job. Deidara, Sasori, Kisame. None of them seemed dependable either. And then there was Konan. Just recently, she bought a few explosive tags, but Kakuzu had paid no mind. After all, it made perfect sense for Konan to pick up a few tags. But then Kakuzu saw the accounts and realized 100 million Rio was missing. To Kakuzu, it felt as if the very sky was falling. Why was there 100 million Rio missing from the records? Later investigations revealed that Konan had bought 100 million Rio worth of exploding tags. Kakuzu was dumbfounded. Spending 100 million on exploding tags. Such extravagance. After that, Kakuzu no longer dared to let Konan manage the organization's finances. A tingling sensation crept over Kakuzu's scalp. In such a sprawling Akatsuki organization, he couldn't find anyone truly reliable. In the end, Kakuzu made a decision. The organization's finances would remain firmly in his own hands, while the task reporting would be temporarily entrusted to Kisame. It just felt reassuring to keep the money under his own control. Turning to Haiden, Kakuzu said, Haiden, let's go. Where are we going, Kakuzu-sama? Kakuzu replied, We're running low on funds these days. I'm going to earn us some extra cash. He held in his hand 3 wanted posters. Cheese Inn, bounty of 200 million Rio. Earth Road, abbot of the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire, 20 million Rio. Asuma Sarutobi, one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, 30 million Rio. Figure if you're going on a mission, you might as well earn some side income. In this world, only money will never betray you. Kakuzu's revelations came at a steep price. After all, he was already a centenarian, and back in his youth, he had even attempted to assassinate the greatest shinobi of the time, Hashirama Senju. Though he failed, facing Hashirama and surviving was honorable in itself. Kakuzu had originally been an elite jonin of Takigakure. The village elders had told him, You're going to assassinate Hashirama Senju. Pointing at himself, Kakuzu replied, Me? That's right, you. The elders insisted. When Kakuzu finally caught sight of Hashirama from afar, he flung a kunai his way, but in just a heartbeat. Hashirama locked onto Kakuzu's location instantly. The wave of killing intent unleashed rocked Kakuzu to his core, freezing him in place. Yet, Hashirama did not choose to kill him. Instead, he cast a single glance at Kakuzu. To someone like Hashirama, Kakuzu was scarcely even worth his notice. When Kakuzu returned to his village, the Takigakure elders, fearing exposure and retribution from Konoha, threw Kakuzu in prison. Kakuzu simmered with resentment. He had always acted for his village, yet it had betrayed him in the end. So Kakuzu turned to the forbidden jutsu of the era, Earth Grudge Fear. Then, he killed every senior member of the Takigakure leadership. His defection became official. Kakuzu transformed into a bounty hunter, and thanks to Earth Grudge Fear, had achieved near immortality. And so, Kakuzu lived on to become a man more than a century old. He glanced over at Haiden, who was yawning and idly dragging a massive scythe behind him. Kakuzu thought to himself, though this youngster's personality was hardly in harmony with his own, when it came to ability, they are simply a match made in heaven. Haiden, empowered by his faith in the evil god, possesses immortality. Kakuzu, too, has gained his own form of immortality through the power of Earth Grudge Fear. The two are known as the Immortal Duo. Within the Akatsuki, there are 5 pairs altogether. Pain and Conan form one team. Kakuzu and Haiden are the Immortal Duo. Kisame and Shursui are nicknamed the two directionless souls. Kisame can't navigate, and Shursui is blind. Deidara and Sasori are known as the Art Duo. And lastly, there are Zetsu and Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru has since betrayed the Akatsuki, back then, they were called the Bizarre Duo. Kakuzu's thoughts returned to the present. He gazed at the 3 wanted posters in his hand. There was no telling where Cien might be. So, it was time to pay a visit to the temple in the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a temple within the Land of Earth, Cien, having just finished his prayers, let a cold glint flicker in his eyes. To Cien, all those so-called gods and Buddhas were nothing but trash. But now he was still far too weak. He didn't possess the power to resurrect. And, after so many years, this body was already teetering at the brink of collapse. He'd have to endure a little longer. Perhaps it would be a few years. Perhaps it would be decades. When Ishiki, slumbering within Cien, found a suitable vessel, he could then use it to return in full force. When that time comes, all those who betrayed Ishiki, he would destroy them. Everything Ishiki lost, he would reclaim it all. But just then, a pigeon flew by, a wanted poster clasped in its beak. It landed softly on Cien's shoulder. Gently stroking the pigeon's feathers, Cien murmured, "You've worked hard." Then, he unfolded the wanted poster. And in an instant, he was petrified. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. Within Cien's body dwelled Ishiki's soul, unstoppable, fearless of gods or fate. But not at this moment. After being ambushed by Kagaya and left on the edge of death, Ishiki, too, now feared his very consciousness fading into nothingness. A thought struck Cien. How would the Uchiha know his name, even his appearance? There could only be one explanation. Cien glanced at the giant tortoise behind him. This was the treasured tool of the Otsutsuki clan, the Kara. It wielded the power to traverse time and space. If this so-called Uchiha knew his name and face, it had to mean someone from the future had crossed time, intent on killing him in the present. The realization brought a cold smile to Cien's lips. It must be that his future self had found the perfect vessel and been resurrected, provoking this Uchiha to travel back in time, hoping to erase him. Yet to activate the Kara required a tremendous amount of chakra. Now, Cien could barely muster the faintest fraction of its power. He simply couldn't set the Kara in motion. What he needed was a vast reservoir of chakra. At present, the Land of Earth has not been infiltrated by the Uchiha clan. Therefore, for the time being, no wanted posters have been put up there. Jishin, above all else, values his own life. After all, he has spent so many years planning for his resurrection. So, Jishin wants to live. And to stay alive, the best way is to travel back in time. By moving to a different point in the same timeline, he can keep himself safe. In this way, there might even be 2 Jishins coexisting at different periods in the past. But for now, in this very moment, in this ninja world, there is no Jishin. Of course, such a move is incredibly risky. Yet, there's simply no other way. If he remains in this timeline, Jishin will inevitably be found. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Uchiha clan was in the midst of negotiations with both Inoki and Meitorumi. Gaara of the Land of Wind was easy to deal with, given that he was Sasuke's friend. So Jishin's wanted posters quickly spread throughout the Land of Wind. Among the 5 great nations, the Uchiha clan had almost never engaged with Kirigakure, the hidden mist village. But they often dealt with the Land of Earth, since Konoha's main enemy during the previous wars had always been the Land of Earth. Inoki demanded an exorbitant price, shamelessly saying to the Uchiha, 100 million Ryo. Sasuke shot back, "Old man, that's daylight robbery." With a proud tilt of his chin, Inoki replied, 100 million, or there's nothing to talk about. Sasuke retorted, Then I'll go straight to the Akatsuki and ask for Deidara by name, to bomb the skies above your land of Earth. After all, hiring Deidara for a day's bombing only costs 10 million Rio. For 100 million, I could let him bombard you for 10 straight days. Inoki's bushy eyebrows shot up as anger flashed in his eyes. Sasuke's move was as underhanded as it was stunning, but it struck straight at Inoki's most vulnerable spot. Deidara was Inoki's pupil. Even though he had defected, Inoki had always considered him his disciple. He even fantasized about Deidara returning one day and making him the next Tsuchikage. Inoki's favoritism and affection for Deidara were obvious to all. To let Deidara bomb the land of Earth, wouldn't that just be twisting the knife? In the end, Inoki relented. He said to Sasuke, "Fine, I'll put up the wanted posters all over the land of Earth, but you must have Deidara come to the Tsuchikage's office just once." Sasuke agreed without hesitation. Deal. Inoki intended to keep Deidara there by force. To Inoki, Deidara was still much too immature. This was his rebellious phase, and Inoki was determined not to let it continue. Sasuke then went to find Obito. Obito was now in the land of snow with Rin, enjoying a sweet, secluded life for two, far from the mainland and the endless conflicts. That was the life Rin had always wanted. Moreover, with Obito's presence, the safety of the land of snow was guaranteed. Sasuke spoke to Obito through the intercom, a device developed by Orochimaru. Put your connections to use, mobilize the Akatsuki. Make sure their people protect Deidara and head to the land of Earth. I suspect Inoki has it in for Deidara. Obito indicated his agreement. Although he had already left the Akatsuki, the Rinnegan was something he had given to Nagato. The formation of the Akatsuki itself had also been made possible by Obito's manipulation. In short, whenever Obito made a request, unless it was particularly outrageous, Nagato and Yahiko would go out of their way to oblige him. Obito used Kamui to travel to the Hidden Rain village. These days, he no longer wore a mask. Though his face bore numerous scars, he felt there was no longer any need to hide his identity. The eye he gifted to Kakashi had been returned to him, and after regaining both of his Kamui eyes, Obito acquired a special ability, the Kamui mark. Much like the Flying Thunder God seals, he could now leave a Kamui mark at a specific location, enabling him to travel there in a flash, just like the legendary technique. However, the Flying Thunder God was still faster than Kamui. Obito's movement involved a brief phase of intangibility. Invincible though this period was, it still wasn't quite instantaneous, unlike the Flying Thunder God. Functionally, the Flying Thunder God fell far short of Kamui's versatility. And Kamui, in turn, was no match for Sasuke's Ameno Jikara. Obito explained to Nagato that Deidara needed to make a visit to the Tsuchikage Tower in the Land of Earth, and that some people should go along to protect him. Yahiko decided that he himself would be Deidara's escort. After all, the strength of a god wasn't something to be taken lightly. Land of Earth, Tsuchikage's Tower. Deidara was standing at the building's entrance, looking utterly reluctant. He had trained here many years ago, after all, but he had never been fond of that sort of life. Dust release, earth release, all that stuff was just so dull. Explosions were far more exhilarating, the mesmerizing beauty of a moment, here and gone in a flash. But Inoki had never accepted Deidara's vision of art. That was why Deidara defected. His days with Akatsuki had been immensely enjoyable. Not only was his art never held back, he'd found an older comrade to discuss art with. True, their philosophies of art could not have been more different. But the feeling of proving his explosive art to Sasori after the fireworks, that was sheer delight. Trailing Deidara was a man with bright orange hair, his face riddled with black rods, giving him a somewhat rebellious and edgy appearance. Inoki spotted Deidara from afar. Excitedly, he rushed out, caught Deidara by the sleeve, and dragged him inside. "Deidara, take that outfit off. It's hideous." Deidara frowned. "Old man, keep your hands to yourself." Inoki acted like a shameless sycophant. Reluctantly letting go of Deidara, Inoki said, "You can't even bring yourself to call me teacher anymore, Deidara." But Deidara replied, "Just say what you have to say. I need to get back to the Hidden Rain village." Inoki frowned and said, "Child, now that you've come, why not stay?" Pain watched this exchange quietly. Turning to Inoki, Pain spoke, "Tsuchikage, I'm sorry, but I can't let you take Deidara. He is one of the Akatsuki." At this moment, although Akatsuki were a renowned mercenary organization, and Inoki himself often hired them, he still didn't know Pain's true power. Yet every time Inoki saw those Rinnegan eyes, a strange shiver of fear would flicker through his heart, as if he had seen those eyes long ago. But he was certain he'd never encountered the Rinnegan before. Addressing Pain, Inoki said, "Deidara was born a child of the Land of Earth. Pain interrupted. I'm sorry, but now Deidara is a member of Akatsuki. We share a common vision, striving for peace in the shinobi world. To create a world without war, without bullying. A world where the great nations no longer oppress the small. Inoki bristled at this, protesting. It's not the great nations bullying the small. Pain made a questioning sound. Inoki continued. When war breaks out with a smaller nation, the great nations suffer just as much pain. As these words hung in the air, Yahiko felt a surge of indignation. He, Conan, and Nagato were born orphans of war. The Third Great Shinobi War. Its fiercest battles ravaged the Rain Village. The Land of Earth, Wind Country, Leaf Village, three mighty forces locked in chaos. Yahiko's parents had died in that very war, killed by shinobi from the Hidden Leaf. To say the great nations suffered the same pain. If not for their ambition, would these wars even have happened? If their pain was truly equal, then why are there so few orphans in the great nations? In the great nations, war orphans are the children of shinobi. But in the smaller lands, they are the children of ordinary people. Pain's gaze grew cold. He had lost all patience with Itsuchikich. He spoke, voice icy. You don't understand at all. You have no idea what real pain is. Deidara's face drained of color in an instant. Whenever the leader began speaking this gravely about shouldering burdens and sacks of rice, Deidara knew trouble was brewing. It was time to disappear, and fast. Now Pain's body began to rise, slowly lifting into the air. Floating above, his voice reverberated. You people from the great nations, you have no idea what true pain is. Feel pain. Think about pain. Accept pain. Understand pain. Those who do not understand pain cannot comprehend peace. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Inoki stared at Pain, utterly bewildered. He muttered, what's with all this dramatic talk? Such an edgy kid. Suddenly, Pain spread his arms wide, his figure radiating beneath the sunlight, almost luminous. Almighty push, cataclysm. In an instant, a boundless force erupted from Pain as the center. A force of unimaginable power swept out, flattening half the land of Earth in its wake. Inoki was utterly stunned. He had barely said a word, and yet, why did this provoke such an extreme response? With a single almighty push, half the land was laid to waste? Only those who have tasted pain can long for peace, can begin to understand it. That was Pain's way, to make that Tsuchikage finally grasp the meaning of true peace. Perhaps, years from now, a little child from a land of Earth might ask his mother, Mommy, why was the land of Earth built in a giant pit? The mother, lost in thought, would reply, back in the day, there was a man who loved peace more than anything. After witnessing Pain unleash this devastating almighty push, Inoki was left numb, frozen in disbelief. He just said the wrong thing, and half his village was destroyed? That single technique had killed countless people, leaving their bodies scattered among the ruins. Pain hovered in the air above, looking down, his eyes calm and unmoved. To create a world of perfection, sacrifices must be made. Their deaths were not without meaning. From this moment, the people of the land of Earth would harbor nothing but hatred for Pain. For Pain had killed their loved ones. So the thought crossed his mind, perhaps he should end them all. But, in the end, Pain did not follow through. Just as Inoki readied himself for revenge, Pain, standing before him, suddenly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain Village, the animal path clapped his hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, the Deva path Pain, far away in the land of Earth, was instantly recalled by the summoning. Now, looking skyward, the Deva path let out a distant sigh. The road to peace is long and arduous. At that very moment, by the riverside of the Hidden Rain Village, Nagato was walking with Conan, when suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over him. His whole body felt drained, as though his very essence was being pulled away. The chakra rods connecting Pain still tethered him to Nagato. They continued to share chakra. To unleash the almighty push at such magnitude, Yahiko's chakra alone was not enough. Nagato's own chakra was also harnessed. Ever since Yahiko had been revived, leadership of the six paths of Pain had been transferred to him. That's why, all of a sudden, Nagato was overcome by a desperate sense of emptiness. Conan noticed something unusual about Nagato. She asked him what's wrong. Nagato's cheeks looked a bit sunken, and his hair had lost some of its former vivid red. He replied, it's nothing. I just need some rest, that's all. Perhaps, he thought, it was time to find another Jinchuriki and draw out another surge of chakra. Having been drained for so many years by the demonic statue of the outer path, Nagato's body was left with lasting damage. But as long as he could replenish his chakra, things would be all right. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the temple where Jaizen resided in Awagakure, This place happened to be right at the edge of the cataclysmic almighty push, and the temple was reduced to rubble. But the immense chakra unleashed by that technique happened to activate the plow as well. Floating in midair, a small turtle spun gently. Jaizen let out a cold laugh. Goodbye, at least for this time. Without hesitation, Jaizen stepped into the plow's sphere. When he opened his eyes again, Jaizen found himself in a different world. He didn't know exactly when this place was, but at least he'd escaped the dangers of his original timeline. And in this new world, there was another version of himself. Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was restless, plagued by an unshakable sense of unease, as if something had slipped beyond his control. At last, the Uchiha police force brought him news. Young master, our agent from the land of Earth has sent a report. There's a temple there, and he claims to have seen the man from that portrait. Sasuke's eyes lit up with determination. Nodding, he said, good. Then I'll head for the land of Earth myself. Konoha had spies scattered throughout every nation of the shinobi world. They'd once reported to Konoha's elders, but the Uchiha had since claimed those rights for themselves. So when Konoha's informant in the land of Earth found a clue, Sasuke received word at once and wasted no time rushing off. But by the time he arrived at the temple, all he found was a turtle suspended in midair. Sasuke recognized it immediately, an Otsutsuki clan plow. His expression darkened. So is Shiki. Truly, he hesitates at nothing. Without another thought, Sasuke strode into the phenomenon's field himself. Whatever the cost, whatever the consequence. He traveled back in time and cut down the Otsutsuki with his own hands. The power of time. Too inscrutable, too dangerous to predict. Who knows, one small mistake, and this version of Sasuke might dissolve into nothing, erased by the paradoxes he'd create. Even the tiniest twist Sasuke caused along the weave of fate, the slightest divergence in the flow of time, could rewrite the world completely. If, for example, Sasuke's actions delayed Mikoto and Fugaku's wedding by just a single day, then Itachi and Sasuke himself might never exist at all. Perhaps these two names still exist, but they no longer belong to the same person. After a sudden bout of dizziness, Sasuke found himself in the heart of a dense, unspoiled forest. Meanwhile, in the original timeline, with Sasuke's disappearance, Lee became completely unresponsive. Sasuke looked around at the unfamiliar woods, utterly baffled. Where the heck have I ended up this time? The forest seemed almost untouched, as if it had never seen signs of civilization. Suddenly, two kunai whistled through the air, flying straight at him. The weapons sliced through the silence, closing in with deadly speed. With a shimmer, a purple skeletal frame materialized around Sasuke, stopping the kunai mid-flight. He needed only an instant. In that moment, he pinpointed the assailant's location. It was a young boy, handsome, with jet black hair. The boy was sprawled across a tree trunk, his body covered in wounds, as if awaiting the arrival of death. In a flash, Sasuke appeared before the youth. Something about the boy's face felt familiar, yet Sasuke was certain they'd never met. He spoke up, "There are some things I want to ask you." The moment the boy noticed the purple skeletal armor, his eyes lit up with hope. In a rush, he asked, "Was that Susanoo just now? Are you a member of the Uchiha clan too?" "Too." Sasuke glanced at the boy. "And what's your name?" The youth replied, "Uchiha Jingjing. I just saw you use Susanoo. So you're with the Uchiha, right? But how come I've never seen you before?" "I am Uchiha Sasuke. Where exactly is this place?" Uchiha Jing answered, "This is the land of fire. Where else would it be?" A hint of doubt flickered in Sasuke's eyes. The land of fire? Not the village hidden in the leaves. Jing frowned. Village hidden in the leaves? Never heard of it. And then Sasuke understood. He had arrived in an era before the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village, long before he would ever be born, which meant, for once, he didn't have to hold back. Sasuke began to question Jing, seeking more information. In this era, people had no official name for their times. They simply called it the Warring States period. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, countless clans competed for power and profit, their battles frequent and fierce. Of all these clans, the two most powerful were the Uchiha and the Senju. Within the Land of Fire, these two were ancient rivals, bitter enemies. Jing's injuries, in fact, were the work of Senju clansmen. At first, Jing mistook Sasuke for an enemy and had moved to attack him. But, after witnessing Susanoo, Jing realized Sasuke must also be a member of the Uchiha clan. And not just any member, but one who had awakened the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, this was one of the mightiest powers of all. Yet, despite that, Kei had never once met Sasuke. But that didn't matter. Sasuke Susanoo would never deceive anyone. The truth was, Sasuke had no intention of getting involved in the bitter feud between the Uchiha and the Senju clans. He feared that interfering might divert the course of history, causing his own future self to vanish. Still, The Uchiha were among the strongest families in the ninja world, and if he wanted to find Chijin, Sasuke knew he would need their strength. After all, the power of a single person has its limits. Sasuke smoothed his hair, pulling it down to cover his left eye, concealing his Rinnegan behind a dark curtain of strands. He left only his right eye visible. There was no way to hide the Rinnegan by other means. So, all he could do was cover it up. Turning to Kei, Sasuke said, "Take me to the Uchiha. I want to go home too." Kei's face lit up with excitement. "Absolutely. Let's go." If he brought back a clansman who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the clan leader would surely reward him handsomely. At this time, the head of the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Taijima. The clan's top prodigy was Taijima's eldest son, Uchiha Madara. At a young age, Madara had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Everyone was envious. Yet, not for a moment did Madara rejoice in his own eyes. Every advancement of the Sharingan heralded the loss or betrayal of someone dear to him. Now within the Uchiha, pain alone was seen as the fuel for evolution. However, emotions like excitement and happiness could also nurture a Uchiha's growth. It was just extremely rare. For this reason, none among the Uchiha knew it. Kate led Sasuke into the Uchiha territory. As Sasuke studied the familiar landscape, a wave of nostalgia welled up in his chest. Another member of the clan caught sight of Sasuke and bowed with great respect. "Second young master." Kei turned to gape at Sasuke in disbelief. "You're the second young master?" The second young master referred to Taijima's second son, Madara's younger brother, Izuna. Sasuke looked almost identical to Izuna. But Kei quickly explained that, most of the time, he relied on voices to tell people apart. Sasuke replied, "No, I'm not him. My name is Sasuke." Just then, a commotion swept through the Uchiha compound. Sasuke watched as Madara burst frantically from the inner hall, while several Uchiha hurried in, carrying the barely breathing Taijima. "Young master, second young master, the clan head, he's fading fast." Madara and Izuna knelt at Taijima's side. Sasuke could see the great wound gouged across Taijima's abdomen. The clan leader's life was swiftly slipping away. Taijima turned to Madara and said, "Madara, the one who killed me is from the Senju clan. Remember to avenge me." With those words, Taijima drew his final breath. Madara did not wail or scream. Instead, two streams of blood-stained tears slid down his face. In his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan awakened and transformed, becoming the Mangekyo Sharingan. The same change appeared in Izuna's gaze. His eyes, too, evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Taijima's death became the catalyst for both his sons to unlock their Mangekyo Sharingan. In that sense, his death carried meaning. In a fateful battle, Butsuma Senju and Taijima Uchiha dealt mortal blows to each other, meeting their end together. The following day, Madara Uchiha was named the leader of the Uchiha clan. Hashirama Senju became the chief of the Senju. Once childhood friends and companions, these two were now drawn into conflict as enemies, their paths shaped by the impossibility of shared ideals. After becoming clan leader, Madara heard what Jing had told him. A clansman had been brought back. This person was called Sasuke, a name utterly unfamiliar to Madara. Curious, Madara decided to pay Sasuke a visit. But when Madara laid eyes on Sasuke, he was utterly stunned. Wasn't this Izuna's exact likeness? It was as though someone had carved the two from the same mold. But Madara's reaction was not simple amazement. He was instantly on guard. After all, in these troubled times, trusting no one was the key to a clan's survival. This was doubly true when it came to someone who looked so strikingly like Izuna. A suspicion crept over Madara. Could this be a plot against the Uchiha? No matter how Sasuke explained himself, Madara decided to hold him in custody for the time being. Sasuke didn't dare to resist. After all, he stood before people of true consequence. Whether it was Madara or Izuna, Sasuke was not about to pick a fight. Even the guards of the Uchiha, Sasuke dared not move against them either. After all, what if one of these men was his own ancestor? Were he to kill the wrong person, he'd be doomed right along with them. So Sasuke held back and let them restrain him. It made no difference. Nothing could truly hold him for long. Just as three members of the Uchiha finished tying Sasuke up with ropes. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's figure vanished, replaced by Izuna. The real Sasuke, meanwhile, appeared at Madara's side. Izuna was struck speechless. "What the? Why are you tying me up?" The Uchihas stared in confusion. Madara's eyes snapped to Sasuke, and he declared, "You're not Izuna." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst from Madara, strong enough to sweep Sasuke's hair back in the surge. This revealed Sasuke's Rinnegan to everyone. Madara's pupils contracted. The Mangekyo in his eyes silently faded to black. On the surface, Madara said nothing, but inside, a storm of emotions raged. He had been certain of what he just saw. Those eyes, those were not the Sharingan. Those were the Rinnegan. It was written on the Uchiha stone tablet, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The Rinnegan. Uchiha addressed his clansmen, untie Izuna, and prepare a room for Sasuke. Make sure he's well taken care of. Madara had changed his opinion of Sasuke. Sasuke turned to him and began, "Sir." But before Sasuke could finish, Madara cut him off. "Don't call me sir. I'm not worthy of that title. I have only one question. Where did you get that eye? And do you harbor any hostility toward the Uchiha?" Sasuke glanced left and right, and Madara immediately understood his meaning. "Everyone leave us," Izuna asked. "Brother, do I need to go as well?" Madara nodded. Once everyone had departed, Sasuke spoke to Madara. "I come from a future time. These eyes are the proof. I want to make a deal with you. You help me find someone. I'm here to hunt him down. In return, I can tell you the secret of the Rinnegan." Madara replied, "Deal." Madara's ambitions stretched beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he could truly grasp the secret behind the Rinnegan, then everything would be worth it. It was inscribed on the Uchiha stone tablet that the Uchiha clan was deeply entwined with the Sage of Six Paths. Within the Uchiha clan grounds stood a great stone tablet. Its inscriptions could only be revealed to future generations of the Uchiha. Yet, after Madara awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he discovered he still could not decipher the entire message. Doubt crept into his mind. That doubt, beyond the Mangekyo, there existed an even higher power of the eye. Combining this with the content on the first half of the tablet, Madara speculated. The Rinnegan. Perhaps the Uchiha's Sharingan truly could evolve into the Rinnegan. Yet, without seeing the tablet's full contents, Madara dared not be certain. But now, Madara was witnessing the Rinnegan in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's right, I was unmistakably the Mangekyo Sharingan. And Sasuke was, without doubt, a scion of the Uchiha. But Sasuke also possessed the Rinnegan. Excitement flickered in Madara's eyes. Perhaps he could unlock the mysteries of the Sharingan through Sasuke. Madara spoke to Sasuke. "I'll take you to the clan grounds. You translate the inscription for me, and I'll help you in return." Sasuke replied, "All right." In truth, from another perspective, Madara was Sasuke's former incarnation, and Sasuke was Madara reborn. Madara was the reincarnation of Indra, and Sasuke, too, was Indra's reincarnation. The same soul living different lives. Didn't that mean Madara and Sasuke were, indeed, tied across lifetimes? Madara led Sasuke onward. Arriving at the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, Sasuke found himself standing before a towering stone monument. This monument was unlike the one Sasuke knew from his own time. It seemed that after Madara had left Konoha, someone had meddled with the monument. Or perhaps it was Madara himself who had tampered with the inscriptions before leaving the village. Facing Sasuke, Madara asked, "I wonder, with those eyes of yours, how much are you able to see?" Sasuke brushed aside his hair and gazed intently at the monument. Before his eyes, the inscriptions began to twist and blur, slowly transforming into characters he could understand. No one could quite recall when, but a deity appeared in this world. The god had a lifelong dream, to fulfill the wishes of all people. This god discovered a shortcut to making dreams come true, infinite Tsukuyami. The infinite Tsukuyami could draw every soul into a dream world of their own desires, a world where war would cease to exist. Yet, the god had two sons, Itsutsuki Hagoromo and Itsutsuki Hamura. Both sons inherited their mother's power, but in time, both grew resentful toward her. At last, the two brothers joined forces and sealed away the deity. The Uchiha clan are the descendants of one of those sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Within the veins of the Uchiha flows the blood of In, inherited from the god, while the Senju clan bears the blood of Yang. When these two powers unite, they grant the strength of the Sage of Six Paths. Blood streamed from Sasuke's eyes. All in all, that was the gist of what the inscription revealed. Madara's eyes saw only that the Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and that within them flowed the In blood. Yet he completely failed to see that the Senju clan possessed the Yang blood. Hearing Sasuke's words, Madara's heart was stirred. No wonder he thought that the moment he met Hashirama, they became friends. So that's how it is. The Uchiha and the Senju are indeed both descendants of the Otsutsuki. Sasuke could only sigh inwardly. So this is the tale Black Zetsu concocted? There's not much substance here. The very first line outright mentions the infinite Tsukuyami. So blatant? Still, it made no difference. Sasuke could not change Madara's destiny. He feared that if he did, his future self might suddenly perish. Sasuke stayed among the Uchiha for a month, and Madara agreed that both the Uchiha and their subordinate families would scour the entire shinobi world for information about Jikijin. Then one day, quite unexpectedly, Sasuke saw Madara donning armor, clad in his iconic red samurai regalia, the Uchiha war fan in hand. Meanwhile, Izuna was meticulously sharpening his katana. All of the elite warriors of the Uchiha clan donned their armor and sharpened their swords. Sasuke asked what was going on. A faint smile appeared on Izuna's face as he turned to Sasuke and said, "Here's the situation. The Kawanishi region used to belong to the Uchiha, but now the Senju want to seize it. My brother and I will lead the Uchiha to drive the Senju away." A dazed look appeared in Sasuke's eyes for a moment. In all likelihood, this would be the last time he saw Izuna. Sasuke called out to him, "Izuna, wait." Izuna smiled at him. "What is it? Do you want to come too?" Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then finally said, "No, I'll stay here." Izuna and Madara both knew that Sasuke came from the future, so naturally, they didn't insist that Sasuke join them. Just as he was about to leave, Izuna came running back and said to Sasuke, "I'm going to die here, aren't I?" Sasuke said nothing. Izuna shrugged it off. "I really envy you, living in a peaceful era. Unlike me, one night I get to eat roast duck, and the very next day I could lose my head on the battlefield." To Izuna, the time Sasuke came from was the very definition of peace. Sasuke remained silent. The thought that Izuna would die weighed bitterly on his mind. But if he tried to save Izuna, it might cost him his own life. Suddenly, Madara shouted, "Izuna, what are you doing?" Izuna called back, "I'm coming, brother." Upon the banks of Kawanishi, the battlefield awaited. The Senju warriors stood atop the shattered stones, waiting for the Uchiha to arrive. The Senju and the Uchiha, the two most powerful clans in the shinobi world. The leader of the Senju was Hashirama, Madara's friend from childhood. A white bandage was wrapped around Hashirama's forehead, bearing the Senju clan crest. Hashirama's gaze at Madara brimmed with complexity. After all, they had once been the closest of friends. But now, the bonds of family had made them enemies. Yet somewhere, their dream remained the same. Hashirama called out loudly, "Madara, do you remember the dream we once shared?" Uchiha Madara answered, "Hashirama, it's simple. If the Senju want peace, leave Kawanishi to us." Senju Tobarama bellowed, "Never. This land is stained with the blood of my father." Izuna glared at Tobarama. "Our father died too. Enough words, let's settle this." Suddenly, chaos erupted as battle was joined on every side. Tobarama faced off against Izuna. Madara stood against Hashirama. With arms crossed, Madara's gaze scornful, a brilliant blue Susanoo erupted around him, towering, sword in hand, ready for battle. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. A colossal wooden dragon soared into the sky, coiling tightly around Madara's Susanoo. Facing Madara, Hashirama called out, "Madara, end this now." But Madara shouted back, "Impossible. We stand on opposite sides. We can only be enemies, never friends." Hashirama raised his voice. "Nothing is impossible. The Uchiha and the Senju are the two strongest clans in this world. If we could put aside our grievances, perhaps we could truly bring an end to this war." Hashirama continued, "I'm willing to concede the lands west of the river." Madara was visibly moved. If the Uchiha and the Senju really could make peace, plunging the entire shinobi world into an era of harmony, that was something Madara had always wished for. Madara said to Hashirama, "Very well," but before Madara could finish, he saw it. Tobarama had killed Izuna. Izuna, caught off guard. He hadn't even activated his Mangekyo when he fell beneath Tobarama's flying Thunder God slash. Izuna's eyes were wide with disbelief. From the very beginning, he had been the one with the advantage. He had even been on his guard. Yet he still died. Izuna collapsed in a pool of blood, while Tobarama was drenched in sweat. In an instant, Madara unleashed his complete Susanoo, shattering the wooden dragon, but Hashirama also summoned his wood golem technique. The wood golem barred Madara's path. Hashirama shouted to Tobarama, "Run. I can't hold him for long." Izuna's death reignited the Uchiha's fighting spirit. The Uchiha reclaimed the land west of the river, and Hashirama escaped with his life, perhaps because, from the very beginning, Madara had never truly intended to kill him. Izuna was gone. Madara gazed at his brother's lifeless body, racked with unspeakable pain. He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Cradling Izuna's corpse, Madara returned to the Uchiha. Madara loathed. He loathed death. Yet there was nothing he could do. Born into chaotic times, Madara had to seek power strong enough to ensure no more of his clan would be lost. Madara had lost all his blood relatives. Now, the Uchiha were his only family. Madara transplanted Izuna's eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan became the eternal Mangekyo. The burden of his previous eyes was gone. Addressing every Uchiha, Madara declared, "We march to the eastern riverlands, avenge Izuna." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Senju received word. The Uchiha were preparing for all-out war. Once more, Madara faced Hashirama across the battlefield. But this time Madara was utterly changed. Fixing his eyes on the figure behind Hashirama, Madara said, "Hashirama, your brother killed mine, my last family. Now, I have nothing left." Hashirama said, "That's precisely why we have to put an end to this war. Don't pit your power against mine." Madara didn't respond. In a flash, he lunged straight for Hashirama. With every clash of fists and feet, Madara displayed the true art of hand-to-hand combat. The Mangekyo in Madara's eyes spun relentlessly, analyzing each move as he battled Hashirama. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A torrent of flames surged forth, instantly flooding Hashirama's field of vision. Tobirama quickly formed hand seals. Water style, water colliding wave. Tobirama summoned a surge of water that rivaled Madara's fire in strength. When water met fire, billowing steam erupted everywhere. From within the mists of steam, a blue Susanoo burst forth, swinging its blade down toward Tobirama. Startled, Tobirama narrowly escaped using body flicker technique. Seeing this scene unfold, Hashirama slammed his hands together. Wood style, wooden golem jutsu. A massive wooden golem once again clashed headlong with Susanoo. The very shockwaves of their battle were so overwhelming, it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Shouting over the conflict, Hashirama called to Madara, "Madara, look around you. Senju clan members are dying, and so are the Uchiha. Is this truly what you wish to see?" Madara wavered once more. Watching the Uchiha fall was something Madara never wanted. In that moment, both Madara and Hashirama simultaneously dispelled Susanoo and the wooden golem jutsu. Madara turned to Hashirama. "What is it you want, then? To make peace and forgive all that's passed between the Uchiha and the Senju?" Hashirama nodded. "Yes, it's the only way this war will ever end." Suddenly, Madara shouted, "But your brother killed mine. He was my only family." Hashirama answered, his face earnest. "I'm willing to die for that. I'll pay for your brother's life with my own. As an elder brother, it's my duty to take responsibility for the wrongs my sibling committed." Madara nodded. "Fine, if you die, I'll make peace with the Senju." Tobirama cried out, "Brother, don't fall for it. This is one of Madara's schemes. If you die, how can we ever stand against Uchiha Madara?" But Hashirama replied with conviction, "I know Madara. He is not that kind of man. If my death could bring peace to this world, then my death would have meaning. Madara, don't forget the dream we once shared." With those words, Senju Hashirama removed his battle armor. Shedding the scarlet plates, he revealed the black tunic beneath, then picked up a kunai and aimed it at his own abdomen. Just as the kunai was about to pierce Hashirama, Madara stopped him. "Enough. If you die, I might not be able to stop myself from killing him." Madara couldn't bring himself to watch Hashirama die. After all, with Izuna gone, Hashirama was Madara's only friend left. Besides, to fulfill their dream, he still needed Hashirama's strength. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama and Madara exchanged a knowing smile. As the Uchiha and Senju, each under the leadership of their respective clan heads, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, old enmities thawed, and a new alliance was forged. A week later, Madara and Hashirama signed a peace treaty. Members of the Uchiha and Senju clans were forbidden from harming one another. The Uchiha and Senju were to refrain from internal strife, and instead, both clans should strive together for peace across the shinobi world. Madara and Hashirama sat side by side atop a lofty cliff. Hashirama looked toward Madara and said, "Madara, do you remember the dreams we once shared? We're closer to them now than ever before." He continued, "Madara, I plan to name this village the village hidden in the fire, and its leader will be called the Hokage." But Madara interjected, "Come on, Hashirama, let's call it the village hidden in the leaves." He casually picked up a leaf, letting it drift away with the wind. "Our village will be called Konoha, and its leader will be the Hokage. Wherever the leaves dance, the flames will continue to burn bright." With the combined strength of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, their clans subdued all the others and together founded the village hidden in the leaves, Konoha. They agreed. Hashirama would be the first Hokage, while Madara would become the second. Among the prominent families of Konoha were the Nara clan, the Hyuga clan, and others, much as they were in Sasuke's own era. The people were so used to war, and now, with the return of peace, the villagers swiftly grew to cherish this new feeling. There was no longer a need to fear death with the dawn, or to face each day bracing for disaster. Through the persistent efforts of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, the village hidden in the leaves was established in the Land of Fire. Their achievement inspired other lands to follow. The Land of Lightning founded the village hidden in the clouds. The Land of Earth created the village hidden in the stones. The Land of Water built the village hidden in the mist. The Land of Wind established the village hidden in the sand. So, the 5 great nations began to take shape. During this time, Hashirama became the first Hokage. Madara, countless times, urged Hashirama that Senju and Uchiha should unite their power to destroy the other villages, so there would be only one Land of Fire, only one Konoha, across the shinobi world. A sin of the present, but a blessing for the ages to come. But Hashirama refused every time. To him, such a path would unleash too much bloodshed. Though Madara called him indecisive and soft, Hashirama held fast to his convictions, and Madara did not force the issue. Time rolled onwards. Day after day slipped past. It had been a full year since Sasuke crossed over into this world. He quietly watched as Konoha flourished, growing ever more prosperous and powerful day by day. One night, Madara, holding a flask of sake, set out to find Hashirama for a quiet drink together. But before he could, he overheard a heated argument erupting between Hashirama and Tobirama. Tobirama turned to Hashirama and said, "The Uchiha are a clan born of darkness. If Madara becomes the second Hokage, he will surely lead an attack against the other villages." Hashirama hesitated. He looked at Tobirama and replied, "But I once made a promise to Madara Uchiha." Yet, it was precisely Hashirama's wavering that left Madara utterly disheartened. There are times when a man's disappointment happens in the blink of an eye. Madara forced himself to hold back the urge to go in and kill Tobirama to avenge Izuna. Madara returned to the Uchiha. Inside the clan grounds, Madara broke down and spoke to Sasuke. "What on earth should I do now? My father and Butsuma Senju died together. My brother fell to Tobirama's blade, and I'm powerless to avenge him. Even my dearest friend now begins to lose faith in me. Where did I go wrong? What am I supposed to do?" Sasuke did not answer, because anything he said might change his own destiny. Instead, Sasuke told Madara, "Just follow your heart. If the Hidden Leaf does not trust me, then I will lead the Uchiha and build a new village from the ground up." The first year of the Hidden Leaf, Madara left the village. As the sun was setting, there wasn't a soul standing behind Madara. His solitary figure was draped in loneliness. That day, I called on every Uchiha clansman to leave the village with me, but not a single person chose to follow. The people I wanted desperately to protect, none of them were willing to put their trust in me. At that moment, Madara felt not only abandoned by the Hidden Leaf, he was also deeply disillusioned with the Uchiha as a whole. He placed his last shred of hope upon the tablet in the Uchiha shrine, the infinite Tsukuyami. All along, Madara believed that the so-called peace of this world was merely temporary. As long as the shinobi system existed, as long as the great hidden villages endured, the drums of war would never stop beating. Hashirama could not understand Madara. The Uchiha did not trust him, either. So, Madara would depend on himself alone to realize the peace he dreamed of. Let the Hidden Leaf be nothing more than a fleeting dream. With Sasuke walking behind him, Madara's figure no longer seemed quite so lonely. Madara laughed at himself. "Are you following me just to mock my failure?" Sasuke replied, "Not at all. I only wish to see what you've been through." Madara's tone softened a bit. "I'm sorry, but there's something I promised you that I can no longer fulfill." Sasuke said, "It's all right. I'll find Shijin someday, no matter what." After leaving the Hidden Leaf, Sasuke kept close behind Madara, perhaps because he looked so much like Izuna. Madara poured all the gentleness he had left onto Sasuke. If he caught a wild pheasant, both drumsticks would go to Sasuke. If he caught a fish, the fattest part was always for Sasuke. Although Sasuke only observed Madara's actions without interfering, at least Madara was no longer alone. Madara arrived in the Land of Wind at Sunagakure. In the vast, endless desert, there was a powerful surge of chakra. It was the One Tail. To realize the peace he longed for, Madara set his sights on the tailed beasts. Gather all 9 tailed beasts, and the power obtained would far surpass even Hashirama's. Madara found Shikaku, who was dozing in the middle of the desert. But suddenly, someone barged into Shikaku's resting place. Shikaku erupted in fury. Its belly bulged, and a blast of wind, mighty as a storm, surged toward Madara. Madara snorted coldly. Tricks for children. With a casual wave of the Uchiha fan, the sand beast's wind bullet rebounded right back. Uchiha reflection. The overwhelming force shattered half of Shikaku's body into sand. Shikaku was enraged beyond measure. The surrounding sand rushed back, reconstructing its vast body. and with a furious roar, its enormous sand claw slashed at Madara. Madara's armor and hair stirred, even though there was no breeze. He crossed his arms, blue chakra raging in waves around him. A massive, twin-faced Susanoo appeared, enveloping Madara's form. Wielding twin blades, Susanoo struck twice, shattering Shikaku's body into pieces. Then, the Sharingan seized control of Shikaku's spirit. For a tailed beast, the soul is a fatal weakness. Though Shikaku was now under a genjutsu, he was filled with shock. Why is this person so terrifyingly strong? If he is this powerful, perhaps I should just submit. Already, resignation was starting to take root in Shikaku's heart. But Madara broke the spell and said, "For a tailed beast, the power within you is pitifully weak. You are unworthy to serve me." With that, Madara turned away without a second glance, leaving with an air of effortless freedom. Shikaku was left dumbfounded. "Wait, I'm a tailed beast. How could you look down on me so much? Hey, wait, come back. Are you really leaving?" Madara was already gone. Shikaku had thought Madara was just feigning disinterest to whet his appetite, never expecting Madara would really walk away without hesitation. A wave of disappointment crashed in Shikaku's heart. Aren't I a tailed beast? How can anyone turn their nose up at my power? After Madara left, Sasuke appeared, seeing yet another human intruder on his territory. Shikaku let out a furious roar at Sasuke. "Damn human, I'll kill you." But with a flick of his Susanoo firing an Amaterasu arrow, Sasuke left Shikaku stunned and meek. Seeing that Sasuke was also so strong, Shikaku relented. "Fine, come on, enslave me if you must. I'm willing to give you my strength." Sasuke replied, "You're just too weak." Shikaku coughed up blood in humiliation. In a single day, two humans had insulted Shikaku one after the other. Now, Shikaku's hatred toward humans had reached its very peak. The two tails inside Sasuke could scarcely contain its laughter. That Shikaku, what a character. Truly amusing. When I return to the future, I'll be sure to get a good laugh at Shikaku's expense. Sasuke turned to Madara and said, "Lord Madara, you should go take a look at the Nine Tails. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails is the most powerful." Madara Uchiha nodded. "Very well." The Nine Tails responded with a casual, "Whatever." After finding the Nine Tails, Madara engaged it in combat. He soon realized just how formidable the Nine Tails truly was. Such chakra, Madara had to acknowledge its strength. Turning to the Nine Tails, Madara declared, "Become my tailed beast." The Nine Tails snapped back, "In your dreams." But Madara only smirked. "Whether you agree or not, you're coming with me." With his Sharingan, Madara seized control of the Nine Tails. He forced a summoning contract upon it. It was a disgrace and humiliation for the Nine Tails. But there was nothing it could do. Madara's power was simply overwhelming. Thus, the Nine Tails was made Madara's summoned beast against its will. Once he'd secured his contract with the Nine Tails, Madara settled at the borders of the land of Earth. Another year passed. Sasuke turned 17, and Madara made his way to Konoha. Suddenly, the alarm bells of Konoha rang out, filling the air with tension. Tobirama asked a member of the Konoha police force in disbelief, "Kagami, what's happening?" The Uchiha now served as the police within Konoha's borders. And Uchiha Kagami, as it happened, was Tobirama Senju's own disciple. At this time, Kagami was only 15 years old. With a conflicted look in his eyes, Kagami turned to his teacher and said, "Sensei, someone has invaded Konoha." Tobirama bristled with anger. "Who is it? I'll deal with him myself." Kagami replied, "It's Uchiha Madara." Tobirama's expression changed. "I'll go and get my brother." Hashirama gazed at Madara, who stood garbed in red armor, towering atop a tailed beast. His voice filled with incredulity. Hashirama called out, "Madara, so you finally returned. Why did you leave without a word back then?" Uchiha Madara answered coldly, "We walk different paths now. Our ways have parted, our principles have changed. There's no reason for us to remain together any longer." Hashirama raised his voice, "Madara, do you really mean to let all our efforts, the things we fought so hard for, go to waste? That would be an insult to our brothers, to our comrades." Madara's face twisted in contempt. "You are in no position to lecture me." With a shout, he charged, "It's been too long since we've faced each other, Hashirama." Hashirama replied, "Madara, I don't want to kill you." Madara shot back, "So you think you could kill me whenever you wish?" With a slap of his hand on the ground, Madara unleashed his power. Summoning Jutsu, Nine Tails. Hashirama responded without hesitation. Clapping his hands together, he declared, "With style, with Dragon Jutsu." A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the earth, coiling itself around the Nine Tails. But with a mighty tailed beast bomb, the Nine Tails shattered the wooden dragon to pieces. But just then, the wooden figure appeared once more, reaching out to seize the tailed beast ball and tried to force it into the Ninetales' mouth. The Ninetales was utterly baffled. Wait, my own tailed beast ball can be used against me like this? Yet Madara, not missing a beat, draped Susanu's armor over the Ninetales. The blue radiance of Susanoo shielded them completely from the lethal force of the tailed beast ball. Hashirama called out in admiration. Madara, you even cast Susanoo over a tailed beast. You never cease to amaze me. Planting his palms against the earth, Hashirama summoned an endless surge of trees in an instant. Advent of the flowering tree world. Countless wooden hands reached for the Ninetales. Immediately, Susanoo enveloped the Ninetales entirely. Majestic attire, Susanoo. The Ninetales unleashed tailed beast balls in rapid succession, shattering every wooden hand that came its way. Hashirama witnessed all this. A thought occurred to him. We can't keep fighting here. The land can't take our clash. We need to take this battle to the shoreline. With that, Hashirama sprinted toward the sea. Madara gave chase, calling out, Hashirama, you're not getting away. They arrived at the coast. The Ninetales gathered chakra at its jaws, preparing an earth-shattering, Susanoo-shrouded super, tailed beast ball. Madara shouted with elation. How will you deal with this move of mine? A thunderous roar resounded as the tailed beast ball was unleashed. Hashirama bit his thumb and slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon. The tailed beast ball obliterated the 3 crimson gates, but its trajectory was knocked askew. Hashirama called out to Madara, Madara, enough. Let it go. Madara retorted, never. Hashirama replied, you've harnessed the power of the Ninetales, and I, too, have awakened Sage Mode. Strange markings blossomed across Hashirama's face. He clapped his hands together, chanting with style, Sage Art. True, several thousand hands. Instantly, a colossal Buddha, dozens of times larger than the Ninetales, rose from the ground, towering above everything. Behind the Buddha, thousands of mighty arms unfurled. Sage Art, Shinsu Senju, top transcendent Buddha. Hashirama, Madara. Arm after giant arm rained down upon the Ninetales in a furious barrage, every impact shaking the world with deafening explosions. When the echoes faded and the dust settled, Madara saw that the Susanoo armor covering the Ninetales had been shattered. Before Madara could even be shocked, a massive hand reached for him, closing in with crushing force. Madara dodged just in time. The giant hand scooped up the Ninetales effortlessly, as if picking up a helpless chick. Hashirama declared loudly, your power is simply too vast. It must be sealed away. Madara watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, wild blue chakra flared to life. A complete body, Susanoo, appeared. Susanoo drew its sword and cut down toward Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama. The two of them shouted each other's names, their attacks clashing with an intensity that made the very air tremble. When the shockwaves finally died down, Madara and Hashirama stood atop the water surface, Madara gripping his war fan and scythe, while Hashirama stood battered and covered in wounds. Madara said, Hashirama, this time I've won. With a sweep of his fan, Madara knocked Hashirama down. In a triumphant tone, he taunted, Hashirama, why do you look so defeated, broken? A look of disbelief swept across Madara's face as he glanced behind him. Hashirama, wielding a blade, pierced Madara's heart. Stunned, Madara stared at Hashirama. I can't believe I actually let you ambush me. From behind. Gazing upon his former close friend, Hashirama's voice trembled with emotion. Madara, whether friend or family, if anyone threatens the village, I will not hold back. Slowly, Madara's breath faded away, and he collapsed to the ground. Drained of all his strength, Hashirama, too, fell to the ground. After a while, he quietly took his leave. At that very moment, Madara's eyes snapped open. His left eye had become pale as ash. He had used Izanagi, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. This time, Madara had lost. Yet, he had never imagined that Hashirama would actually kill him, even if just once. Looking in the direction where Hashirama had gone, Madara murmured, You have disappointed me. With that, Madara left as well. Meanwhile, far from the continent, in a land of water in Kirigakure, the first Mizukage, his eyes keen and wise, was addressing the villagers of Kirigakure, laying out his vision for the future. Suddenly, a roar split the sky, the air trembling with the sound of something slicing through it. Someone called out, Mizukage, look! What's that in the sky? The Mizukage looked up, just a small black dot at first. But the dot grew rapidly larger. What the? A massive tailed beast bomb was hurtling straight toward them. The Mizukage was dumbstruck, sitting peacefully at home, and now a tailed beast bomb falls from the heavens. Mizukage. What in the world? A tailed beast bomb. In a single, devastating blast, his dreams of infrastructure were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Uchiha Madara, his body battered and broken, finally found Sasuke. He looked at Sasuke and said, "I've lost." Sasuke responded, "I did not help you. I hope you won't hold it against me." Madara gave a bitter, mournful laugh. Even now, it was hard to believe Hashirama had actually killed him. Madara's and Hashirama's original wish in founding Konoha was to protect the village's people. But now, Hashirama was determined to kill Madara for Konoha's sake. Hashirama's ideals had shifted, but Madara did not blame him. After all, they now stood in different places. Madara's goal was to unite the entire shinobi world. Hashirama only wanted a peaceful Konoha. Madara told Sasuke, Hashirama's way, it simply won't work. Sasuke, right now Hashirama, is maintaining a fragile and false peace through sheer force. But when Hashirama dies, the shinobi world will erupt in war once again. His words, like a prophecy, came true. After Hashirama's death, the first great ninja war did indeed break out. When Hashirama was alive, no one dared to act recklessly. But after Hashirama's death, the other villages revealed their ambitions and gradually let those desires come to light. Another year passed for Sasuke. He was now 18. It had been 3 years since he'd arrived in this world. Yet, Sasuke still hadn't found any sign of Cicn. Sasuke had settled by the lakeside, and that morning, he washed up by the water's edge, the reflection of his face rippling in the lake. Suddenly, the rustling of grass carried on the wind caught his attention. Sharp as ever, Sasuke turned to look behind him. There, amidst the tall grass, appeared a young girl. She was grimy from head to toe, her long black hair tangled and matted. Despite her disheveled appearance, Sasuke could faintly sense the overwhelming chakra rippling from within her. Her voice was rough, almost hoarse, as she asked, "Do you know where Sasuke is?" Her words pierced Sasuke's heart like a blade. He asked, "Who are you?" The girl replied, "Many years ago, Sasuke told me to come here and look for him." Sasuke was dumbfounded. Many years ago? He hadn't lived that long. How could it have been many years ago? Just as he was about to press her for more, the girl continued, "Sasuke called me Hikari Light. He didn't want me to remain in darkness. He hoped I could walk in the light." Sasuke froze. Light? Uchiha Hikari? But why did he have any connection to Uchiha Hikari? Could it be that at some point in the future, he would time travel again, back to an even more distant past? He asked her, "How did you find me?" Hikari said softly, "I've been waiting here all along." In that moment, Sasuke understood. It seemed that, in the future, he would again cross the boundaries of time and forge a bond with Uchiha Hikari in the distant past. As far as he could tell, Hikari was not even 100 years old yet. By seniority, Uchiha Hikari was 2 or 3 generations senior to Madara. So, all things considered, Uchiha Hikari shouldn't be a centenarian just yet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chixian found Chixian. Then, Chixian devoured Chixian. For the Otsutsuki, another of their kind was nothing but nourishment. But what would happen if your past self devoured your present self? To Cicn, it no longer mattered. At least, the current Cicn now possessed the power of an Otsutsuki obtained in the blink of an eye. He decided not to run from Sasuke any longer. He wanted Sasuke to witness what true power really meant. Back with Sasuke, he was helping Hikari wash up. After her bath, Hikari emerged fragrant and soft, no longer resembling someone of great age, but rather a young girl, hardly 20. Hikari had been born in a turbulent era. This was a period even earlier than the Warring States era. During this time, Hikari's parents perished in the chaos of war, which triggered the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes. The ability she gained from her Mangekyo was called Yasakani no Magatama, a technique of tremendous power. When the Uchiha clan discovered this, they began to raise Hikari as a weapon of war, giving her a new name, Uchiha Nameless. Later, Hikari's eyes were transplanted, granting her access to other powerful eye techniques. She obtained abilities such as Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Tsukuyomi, Inscribed Tsukuyomi, and, of course, Yasakani no Magatama. All of the other visual jutsu were well known. The Inscribed Tsukuyomi allowed her to cast Jin Jutsu using the power of the moon. It was an illusion on a grand scale. While its effects were similar to the infinite Tsukuyomi, it was ultimately not as overwhelming as the latter. As for Yasakani no Magatama, its power truly defied imagination. Anyone marked by Hikari's inscription would become her puppet, their mind, and would be completely dominated by her. This was somewhat akin to the Kodoeme Tsukumi technique. However, while it was harder to activate than Kodoeme Tsukumi and its effect less absolute, it carried none of Kodoeme Tsukumi's negative side effects. Because of this overwhelming ability, Hikari was forged into a weapon of war. Perhaps it was Sasuke who ultimately saved her. Hikari fell in love with Sasuke and decided to dedicate her life to him, even though Sasuke himself remained unaware of this for now. But such is the allure of destiny's interwoven strands. After bathing, Hikari dressed in Sasuke's clothes, curling up in a small bundle at the corner of the bed. Her eyes shimmered with emotion as she gazed at Sasuke intently. Sasuke, meanwhile, sized Hikari up as well. Once scrubbed clean, she was every bit the quintessential Uchiha. There was no mistaking that pure bloodline. Her features were utterly classic. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. Sasuke asked, "Who is it?" From outside, a low and resonant voice replied, "A humble monk wandering by at midnight. I beseech you for a bowl of water." Sasuke frowned. There was a river nearby. After all, he drank from the river as well. What reason could this stranger have to knock on his door for water, with the river right there? Still frowning, Sasuke noticed a red glow emanating from beyond the door. In an instant, the crimson light consumed the wooden door, leaving it vanished without a trace. Standing there was Jikujin. Jikujin wore a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Looking at Sasuke, he said, "You were always searching for me, and now that I'm standing before you, tell me, what can you do to me?" This was a clear challenge. Jikujin's words dared Sasuke to act. Sasuke's lips curled in a faint smile. He had searched for this man for 3 long years, and during all that time, Sasuke had been training under Madara's relentless tutelage. While Madara's skills with ocular jutsu might have fallen short of Sasuke's, in terms of battlefield experience, taijutsu, and ninjutsu, Madara was leagues ahead. In a flash, Sasuke drew the blade of the sky, igniting it with Amaterasu's black flames, and with a single motion, he cleaved clean through Jikujin's neck. Jikujin stared at Sasuke in disbelief. Impressive strength, he managed, his voice tinged with wonder. Soon after, new growths began to emerge from Sishien's severed head. These strange proliferations circled around Sishien's head, gradually forming a single horn. Then, his appearance began to change. Sishien's entire demeanor matured, growing older and more distinguished. And finally his eyes. His right eye was unique, one possessed only by Ishiki himself. He called it the black eye. Within the black eye was a golden, wheel-like pattern, inlaid with 8 triangles arranged like petals around its circumference. His left eye, in contrast, was a white eye. Sishien declared, "Watch closely. This is my true form, Otsutsuki Ishiki." As the words fell, Ishiki Otsutsuki's real body suddenly manifested. He too wore the trademark gray and white robes of the Otsutsuki clan. Ishiki hovered effortlessly above the ground, looking down at Sasuke with an expression that regarded him as little more than an insect. Ishiki spoke calmly. "Though my power now is but a fraction of its peak, it's still more than enough to crush you." Sasuke curled his lip with a smirk. "Interesting, but don't get ahead of yourself. Even without your peak strength, you're still at most 70% as strong as you once were." Ishiki fell silent for a moment. Sasuke was telling the truth. Ishiki now retained only 60% of his original power, and this form could only be maintained for 10 minutes. But within those 10 minutes, slaughtering this pesky child would be more than enough. For the first time, Sasuke felt real pressure. He called to Hikari, "Hikari, get to safety and leave this to me." Hikari nodded quickly and ducked behind a tree, crouching low. Wielding the blade of heaven, coated in the black flames of Amaterasu, Sasuke charged at Ishiki with lightning speed. Ishiki responded with a scornful smile. With a clench of his fist, Sasuke's figure instantly shattered into 4, then 8, splitting apart like broken reflections. "So a shadow clone, is it?" Ishiki mused. "Over here." Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out from behind. The Kusanagi sword shot straight for Ishiki's heart. But in a flash, Ishiki dodged, and a massive obsidian cube materialized above Sasuke's head, casting a crushing shadow. Daikokutten, great box of heaven. The black cube seemed impossibly heavy, yet Sasuke managed to keep track of Ishiki's movements even as it closed in. With only a hair's breadth left before the cube struck Sasuke, one of the Tomo in Sasuke's left eye vanished. Amino to Jikara. In a blink, their positions swapped, Sasuke where Ishiki had stood, and vice versa. The tremendous cube now plummeted toward Ishiki himself. But Ishiki, with one hand, effortlessly caught and lifted the titanic cube. Shanamibikona. The black cube abruptly shrank, sealed away in the Daikokutten space. Meanwhile, Sasuke was thinking furiously, analyzing every scrap of intel. His own power matched the Six Paths level, but not its most supreme form. Even in partnership with Naruto, he had only just managed to seal away Kagaya. Yet Ishiki surpassed even Kagaya. There was no doubt Sasuke was not Ishiki's match. But at the same time, Ishiki's strength had not yet reached its zenith. Ishiki's left eye was a Byakugan. Although it didn't possess any special pupil techniques, it offered a full 360-degree field of vision, with perception far surpassing even the Sharingan. His right eye, known as the Black Eye, wielded a power that truly defied explanation. First, the Black Eye contained its own unique extra-dimensional space, much like the Kimui dimension, a domain called the Great Black Heaven. There was also Shonen Bikuna. With Shonen Bikuna, anything that fell within his line of sight could be miniaturized and stored inside the Great Black Heaven. And as if that weren't enough, Ishiki possessed a second 10 tails. The only good news, at this moment, Ishiki might not actually have the strength required to summon the 10 tails. Sasuke darted nimbly out of harm's way, knowing his ninjutsu was useless against Ishiki and that he was no master of taijutsu either. Techniques like jinjutsu or even amaterasu, he wouldn't bother trying them. They'd have no effect on a member of the Otsutsuki, the very progenitors of chakra. Ninjutsu alone simply didn't work. Sasuke steadied his breath. He began to absorb the natural energy all around him, and soon, a violet mist gathered, swirling quietly at his feet. This mist was the sign he had entered Sage Mode. Thanks to his nearly flawless mastery of Sage Mode, there were no visible changes in his appearance. With swift hand signs, Sasuke invoked his art, Katan, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Ishiki gave a dismissive chuckle. Trying to fight me, using ninjutsu? How naive. But this was no ordinary ninjutsu. This was sage art. Fire blazed across Ishiki's form. Ishiki paused, then gave a faint smile. Interesting. With a single wave of his hand, the flames vanished instantly. And then, suddenly, Ishiki appeared right beside Sasuke, seizing him by the collar. He leaned in, his voice cold. You are no match for me, understand? You're hiding a tailed beast within, aren't you? Well, it belongs to me now. Over my dead body. Sasuke shot back. In a blink, Sasuke's figure switched places. He traded spaces with a distant patch of air. What a troublesome ability. Now, Ishiki felt he was being toyed with. 4 minutes had slipped by already. He still had 6 minutes left to kill Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke realized with growing anxiety that trying to inflict significant damage on Ishiki would burn through natural energy far faster than he could absorb it. This was bad. A terrible miscalculation. He had crossed worlds only to discover he was outmatched by Ishiki. Was this really where he would meet his end? Sasuke thought, I haven't even been with anyone yet. I can't die here. Suddenly, up in the sky, the moon took on the markings of the Sharingan. This technique was certainly intimidating, and yet it was light imprint, Tsukuyami. At the sight of the imprint Tsukuyami, Ishiki was taken aback and quickly averted his gaze, believing this to be the infinite Tsukuyami. After all, the infinite Tsukuyami was Kagaya's technique, and in his current state, he knew he was no match for that treacherous woman. But then, Ishiki realized, this didn't appear to be the infinite Tsukuyami after all. Because Ishiki possesses a 360-degree Byakugan, he was inevitably caught in the trap. His body was marked by Mitsuki's Tsukuyami. Mitsuki tried to control Ishiki using the 8,000 Spears technique. But Ishiki was simply too powerful. Though the 8,000 Spears was formidable as well, it couldn't fully restrain him. All it could do was pin him in place. Blood tears trickled from the corners of Mitsuki's eyes. She channeled the 8,000 Spears, siphoning Ishiki's power. But it was far too slow. She could hold him at most for another minute. Turning to Sasuke, Mitsuki said, You saved me years ago. Now it's my turn. Run. Quickly. I can't hold him much longer. Don't attack him either, or you'll break my hold with the 8,000 Spears. Sasuke clenched his teeth, torn. Then, at that moment, something stirred within him. Inside Sasuke's mind, Matatabi, the two-tails, spoke. Sasuke, I have a technique that can defeat Ishiki, but it only lasts 5 minutes. You must defeat him within that time. Sasuke frowned. You have something like that? Matatabi replied. That's right. This technique can only be used once in my entire life, and once it is, my life force will fade. But now is the time. If I sacrifice myself, I can save you and help you defeat Ishiki. Otherwise, if Ishiki defeats you, I'll perish anyway. Sasuke, this technique is called the Heavy Ion Mode. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. You can use heavy ions too? Matatabi, mistaking Sasuke's hesitation, urged him, Don't hesitate, Sasuke. Tailed beasts are pure chakra. We do not truly vanish. Somewhere, another me still exists. When this body disperses, my consciousness will pass on to that one. Sasuke, I'll find you again. Tailed beast, Heavy Ion Mode. A cloak of black-blue chakra gathered around Sasuke, swathing him in a commanding aura. Ishiki, seeing Sasuke in this form, felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of pressure. Well, this is interesting. Interesting, my foot. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared right before Ishiki, fist blazing with black-blue flames as he struck out. Ishiki reflexively tried to block, but his body was sent flying. Unbelievable. Ishiki stared at Sasuke in shock. The sheer force made Sasuke almost unrecognizable to him. The great black sky. Countless black cubes rained down toward Sasuke. But now, Sasuke was no longer restricted by his space-time ability. With infinite, boundless chakra at his disposal, Sasuke blinked from place to place, dodging the black cubes with uncanny precision. He moved so fast that Ishiki couldn't react at all. In the next instant, a fully formed Susanoo loomed behind Sasuke, drawing its bow and knocking an arrow, tip ablaze with crackling black-blue fire. Another traveling arrow. This arrow carried the chakra of the two tails accumulated over centuries. Could you possibly withstand it? It wasn't the sheer power of the two tails chakra that was formidable, but rather the force of life pulsing within it. The black-blue flames engulfed everything around the target, erasing all traces, including Ishiki. Ishiki's appearance was reduced to a charred shell. Sasuke, releasing his Susanoo, descended from the sky and looked down at Ishiki. Suddenly, Ishiki's eyes snapped open. Locking eyes with Sasuke for a brief moment, Ishiki spoke. Interesting. Farewell. His body crumbled entirely to dust, scattering into nothingness. Yet now, at the center of Sasuke's left palm, appeared a jet-black rhombus-shaped mark. Sasuke's expression darkened. So that's your game, planting a curse mark on me? But as for how to remove it, Sasuke genuinely had no idea. Has Ishiki turned into a lingering shadow? Sasuke thought. No matter. At least, Ishiki was no longer an immediate threat. After this ordeal, for him to regain his strength, it would take centuries. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the hidden cloud village, the two tails who had been resting was suddenly flooded with memories that did not belong to her. Visions forced into her mind. Hashirama, capturing me, the hidden cloud village, the thundercloud gorge, Yugi to Sasuke, time travel, the ultra-heavy ion state. Are these my memories from the future? I never imagined I'd go through so much. Without hesitating, the two tails made her way towards Sasuke, eager to be sealed inside him once more. Sasuke, it seems, is toying with time itself. At this moment, Sasuke didn't yet exist in this timeline, but the two tails was present. The future version of the two tails, however, had also appeared. As long as Sasuke brought this two tails back with him to his own era, everything would be fine. At most, the only price would be the two tails going missing between this point and the moment Sasuke traveled back. Meaning in the history of this world, the two tails would vanish for a while, allowing Sasuke to harness the ultra-heavy ion state and stand against Ishiki. Sasuke soon found the temporal turtle from this point in time. Watching the little turtle whirl around and around, Sasuke asked Mitsu, "Are you leaving too?" Mitsu shook his head. "No, once you're gone, I'll return to my slumber. In the future, I'll awaken and find you." As the chakra surged, the turtle spun ever faster, suffused with an otherworldly light. Sasuke vanished from this era, returning to the future. In the years that followed, Hashirama sought to capture all 9-tailed beasts, to distribute them evenly among the villages and maintain the balance of power. But despite searching every corner of the ninja world, he was never able to find the two tails. At the same moment, in the present, land of Earth, amid a sudden flash of light, Sasuke reappeared, his body and memories, still those of his 18-year-old self, because Sasuke traveled back from age 15 to an earlier time and spent another 3 years there. He is now 18, both his soul and body. Though the timeline has changed, Sasuke's body has undeniably matured. He could feel the power coursing through him. Ever since mastering the heavy ion mode, his ability to sense chakra had become extraordinarily nimble. It was as if he himself were a vessel of moving chakra. The strange mark in his palm, although its effects hadn't fully revealed themselves yet, would undoubtedly become significant in the future. After all, this was the Ikarama of the tattoo era. Naruto has Momoshiki. Having an Ikarama of his own seemed entirely reasonable. Wait a minute. If he'd intercepted Hinata, Naruto would never be born. Sasuke glanced up at the sky. It was a little overcast. Suddenly, a patrol squad spotted him. "Hold it right there. Who are you?" Sasuke turned toward the patrol. Above their heads gleamed the headbands of a Wagakure. They were ninja from the land of Earth. Sasuke replied, "The real question is, who are you?" The ninja answered, "I am Mamushi of the Two Scales clan. Inoki is my uncle, and I'm also the captain of a Wagakure police force's 3rd unit." Mamushi Two Scales was exceedingly arrogant, given his blood ties to Inoki. Sasuke didn't respond to Mamushi's challenges. Instead, he asked, "Which way leads to Konoha?" Mamushi frowned. Was this stranger a Leaf Village spy? Actually, Konoha lay to the northeast. But Mamushi, acting on his own, planned to lure Sasuke toward Iwagakure's main district and have Inoki handle him personally. He pointed southwest and said to Sasuke, "It's that way." Sasuke headed off in the direction he was shown. After traveling most of the day, Sasuke came upon a massive crater. Sasuke paused, puzzled. Could Pain have passed this way while I wasn't looking? But observing the architectural remains at the bottom of the pit, this clearly wasn't Konoha. Mamushi burst out laughing. "Ah, I tricked you. This isn't Konoha, it's a Wagakure." With that, Mamushi raised a flare gun and fired it into the sky. With a loud bang, the flare exploded overhead. An arrow launched through the clouds, a clarion call summoning legions. As the signal echoed through the sky, the entire ninja force of the land of Earth mobilized. Among them were also Inoki and Kuratsuchi. Not long ago, Pain had destroyed half the land of Earth, leaving Inoki seething with frustration but helpless to act. He was simply no match for Pain and the power of Devapath. It would be pure folly to march into Amigakure to confront him. Every rogue from the Akatsuki was formidable in their own right. However, when Inoki saw that the one standing before him was not Tendo Pain, but just a kid, anger surged through him like wildfire. Inoki was instantly furious. "Tendo Pain bullied me, Deidara bullied me, and now you, a brat from a leaf, want to bully me too?" Without hesitation, Inoki turned to his aide and barked, "Mamushi, seize him. We'll negotiate with Tsunade tomorrow." Sasuke. Sasuke fixed Inoki with a cold stare. "Do you even know who I am?" But Inoki, blinded by rage, snapped back. "Do you even know who I am? Get him, now." Sasuke let out a derisive chuckle. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from him, sending everyone around flying as if struck by an invisible force. And then, towering into the sky, hundreds of meters tall, the full form of Susanoo appeared above the land of Earth, casting its shadow over all. Inoki was left stunned and numb. Why am I seeing this Susanoo again? And this one, it exuded an even greater menace than the one he'd once witnessed from Madara? Inoki was utterly bewildered. Yet another monster has arrived. Half a day later, in the Tsuchikige's office. After plenty of coaxing and pleading, Inoki finally convinced Sasuke not to take revenge against the land of Earth. Old as he was, it seemed all he ever did these days was beg like a beaten grandson. Yet the truth was, Sasuke never had any genuine interest in taking it out on the whole country. What he really wanted was nothing more than to teach this cranky old man a lesson. Kuratsuchi shot Sasuke a sidelong glance. "What are you looking at?" Sasuke replied coolly, "Looking at you." "Problem?" Kuratsuchi just let out a long sigh. The will to argue had left her. After all, Sasuke's power spoke for itself. That night, as darkness mingled with a restless wind, Kuratsuchi sat at her window, gazing out at the moon and heaving a melancholy sigh. If only I had power like Sasuke's. If only. The next morning, Sasuke, on his own, walked into the Tsuchikige's office. Almost all the affairs of the land of Earth were handled by the Tsuchikige alone. He was the first among the Kage to truly centralize power. Sasuke said flatly, "Tsuchikige, you're getting old." The Tsuchikige sensed trouble in those words, forcing a couple of hollow laughs. "I may be up there in years, but I've still got some life left in these bones." "I'll be straight with you," Sasuke went on. "I'm giving you two choices. 1. Take a beating from me and become the sworn enemy of the whole ninja world." The Tsuchikage smirked. "And just how would you manage to make me the enemy of the entire ninja world?" A subtle smile crossed Sasuke's lips. "Lord Tsuchikage, you wouldn't want everyone to discover who's been running the black market from behind the scenes, do you?" Inoki froze. That was a secret. How could Sasuke possibly know? No one else knew about this. Only Inoki himself. The black market held almost every bounty order for ninjas across the world, and the bounties claimed most frequently came from Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Not long ago, Asuma Sarutobi's head had been exchanged for 30 million ryo, and it was Inoki who had paid that sum. If the other villages found out that he was actually the boss of the black market, then the main battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War would surely shift to the land of Earth. Inoki asked, "What's the second option?" Sasuke replied, "It's simple. Pass the title of Tsuchikage on to Kuratsuchi." Inoki cried out in shock, "Kuratsuchi? But she's just a girl. How could she possibly beat Tsuchikage?" Sasuke retorted, "And why not? Both the Hokage of the Leaf and the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist are women. Besides, Kuratsuchi is your granddaughter." Inoki's gaze wandered, betraying his hesitation. He said, "But Kuratsuchi can't use Dust Release." Sasuke challenged, "Could Deidara use Dust Release?" He couldn't, either. Yet if it were Deidara, Inoki would have considered it. He would have passed on the title. Behind Sasuke, a purple aura began to appear, slowly growing stronger. Inoki quickly interjected. Wait. Let's talk this over. Sasuke declared. There's nothing to talk about. If you refuse to pass on the title, I'll kill you, and the people who support you too. Then I'll bring the Uchiha clan here to the land of Earth. Inoki, you wouldn't want a Wagakure to finally live up to its name as the hidden rock by being flattened, would you? Inoki fell silent for a moment. Once again, he felt the overwhelming gap in strength. He drew in a long breath. Why Karatsuchi? Why not Kitsuchi? Sasuke's answer was firm and emphatic. Because I want to shatter your sexist views. Inoki, after much deliberation, Inoki finally said, Fine, let Karatsuchi be Tsuchikage, but I must be informed of all major matters in the village. Sasuke responded, Deal. Letting Karatsuchi become Tsuchikage was enough. As for power, if Inoki wanted to hold on to it, he could. At least now, Karatsuchi was a Kage. The fourth Tsuchikage, Karatsuchi. Not the fourth leg Kage. A week later, Inoki of the Land of Earth held the abdication ceremony. Word spread throughout the Land of Earth. Inoki's granddaughter, Karatsuchi, had become the fourth Tsuchikage. The very first act Karatsuchi carried out as Tsuchikage was to apply to the Leaf for cooperation, proposing a peace treaty. Konoha and Iwagakure would not invade or interfere with each other. The very next day, Sasuke returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, another round of the Chunin exams had just concluded. Hinata and the rest had all been promoted to Chunin. Outside the testing hall, Sakura said excitedly to Hinata, Hinata, we're both Chunin now. Hinata nodded. Yet there was a tinge of melancholy in her eyes. It had already been a month since Sasuke crossed over, and Hinata had worried about him day and night, losing more than 20 pounds in the process. And Hinata was only 15, still in the prime of her growth. From the side, you could look right past Sakura and see Hinata without even trying. Sakura looked as flat as a runway. Hinata's steps were a little unsteady. What natural gift she had. Outside the examination hall, Kakashi waited for his students. This time, Naruto's opponent was Neji. Naruto took the victory, but both of them showed the strength worthy of Chunin. Kakashi watched his students emerge one after another. His thoughts drifted back to his own days as a student, back when Minato was still alive. He himself had become a Jonin at a young age. During his first Chunin exams, Rin passed, but Obito failed the written test. Yet with Rin's encouragement, Obito succeeded on his second try. But through all these years, Obito's strength had long since surpassed Kakashi's. Once, Kakashi had been known as the gifted ninja. Obito, on the other hand, had been called the eternal underdog. And yet, the underdog surpassed the genius. Kakashi had no idea what Obito had experienced all these years. But the scars on Obito's face spoke of a life filled with pain. After Kakashi returned Obito's eye, he hadn't seen Obito again. Now, Kakashi wanted to meet Obito again. He wanted to know if Obito's words from the past, offering his life in exchange for Rin's, could ever come true. Could it really be done? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Kakashi out of nowhere. Sasuke placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, startling him. Kakashi couldn't stand it when someone stood behind his back. In an instant, Kakashi drew his short blade and struck at Sasuke. But all he hit was a slab of stone. Now, with his heavenly hand power, Sasuke's movements were completely unrestricted, and his technique was as swift as a blink. Kakashi hadn't even noticed that what he struck was not a person, but a rock. Facing Kakashi, Sasuke quipped, Is this how you welcome your student, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi felt his body jolt. He turned to look at Sasuke. After just 1 month apart, Sasuke had grown much taller. He had truly matured. Kakashi asked, Sasuke, is that you? How have you grown so much? Sasuke replied, I spent 3 years in an alternate timeline. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, where's Rai? Kakashi answered, Fugaku took Rai home. Sasuke nodded. Outside the exam room, Sakura and Hinata caught sight of Sasuke's back. Sakura wondered aloud, who's talking to Kakashi-sensei? Since Sasuke was now even taller than Kakashi, it never occurred to Sakura that it might be him. But Hinata froze. This was Sasuke. She was certain of it. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hinata dashed forward and hugged Sasuke tightly from behind. Sasuke felt Hinata's gentle touch and turned to her, asking softly, Did you miss me? With tears streaming down her face, Hinata replied, Why were you gone for so long? Were you okay over there? Through his conversation with Kakashi, Sasuke had found out how much time had passed. He realized that, in this world, he'd been gone for only about a month. Sasuke said to Hinata, It's only been a month, not that long. But on the other side, I spent 3 whole years. Hinata threw herself into Sasuke's embrace, afraid that any second this might all turn out to be just a dream. Gently, Sasuke scooped her up, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from where they stood. Sasuke was using a Minotejikura, flickering instantly from place to place until they arrived inside the Hyuga clan compound. At that very moment, Neji was facing Naruto in a duel. Although he hadn't managed to defeat Naruto, he had done everything he could. During the battle, Naruto managed to knock off Neji's forehead protector. For a split second, Neji's forehead was exposed, clear and unmarred, devoid of any sign of the caged bird seal. It was only a brief moment, but the sharp-eyed members of the Hyuga clan noticed. Word spread through the clan, and an uproar erupted. Although Neji was the son of Hayashi's twin, Hisashi, he was still a branch family member, and the distinction between branch and main family was absolute. The marking of the caged bird seal on branch family members had been a Hyuga tradition dating back to the Warring States period. Rules were rules, not to be broken. But now, Neji's forehead clearly bore no trace of the caged bird seal. This was a violation, a taboo the clan could not tolerate. For a branch family member, the caged bird mark was non-negotiable. In the courtyard, Neji had stripped off his shirt and knelt in the center, his back crisscrossed with red welts. Hyuga Hisashi, holding a rattan switch, dipped it in water and lashed Neji's back with relentless force. Hisashi cried out, "You unfilial son, do you understand your mistake? You rebel, do you realize what you've done? Why can't you accept your station? Why did you dare to remove the caged bird mark without permission? Do you intend to take the place of the main family? Speak up, tell me, do you admit your fault?" Neji gritted his teeth, swallowing his pain, and looked up at Hisashi. "Father, I did nothing wrong. Why should I admit to a mistake I didn't make?" Hisashi's anger was like a storm, his beard bristling, eyes wide, stubborn to the end. But Neji replied, "Father, times are changing, yet our Hyuga clan stubbornly clings to the old ways. Branding the branch family with the caged bird seal is a shameful practice. It stifles my potential and holds the entire Hyuga clan back from becoming the strongest it could be. I am a person, not a tool to be used by the Hyuga clan. I want to live for myself." Hisashi saw things differently. Their clash was not just between father and son, but of two eras, two worldviews. What utter nonsense! You were born a Hyuga, and you shall live for the Hyuga. If you wish to live for yourself, then gouge out your Byakugan and cast away the Hyuga name. Neji would not back down, not even a step. To him, this was a mistake that could never be justified. At that very moment, Hayashi Hyuga pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. When Hisashi Hyuga saw Hayashi, he immediately grew alarmed and hurriedly shielded Neji behind him. "Brother, I was just disciplining Neji and was about to reapply the caged bird seal on him." Hayashi sat down across from Neji and addressed both Neji and Hisashi. "Neji, Hisashi, I overheard your conversation, and I have to say, Neji makes a valid point. The traditions of the Hyuga clan are indeed outdated. Times are changing, and so too must the Hyuga. But Neji, you must understand, reforming these traditions is not something that can happen overnight. The caged bird seal has become so deeply ingrained in the mindset of the branch family members. Don't forget, the main family only makes up 5% of the Hyuga clan, while the branch family account for 95%. In other words, it's very difficult for the main family to keep control over the branch family. If there were no caged bird seal, wouldn't there be those among the branch family who desire to be clan head? There definitely would. And so the caged bird seal dashes their hopes completely. Besides, Neji, once the caged bird is placed, there's no undoing it. I have no idea how you managed to break the caged bird seal, but you must reapply it. Otherwise, others in the branch family will grow jealous of you, and I imagine the condition to lift the seal isn't simple, is it?" Neji had almost forgotten. He only vaguely recalled Orochimaru drawing something from him once. And just like that, the seal was broken. Neji was somewhat moved, and yet, he still did not wish to have the caged bird seal reapplied. For his own sake, he could not accept it. But for the sake of the clan, it seemed he should. Hayashi saw Neji's hesitation and shouted, "Neji, without the caged bird seal, how can we stand against the branch family?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Hayashi. "That's simple. I'll help the main family." Sasuke descended from the sky, holding Hinata in his arms. He turned to Hayashi. "Uncle, for the future of the entire Hyuga, I believe the caged bird seal should be undone. There's no need to fear rebellion within the clan. Look at us, the Uchiha. Ever since Madara left the Leaf, my father's branch has led the clan for years, and aren't we still united as one? There's truly nothing to worry about. Blood ties are the strongest bonds of all. And besides, father-in-law, don't you still have me?" Sasuke's hair fluttered in the breeze, revealing the Rinnegan hidden beneath his locks. Hayashi's eyes widened in shock. The Rinnegan. As one of the oldest clans in the shinobi world, the Hyuga were well aware of the Rinnegan and the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths. With a sharp intake of breath, Hayashi made up his mind. "Very well, we'll do as you say." Neji was dumbfounded. He thought, So that whole lecture was for nothing? Was it all for nothing? Niji fell silent, lost in thought. Indeed, traveling the world, strength truly is necessary. Without strength, no one would give weight to your words. Only those like Sasuke, who possess real power, make statements that truly matter. Hayashi Hyuga asked Niji, "How was the curse of the cage bird removed?" Niji replied, "Back then, Sasuke helped me remove it." Sasuke added that Orochimaru's help was needed for the process. Upon hearing this, Hayashi was immediately alarmed. Orochimaru. Orochimaru was, after all, a legendary S-class rogue ninja of Konoha. He hadn't just conducted human experiments in the village. He was also the S-class traitor who had killed the third Hokage. If Orochimaru's help was essential, Hayashi didn't want to involve him at all. After all, that would be akin to committing treason. Sasuke, too, felt there was no need to seek out Orochimaru right now. After all, Konoha could not possibly accept his return. To the villagers, Orochimaru had used them for inhuman experiments. To the shinobi, he had slain the third Hokage. For these reasons, Orochimaru was destined to remain in exile from Konoha for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Kuratsuchi donned her deep maroon Tsuchikage robe and placed upon her head the signature diamond-shaped hat of her office. With her own squad at her side, she set off toward Konoha. Kuratsuchi had made up her mind to sign a peace treaty with Konoha and Sunagakure. Her goal was for the three great hidden villages to coexist in harmony, never again to infringe upon one another. Only then could the land of Earth truly prosper, paving the way for a more unified shinobi world. As for old grudges between the villages, let them end with this generation, here and now. Elsewhere in Konoha, within the Uchiha clan, Kenjin Uchiha had just joined the Ninja Academy as a new instructor. Sasuke was completely taken aback when he heard the news. The name Kenjin practically sounded like scoundrel, and yet he'd become a teacher? What would he possibly teach? Forcing the kids into early morning training every day? Sasuke really couldn't quite understand it. He worried Kenjin might end up trampling all over the blooming talents of Konoha. Yet in the end, Sasuke chose to show respect. The truth was, Konoha had a very special plan at work. 3 days earlier, Tsunade and the Hokage advisors had held a discussion. To further strengthen Konoha, they decided to establish an advanced academy. After enrolling in the Ninja Academy and graduating as a genin, ninja who attained the rank of Chunin would become eligible for the Advanced Academy. But not all Chunins would make the cut. You had to become a Chunin before turning 18 to qualify for enrollment in the Advanced Ninja Academy. There, the most elite instructors would provide the most comprehensive ninjutsu training. Graduating from the Advanced Ninja Academy would make you a Jonin. But earning that graduation was an immense challenge in itself. As one of the main leaders, Shikaka Nara handed over the Nara clan's signature shadow imitation technique. The shadow imitation technique isn't a Kekkei Genkai, but rather a unique form of ninjutsu. It's a technique possessed only by those of the Nara clan. This is because it's been passed down exclusively within their lineage. And it's not just the Nara clan. There's also the Aburame clan's insect-controlling techniques, and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique. And further still, Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, the In seal, and the advanced lightning release body techniques. All these high-level jutsu. All of them were laid out, filling the advanced curriculum of the elite ninja academy. Reaching this decision was difficult for Shikaka Nara, since for so many years, the Nara clan's reputation across the ninja world rested on their mastery of the shadow imitation technique. Well, perhaps not a world-shaking reputation. In any case, it was thanks to this unique jutsu that the Nara clan managed to survive through tumultuous times, persisting until today. So, giving up the shadow imitation technique was a deeply personal struggle for Shikaku. But for the sake of Konoha's bright future, Shikaka Nara decided there was no point in hoarding these secrets any longer. It was time to bring their heritage from behind closed doors and use it to make Konoha truly strong. After all, this was no trivial matter. One couldn't simply open an elite ninja academy at a whim. So, Shikaku planned to first select a few qualified teachers from the regular Konoha Ninja Academy for an initial round of testing. With this in mind, Shikaka Nara set out to choose instructors from the academy. He considered elite jonin like Kurinai Yuhi, Mike Guy, and Kakashi, as well as experienced Chunin teachers like Kinomaru and Irika. And then, Uchiha Kenjin. The moment Shikaka spotted Kenjin, his head started to ache. Shikaku and Kenjin had always been at odds. Kenjin had a habit of showing up to Shikaku's 8 a.m. classes, seemingly just to get under his skin. It was safe to say that Shikaku really did not like this guy. Suppressing his irritation, Shikaku forced himself to ask, "Aren't you the squad captain for the police force? Why are you here trying to be a teacher?" Kenjin puffed up with arrogance and replied, I'll go wherever I want, whenever I want. If I want to be a teacher, then a teacher I'll be. Shikaka sighed. Maybe you should just go back and keep being a squad captain. Suddenly, Kenjin's face twisted in mock rage. Right in front of everyone, he shouted at Shikaka, I showed up to your 8 a.m. again. Stop trying to show off in front of me. If you keep it up, I'll teach you a real lesson. With barely a movement, Kenjin launched into action, catching Shikaku completely off guard. Uchiha Kenjin had 3 great loves in life: showing off, drinking, and giving Shikaku a hard time. As the faithful strategist behind generations of Hokage, Shikaka Nara was a constant source of irritation for Kenjin. In the past, the Uchiha clan had to lay low. Kenjin couldn't openly banter or quarrel with Shikaku. But now, the Uchiha were stronger than ever, so Kenjin argued whenever he pleased. Sure enough, Shikaku was left trembling with fury. His trembling voice rang out, Someone, throw him out for me. Yet, no one dared make a move. For the Umbu, too, were all Uchiha. Witnessing this, Kenjin's nostrils flared in excitement, as if he couldn't be prouder. In a sudden flash, an arc of lightning shot toward Kenjin. It was Kakashi. Kakashi pressed his Chidori against Kenjin's throat and said coldly, Uchiha Kenjin, that's enough. Don't make a scene. But Kenjin showed no fear at all. If Kakashi were to kill him now, Kenjin would be even happier. For then the Uchiha would finally have a righteous reason to revolt. With Sasuke alive and well, the odds of a successful coup at this moment were 100%. Kenjin almost wished Kakashi would kill him, just to give the Uchiha the perfect excuse and opportunity to rise in open rebellion. Looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Kenjin called out, Kakashi, what are you doing? You almost scared me. Kakashi's voice grew dark. Uchiha Kenjin, this isn't the place for your tantrums. The Konoha Advanced Ninja Academy is about to be established. Don't stir up trouble. Kenjin simply shrugged. Fine, I won't insult him anymore. Kakashi finally released him. Shikaka Nara felt as though the very sky was collapsing. The police force now controlled all of Konoha security. Every civilian in the village, anyone who wasn't a ninja, had come to fear the police force. Even the ninja themselves feared the Uchiha. Now, even the Umbu no longer obeyed the Hokage, but took orders from the Uchiha. The sky above Konoha had fallen. Not long ago, Hiden from the Hidden Rain had killed Asuma. Kakuzu had killed Chiriku of the Fire Temple. One could call this an outright declaration of war against Konoha. Shikaku, together with Tsunade, had immediately decided to mobilize the ninja to avenge Asuma. But they were blocked by Fugaku. Fugaku said, What are you doing? Are you really going to start the 4th Great Ninja War with your own hands? Shikaku pleaded, Fugaku, if the Hidden Rain can kill Asuma and Chiriku today, there's nothing stopping them from killing the Hokage tomorrow. The war has already begun. Fugaku countered. On what grounds is Asuma Sarutobi the representative of all of Konoha? If the Hidden Rain had killed 2 ordinary villagers, would you be this outraged? Shikaka hesitated. Well, Fugaku pressed on. As a Hokage advisor, you should treat everyone equally. You're playing favorites so blatantly. I'll say it plainly. I refuse to sanction war with the Hidden Rain, and any objections are invalid. Even if war breaks out, the Uchiha clan will stand aside. We will not send a single fighter. Shikaku was bursting with anger. The Umbu and the police force, all the might of Konoha, one could say, had fallen under Uchiha control, and yet the Uchiha stood by, arms folded, indifferent. Narashikaka couldn't help but say, the Uchiha clan, huh? Back then, the 3rd should have listened to the 2nd and wiped out every last Uchiha. Hearing this, Fugaku paused with his pen. Shikaku immediately realized he'd said the wrong thing. With a half-smile, Fugaku replied to Narashikaku. The 2nd Hokage didn't have the strength to exterminate the Uchiha, because Lord Madara left him with scars he'd never forget. Besides, the 1st Hokage never allowed the 2nd to act against the Uchiha. As for whether the 3rd could have wiped us out, well, who's to say? But let me tell you this. If I wished, by tomorrow, the Nara name could vanish from the leaf forever. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with that same half-smile. That look made an immense pressure settle on Shikaku. Sweat trickled down his back. In the end, under Fugaku's overwhelming presence, Shikaku had to yield. I am sorry. I misspoke. With that, Fugaku swept out of the room, leaving Shikaku behind. Every time Shikaku remembered this, he couldn't help but feel that Konoha was doomed. As a staunch supporter of the 3rd Hokage, the Nara clan could no longer stand side by side with the Uchiha. That's why they were desperate to help the Hokage regain power. But the Uchiha now, they'd grown far too powerful. The last resort Shikaku could think of was to establish the Konoha Advanced Shinobi Academy, to counterbalance the Uchiha. Drawing a deep breath, Narashikaku reached his decision. Some of Konoha's elite jonin, together with their own students, were sent to teach at the new Konoha Advanced Shinobi Academy. At the Hokage's office, Narashikaku looked utterly drained as he asked Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, I feel we can't oppose the Uchiha anymore. Where has Lord Jiraiya gone?" Tsunade pursed her lips. "That guy Jiraiya, he's always off who knows where. I have no idea what he's up to now, always roaming around, chasing inspiration for his stories." Shikaku asked, "Then Lady Tsunade, who will serve as the headmaster for the Konoha Advanced Shinobi Academy?" Tsunade answered, "I'll take on the role myself." Meanwhile, elsewhere, among the Uchiha clan, the Tailed Beast organization was gathering. Gaara of the One Tail, Sasuke of the Two Tails, Utakata of the Six Tails, and Naruto of the Nine Tails. With their arrival, the organization finally had 4 members. This was also the first time Naruto and Gaara had seen each other since the Chunin exams. Naruto looked at Gaara with a hint of envy. "Gaara, I really envy you. You've already become a Kage, and I'm still just a Chunin." Gaara only replied, "Becoming a Kage was never my own wish." Meanwhile, Utakata was quietly blowing bubbles. Everyone's eyes then turned to Sasuke. Someone asked, "Sasuke, why do you suddenly seem so much more mature?" Sasuke then began to share his own journey through time. Back in Konoha's founding era, Sasuke had spent 3 years there. He had witnessed the birth of Konoha with his own eyes. He had witnessed the battle of the Final Valley with his own eyes, and had beheld the splendor and majesty of both Madara and Hashirama. Naruto asked enviously, "Does that mean I could travel back in time too?" Sasuke thought about Naruto's ever-impulsive nature. If he went back, without a doubt, it would be to try and save his own parents. Yet, Sasuke still had a way that could bring Naruto's parents back to life. That was by using the impure world reincarnation and then the Rinne rebirth jutsu. But if Naruto were to go back and actually save Minato, the entire course of history would be changed beyond recognition. So, Sasuke would never let Naruto return to the past. But instead, Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, let's not talk about that. Let's focus on how we might bring your parents back." Naruto's body trembled. He stared at Sasuke in disbelief. "Sasuke, are you serious?" Sasuke nodded, his response firm. "Of course I am." Meanwhile, on another side of the world, the successive release of the Book Thunder Quintet had sent the Raikage reputation soaring across the entire ninja world. The imposing image of the fourth Raikage, the paragon of strength, wisdom, and unyielding arrogance, had been utterly shattered by these books. In the Cloud Village, the Raikage, strong as an ox, buried his head in his pillow and wept bitterly. He, the dignified Raikage, his whole life had been one of upright deeds. Only his darker skin had led to him being caricatured as a giant black bull, a lecherous brute. His reputation, completely ruined. Book Thunder, no, the Raikage had never known fear in his life. Even death itself did not scare him. But the way the Book Thunder series had swept through every corner of the ninja world, it hadn't killed his body, but his spirit was left utterly broken. In a lightning gorge, Killer Bee lounged atop Gyuki's tentacle, utterly engrossed in his copy of Book Thunder, reveling in the risque exploits between the Raikage and the Eight Tails. Killer Bee grew more and more excited as he read. He turned and asked the Hachibi, "Hey, Eight Tails, do you like my brother?" The Eight Tails. Irked, the Eight Tails flicked Killer Bee away with a whip of his tail. "Get lost." At that moment, the celebrated manga artist responsible for Book Thunder, known as Mr. Kobe, tilted his head to the sky at a 45-degree angle. The massive success of Book Thunder had already brought him financial freedom. Yet he dared not reveal his true identity, for fear of incurring the Raikage's wrath. And so, the artist could only hide his achievements and his name deep within the shadows. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. The sudden arrival of the fourth Tsuchikage had caught Tsunade quite off guard. Inside the Hokage Tower, Tsunade regarded Kuratsuchi, her fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful legs in full view, with no small sense of amazement. Wasn't the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, supposed to be the most stubborn of old men? Why on earth would he hand over the Tsuchikage's title to Kuratsuchi? As baffling as it seemed, Tsunade composed herself and faced Kuratsuchi with due respect, asking, "May I know what brings the fourth Tsuchikage to the Hidden Leaf Village today?" Black Soil spoke. "On behalf of the Hidden Stone Village, I wish to sign a peace agreement with the village hidden in the leaves, hoping that the Hokage will grant her consent." Tsunade frowned. Another peace agreement? The Hidden Cloud Village had already signed a peace agreement, and now the Hidden Stone Village wanted to do the same? But Tsunade understood all too well a so-called peace agreement was just a piece of paper. As long as people were willing to recognize it, it was a peace treaty. The moment someone decided otherwise, it became nothing more than wasted paper. Tsunade asked Black Soil, "Does your predecessor, Lord Inoki, know about this matter?" Black Soil's brows knitted. "Why do they always ask about Inoki, when I am the one in charge now?" She responded, "That is not for the Hokage to be concerned with. My grandfather is aware of all this. And, Hokage, let me remind you, I am the fourth Tsuchikage." Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. She then glanced over the agreement. It was not much different from the one with the hidden cloud, except for one significant point. This time, both nations would cancel their border defenses. Ninjas from either side could travel freely between the borders. Reading this requirement, even Tsunade was taken aback. This is bold. Allowing ninja to enter and leave each other's countries at will. What would distinguish two villages from simply being one? But perhaps, only in this way could the two villages be joined together as closely as possible. Tsunade was tempted. If this could truly be put into effect, then the peace agreement would no longer be just a slip of paper. The hidden leaf and the hidden stone would truly become inseparable. Ninjas from the hidden stone could come to reside in the hidden leaf, intermarrying with its people. So too, would it be for the hidden leaf. In the long run, their shinobi would no longer bear hostility toward each other. As for the possibility of hidden stone ninjas causing trouble, though the Uchiha were far from easy to handle, Tsunade had great faith in their capabilities. There and then, Tsunade and Black Soil signed an unprecedented treaty, a peace never before seen. The Hidden Stone had made clear its true commitment to peace with the Hidden Leaf. On the journey back to their village, Sasuke accompanied Black Soil on her way. Along the road, Sasuke said to Black Soil, "Aren't you getting tired from walking all this way?" Black Soil shot a glare at him. "Do you think everyone has endless chakra like you? I've been using lightweight rock technique for style, but I don't have that much chakra left." Sasuke replied, "Shall I get us a ride, then?" Black Soil paused. "A ride?" Sasuke nodded, recalling an old friend he hadn't seen in years. He bit his finger and slapped his palm to the ground, summoning jutsu. In a swirl of white mist, a gigantic purple serpent appeared before Black Soil. Black Soil regarded Mando with amazement. It looked ferocious enough, but somehow she sensed it wasn't quite as fearsome as it seemed. Sasuke didn't care in the least. All that mattered was that it looked cool. When the myriad serpents caught sight of Sasuke, they were momentarily dumbfounded. "Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Why have you suddenly grown so much?" Sasuke replied curtly, "Cut the chatter. Take Kuratsuchi and me to a Wagakure now." The great serpent flew into a rage. "What do you take me for?" Suddenly, a flash of Sasuke's heavenly blade glinted before the serpent's eyes. Instantly, its demeanor calmed. The serpent quickly relented. "Sasuke, if you want to ride me, then so be it." Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Though this long beast was rebellious through and through, fortunately, it was no match for him. Upon returning to Wagakure, they went straight to the Tsuchikage building. There, several figures were already waiting for Kuratsuchi. They were all elders of Wagakure. Inoki was absent. Since he had decided to relinquish the position of Tsuchikage, he now intended to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. Among the elders, Elder Tsuchi stood at the helm. He was a few years senior to Inoki and, like him, a disciple of the second Tsuchikage Mu. Yet, unlike Inoki, Elder Tsuchi never mastered Dust Release. Inoki had mastered it. Thus, Inoki became Tsuchikage, while Elder Tsuchi remained just an elder. Elder Tsuchi questioned Kuratsuchi sternly. "Girl, did you go to sign a peace treaty with Konoha?" Kuratsuchi nodded. Elder Tsuchi erupted in anger. "Why should a Wagakure submit to others? Why must we swallow our pride?" Kuratsuchi tried to explain. "It's not submission, but peaceful coexistence. It's not humiliation either." But Elder Tsuchi would hear none of it. He turned to her with a warning. "Girl, if you still wish to remain Tsuchikage, I advise you to tear up that peace treaty. Otherwise, I'll gather my supporters and move to impeach you." Kuratsuchi opened her mouth to respond. But Sasuke stepped forward to shield her, wholly unconcerned with who this Elder Tsuchi was, and certainly not inclined toward politeness. Sasuke declared, "An old man with one foot in the grave, and you still meddle so much?" Elder Tsuchi snapped back. "This old man's body is sturdy. Living another good decade or so won't be a problem." Sasuke smiled faintly at that. "How about now?" With a flash of the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke severed one of Elder Tsuchi's arms. The elder stared in shock. It only dawned on him a moment later. His arm had been chopped off. He rolled on the ground, writhing in pain. Sasuke addressed the elder's supporters, his tone cold and unyielding. "You have 3 minutes to decide. Will you side with Kuratsuchi or with this old dog? For those who choose the latter, I'll give you a taste of true hell." The icy chill in Sasuke's voice made the onlookers feel as though they'd sunken into a bottomless abyss. Finally, one person, braving his fear, cried out, "Who the hell are you?" But before he could finish, the Kusanagi blade shot through his heart in an instant. In that moment, not a sound dared to arise. An eerie and absolute silence fell. All that could be heard was the steady, dripping sound of blood from the blade of heaven. It seemed things had reached this extreme. Kuratsuchi herself was seized by a sudden urge to execute the entire upper echelon of the Land of Earth on the spot. But then, someone suddenly shouted out, "Good. Well done. That was brilliant." Kuratsuchi was stunned. Yes, that was well done. I support Kuratsuchi. She truly deserves everyone's trust. That's right. I choose Kuratsuchi. Peace in the shinobi world is the trend of our times. Kuratsuchi felt completely dazed. How could the public sentiment shift so quickly? Sasuke, who was still holding Kuratsuchi's hand, immediately whisked her away in a flash. After Kuratsuchi and Sasuke departed, everyone exchanged wary glances, but not a single person dared to speak aloud. They were all afraid Sasuke might suddenly return to finish what he started. At last, someone broke the silence. "Let's just accept it. There's nothing we can do." Meanwhile, in the Tsuchikage Tower, Sasuke enveloped the building with his chakra, making sure there wasn't a third person lurking inside. Yet, Kuratsuchi had always been proud and selective. Ordinary people never caught her eye. But Sasuke? He was flawless, handsome, powerful, and had no desire to become a Kage. He was simply perfect. At the very same time, in another corner of the world, the Land of Snow faced an invading fleet breaching its shores. Princess Koyuki Kazahana stepped forward to negotiate. The fleet belonged to the Hidden Cloud Village. "This is the Land of Snow, a client nation of Leaf. There's a peace treaty between Cloud and Leaf. Leave at once," she declared. But the Cloud shinobi only exchanged sneers. "Hell, it's Konoha we've come to fight." 7 or 8 shadows surged forward, launching themselves at the defenders of Snow. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Princess Koyuki, shielding her. "Princess, please stand back." After Obito spoke, the Snow shinobi withdrew behind him. Obito regarded the advancing foes with bored indifference. He simply clapped both hands against the ground. Weeping Fortress, mobile toilet. From the depths of Kimui's dimension, a titanic, demonic statue materialized, summoned by Obito. The statue instinctively reached for the summoner's chakra, but Obito selected no conduit. Denied its offering, the demonic statue instead unleashed carnage upon the enemy ninjas before it. "What the heck is this monster? Run for your lives, brothers. We're doomed. We can't escape." Within minutes, the demonic statue had wiped out every single invader. When it finally grew still, Obito sealed it back into the Kamui dimension. The Snow shinobi, most of whom had never witnessed such strength, stared up at the giant demonic statue, mouths agape, in speechless awe. It seemed unthinkable. With someone that powerful in the Land of Snow, there was truly nothing left to fear. At this very moment, Obito felt a sharp pain surge through his eyes. No matter how powerful the Mangekyo Sharingan was, it always came with a fatal flaw. The more one used these eye techniques, the greater the risk of blindness became. Although Obito had rarely used the Susen, ever since he reclaimed his left eye and unlocked the dual Kimui's full power, the strain on his ocular energy had multiplied. It was becoming harder and harder for him to endure. To make matters worse, Obito's health had been poor for some time now. Silently, he wiped away the bloody tears gathering at the corners of his eyes, careful not to let Rin notice anything unusual. But this was no solution. If he kept abusing his eye techniques, real blindness was only a matter of time. The only remedy for this, it seemed, was awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet Obito had no living relatives, so the eternal version was utterly out of reach for him. At this crossroads of life science, the path led straight to Orochimaru, master of this domain and an unrivaled expert in human tissue cultivation. The Village of Sound. Inside a sterile laboratory, Orochimaru, draped in white, addressed Kabuto. "Kabuto, which clone's development is progressing most rapidly?" Kabuto replied, "Lord Orochimaru, it's Suigetsu. His clone's body already has the appearance of a 3-year-old child." Next is Uchiha Obito. Obito's clone has developed a sense of self and has made repeated attempts to send signals to the outside world. Orochimaru nodded, satisfied. The Uchiha genes had all come courtesy of Sasuke, including those of Itachi, Shursui, Fugaku, Kenjin, and of course, Obito. For most, the cloning process was advancing at a stable pace. Kenjin, though, was an exception. Kenjin's clones, upon gaining consciousness, would instantly disintegrate, so not a single one had yet survived. Still, it hardly mattered. Kinjin had never awakened the Mangekyo, so there was no rush in his development. Orochimaru moved into the shadowy cultivation chamber. There, transparent tanks lined the walls, each filled with vibrant green liquid, and inside floated developing bodies. Every one of these forms harbored life. They were the creations of Orochimaru's life sciences. Should Orochimaru's research ever be revealed, it would shake the entire ninja world to its core. His data skirted the edge of the unimaginable. Orochimaru's techniques not only made cloning entire beings possible through their genes, he could also create an endless supply of organs, as needed. His memory traveled back to the Third Great Ninja War, to his most talented disciple, Nawaki. Nawaki's heart had been fatally damaged, a wound even Tsunade's medical jutsu couldn't heal. But things were different now. Orochimaru could seal Nawaki's body away, and then use Nawaki's genes to grow a perfect clone for transplantation. Then obtain a brand new heart from the clone body. A heart from Shizun's body, which would never incur rejection. But by then, it was already too late. At the very least, Orochimaru had finally achieved it now. Cultivating bodies like Suigetsu's and Yugo's was simply a precaution, a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. As for raising bodies like Itachi's and Fugaku's, it was to thoroughly eliminate the risk of blindness that came with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Such a risk, to Orochimaru, was nothing less than a genetic flaw. Yet, through his mastery of life sciences, Orochimaru could preempt and avoid these defects. The absolutely most important thing, the point that held Orochimaru's relentless fixation, was this. He could transplant these genes into himself to cultivate his own being into the perfect life form. Even though his body might experience a host of rejection reactions, Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique was a superb solution to that problem. In time, Orochimaru would most certainly evolve into the flawless being he dreamt of. Even the coveted Sharingan, the very eye he longed for day and night, would be within his grasp. With Sasuke's genetic material at his disposal, Orochimaru found there was no longer a need to seize Sasuke's body by force. That came with too much danger. Orochimaru knew he could not defeat Sasuke in his current state. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Temari reported to Gaara with a grave face, "Kazuke-sama, more and more ninja with unique bloodline limits have been vanishing from the village. What is your take on this?" Gaara questioned in return. "Have any of the Umbu we sent out come back?" Temari shook her head. "Not a single one has returned." Kankuro, standing beside them, trembled in fright. Temari turned to ask him what was wrong. With a pained expression, Kankuro replied, "All these ninja with special bloodlines are disappearing from the village. You think, as the puppet master prodigy here, I might end up on that list too? It's terrifying. I don't want to be hunted." Temari, utterly unimpressed, shot back. "Give it a rest. With your sorry excuse for puppet mastery, you're not even fit to hold a candle to Granny Chiyo." "A single finger," she added mockingly. And it was true. Chiyo mastered the white secret technique, commanding the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Kankuro, despite all his years of training, couldn't even control one of the 10. So naturally, he was no match for even a single finger of Chiyo's skill. Gaara's brow furrowed tightly as he spoke to Temari. "Take me to the spot where the ninja have disappeared." In the borderlands between Konoha and Sunagakure stood an ancient ruin. Inside the palace of these ruins, 4 figures loomed. One was small and hunched, wrapped head to toe in bandages, with a shock of white hair and clad in white. Then there were 2 slender men, both gaunt and odd-looking, each bearing a conspicuous mark on their heads, one with the symbol for 1 and the other for 3. The last was 2. It was none other than Amato and his 3 subordinates. Baruko had mastered a forbidden technique, one that promised immortality, so long as he could gather 5 unique Kekkei Genkai. At present, Baruko had already absorbed 3. Just then, a strange beast with an unusual appearance burst into the chamber. It let out a string of rapid cries. Number 2 leaned toward Baruko and announced, "Someone has broken in." Meanwhile, Gaara, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro, made their way through the ancient ruins. Black stone surrounded them in every direction, the landscape devoid of even a single grain of sand. Gaara furrowed his brow. "I never imagined that there was a place like this in the Land of Wind." Temari replied, "The Land of Wind is vast, Lord Kazekage. It's only natural that even you might not know every corner of it." Kankuro chimed in, "Gaara, why is it just the 3 of us?" Temari shot back, "How many times have I told you? When we're out in the field, address people properly." Suddenly, the ground trembled. 3 enormous, wolf-like beasts burst into view, their bodies bizarrely stitched together, roaring menacingly at Gaara and his companions. From the gourd on Gaara's back, a torrent of sand surged forth, trapping the 3 beasts and pinning them in place. But then, from the distance, 3 more figures appeared. Leading them was number 2. With a swift slap, Temari struck Kankuro. Disgusting. I don't care who you are. This is the land of wind. Get out of here at once. Wind style. Great sickle weasel jutsu. A chorus of eerie laughter echoed from above. Kankuro looked up. A bird-like beast circled overhead, with 2 uncanny, almost grotesque faces affixed to its body. It was numbers 1 and 3. With a wave of number 1's hand, the avian creature unleashed a flurry of feathers. Quickly raising his hand, Gaara summoned his sand shield, blocking the explosive feathers from reaching them. But in the next instant, a bolt of lightning streaked through the air. A white hand pierced straight through Gaara's chest. It was Baruko. Baruko spoke slowly. So this is the Kazekage. How disappointing. But Gaara's body began to dissolve, flowing away in a cascade of sand. A sand clone. Not far off, Gaara's figure materialized again. He stared at Baruko and demanded, "So you're the one behind the disappearances of ninjas with special Kekiai, Jinkai from Sunagakure, aren't you? Where are they now?" Baruko replied, "They're dead. And soon you will be too." Steel release. This rare Kekiai Jinkai let Baruko's body become tougher than the hardest steel. Storm release. In a flash, Baruko lunged at Gaara. The gourd on Gaara's back surged with more sand, forming a shield around him. Baruko's storm release couldn't break through Gaara's flowing defense. But now, Gaara had no sand left to use. With just this little bit of sand around, there's no way I could defeat Biryu. Right at that moment, Gaara's body began to swell and grow larger. Chunks of sand started to appear on Gaara's body, as the form of the one-tailed beast took shape. Gaara looked to Shikaku and said, "I'm counting on you." Shikaku let out a mischievous laugh. "Haha, here comes the great Shikaku." But Biryu slammed both hands onto the ground. A stitched monstrosity, far larger than Shikaku, burst forth. The stitched beast roared, hurling a torrent of flames at Shikaku. Furious, Shikaku summoned sand out of thin air, a display of his power. Gaara manipulated the swirling sand. Sand claw. The sand gathered into a massive claw, slamming toward Biryu. But his body was protected by an impenetrable steel release. Shikaku's belly bulged as he unleashed a howling wind release sphere. Yet to their shock, Biryu absorbed all of these jutsu. Not only that, he transformed the attacks into an even more overwhelming flood of energy that shot toward Shikaku. Shikaku's eyes widened in terror. In a flash, he swept up Gaara and disappeared into the sands, vanishing from sight. "Gaara, what the—" "Shikaku, what are you doing? Why are you running? Weren't you going to help me fight him?" Shikaku replied, "No way. I can't fight him if he can absorb other people's attacks. My chakra is useless against him. Sometimes you have to live to fight another day. Let's retreat for now." "But what about Temari and Kankuro?" Gaara shot back. "That's not my problem." Shikaku answered curtly. Gaara shouted in frustration, "Shikaku, how can you be such a coward?" Shikaku muttered, "Seems like I've got a memory others don't." Shikaku remembered a time, back in the day, when he got beaten up twice in a single day. That memory put him on high alert. One move is all it should take to decide the fight. If you're winning, crush the enemy. If not, run like hell. Gaara also knew that, without enough sand, there was no way he could beat that strange white creature. All he could do was seek help from the Leaf Village from the Uchiha clan. Gaara turned to Shikaku. "Head toward the Leaf Village. Hurry." Gaara had to head to the Leaf Village and seek Sasuke's help. Otherwise, as he was now, he simply wasn't strong enough to defeat that white-haired girl. After all, Gaara didn't have any intel on Biryu. In the hidden Leaf Village at the ANBU headquarters, Itachi sat in a chair, legs crossed, his gaze cold and impassive as he stared down at the half-kneeling figure before him. "Lord Itachi, I failed my mission," the person murmured. Itachi's eyes rested on the masked figure. He wore a fox mask, and his name was Sai. Sai had been raised from childhood by Danzo, serving in the Foundation. After Danzo's death, Sai joined the ANBU. Now, Itachi was Sai's direct superior. Ever since he was a child, Sai had been taught that no matter the means, even if it required sacrificing a teammate, the mission had to be completed at all costs. But this time, Sai had failed his mission. After all, Sai was still just a 17-year-old boy. Itachi looked at Sai and said, "From today onwards, you are no longer a member of the ANBU." Sai trembled all over, believing that he had lost his worth. Yet, Itachi appeared before Sai, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and told him, "You've been through enough. Go and live as a true ninja now." The next day, at the Advanced Ninja Academy, the very first group of students had already gathered, and their teacher was Inoichi Yamanaka. He was the father of Ino Yamanaka. Addressing all the students, Inoichi said, You are the founding class of the Advanced Ninja Academy. Here, we will teach you everything we know without reservation. Today, I will conduct your very first lesson, beginning with the fundamentals of Genjutsu and how to break the simplest illusions. Finally, I will demonstrate the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu. If you wish to learn, I will teach you without holding anything back. Inoichi's gaze swept across the gathered students. Lee, Niji, Hinata, Naruto, Sakura, Ino, Shikaku, Sasuke, and many others. Almost every chunin who met the requirements was present for the first term. At that moment, Kakashi opened the door and entered, bringing a student with him. Sorry, hope I'm not interrupting. This is our new transfer student, Sai. Inoichi nodded, and Sai was welcomed into the group. That evening, the Advanced Academy dormitories were prepared. Sai was assigned as Naruto's roommate. Naruto turned to Sai and asked, "So what did you do before?" Sai hesitated, pointed at himself, and replied, "I was in the Umbu, but after failing a mission, I was demoted to Chunin. Now I'm sharing a room with you." Naruto was speechless. Naruto couldn't help noticing the scars all over Sai's body, still wrapped in fresh bandages. Before Naruto could say anything more, Kakashi appeared at the door. He looked at the two of them and set down two small gifts. "Sai, aren't you a fan of reading? I brought you a few manga. These are for you." Sai accepted the thick stack of comics. On top was a copy of Make Out Paradise. Beneath it was another, the second volume of the infamous Lightning Legends. Make Out Paradise was written by Jiraiya. Lightning Legends was the work of the third son of the Lightning Clan. Sai had never read these books before. He looked up at Kakashi and said, "Arigato." Then, Kakashi handed Naruto a pair of bells. The bell had been squeezed out of shape, looking almost like the proud trophies of two seasoned gamers. Naruto took the bell and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, is this?" Kakashi replied, "The bell is broken. Help me fix it, will you? Maybe one day, when you become a mentor yourself, you'll find it useful." Naruto's mind instantly started to wander, spinning fantastic images of what it would be like to be a mentor in the future. He pictured himself in that role, surrounded by his own students. A smile crept onto Naruto's face. Excited, Naruto declared, "Someday, I'll tell my students. Anyone who fails their mission is a failure. But those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than failures." The first part of that statement made Sai nod in agreement, but the latter part took him completely by surprise. Sai had been taught something altogether different, that even if it meant sacrificing your comrades, the mission must be completed at all costs. Naruto's philosophy couldn't have been more different from Sai's. At that very moment, somewhere else, in the ruins of a castle within the hidden sand village, two gigantic crosses had been erected, and Kankuro and Temari were bound tightly to them. Number 2 was standing guard over them. After all, as long as these two were here, Gaara would surely attempt to come to the rescue. Hebihiko hardly spared a glance at their bloodline abilities. Perhaps it was because, in truth, they possessed none worth mentioning. If it had been Raza's gold style, Hebihiko might have given it some thought. But neither of them had inherited Raza's rare bloodline. Number 2 had tied Kankuro to the cross and now questioned him. "Tell me, where's Gaara?" Kankuro replied, "Give it up. I'll never tell you a thing." Number 2 frowned, then activated the electric current running through the cross. Kankuro's face twisted in agony. "I won't tell you anything, no matter what you do." When the electricity finally stopped, Kankuro, grimacing in pain, addressed Number 2 with defiance. "Go ahead. Throw every form of torture you've got at me. I won't say a word." Number 3 sidled over with a sly grin, teasing, "Give it up, kid. There are no honey traps waiting for you here." Kankuro suddenly deflated, all his bravado gone. This wasn't how it happened in the books. In the popular Paradise love novels, whenever a spy was captured and refused to give in, a beautiful seductress would appear as part of the plot. Why wasn't it playing out like those stories? Number 2 looked at Kankuro, unimpressed, and switched the current back on. Kankuro's scream echoed through the room, raw and agonized. Hebihiko turned to his subordinates. "That's enough. We have bigger plans. A declaration of war against the entire ninja world." He lifted his gaze to the sky, 45 degrees upward, a dramatic gesture. Hebihiko had once been a ninja of the leaf, a contemporary of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, a friend among legends. But Hebihiko's talent had never come close to theirs. Moreover, the three of them were disciples of the third Hokage. The gap in strength and talent tormented Iburi. Later, Iburi began secretly researching forbidden jutsu, the jutsu of the demon bud. After the technique was discovered, the third made his decision. Iburi must be killed. However, Iburi managed to escape. The third never succeeded in killing him, and over all these years, Iburi had nearly perfected his demon bud jutsu. He had already obtained 4 types of Kekkai Genkai: Steel Release, Swift Release, Dark Release, and Storm Release. The last Kekkai Genkai he desired was the Sharingan. But now, the Uchiha clan stood at the height of their power, so Iburi naturally did not dare target them. Yet in Iburi's heart, there was another ideal target. That was Kakashi, for Kakashi also possessed the Uchiha Sharingan. All Iburi needed to do was to absorb Kakashi's Sharingan, and everything would fall into place, wouldn't it? This is where the importance of information truly became apparent. Kakashi had long since lost his Sharingan. He had already returned it to Obito. But because Kakashi always kept his eye covered, Iburi never knew this. Thus, Iburi's focus remained on Kakashi. Iburi had collected 4 nature transformations. With just the final piece, Iburi could become immortal, a perfect life form. Iburi's projection appeared above every village, declaring war on the entire ninja world. Once he achieved immortality, Iburi would have the power to ignite a 4th great ninja war and rule over all life in the shinobi world. After the Iburi incident, Tsunade was under tremendous pressure. Because Iburi was a ninja from the Leaf Village, a rogue ninja, other nations had developed hostility toward Konoha. As for the villages, the 5 great shinobi villages, apart from Kirigakure, all had signed peace treaties with Konoha. They didn't dare show enmity toward the Leaf Village. But countries were a different matter. Upon hearing Iburi's intent to start a ninja war, the feudal lords immediately pressured the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had no choice. He could only summon Tsunade. When Sasuke learned of this, he accompanied Tsunade to the daimyo's residence of the Land of Fire. Tsunade turned to Sasuke and asked, "Why are you coming with me?" Sasuke replied, "I'm worried someone might bully you." Tsunade turned away, refusing to meet Sasuke's eyes. The carriage creaked along its path. Sasuke then asked Tsunade, "Why did the first Hokage show so much respect to the daimyo of the Land of Fire when the village was established?" Tsunade recalled and answered, "Back during the Warring States period, the concept of a country existed, but within these countries, the ninja clans were constantly fighting one another over territory. My grandfather quelled the turmoil in the Land of Fire, not by pacifying the entire country itself, but by ending the conflict among the ninja within the nation. He brought these ninja together and founded the Hidden Leaf Village. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire was very supportive of my grandfather. They provided funding and resources to help establish the village. That's why the Hokage and the daimyo have always maintained a peaceful relationship." Suddenly, Tsunade turned to Sasuke. "If you want to listen to the story, just listen. Why are you groping my sake?" Land of Fire, daimyo's mansion. As the supreme ruler of the nation, the daimyo resided in a palace of extravagant opulence. Tsunade and Sasuke, after passing through layers of guards, finally reached the inner hall. Inside this inner sanctum, steps rose toward a dais, and atop the highest platform, shrouded behind a veil, sat a rotund figure. This was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. On either side of the daimyo stood 5 guards each. Originally, there should have been 6 on each side, totaling 12, the 12 ninja who protected the daimyo. Asuma and Chiriku used to be among them. But both had already lost their lives to Kakuzu, who had claimed their heads for bounty. "Tsunade," said the daimyo, "the other nations are growing displeased with the Land of Fire. I hope you can resolve the matter with Hiriko as soon as possible, before it becomes an even uglier situation." Tsunade replied, "Please, daimyo, give me a little more time." The daimyo declared, 1 week. "I will grant you only a week. Already, other nations are turning hostile to the Land of Fire. If you cannot handle this Hiriko situation promptly, it will have dire consequences for the trust between the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf. If you lose the daimyo's support, the Hidden Leaf Village might cease to exist entirely." Tsunade fell silent. Sasuke, however, was far from pleased. How could an ordinary man speak to him this way? He shot back, "Are you afraid of Hiriko?" The daimyo hesitated, then replied, "Not exactly afraid, but he is quite a nuisance." Sasuke let out a low chuckle, half in disbelief. "So you're scared of Hiriko, but you're not afraid of me?" In a flash, Sasuke appeared right in front of the daimyo, seizing him by the neck and yanking him from behind the curtain, tossing him to the floor. "You're afraid of Hiriko, but not of me?" The daimyo trembled violently, cowering in fear. Sasuke stared down at him. Looking as vast as the ocean itself, the daimyo let out a booming cry. "Guards, protect me!" Immediately, 10 ninja rushed towards Sasuke. But with a single backward glance, Sasuke brought all 10 to a halt, freezing them in their tracks. Each one had fallen under Sasuke's Jinjutsu. Truth be told, Jinjutsu wasn't Sasuke's specialty. Seeing all his bodyguards immobilized, the daimyo trembled even harder, shaken to his core. Sasuke questioned him. Do you know who I am? The daimyo nodded. Yes, I know, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke slapped the daimyo hard across the face. You know exactly who I am, and you still have a nerve to talk to me like that? The daimyo shrank back in fear, his whole body trembling. He dare not speak harshly to an Uchiha. Back in the Warring States period, if it hadn't been for Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha would have long since killed the daimyo of the time. When the daimyo back then learned that Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju were planning to establish a village, he expressed his support. He was willing to provide money, as well as a parcel of land, for the founding of Konohagakure, but the Hokage, he insisted, must obey the daimyo's orders. Madara instantly wanted to kill the daimyo, but Hashirama stopped him. Madara, don't kill him. They're giving us money and land. Madara was suspicious. But if we kill him, won't all that become ours anyway? And that's why, deep in the hearts of every daimyo since then, the Uchiha have been seen as nothing but lunatics, completely unpredictable. Dealing with them, one must walk on eggshells. Yet today, this daimyo had grown somewhat arrogant. To Sasuke, the daimyo was insufferable. How dare a mere, ordinary human presume to command him? Sasuke turned to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, let's just kill him now. Tsunade looked away, as if to say, this isn't my problem. Sasuke addressed the daimyo again. Do you know how the former ruler of the Hidden Rain village died? Hanzo killed him, and Hanzo in turn was killed by the next ruler. The daimyo was so terrified, he wet himself. Please don't kill me. But it was already too late. With a single strike, Sasuke lopped off the daimyo's lucky head 666, which tumbled across the floor, rolling over and over. Sasuke then picked a beggar off the street and made him the new daimyo. In this world, there are no rules or laws. Power is everything. Power makes the rules. Power is the law. That's why Sasuke could do whatever he pleased. And that beggar, in the blink of an eye, had transformed from a homeless nobody into the new daimyo. All because Sasuke willed it. Sasuke turned to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you don't have to worry about the daimyo anymore. We're free from that 7A deadline. Tsunade's heart grew even more conflicted. She didn't know whether the path she now walked was right or wrong. But now that things had come to this, she wouldn't turn back, no matter what. Even if it's the wrong road, she'd see it through to the very end. To attain immortality, one must gather the three great elements of heaven, earth, and man. Heaven refers to the golden ring eclipse. Earth is Mount Sumeru. And man, that is Kakashi. Long before Sasuke was even born, back more than 10 years ago, Orochimaru had set his sights on Kakashi's Sharingan. He planted a slave seal deep in Kakashi's body. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hidden Leaf Village. In the depths of sleep, Kakashi suddenly glimpsed a white figure in his dream. Startled, Kakashi mistook the silhouette for his own father and hurried after it. Yet, the more he chased, the farther away the figure seemed to slip from his grasp. A realization dawned on Kakashi. This could not possibly be his father. His father would never toy with him like this. Just as he suspected, the white shadow appeared before him in a flash and, in a swift motion, gouged out his eye. Kakashi jolted awake, heart pounding. Reaching up, he discovered the mark of enslavement burned into his neck. With the break of dawn, Kakashi went to see Tsunade. He laid out his plan before her. Kakashi had already lost Obito's Sharingan, though Orochimaru had no idea. This made Kakashi remain as Orochimaru's target. So, Kakashi decided to plant a cursed seal upon himself, intending to take Orochimaru down with him when the time came for Orochimaru to absorb him. Tsunade replied, why bother with all this trouble? Why not just have Sasuke finish Orochimaru instead? The suggestion shocked Kakashi, since when he wondered had Tsunade grown so reliant on the Uchiha. Yet, he kept his composure and gave nothing away. Lady Tsunade, whenever there's a battle, civilians are bound to be caught in the crossfire. If I can perish together with Orochimaru, that would be the ideal way to resolve this, Kakashi explained. Tsunade nodded. She asked, Kakashi, have you really made up your mind? Kakashi replied, yes, this is my decision. That night, Kakashi was ready to leave the village. He planned to defeat Orochimaru by his own means. On his way out, he encountered Shikamaru, who was tending to a grave. Knowing how calm and thoughtful Shikamaru was, Kakashi entrusted him with his plan. Though this meant Kakashi would have to sacrifice himself. For the sake of the village, Shikamaru decided to support him. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then said to Shikamaru, Shikamaru, I have 3 students. I'm not worried about Sasuke and Hinata, but I'm concerned about Naruto. After I'm gone, please tell Naruto, no matter what, he must never try to follow in my footsteps. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. However, as Kakashi was leaving, his departing figure was spotted by Naruto, who had come outside for a brief moment. Seeing the familiar silhouette, Naruto hurried after Kakashi, calling out, "Kakashi-sensei." But Kakashi had already lowered all his defenses, almost entirely under Orochimaru's control. He didn't respond to Naruto's desperate shouts. Naruto dashed after him, only to be intercepted by Shikamaru, who quickly formed a hand sign. Shadow, binding jutsu. Dark shadows latched onto Naruto's legs, rooting him to the spot, leaving him unable to move an inch. Naruto said, "Shikamaru, perfect timing. Let me go. We have to catch up with Kakashi-sensei. He's been acting so strange tonight." But Shikamaru replied, "Give it up, Naruto. This is Kakashi's own decision. He asked me to tell you. No matter what happens, don't go looking for him." Using his shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru restrained the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Really, it was only Shikamaru who could pull off something like this. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot as he faced Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, don't try to stop me. I have to save Kakashi-sensei. No one can talk me out of it." Shikamaru was just about to speak. Naruto pressed on, "Shikamaru, I can't just stand by and watch Kakashi-sensei die. I have to save him. Kakashi-sensei taught me that abandoning a comrade for the sake of the mission is even worse than being a failure." Red chakra began to shimmer around Naruto's body. Shikamaru said urgently, "Naruto, you can't keep using the Nine Tails chakra." But Naruto shouted, "Sorry, but I can't let my teacher die right in front of me and do nothing." In an instant, Naruto broke free from the shadow bind and dashed off in the direction where Kakashi had vanished. Shikamaru stood frozen on the spot. The image of Asuma dying right before his eyes was something Shikamaru would never forget. But there was nothing he could do. Back then, he simply wasn't strong enough to save Asuma. There wasn't a single day that Shikamaru didn't live with this pain. Once, Shikamaru resented the Jinchuriki with all his heart. But later, he couldn't help but wonder, if he'd had that same power back then, might he have been able to save Asuma-sensei? But that was just wishful thinking. After all, Shikamaru had never been chosen to be a Jinchuriki. His thoughts wandered, drifting back to a month earlier. Asuma's squad had been assigned a B-rank mission. But as soon as they left Konoha, they were targeted by Kakuzu and Haiden of the Akatsuki. The reason they wanted to kill Asuma was simple. His head was worth 35 million ryo. Absurd, really. Just 35 million ryo to put a price on Asuma's life. The three of them were blocked by Kakuzu, and Shikamaru could do nothing but watch Asuma die before his very eyes. Afterwards, Kakuzu cruelly severed Asuma's head. Whenever Shikamaru recalled this scene, his heart twisted with unbearable pain. He had never liked the smell of tobacco, yet came to need the comfort of a smoke. Even the knuckle dusters that once belonged to Asuma found their way to Shikamaru's hands. Looking at Naruto's departing figure, Shikamaru thought, maybe Naruto was right. At the very least, he would have fewer regrets in the future. That very night, Shikamaru went to see Tsunade. He reported to her where Naruto was headed. Tsunade made up her mind. She would dispatch elite members from the Advanced Ninja Academy to assist Naruto in bringing Kakashi back. After all, Tsunade refused to be a useless Hokage. The Uchiha clan. In the middle of the night, Sasuke's bedroom door was knocked upon. Sasuke asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Sasuke slid open the door and saw Tsunade. "Lady Hokage, what brings you to my place at this hour?" Tsunade had no desire to ask the Uchiha for help. Doing so would make her feel incompetent. But Sasuke was an exception. Turning to him, Tsunade asked, "Sasuke, do you think you could defeat Hiriko?" Sasuke replied, "I'd say it's a 70-30 split." Tsunade's eyes dimmed. "If even you aren't certain then?" But before she could finish, Sasuke added, 3 minutes. That's all I need to cut Hiriko into 7 pieces." For a moment, Tsunade smiled. She began Kakashi and Naruto. Before she could finish her sentence, Sasuke interrupted, "I know, but I don't intend to help. Hiriko is no match for Naruto." "Why?" "Don't forget whose son he is. Don't forget, he's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." As long as Naruto chose to call upon the power of the Nine Tails, there was almost no one in the current ninja world who could stand against him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 12 young heroes of Konoha had arrived at the borders of Sunagakure. At the ruins of an old palace on the frontier between Suna and Konoha, the moon hung overhead. Hiriko stood over Kakashi, his heart pounding with excitement. Soon, he would be immortal. Glancing out at the moon, he thought, "Tomorrow, during the solar eclipse, I will achieve eternal life perfection." Hiriko was about to lift Kakashi's forehead protector to finally lay eyes on the Rinnegan he had long dreamed of when a pained wail rang out from the next room. "I'll never tell you." A vein pulsed on Hiriko's forehead. This damn puppeteer had been making a racket for days now. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I keep him alive? Might as well kill him first. Hiriko stormed toward the next room. There, Kankuro sat bare-bottomed on an electric chair, his face flushed with a strange delight. One of the henchmen grimaced in disgust. Lord Hiriko, is it just me? Or does he actually like being electrocuted? Hiriko barked, then just kill him. Kankuro. Kankuro started thrashing wildly. Wait, hold on. Don't I even get a chance to charm you with a beauty trap? Hiriko's face darkened. Kankuro pleaded, all right, I'll talk. Tell me what you want to know. Hiriko stared down at him. Tell me, how do you want to die? Defeat written all over his face, Kankuro groaned. Is dying really my only option here? Hiriko nodded. Kankuro's face twisted with frustration. Can I just not die? Or, how about dying tomorrow instead? Hiriko was speechless for a moment. Are you seriously trying to bargain with me right now? Hiriko didn't hesitate any longer. He moved to kill Kankuro on the spot. Kankuro shouted in a panic. Wait, hold on. I really need to go to the bathroom first. I'm scared that if I die, my body will let go and everything will spill out, making a mess all over your floor. Hiriko felt utterly dumbfounded. Was this really Raza's son? Could it be that Raza has been cheated on? Kankuro was released and rushed off to relieve himself. He changed into his own clothes, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a miniature scroll. Carefully unrolling the scroll, Kankuro began applying more purple paint to his face. He shouted with a flourish, now witness the coming of the secret white technique, the 10 puppet guard of Chikamatsu. With a swift motion, he bit his finger and performed the summoning. He managed to bring forth 3 puppets. With his life hanging by a thread, this was Kankuro's only gamble, whether he could tap into the full power of Chikamatsu's 10 puppet guard. But he could only control 3 at once. Unknown to him, even if he could summon the full 10 puppet guard, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Hiriko. Hiriko swept out his sleeve. His bandages lashed out like tentacles, wrapping Kankuro tightly. Kankuro stared in disbelief. What? His fingers were bound fast. He couldn't control his puppets at all. Was his greatest technique truly foiled this easily? Just as Kankuro closed his eyes and braced himself for death, a tremendous explosion echoed from outside. Hiriko's nerves were shot. Why, at the most crucial moment, did something always have to interrupt him? He turned to his companion. You finished the 2 of them off. Number 2 nodded. You got it. But at that exact moment, countless white snakes suddenly slithered from the cracks in the ground, winding around number 2 and pinning her tightly. She struggled, her shapely body writhing on the floor. From the shadows, Orochimaru emerged at a measured pace. He leaned in, gently tracing his tongue across her cheek. A synthetic human. Orochimaru was thrilled. It wasn't a naturally born person, nor a clone, nor a mere duplicate. This was an entirely new life form, with her own consciousness, a synthetic human. So this was the forbidden technique, Ghostbud Luo? He let out a soft, chilling laugh. Interesting. Hiriko had once been Orochimaru's friend, but driven by jealousy of Konoha's legendary Sannin and Orochimaru's boundless talent, Hiriko began to pursue forbidden human experimentation with the Ghostbud Luo technique. To be honest, Orochimaru bore some of the blame for leading Hiriko down this path. Eventually, Orochimaru, too, delved into forbidden science. But Orochimaru's ultimate technique, living corpse reincarnation, was entirely born of his own research. A perfect life form? Now, that was intriguing. Orochimaru was eager to dissect the secrets of Hiriko's Ghostbud Luo for himself. But there was no way Buryu would hand one over. It didn't matter, though. Orochimaru could just catch one himself. He would capture a synthetic being and take it back for his own research. Outside the palace, Naruto hammered at the gates again and again. Kakashi-sensei, where are you? You bastards, I'll never forgive you. Hurry up and give Kakashi-sensei back to us. Just then, the gates opened. Buryu stepped out, and Naruto caught sight of him. So this was the man who had declared war on the entire shinobi world, whose shadow loomed over everyone. Kakashi-sensei had to be here too. In a flash, Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones, and a Rasengan began spinning in his palm. Rasengan! He charged straight at Buryu. But Buryu was gone in an instant, flickering away with his swift release technique. Looking back at Naruto, he sneered, ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aren't you? Even the power of the Nine-Tails seems a bit feeble compared to the might of my immortality. Kurama, feeble? Me? I'm the most powerful tailed beast, officially recognized by Uchiha Madara. Even Hashirama Senju called me formidable. And you, of all people, dare call me weak? Deep in Naruto's inner world, Kurama spoke to him. Come on, kid, let this fool see my true power. Naruto nodded, determination lighting up his eyes. Yeah, let's show him the bond between the 2 of us. Let's unleash the new technique we've been working on. In the next moment, Kurama's chakra surged into Naruto, without reservation. A golden, glowing coat of chakra enveloped Naruto's body, flooding the darkness around him with radiant light. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, "This is the bond between me and Kurama. The new transformation, Kurama Link." Boruyu stared, dumbfounded, at the shimmering golden figure before him. Chakra was practically spilling out everywhere. He was at a loss. Was Naruto really coming at him in Kurama Link mode? What the heck was he supposed to do now? Still, no matter what he felt, Boruyu refused to yield. He instantly used his swift release to pull back and put some distance between them. But Naruto, now a golden blur, appeared right behind him in a flash. Naruto called out, "Your power is nothing compared to the bond between me and Kurama." Boruyu snapped, "You rely on the power of a tailed beast. What right do you have to compare yourself to me?" Naruto shot back, "And you? Aren't you borrowing strength too? Your Kekkai Genkai, the bloodline limits you stole from others." Hearing Naruto's words, Boruyu's face flushed with anger and shame. It was true. The Kiaro technique came from stripping others' bloodline limits, all to strengthen himself. However, Boruho believed that this was the result of his own hard work. He would not allow anyone to say otherwise. Boruho formed hand seals, and at once, an enormous, monstrous beast appeared behind him. This was the creation born of the secret technique, the art of Onikimaru. Yet, upon seeing the gigantic beast, the Ninetales merely scoffed, unimpressed. A colossal golden fox had materialized, and with it, a miniature-tailed beast ball shot toward the monster's mouth. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion tore through the air, and the entire beast was obliterated by just one tailed beast ball from the Ninetales. With a single powerful attack, Boruho's dreams built on the demon bud technique were shattered. As he watched the fruit of his labors, his monstrous creation, demolished before his eyes, Boruho began to tremble with rage. He jabbed the bandages from his sleeve fiercely into the ground. In the next instant, countless bandages surged toward Naruto, winding and twisting in pursuit. But in his current state, Naruto was still linked to Kurama, the Ninetales. Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Boruho in a flash. Chakra shaped into claws as he seized Boruho in an iron grip. Then, a fox's head rushed toward Boruho, jaws snapping menacingly. Boruho was taken aback. "Steel release," he shouted. With a surge of steel release, Boruho managed to withstand the bite of Naruto's fox head. Owing to the properties of steel release, he wasn't seriously hurt. But Boruho's eyes glinted with venomous resentment as he glared at Naruto. It was as if he was demanding to know, "Why must everyone stand in my way? Why must they always ruin things just as I am within reach of success?" The next moment, two Rasengan spheres shimmered in Naruto's hands. They spun fiercely, crackling with energy, and shot toward Boruho. Excitement flashed across Boruho's face as he reached out. Absorbing ninjutsu. This was Boruho's signature move. "Dark release," he intoned. Yet, as his hands closed around the Rasen Shuriken, he realized, to his shock, that he couldn't absorb this technique at all. The secret was in the fast-rotating winds swirling around the Rasen Shuriken. The chakra was wrapped within those slicing currents. Overwhelmed by the unexpected attack, Boruho was struck down by the Rasen Shuriken. His clothes and belt were torn apart by Naruto's strike, leaving behind nothing but a shroud of bandages. Boruho gazed at Naruto and said, "I've lost. The victory is yours." Naruto let go of his connection with Kurama, allowing the transformation to fade. He looked at Boruho and asked, "You were once a ninja of a Leaf Village, so why have you declared war on the entire shinobi world?" Confusion flickered in Boruho's eyes. "I just wanted to be acknowledged." Though they stood as enemies, Naruto couldn't help but point out, "You claim that gathering all 5 Kekkai Genkai would grant you immortality. So why not wait until you actually become immortal before declaring war on the shinobi world? Why do you plunge the world into chaos when you were just one step away?" Boruho was stunned for a moment. Why, indeed, did I choose to declare war after gathering all 4 Kekkai Genkai? Why not wait until I had truly attained immortality before making my move? A sudden clarity appeared in Boruho's eyes. What was he thinking before, revealing himself too early like that? Naruto turned to Boruho and declared, "But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as I stand here, your schemes can never succeed. I will defeat every plot and conspiracy." PSH mode is definitely in play. As previously mentioned, Naruto did become Jiraiya's disciple. It's just that the details of his training weren't written out, since Sasuke is the main character here, not Naruto. Plus, with the Ninetales acknowledgement, Naruto naturally unlocked the Kurama Link mode through Sage mode. It was Naruto who saved Kakashi. On Kakashi's neck, there was still Baruhu's enslavement seal. However, for Naruto, removing this slave mark was as easy as lifting a feather. With the immense chakra of the Nine Tails, he could simply blast the slave seal away. Kakashi regained consciousness, looking at Naruto in bewilderment. He asked, "Did I lose?" Naruto smiled at him and said, "Kakashi-sensei, who didn't fail. I defeated Baruhu." Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. He knew just how powerful Baruhu was. Could Naruto really have defeated him? Sasuke was already so strong, and now, Naruto's surpassed me too? Are all my students destined to outstrip the impossible? Maybe sensing Kakashi's confusion, Naruto explained, "Kakashi-sensei, after my friend died, I sought out Jiraiya-sensei. He took me to Mount Myaboku, where I spent some time training. During that period, I mastered Sage Mode. Plus, Kurama willingly lends me his strength now. When Sage Mode is combined with Kurama's power, it becomes a whole new state. The Kurama Link Mode." Kakashi was slightly overwhelmed. Sage Mode? The Nine Tails showing submission? All accomplished so quickly? Suddenly, a figure dropped down from the sky. Sen landed in an instant. In the next moment, a strange, monstrous bird appeared, sending its explosive feathers spraying in all directions. A colossal nine-tailed fox head materialized, enveloping both Naruto and Kakashi. Then, Sen placed his hand on Baruhu and stared at him coldly, saying, "Lord Baru, you have failed. You've already lost your worth. This is what you taught me. So now, you shall become my strength," Sen shouted. Technique of the Demon Bud, fusion. Baruhu's body slowly fused with San's. "Baru." Kakashi, speechless, could only exclaim, "You've truly outdone your own master, San." 3 continued. "Lord Baru, 1 has already been devoured by me. He was no match for me. 2 has disappeared. Otherwise she too would have become my nourishment. Lord Baru, what exactly are you resisting?" Just then, a sword, the Kusanagi blade, suddenly pierced through 3's body. 3 stared back in disbelief. Behind him was a face pale as death. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru offered a chilling, shadowy smile. "Ha, puny insect, vermin like you dare to feast on one of my friends." 3 collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. Orochimaru reached out a hand to Baruhu. "Baruhu, what a sorry state you're in. Didn't you dream of a perfect body? Come, let's join forces and see together whose body is truly perfection." A ripple of emotion flickered in Baruhu's eyes. He never imagined that, at such a life-or-death moment, it would be Orochimaru who came to his rescue. Baruhu gripped Orochimaru's hand, allowing himself to be pulled up. Then, side by side, the 2 of them walked away into the distance. Kakashi watched their receding figures. He made no rash moves, for Orochimaru was an S-rank rogue ninja, and so was Baruhu. Orochimaru reasoned that, even combined with Naruto's strength, they might struggle to defeat them. Naruto, meanwhile, felt his eyes grow wet. To Naruto, the 2 had fallen out decades ago, yet here they were, after all these years. Both had plunged into darkness, lost their way, but still, they managed to save one another. It was such a moving tale of friendship. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sasuke was deep in thought, scheming about resurrection. He pondered, should he revive Lord Madara? If he did, Nagato's Rinnegan would be lost, and there was no guarantee Madara would listen to him or aid his resurrection plans. So, Sasuke devised an alternative, revive someone other than Madara. Madara could always return through Edo Tensei. After all, Madara retained the Rinnegan in his reincarnated state, and, as an Edo Tensei, he could even shift between the Rinnegan and the Eternal Mangekyo at will. So, for now, he could let Madara exist as an Edo Tensei, for Madara sought resurrection only to cast infinite Tsukuyomi in the first place. But with Sasuke now in the game, Madara no longer needed to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's eyes turned abruptly cold. Caught up in grand schemes, he'd almost forgotten that bastard. Black Zetsu. In a hidden rain village, Zetsu was reporting intelligence to Nagato. Amid that aloe-shaped head was a face split half black, half white, strangely unsettling, to say the least. Suddenly, the very space around them twisted and warped. Obito and Sasuke appeared in their midst. Zetsu greeted them cheerfully, "Hello." But Obito and Sasuke's stares were cold as ice. Sasuke exchanged a meaningful glance with Nagato, who immediately understood and went to shut the door. Zetsu sensed something was amiss. "You all have something to discuss? In that case, I'll take my leave," he said. But Sasuke replied, "No need to leave. You won't be able to escape. To prevent you from slipping underground, the 4 Crimson Ray formation has sealed the ground itself." Obito's expression was as cold as ice. In the Kamui dimension, Sasuke had explained everything to Obito, revealing that this very guy was the true mastermind behind everything. He was the real culprit responsible for Rin's death all those years ago. That was why, when Obito looked at Zetsu now, his gaze was fierce and full of hatred. Zetsu replied, somewhat awkwardly, well about that. But in the next instant, Sasuke's Kusanagi blade flashed and pierced straight through Zetsu's heart. Ordinary ninjutsu couldn't kill Zetsu. The only technique capable of destroying him was yin-yang release. But Sasuke hadn't mastered yin-yang release to the degree required to finish Zetsu for good, so the best option was to use sealing techniques. Obito summoned a host of black rods to his hand, pinning Zetsu, especially his black half, firmly to the ground. Zetsu, realizing the danger he was in, began to beg desperately. What are you doing? I've never betrayed the organization. Why are you turning on me? Sasuke gave a faint, almost chilling smile. You may not have betrayed the organization, but you've betrayed the ninja world. Don't think I don't know your true identity, Black Zetsu. You're not Madara's offshoot. You're a creation of Kagaya Otsutsuki. An expression of disbelief flickered through Zetsu's eyes. But he still tried to protest. I really am Madara's will. Who's Kagaya? Nagato was completely shocked. You're Madara's will? How come I never knew that? Black Zetsu was speechless. Somehow, things had devolved into chaos, and despite his 1,000-year cunning, he couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. Sasuke, however, couldn't care less. He declared, whatever you say, it doesn't matter. Today you must die. Just as Black Zetsu tried to retort, Sasuke suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness invade his mind. Ishiki's consciousness began to awaken within him. Black Zetsu was Kagaya's child, and Ishiki, in turn, had been betrayed by Kagaya. Now, Ishiki's consciousness had taken root inside Sasuke, and perhaps sensing the presence of Kagaya, Ishiki was beginning to grow agitated. Sasuke's right eye transformed, taking on Ishiki's signature pitch-black glare. A slight smirk played at the corner of Sasuke's lips. The surge of power within him. How marvelous it felt. Ishiki's consciousness hadn't fully taken over, but Sasuke had inherited the power of the black eye. As everyone else glanced at Sasuke, their expressions didn't change much, except for Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was seized by a terror that cut straight to his soul. You're... Before he could finish, Sasuke unleashed the power of the black eye. Deiko couldn't. Black Zetsu vanished instantly, leaving not a trace behind. Sasuke had locked him away in the black eye dimension, sealing him there for eternity. Everyone stared in disbelief at Sasuke's eyes. Byakugan, Sharingan, Mangekyo, Rinnegan, Blood Dragon Eye. No matter how rare or strange the doujitsu in the ninja world, there was always some record or rumor about them, even if they had never been seen firsthand. But Sasuke's eyes, there was nothing, not a single mention in any record. One was a Rinnegan, the other a mysterious black eye. It was truly unsettling. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, beneath his shirt, his left arm was patterned with lines of peculiar purple markings, which gradually faded with the passage of time. And then, the black eye shifted, transforming into the Rinnegan. Nagato turned to Sasuke and asked, Your eyes, what's going on? Sasuke waved his hand, signaling not to speak further about it. Sasuke then shared with Nagato the identity of the person he would be bringing back to life. Yet, even with the powers of Rinne rebirth and impure world reincarnation, Nagato's abilities had their limits. Thus, he could revive only one person per day. If the souls were weak, more than one could be revived. Sasuke deliberated for a long time, then finally decided to revive Minato first. He had once promised Naruto that he would bring Minato back. Sasuke said to Nagato, All right, the first person to be resurrected is Minato. At the mention of Minato's name, Obito instinctively tensed, a surge of guilt rising in his chest. Sasuke glanced at him. What's wrong? Obito took a deep breath and replied, It's nothing. I just feel very guilty. In the past, I made many mistakes. I killed my own teacher, along with so many innocent people. My hands are stained red with blood. I'm not sure how I'll face Sensei again. Once, Obito had deeply respected Minato. But after the Canopy Bridge incident, Obito's mind had been twisted and manipulated. Why hadn't Minato, the fastest shinobi in the world, a man with flying Raiji markers, come to save his own student? That was the grudge Obito nursed. Before Rin's death, that resentment hadn't even taken root. But after, it only grew deeper. Still, the revival ritual had to go on. As was custom, Orochimaru first used some of Minato's bodily tissue and a sample of white zetsu to create a suitable vessel for the impure world reincarnation. Admittedly, Minato's soul had once been devoured by the Shinigami. However, when Orochimaru reclaimed his own soul from the death god's grasp, the souls of the third Hokage, Minato, and the first and second Hokage, along with the half of the Nine Tails, all had been released. Orochimaru slapped his palm onto the ground. Impure world reincarnation. At the center of the runes, the figure of white Zetsu twisted and contorted, flakes and fragments coalescing, until Minato appeared, just as he'd been in life. Obito silently put on the mask. He intended to use it not as Obito, but to speak to Minato as Madara. He would not confront Minato as himself, but as Madara Uchiha. Minato's soul was summoned back to this world. His eyes opened. The first thing he saw was Obito standing opposite him, cloaked in the guise of the tiger-patterned mask. A Rasengan instantly formed in Minato's hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, he teleported above Obito. Rasengan! The mark of the flying thunder god never disappears, he declared. Obito faded into intangibility, while Minato's Rasengan smashed the floor into fragments. Minato was ready to press the attack, but Obito interrupted. Sensei, I want to know, why didn't you appear at Canopy Bridge back then? Minato was about to attack again, but Obito's words caught him off guard. Sensei? Obito continued, you didn't recognize your own pupil who supposedly died back then. Now, I hope you can recognize me for who I am. A realization dawned on Minato. He trembled from head to toe, his voice filled with disbelief. You're Obito? How can this be? But why would you? The Flying Thunder God's mark was still on this man's back, the very same mark Minato himself had left all those years ago. If this truly was Obito then, it would mean... Overwhelmed, Obito tore off the mask, revealing his face. Sensei, do you have any idea what I went through all those years ago? You always taught me that comrades are more important than the mission. But back then, you didn't make it to Canopy Bridge in time to save me. And years later, you failed to save Rin as well. To you, Sensei, is becoming Hokage truly so much more important than your own students? Both times his students were in mortal peril, Minato had not been there. He had failed to save either of them. This regret had forever weighed on his heart. Now, confronted by Obito's accusations, Minato felt lost and confused. It's not like that at all. Minato's explanation sounded hollow and powerless. Indeed, as their teacher, he had failed to protect his students, not once but twice. Even as Hokage, Minato had failed to keep all the villagers safe. Back then, during the Canopy Bridge incident, Minato hadn't known that Obito's team was in danger. By the time he learned Obito had been buried under the rubble, he led the villagers in a 3-month search for Obito, but found no trace of his body. Later, the Three Tails went berserk, and Rin lost her life. That, too, was a sorrow Minato carried inside. A teacher who never realized his own student had become a Jinchuriki. Now, he had no words to defend himself. He turned to Obito and said softly, Obito, I'm sorry. I was not a good teacher. But Obito said nothing in return. Minato gazed at Obito, whose face beneath the mask was riddled with scars, and felt a deep ache in his heart. Obito had once been his favorite student. Just by looking at the scars on his face, one could imagine the hardships he'd endured. Although Kakashi was hailed as a genius, it was no secret that Minato and Kushina had always held a special fondness for Obito. For things to escalate to the point where master and disciple now stood as opponents, Minato knew he bore some responsibility for not foreseeing it. Yet, Obito's actions had truly become too extreme. Obito took a deep breath and turned to Minato, speaking earnestly, Sensei, I know I've committed many wrongs in the past, but I will do my best to make amends. What's done is done. The past should remain in the past. We still need to look towards the future, and for every mistake I've made, I'll strive to set things right. At last, Minato opened his heart to Obito, and the wall between them slowly began to crumble. Just as Nagato was about to resurrect Minato, Sasuke turned toward Minato and said, Fourth Hokage, is the half of the Nine Tails sealed inside you? Minato nodded. That's right. Sasuke continued. Once you're resurrected, you won't have any further use for the Nine Tails. Give it to me. Minato inquired. And you are? Sasuke replied. Uchiha Sasuke. My father is Uchiha Fugaku, and I'm a friend of Naruto's. Minato hesitated. But the Nine Tails is ferocious by nature. I'm not sure you'll be able to control it. With a flick of his hair, Sasuke revealed his Rinnegan in his left eye and said to Minato, Fourth, trust me. The Nine Tails is nothing I can't handle. Minato nodded in assent. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and faced Sasuke, putting their palms together. Suddenly, an immense force welled up within Sasuke, a suction as powerful as a mighty wind spirit, drawing the Nine Tails out and sealing it inside himself in a flash. This event would later become a legendary tale. Minato's Ine returns to the living. After losing the Nine Tails, Nagato unleashed the Rinne rebirth technique and fully restored Minato to life. Minato's scars fell away from his face like dust, and warmth returned to his body. He was at last truly brought back. Amazed, Minato gazed at himself and murmured, "Am I really alive again?" Meanwhile, inside Sasuke, within the vast world of his own spirit, the Nine-Tails was pounding the Two-Tails into submission, scolding her for abandoning her dignity as a tailed beast and willingly surrendering to humans. The Two-Tails trembled in fear. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the Nine-Tails sensed an overwhelming pressure from its very bloodline. A figure materialized in the sky, clad in white robes and bearing a single curved horn upon his head. His left eye was pale, his right was jet black. Just standing there, his power was simply terrifying. It was none other than Ishiki. Kurama was about to devour the Nine-Tails when he suddenly sensed his consciousness fading away. 2 seconds later, Ishiki's consciousness was completely erased, leaving behind only his power. Outside, a mechanical voice echoed in Sasuke's mind. Ding. Non-host soul detected within the host body. Erasing in progress. Ding. Erasure complete. Effortlessly, the system wiped out the remnants of Ishiki's consciousness, allowing Sasuke to inherit all of his power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new source of power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Byakugan, hidden, left eye, can be switched with Rinnegan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kurigan, hidden, right eye, can be switched with the Eternal Mangekyo. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the new Otsutsuki bloodline. Sasuke's status panel was completely renewed. Host, Uchiha Sasuke, Otsutsuki Sasuke. Age, 18. Special constitution, ancestor of chakra, immune to ninjutsu, reincarnation of Indra, Otsutsuki bloodline, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails, perfect sage body. Keki-I Genkai. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kurigan, Byakugan, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. I techniques. Kagutsuchi, Amaterasu, Blood Moon, Heavenly Sovereignty, Aminoto Jikara, Great Black Heaven, Suganekona, Kurigan Dimension. What a set of abilities I've gained from Ishiki. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom, Sasuke suddenly found himself in possession of all of Ishiki's divine powers. With a single thought, Sasuke's right eye transformed into the Kurigan. Within that strange, obsidian eye, a faint golden light shimmered. If Sasuke remembered correctly, there's also a 10-tail sealed within the Kurigan's dimension. With a flicker of intent, a portal appeared before him. Sasuke stepped through without hesitation. As he crossed the threshold, his apparel changed swiftly. His black hair morphed to gleaming snow white. His clothing shifted into the iconic robes of the Otsutsuki clan, symbols of overwhelming might and untainted purity. In his hand, the blade of the heavens cracked and then instantly reformed, transforming into a divine weapon of the 6 paths. Blade of the heavens, divine artifact of the 6 paths, indestructible, capable of cutting through any defense. Wounds it inflicts never heal. Now, Sasuke drifted midair, godlike in form. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a crimson eye snapped open. Massive, overwhelming tails lunged toward Sasuke. Without even a backward glance, Sasuke vanished from his spot in a blink. The enormous tails crashed hard into the ground, sending tremors through the darkness. Only then did Sasuke see the creature's true form. Ugliness incarnate, a grotesque, monstrous being with 10 bloated tails. It was like a hideous octopus, each tail writhing like a tentacled limb, ending in a shape akin to a human hand. This was another 10 tails. Sasuke felt a surge of excitement within him, though his expression remained as calm and motionless as a still pond. The 10 tails, imprisoned by Ishiki for who knows how many ages, nursed an intense hatred for him. However, the 10 tails did not possess the strength needed to overcome Sasuke. Sasuke activated the power of his dark eyes. Great Black Heaven, Grand Box of Heaven. In an instant, black cubic blocks materialized one after another, crashing down mightily and pinning the 10 tails to the ground, immobilizing the beast then and there. Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at his own power. So this is the might of the Otsutsuki, he mused. It truly is both formidable and alluring. Having successfully restrained the 10 tails, Sasuke stepped through a portal and departed the scene. Emerging into the outside world, Otsutsuki Sasuke reverted to being Uchiha Sasuke once more. He took a deep breath, muttering to himself, "Now that I possess such power, there's no reason for the shinobi world to remain divided any longer. Whatever I set my mind to, I will see it done. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I'll do whatever the hell I want." On the other side, in the Hidden Leaf Village, a man with yellow hair gazed at the familiar and yet strangely distant village. It was Minato. As he came upon Gamash Ranui, standing guard at the main gate, Minato called out, Genma. Genma stared at Minato in disbelief, tears streaming down his face. Fourth Hokage, is it really you? Minato nodded. It's me. I've returned. Where's the third Hokage? A shadow of sadness crossed Genma's face as he answered. Lord Third has passed away. Minato asked, and what about his disciples? Have any of them come back? Genma replied. On the day the third died, only Orochimaru returned. Minato felt deeply moved. So it's true, he thought. Appearances can be deceiving. When the third died, in the end, only his wayward disciple came back. Minato asked, and if Orochimaru hadn't come back? Genma replied, then the third would still be alive. Minato simply fell silent, at a loss for words. Minato found himself at a loss. At a time like this, Genma was still making morbid little jokes. Suddenly, Minato was reminded of his own death. When he died, the only one who came to the scene had been Obito. But Obito had long since forgiven Minato. And when the third Hokage died, only Orochimaru had come to the scene. Could it be the fate of Hokage in Konoha to be killed by their own students? A chill ran down Minato's spine. If that's the case, then he needed to warn the fifth Hokage right away. In a flash, Minato arrived at the Hokage Tower. The flying thunder god mark he'd left on the building remained, allowing him entry. He pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, where his portrait still hung on the wall. The fourth Hokage. Minato stood by the doorway, a touch of melancholy in his eyes, while Tsunade, immersed in her duties, busied herself with paperwork. Tsunade hadn't noticed Minato's presence. She merely heard the door creak open and called out, Who is it? Minato replied, It's me. At the sound of that familiar voice, Tsunade's body gave a sudden shiver. She whipped around in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stared at Minato. The fourth? She uttered in stunned amazement. Minato nodded. Lady Tsunade, I have returned to life. To Tsunade, it was almost beyond comprehension. Come back to life? Could the dead truly return? Her entire worldview trembled. And yet, standing here before her, was Minato, very much alive, his chakra as familiar as any memory. There was no mistaking it. This was Minato. But how was it possible? By what means had Minato come back? With her heart racing, Tsunade pressed the question, How were you revived? Emotions she thought long buried welled up again. To this day, she had never forgotten the agony of the Third Great Ninja War. How her younger brother, Nawaki, had died before her very eyes. How her first love, Dan Kato, had perished the same way. This pain had shadowed Tsunade all her life. Even at her age now, she had never sought another companion. But if there were truly a path for Minato to return, could she, perhaps, bring Nawaki and Dan back as well? A storm of longing and hope raged inside her. If what Minato said was true, eyes brimming with anticipation, Tsunade awaited Minato's answer. He said, It was someone named Sasuke Uchiha. He was the one who brought me back. At the mention of Sasuke's name, Tsunade's heart sank. Sasuke again. She should have known. It was Sasuke as always. Tsunade knew precisely what Sasuke might seek from her. There were precious few things she could offer that would move his heart. Yet despite her bitterness, she hesitated. This uncertainty gnawed at her. Restless and weary, Tsunade turned to Minato and said, I don't want to be Hokage anymore. Starting tomorrow, you'll resume your place as the fourth. Without another word, she shrugged off her Hokage's ceremonial robes and tossed them aside. Minato could only stare in confusion. Tsunade continued, After you and Kushina sacrificed yourselves, didn't the third take up the mantle again? Well, now I don't wish to carry it any longer. The title of Hokage is yours, as if I had never existed. I'll have Shizen inform the Umbu and pass word to the guards. Elsewhere, within the Uchiha compound, at the gathering place of the tailed beast hosts, Naruto suddenly became aware his heart was pounding out of rhythm. A suffocating sensation welled up inside him, heavy and inexplicable. He frowned. Why was he feeling this way now? The nine tails within him spoke. The other half has returned. Naruto's mind reeled. Kurama, the nine tails clarified, I'm saying the other half of my power has returned from the Pure Land. Naruto listened to Kurama's words, utterly astonished. If the half of the nine tails truly returned from the Pure Land, then didn't that mean his father had come back as well? Naruto dashed away from there, racing toward the Hokage Tower at breakneck speed. He moved so fast that he seemed to become a streak of golden light in the streets. Reaching the Hokage Tower, Naruto arrived just in time to see the man from his dreams, the man who always haunted his memories, standing and speaking with Tsunade. Minato leaned in and asked Tsunade in a low voice, Lady Tsunade, do you have any disciples? Tsunade replied, Shizen inherited my medical ninjutsu, and Sakura has mastered my strength of 100 seals. Minato lowered his voice further. Lady Tsunade, forgive me for being direct, but as a Hokage, you must always be cautious of your disciples. The third Hokage was killed by a disciple, and I too fell at the hands of my own student. So, I think you understand what I mean. Tsunade responded ambiguously, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Those two useless students of mine, they could never kill me. Minato was left speechless. All at once, out of the corner of his eye, Minato caught sight of Naruto's familiar blonde hair. Minato stared at Naruto in surprise. Naruto sprinted forward and, without warning, landed a punch right into Minato's stomach. Minato gasped in shock. And then, as if all restraint had snapped, Naruto flung his arms around Minato and began to sob. Dad, you're back. Is this real? Why does it still feel like a dream? Naruto cried. Seeing Naruto like this, Minato's heart ached deeply. He patted Naruto gently on the back and said, Naruto, I'm so sorry for all you've suffered. Through his tears, Naruto pressed. What's the use of apologizing? You can't leave me again. Promise me. Minato's voice was soft and reassuring. All right, I won't ever leave you again. With me here, no one will be able to hurt you. Though there was hardly anyone left who could hurt Naruto now, he nodded earnestly. After all, he was still just a child. Deep down, he longed for his father's embrace and presence. Meanwhile, in another place, in the Sound Village, inside Orochimaru's laboratory. Within those shadowy walls, Orochimaru had completely dissected number 2. Even though the experiment was finished, he still couldn't understand how a synthetic human like number 2 was able to come to life. Puzzled and dissatisfied, Orochimaru went to consult with Ibiki Yoru. Ibiki explained, the Kimiro technique is exceptionally powerful, but no matter how strong it is, it can't create life from nothing. And this same technique is also called a forbidden fusion jutsu. Do you know what that really means? Orochimaru shook his head. He truly had no idea. He had wanted to study the Kimiro technique for himself, but Ibiki had taken the entire forbidden scroll with him, leaving Orochimaru with nothing to investigate. Unable to hold back anymore, Orochimaru asked, then why are there no visible signs of grafting? Hiriko spoke, this is the defiant brilliance of the Ghost Bud Luo technique. It allows me to merge bodies at will. As for the soul of number 2, I sought out a compliant spirit and stitched it into this vessel as well. Orochimaru frowned. If you favor perfect bodies so much, then what's the story with numbers 1 and 3? Were those two as reckless as they seem, also personally selected by you? Hiriko replied, honestly, I didn't find 1 and 3 reckless at first, but I never anticipated they would kill their master. Orochimaru retorted, and you say that's not reckless? Then what is? After pondering for a moment, Hiriko said, in my view, recklessness looks more like someone like Danzo. The next day, Sasuke instructed Nagato to resurrect Kushina. Then, Sasuke proceeded to revive Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the other Kage from the various villages. Originally, Orochimaru didn't have tissue samples for those other Kage. But earlier, Kabuto had embarked on a grave-robbing spree and pilfered many Kage corpses. Before the resurrection ceremony for Hashirama, Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and warned, Hashirama is too powerful for me to restrain. Sasuke, if there's anyone here who can control him, it can only be you. Right then and there, Sasuke mastered the reanimation jutsu. But Sasuke had no intention of reanimating just one person. For white Zetsu lay before him, prepared for the ritual. Forming hand signs, Sasuke intoned, summoning jutsu, reanimation jutsu. In the next heartbeat, countless scattered fragments began to take shape, emerging as the first, second, and third Hokage. The final figure materialized, Madara. Then came the endowment of souls. The 3 Kage, including Lord Madara, opened their eyes. The instant Tobirama saw Orochimaru, he grasped the situation at once. You must be the monkey's student. I never imagined my technique would be wielded to such an extent. Even Orochimaru, master of forbidden arts, showed humility before Tobirama. Lord Second, the technique you created is formidable, but it had its flaws. I've made improvements to the reanimation jutsu. Hashirama, meanwhile, turned eagerly toward Madara and walked over with genuine excitement. Madara, it's been so long. Madara's gaze was complex as he looked at Sasuke, then at Nagato's Rinnegan by Sasuke's side. A flurry of emotions played across his heart. He fixed his eyes on Hashirama. Hashirama, I have to admit, after our final Valley of the End battle, I never thought you'd die so soon. The Senju clan was renowned for their vitality. Yet at that fateful Valley of the End clash, Madara's overwhelming strength had left Hashirama with wounds beyond healing, which brought about his death. Madara, for his part, survived by relying on the life force of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Turning to Sasuke, Madara asked, now that you've summoned us back with this reanimation jutsu, Is there an agenda behind your actions? Sasuke spoke. Madara, forgive me for not being able to revive you just yet. The reanimation jutsu of the Rinnegan requires Nagato to perform it. Madara frowned, turning his gaze to Nagato. Then he closed his eyes. Back in the early days when the Leaf Village was founded, Madara and Sasuke shared a deep bond of friendship. Immediately after, Nagato stood before Madara and activated the Rinne Rebirth Jutsu, formally bringing Hashirama back to life. Madara commented, "The Rinne Rebirth comes at the cost of one's own life." But just then a white Zetsu appeared. Using the technique of self-transference, he transferred his own life force to Nagato. Nagato was revived. Madara was left speechless. Was this even possible? Could the rules really be bent this way? With the art of bug fixing, of course, the impossible had become possible. Tobarama's look was dark and brooding. He shouted, "Uchiha brat, born evil, you're toying with the souls of the dead. Tell me, what do you plan after reviving us?" Before Sasuke could answer, Madara appeared behind Tobarama in a blur, forging two black rods in his hands, which he drove straight through Tobarama's head and with a swift kick shattered half of Tobarama's body. Madara addressed Tobarama, "Silver-haired fox, I wanted to take you out for a long time. The only reason I didn't is because of my respect for Hashirama." Tobarama roared with indignation. "Big brother, say something." But Hashirama only laughed and said, "Tobarama, don't make a fuss. You did kill Izuna, after all. Madara's feelings are understandable. Besides, you're just an Edo Tensei now. It's not like you can die." Limadura veined a little. Tobarama was stunned. "Big brother, I am your flesh and blood." Hashirama replied, "But Madara is our brother too. You killed his sibling. Can you blame him for not liking you?" Hearing these words, the corners of Madara's lips curled up in a slight smile as he thought to himself, "If that's the case, I'll let bygones be bygones about you stabbing me in the back." The revival ritual could not go on. Hashirama was too powerful. Just bringing him back nearly drained Nagato completely, making it impossible for him to revive anyone else. Nagato took a deep breath and went off to rest. At last, Hiruzen could bear it no longer. He shouted, "Uchiha Madara, stop attacking my teacher, or don't blame me for being harsh." At these words, Madara did stop. He turned to Hiruzen Tsurutobi and said, "You wretched monkey, I've never liked you either. If that's how you want it, you can take the beating in your teacher's stead." Hiruzen was floored. "Seriously? I wasn't expecting you to take me up on it." Hiruzen shot a pleading look toward Tobarama. "Sensei, do you see what he's doing?" Tobarama replied, "Hiruzen, I'm counting on you. I have important matters to handle." With that, Tobarama vanished from sight. Outside, Tobarama walked down Konoha streets with a complicated look in his eyes. He gazed at Konoha's present prosperity. Rumor had it that Konoha was now the greatest nation in the ninja world. Though it had always held that title, things had only truly flourished after Hashirama's death and Tobarama's. Since then, Konoha had grown more and more vibrant. Suddenly, a charming little boy with black hair tugged at Tobarama's pant leg, eyes shining with hope as he asked, "Mister, are you the second Hokage?" Tobarama paused in surprise. "How do you know me?" The boy replied, "You look just like the face carved into the Hokage rock." Tobarama countered, "Aren't you afraid of me?" The boy responded, "Not at all. Everyone says the second Hokage was the most diligent of all Hokage." A faint smile tugged at Tobarama's lips. "Humph, this kid's actually kind of adorable. Hey kid, what's your name?" "I'm Uchiha Yikshian." In an instant, the smile on Tobarama's face froze. "Uchiha." The boy looked up at Tobarama and said, "Second Hokage, sir. Could I have your autograph?" Tobarama's first impulse was to turn and walk away. But faced with the child's earnest gaze, Tobarama's heart softened. Oh well, forget it. Even if he bore the Uchiha's infamous blood, at the end of the day, he was still just a kid from Konoha. With mixed feelings, Tobarama took up his pen and signed his name across the boy's shirt. The child stared at him for a moment, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and, on the verge of tears, said, "Sir Hokage, why did you sign my shirt instead of the paper?" Tobarama, "What? Didn't you want me to sign your shirt?" "You damned Uchiha. Cursed little scion of the inherently twisted Uchiha clan. So young, and you've already made a fool out of me. So young, and you're already playing these little mind games. Really, you wretched brat." In a blink, Tobarama vanished from sight. He had no idea what to do next, or rather, when it came to dealing with kids, especially Uchiha kids, Lord Tobarama simply wouldn't apologize. After all, he was the second Hokage, one of the founders of Konohagakure. P.S. 10 days shut away in the Black Room, and I'm finally out. Your author has learned their lesson, promise. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a silver-gray-haired youth slipped quietly onto one of Konoha's streets. He was strikingly handsome, clad in pale gray-white attire, eyes tightly shut like a blind man. He was the sojourner, freshly arrived from the moon to the ninja world. This wanderer was also a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, the son of Otsutsuki Himura. This time, he had journeyed to the ninja world in search of Byakugan of the purest bloodline, aiming to merge it with the Otsutsuki's divine power and awaken the Tensigen. The Tensigen, the final and most sublime evolution of the Byakugan. The retainer walked down the street, heading toward the Hyuga clan he sensed. Within his perception, he could sense a large number of Byakugan among them. Arriving at the entrance of the Hyuga estate, he fell silent for a moment before knocking on the gate. A member of the Hyuga clan answered the door. He looked at the retainer and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The retainer replied shyly, "Could you give me your Byakugan?" The Hyuga clan member was flabbergasted. "What? Are you out of your mind?" With a heavy slam, the Hyuga man shut the wooden door, leaving the retainer bewildered and alone outside. Just then, Hayashi Hyuga happened to return home, noticing the retainer standing by the entrance. He looked at him with some suspicion, but as Hayashi drew closer to the retainer, he suddenly stepped back in alarm. Because within the young man before him, Hayashi could sense a power so fearsome that even he felt terror. Hayashi was just about to speak, but the retainer whispered, "I'm sorry." Instantly, Hayashi's body went rigid, unable to move at all. The retainer swiftly reached for Hayashi's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, both of Hayashi's eyes were gouged out, blood streaming down his face. As luck would have it, Hayashi was from the main family, no cursed caged bird seal, and thus his Byakugan would not self-destruct. Which meant, simply put, the retainer's luck was on his side. The Byakugan within the retainer's eye sockets began to morph remarkably, constantly shifting in form, until they finally assumed a different shape. A soft blue, almost turquoise, glow shimmered in his eyes. These were the Tensigen, reincarnation eyes. With his new eyes, the retainer turned to Hayashi and said, "Forgive me, senior. I truly needed your eyes." In his heart, Hayashi cursed the retainer's ancestors 8 generations back, but he dared not utter a word. For Hayashi knew he was utterly powerless against this young man before him. At that moment, the second Hokage happened to pass by and caught sight of the whole scene. The second was instantly furious. Outrageous. Someone dared commit such violence in broad daylight against a villager of Konoha? As the second Hokage, I shall mete out justice this instant. Flying Thunder God Slash. With a rapid sequence of hand signs, Tobirama created a shadow clone that charged at the retainer, long blade in hand. The blade shimmered, formed entirely by condensed chakra. The retainer frowned at the oncoming second Hokage and asked, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" With just a wave of his hand, the shadow clone vanished without a trace. Tobirama frowned slightly, realizing this retainer was no ordinary foe. Moreover, his appearance was striking. Pale gray robes, silver-white hair, and eyes never before seen in the village. He looked so much like the Otsutsuki clan, described in ancient records. Tobirama demanded, "And who are you? Why have you come to Konoha? Why did you harm him?" The retainer replied, "I am Otsutsuki Tonari. I never meant to hurt him. I just need a pair of Byakugan eyes." Hayashi thought to himself, "You need Byakugan, but you try to take mine?" Hayashi could only grumble in his heart, not daring to voice any complaints. He could feel some sort of bloodline suppression from Sharon, a pressure he could not shake off. Fortunately, our second Hokage was there to stand up for the villagers. Tobirama said, "If that's how it is, then I suppose I'll be needing your eyes instead." Sharon's brows furrowed. With a flash of yellow light, he appeared mid-air, frowning as he stared down at Tobirama. He asked Tobirama, "Are you saying you intend to fight me?" Tobirama's voice was resolute, full of authority. "You attacked the villagers of Konoha. Now I'll attack you. Honestly, if I can't beat Madara, can I at least deal with you?" The very next moment, Tobirama suddenly hurled a shuriken, which whistled fiercely past Sharon's side. Then, grasping his Tachi blade, Tobirama appeared behind Sharon in the blink of an eye. Flying Thunder God Slash. Catching Sharon off guard with his Flying Thunder God Slash, Tobirama managed to land a successful blow. However, Sharon's body was incredibly resilient. The attack was hardly effective. Seeing this, Tobirama quickly formed hand signs. Water style, water tornado, jutsu. He dashed forward atop the waves, and roaring water tornadoes gathered around him, surging toward Sharon. But Tobirama was unaware of one crucial fact. The Otsutsuki clan was immune to ninjutsu attacks. Sharon sighed and said, "In the end, I truly don't wish to fight you." At that moment, Hanabi came running out. Seeing her father's state, she was startled. "Father, what happened to you?" Hayashi hurriedly called to Hanabi, "Run. Hurry, run." Hanabi turned her gaze up toward the airborne Sharon. her jade-green eyes shining brilliantly, enchanting and pure. Sharon noticed Hanabi as well. He could sense the extraordinary purity of her Byakugan. With a sweep of his great hand, Hanabi vanished from where she stood and reappeared behind Sharon. With Hanabi in tow, Sharon used the Yellow Springs Road to leave the scene. Witnessing this, Tobirama couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Why was it that against so many opponents, he was powerless? In the world of ninjas, Tobirama's combat skills were considered top class. But times had changed. The ninja world was in its final era, and now his adversaries were Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki, and others of their caliber. Naturally, Tobirama's strength no longer seemed sufficient. He was, after all, a master of forbidden jutsu and water style, but he did not possess the overwhelming might of his brother Hashirama. A moment later, Hinata found Sasuke, hoping he would rescue Hanabi. Sasuke had the same thought. If he could save Hanabi, then have Orochimaru craft a pair of artificial Byakugan for Hayashi, they might even be able to bring Sharon back into their fold. It was truly killing several birds with one stone. Sasuke found Hyuga Hayashi and spoke to him. Father-in-law, if I can't defeat Sharon, what will you do about your eyes? Sharon? Who's Sharon? Sasuke explained. He's the one who took your eyes. His name is Otsutsuki Sharon, a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. I'm no match for him. What should become of your eyes? Hayashi's face clouded with worry. As the head of the Hyuga clan, it would be unthinkable for him to go without the Byakugan. Seeing Hayashi's troubled expression, Sasuke struck while the iron was hot. I can ask Orochimaru to cultivate a pair of artificial Byakugan for you. They may not be as powerful as the originals, but they'll have all the basic abilities. What do you say? Hayashi nodded. There was no other choice. Sometimes, a desperate situation leaves only desperate measures. At the same time, elsewhere, on another planet, Kinshiki addressed Momoshiki. Lord Momoshiki, the chakra fruit of this planet has ripened. Momoshiki gave a nod. He picked up the chakra fruit, took a bite. Juice burst forth, the flesh was crisp and fresh. The flavor was good, but a far cry from perfection. Meanwhile, Urashiki had tracked Kagaya's trail and arrived beyond the shinobi world. He gazed across the lunar landscape. Urashiki's nose twitched. On the moon, he caught the scent of his own kin. It was tainted, impure. A half-blood. Urashiki found Sharon and tried to kill him. But he was no match for Sharon. The reason was simple. Sharon now possessed the Tensigan, and weaklings were no opposition for him. Urashiki tried to flee, but Sharon sealed the space around them, cutting off his escape through Yamatsu Hirasaka. With a thunderous clap, Sharon summoned the immense stone statue of Otsutsuki Himura from the earth, its massive arms locking Urashiki in an unbreakable embrace. Waves of overwhelming, sealing power pulsed from the statue. Slowly, the stone colossus subsided into the moon's surface. Sharon spoke, his voice cold and resolute. I will seal you here for 10,000 years. At that very moment, in the world of shinobi, an otherworldly presence arrived. The sun over the entire ninja world vanished. In its place surged boundless radiance, and in the heart of that brilliance, two figures descended from the heavens. They looked every inch like gods, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Momoshiki, seated grandly on Kinshiki's broad shoulders, declared war upon the entire shinobi world. Across the lands, every eye turned skyward. The people saw the two imposing figures. Meitarumi of the Hidden Mist, Koyuki Kazahana of the Land of Snow, Kuratsuchi of the Hidden Stone, the Reikage of the Hidden Cloud, the Akatsuki of Hidden Rain, Orochimaru and Hiriko in the Hidden Sound, Sasuke in the Hidden Leaf, accompanied by Naruto. At this point, Naruto had already become the perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto frowned and looked up at the sky. Just a Ka of Kurama. Tailed beast transformation. The massive golden form of the Nine Tails burst forth, turning into a streak of blazing gold that shot into the heavens. But ninjutsu was useless against the Otsutsuki. Naruto was struck hard by the stone giant's fist and sent flying. Then, behind the Nine Tails, Susanoo appeared. The towering, violet Susanoo steadied Naruto, then spoke to him in a calm, resolute voice. Leave the rest to me. Under countless watching eyes, Sasuke released Susanoo and stood quietly in midair. Sage mode, activate. Delicate purple eyeshadow spread around Sasuke's eyes, lending him an eerie beauty. With a graceful flick of his hand, a surge of powerful noise and ringing filled the air as a brilliant white laser dragon shot forth in an instant. Sage art. White radiance technique. Borii god shield. Kinshiki leapt in front of Momoshiki, transforming into a glowing pink shield that blocked the white radiance attack. But in a flash, Sasuke used a Minoto Jikara, swapping places to appear behind Momoshiki. Sasuke's foot crashed into Momoshiki's face, sending him tumbling through the air. Momoshiki scowled as Kinshiki's power morphed into a pink chain, lashing around Sasuke and hurling him toward the ground with crushing force. But Sasuke used a Minota Jikara again, exchanging positions with Momoshiki in an instant. Caught off guard, Momoshiki was the one smashed into the earth. Momoshiki had never seen this sage mode from Sasuke before. It was something new, a power he couldn't absorb. His hair splayed wildly. Momoshiki devoured Kinshiki, gaining complete and fearsome strength. Seeing this, Sasuke dropped all pretense. He unleashed the power of Ishiki without hesitation. Ishiki possessed Sasuke, and the overwhelming force left Momoshiki stunned. Suddenly, a massive obsidian cube plummeted from Sasuke's now black eyes, slamming down and pinning Momoshiki beneath it. Momoshiki roared in fury. "Don't underestimate me." But just then, the four Kage appeared around Momoshiki. With a mighty shout, Hashirama called out, "Sage art! Shinsu, Senju, divine gates!" Enormous Tori gates rained down from the sky, and the three other Kage poured all their chakra into Hashirama. Even though the divine gates would only hold Momoshiki for a moment, that was all they needed. In this form, Sasuke became the complete Susanoo. Channeling the power of a second Ten Tails from Ishiki's dimension, Susanoo formed a radiant arrow, knocking it and drawing back to fire at Momoshiki. Arrow of the Uchiha. The devastating arrow flew forth and annihilated Momoshiki in a single, blinding instant. Sasuke landed gently on the ground. He gazed out over the shinobi world. The sun had risen. The sky was clear and endless.